Chapter 1445. A moment later, Huang Shi's corpse was brought to Fang Yuan by Ning Bing and the rest. Spectral souls will looked at it and sighed. This person was an incredible genius. He was known as a genius when he was young. He grew up and became an influential person. He was famous in Central Continent and even the 5 regions. But today he has fallen here. Fang Yuan and the rest did not speak. Spectral souls will controlled this stone lotus island and studied history. He learned of many secrets. This was the time path ability of Red Lotus True Inheritance. It obtained information through the river of time. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained it, he praised it as inconceivable. He felt inferior to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time path methods. At rank 8 level, Gu Immortals could comprehend things by analogy. Rank 9 Venerables were even more so. They had comprehensive methods. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's own time path methods might be on par with other rank 8s, but compared to Red Lotus Demon Venerable, they paled in comparison. Rank 9 had their own specializations. They had their own specializations, they all had their own strengths. If it were Red Lotus Demon Venerable competing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in soul path attainment, he would be the one to feel inferior. Gurgle gurgle. The water of the river of time flowed out from beneath Fang Yuan and the rest. The stone lotus island started to leak. But there were only 1 or 2 places. The holes were only the size of teacups. Spectral souls will sighed. In a while, this stone lotus island will be destroyed. We do not have much time left. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's 7 true inheritances were stored on stone lotus islands. They were located at a certain location in the river of time. This stone lotus island that Fang Yuan and the rest entered was obtained by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He modified it and turned it into Shadow Sect's largest information source. Not just that, Shadow Sect even used the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance many times. Recently, it was used to protect Spring-Autumn Cicada's revival, as well as to help Wuxia and Zishan Makoto. Their foundation was almost depleted. In the earlier battle, they used all their strength to kill the time path great expert Huang Shi. Now, the Stone Lotus Island's foundation was completely depleted. It was about to be destroyed. There are gains and losses. Fang Yuan sighed. Although we've lost this Stone Lotus Island, Lord Huang Shi's death is a huge gain. This person's battle strength was outstanding, and he was like a fish in water in the river of time. If we let go of this great opportunity, even if we set up another ambush, I'm afraid we won't have a good chance to kill him. The immortals nodded. They all agreed with Fang Yuan's decision. In fact, even Spectral Soul's will was no exception. He looked at Fang Yuan, nodded, and said, "During the battle in the Dream Realm, Z made the right choice in the final moments of his life. Fang Yuan, I have to admit that you're the last choice of the Shadow Sect. The heavy responsibility of saving the main body will be left to you. Of course, it will also depend on your mood. If you want to get rid of your main body, we won't blame you." Hearing this, the Gu immortals present were all moved. Wuxia's expression changed. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but then hesitating. Who could have imagined the current situation? Right now, between the Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan had complete initiative. He was indeed the Shadow Sect's last hope. In fact, if they attacked the Celestial Court, whether or not they could save Spectral Soul's main body would depend on Fang Yuan's will. Spectral Soul's will's words were like a helpless and dejected voice. It was like a helpless and dejected person. Precisely because he knew the most information, he understood the situation clearly. When Fang Yuan entered Red Lotus True Inheritance, he did not obstruct or create difficulties for him. In the process of killing Lord Huang Shi, he cooperated fully with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at the immortals around him, replying to Spectral Soul's will. "Don't worry, the Celestial Court is powerful, we are natural allies. I will help you if I can." Spectral Soul's will nodded. "I trust you." Next he smiled. "We are not allies, we are one body. You are the leader of the Shadow Sect now, inherited by Z. You are acknowledged by many split souls. Even if he faces the main body in the future, he will acknowledge it. Because we are him, and our decisions are his decisions. Alright, I will now impart the main body's soul path, true inheritance, and everything else to you." Fang Yuan nodded. Using wisdom path methods, a lump of self-will flew out. Self-will was like a giant ball, pouncing towards Spectral Soul's will. The latter did not dodge. Soon, the two wills converged. The interaction between wills was very fast. After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's self-will returned. It was placed in Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, a vast amount of information assaulted Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, accepting everything in an orderly manner. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. He was not someone ordinary Gu immortals could compare to. He was very calm right now. Among all the information, the most valuable was undoubtedly Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This was the most complete cultivation method created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan only skimmed through some of the contents before his mind shook. He inwardly praised Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who created this true inheritance. Undeniably, this was one of the most valuable true inheritances in the entire world, even in the long history of humanity, no, in the entire world. Since ancient times, there had only been 9 venerables in this world. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of them. This Spectral Soul true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained was very complete. As long as he cultivated according to it, he would be able to approach Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's former height. Speaking of which, among the 9 venerables, Fang Yuan was involved in many things. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the first one that Fang Yuan obtained. It was the most crucial key to Red Lotus true inheritance. But even now, Fang Yuan had only inherited 1/7 of Red Lotus true inheritance. And even though the contents were complete, Red Lotus true meaning had already been absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun's true inheritance had 3 paths. Fang Yuan obtained the essence of self-luck, true inheritance from Langya sect, and some of the contents of all living beings' luck, true inheritance from 88-point Xianxia Tower and Ma Hongyun. He did not gain as much as the rumors said. Of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Fang Yuan only obtained ghostly concealment. Divine concealment was obtained by Zhao Lianyun. To think that the most complete venerable true inheritance that I obtained in the end was actually Spectral Soul's true inheritance of my mortal enemy. It is a pity that my soul path attainment level is insufficient. Cultivating soul path requires a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. Among them, the demand for souls in the resource category is extremely terrifying. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world for his own cultivation. If I were to repeat his logic, I would have to slaughter the entire world. Otherwise, I would not be able to satisfy the resource requirement for my soul path cultivation. Below Spectral Soul's true inheritance was Red Lotus true inheritance. Although the Red Lotus true meaning on this Stone Lotus Island was absorbed by Spectral Soul to raise his time path attainment level, the true inheritance's contents were still passed down. Among them, the most important was the Immortal Gu recipe for Spring-Autumn Cicada. This was not just rank 6 Immortal Gu recipes, there were rank 7, rank 8, and even rank 9 recipes. That was to say, Fang Yuan had all the Immortal Gu recipes for refining Spring-Autumn Cicada from rank 6 to rank 9. This entire set of Immortal Gu recipes had a lot of content. There were hundreds of thousands of words. Just the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada Immortal Gu recipes, there were 17 to 18. The one that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life was only one of them. And there were even more rank 7 Immortal Gu recipes, there were 86. Rank 8 Immortal Gu recipes, there were 43. And rank 9 Immortal Gu recipes, there were 3. One more Immortal Gu recipe meant one more way to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. To Fang Yuan, this was no doubt a huge help. In the future, he would not only have more choices when refining Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would also be more flexible. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable's research on Spring-Autumn Cicada was so deep. So Spring-Autumn Cicada is indeed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan would naturally refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. He knew how powerful it was. He would not give up on this weapon to turn the tables. Other than Spectral Soul's true inheritance and Red Lotus true inheritance, there were also countless other inheritances. Some of these inheritances were incomplete, while others were complete. These were collected by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and after his death, Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years to collect them. All of them benefited Feng Yuan. Although Zishan Makoto's inheritance was rich, he was only a split soul after all. The content he truly grasped was not even 1% of this inheritance. Especially inside, there was the rule path true inheritance that Limitless Demon Venerable had personally set up, and the formation path true inheritance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's lineage. Zishan Makoto's inheritance did not contain them. The value of all the inheritance contents was immeasurably high. As long as Feng Yuan had enough time and resources, Feng Yuan was completely confident that he could create an organization that was not weaker than the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's gains were unimaginably huge. Even he himself was shocked by this. He had only received the terrifying benefits of becoming the leader of Shadow Sect at this moment. Spectral Souls will spoke again. Sect leader Feng Yuan, you have now completely inherited Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, although there are many true inheritances, cultivating them requires a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. And in the current situation, you lack time the most, and resources are also extremely scarce. My main body had once defied heaven and hid in the Celestial Court, delaying the arrival of the Great Era for close to 500 years. But now that my main body has failed, everything has returned to its original trajectory. About 10 years later, the Great Era will completely open, the 5 regions will fuse into one, there will definitely be the largest chaotic battle in history. And among the 5 regions, Central Continent has the strongest foundation. They have the most Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Moreover, they have a unified leader, the Celestial Court. This is something that the other 4 regions do not have. Be it Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, they are all superforces that are in a state of disunity. Even though Northern Plains has longevity heaven, it is slightly better, but its influence on the region is much weaker than Central Continent's Celestial Court. And the most terrifying thing about the Celestial Court is that they have rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu. This Gu's power is extremely terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was able to devise a scheme to resist the 3 Demon Venerables after her death and ensure that the Celestial Court was not destroyed mostly because of this Gu's power. The 3 Demon Venerables are all in fate. This was decided when they were born, it cannot be changed. Only otherworldly demons are not restricted by Fate Immortal Gu. O Feng Yuan, you are now a complete otherworldly demon, you are the most promising candidate to destroy fate. In fact, you are the inheritor that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was looking forward to the most. 10 years, only 10 years. O Feng Yuan, you cannot let the Celestial Court restore Fate Immortal Gu. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will be invincible. Even if the 4 regions attack it together, it will not fall. By then, attacking the Celestial Court and saving the main body will be completely hopeless. There is not much time left for you, Feng Yuan. Chapter 1446. On the Stone Lotus Island. Spectral Soul's Will's voice started to stutter, its body was becoming thinner and thinner. Feng Yuan wanted to help it replenish itself, but it stopped him. Let me vanish, I am Spectral Soul's Will, my main body is suppressed by the Celestial Court, I will be deduced by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals sooner or later. As for the split soul, there is no need to worry about it in the short term. The Stone Lotus Island is gone, my mission is over. Now, while I still have a trace of foundation, let me give you more time and do my best. Feng Yuan was silent before nodding. Okay. He agreed and took out the self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation. Immediately, Bai Ning Bing and the rest entered the Immortal formation. The Immortal Gu formation activated, emitting a deafening sound. Spectral Souls will smiled, the Stone Lotus Island shined with its final faint radiance. Lord Huangshi is dead. When this news came, Feng Jioge and the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals from the Celestial Court felt an intense shock in their hearts. Next, more detailed information came from Fairy Myrtle. Feng Yuan lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but he still has rank 8 battle strength like the immemorial Year Monkey. That Red Lotus true inheritance can actually control a segment of the River of Time, This is unbelievable. If not for the Red Lotus True Inheritance Stone Lotus Island, even if Feng Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and the immemorial Year Monkey, he would not have been able to take Lord Huang Shi's life. At this moment, the three immortals had already gotten past the Dream Realm defense line. They were in front of the tributary of the River of Time. Earlier, Feng Yuan's meticulously arranged Dream Realm had a crack because of its own circulation. The three Gu immortals could easily pass through it without much effort. Even though Dream Realms could obstruct enemies for some time, they were not reliable and could not be relied on for long. Especially when these Dream Realms were already corroded by Providence. The circulation of the Dream Realms was clearly leaning towards the Celestial Court side. This was also why Feng Yuan retreated earlier. He did not want to use the Dream Realm defense line to resist. After hearing about Lord Huang Shi's death, the three immortals' faces turned ugly. According to the original battle plan, Lord Huang Shi would make a move in the River of Time to destroy the true inheritance of Red Lotus and force Feng Yuan and the others out. Then, the three immortals would make a move and surround Feng Yuan and the rest of the Shadow Sect. But now, the strongest person, Lord Huang Shi, was the first to fall. This caused Feng Jioge and the others to be in an awkward situation. Should he wait or not? If he continued to wait, would Feng Yuan and the others come out when they were no longer under pressure? The three immortals hesitated. They had made meticulous preparations and traveled thousands of miles to come here. They did not expect that their morale would drop before the battle even started. Continue to wait. At this time, Fairy Ziwei sent new instructions. I've already deduced that this is the only remaining tributary of the River of Time that Feng Yuan can grasp. Even though Lord Huang Shi was sacrificed, he was extremely valuable. He investigated the details of Feng Yuan and the others. He provided a lot of valuable information. Especially regarding the Red Lotus True Inheritance, our Heavenly Court is no longer completely ignorant about the Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan and the others cannot hide in Red Lotus True Inheritance forever. They have to come out. Fairy Myrtle's tone was firm. Feng Jioge and the others were filled with fighting spirit. Fairy Myrtle was one of the few Wisdom Path great experts in the current 5 regions. Her deductions could not be wrong. Then let's keep waiting. Damned otherworldly demon, you are a disaster to all living beings. I will definitely take your life this time. I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. The two Celestial Court Gu immortals were indignant. Feng Jioge had a calm expression. He looked at the flowing tributary of the River of Time without saying a word. However, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 5 to 6 days passed. There was no movement in the tributary of the River of Time. 10 days passed, half a month passed. The three immortals who had been waiting bitterly did not even see a trace of Feng Yuan. However, the three immortals did not waver. They were either current or future Celestial Court Gu immortals. How could people like them lack patience? Especially Feng Jioge. He had fought with Feng Yuan several times. After seeing his terrifying growth, he had already viewed Feng Yuan as a huge threat to the world. This time, he was determined to get rid of Feng Yuan as soon as possible, otherwise, he would not be at ease. Where is Feng Yuan? Are they still on the Stone Lotus Island? Why do I have a feeling of uneasiness? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was perplexed. Not long after Lord Huang Shi's death, she had lost all information about Feng Yuan and the others. The investigative killer move that Feng Yuan and the others had used the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation, as well as the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance and time to resolve it. Even though there was no evidence that Feng Yuan and the others had escaped the River of Time, Fairy Myrtle's emotions showed that something was amiss. This attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were not purely rational. Wisdom Path cultivation focused on 3 aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Among them, emotions were the specialty of Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Thus, Fairy Myrtle's uneasiness was not out of nowhere, it was a form of warning. In the worst-case scenario, Feng Yuan has already escaped the River of Time, but Feng Jioge and the others have already sealed off the exit. How did he manage to do that? Did he inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance and have some outstanding stealth method? Or Did he use other tributaries of the River of Time? Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The two tributaries of the River of Time that Feng Yuan and the others had were all exposed. This information was very accurate, because it came from Spectral Soul's main body. After Spectral Soul's main body was suppressed by Duke Long, Celestial Court naturally would not let him go. They searched his soul. However, Spectral Soul was a peak expert of soul path. Even if there was only a fraction of his soul left after his death, how could ordinary methods easily search his soul? Celestial Court tried their best to extract information, but Spectral Soul's main body was still resisting stubbornly. Celestial Court did not obtain much information. If Feng Yuan did not use this tributary of the River of Time, where did he choose to leave? Tributaries of the River of Time were exits. Feng Jioge and the others blocked the final exit. Even if Feng Yuan did not investigate, he would have expected it. In this situation, Feng Yuan might take the risk and go to other tributaries of the River of Time. Because rather than fighting against the well-prepared Celestial Court, it would be better to attack those forces that did not know about it. And in Western Desert, there are 3 forces that control tributaries of the River of Time. The first is Tian Clan. This clan cultivates Wood Path and Earth Path. They are famous for managing immortal apertures. They even have a good reputation in the 5 regions. They are one of the super forces with the strongest foundation in Western Desert's current Gu immortal world. The second is Gong Clan. Gong Clan's Gu immortals specialize in long-range attacks, especially curse killer moves. They are formless and formless. They can take the enemy's life silently from a distance of 10,000 li. Gong Clan's most famous immortal killer move is called Cup Bao Shadow. It is famous in the whole of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. They only need to absorb a trace of the target's shadow and store it. After that, they can use the killer move and kill the target no matter how far away they are. The third is Tang Clan. Tang Clan is declining. They are in the lower middle of Western Desert's super forces. But Tang Clan still has an immortal Gu house. They control a tributary of the River of Time, which is near their headquarters. Thus, they have a strong defense. Other forces cannot easily snatch it. If Feng Yuan wants to force his way in, which clan will he go to? If this is the case, and there are no movements from the 3 clans, I'm afraid Feng Yuan is still in the River of Time. Fairy Myrtle pondered. She knew the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world like the back of her hand. The power of Celestial Court's intelligence network could be seen from this. Tang Clan. The remnant light of the immortal killer move condensed on Feng Yuan and the rest. If this move is used, it can protect us for 3 months. Not only can it defend against Gu immortals' deductions, it can also avoid Providence's attention. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, joy flashing past his face. The other Gu immortals were by Ning Bing, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, Black Tigress, and Fairy Miao Yin. Fairy Myrtle's guess was only half correct. Feng Yuan indeed had no intention of going back to fight to the death with Celestial Court's ambush. He had already given up on that tributary of the River of Time. But 10 days ago, Feng Yuan's group had already left the River of Time and returned to Western Desert. Let's go. It is time to leave Western Desert. Feng Yuan led the group out. The immortals behind him followed. This was deep underground. The group went straight up and came to the surface. 2 Western Desert Gu immortals were already waiting at the exit. Tang Feng Ming, Tang Lon Ku, greets Shadow Sect's sect leader. The 2 Gu immortals were very young. After seeing Feng Yuan, they greeted him with a graceful demeanor. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Thank you for your trouble. These are the immortal Gu lent by your clan. Saying so, Feng Yuan waved his hand. Several immortal Gu flew out and landed in Tang Feng Ming's hands. Tang Feng Ming inspected them carefully. After confirming that the immortal Gu were unharmed, he carefully stored them in his immortal aperture. He said with some embarrassment, "Everyone from Shadow Sect, please forgive me. This time, I am borrowing Gu from my clan in my own name. There are many implications. I have to be careful." Feng Yuan smiled. Tang Feng Ming's words had deep meaning. Tang Clan was a righteous path force after all. If it was exposed that they were cooperating with the demonic path's Shadow Sect, it would be criticized and cause countless troubles. However, Factions did not mean anything. Benefits were what everyone pursued forever. Tang clan was weak. They faced huge external pressure. Such an environment made Tang clan's Gu immortals possess the spirit to work hard, take risks, endure hardships, and endure patiently. Tang clan's main goal was to develop Dream Path. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Tang clan was at the forefront because they opened Dream Realms. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they made countless gains and their strength rose sharply, eventually becoming the #1 force in Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Yuan thus contacted Tang clan. He was willing to use Shadow Sect's research results on Dream Path to exchange for them opening the tributary of the River of Time, opening up a crucial path for his retreat. He was also willing to cooperate with Tang clan in the future to research Dream Realms and greatly support Guts Gu. Such enormous benefits made Tang clan's entire clan's hearts palpitate. Guts Gu's support, Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move, and Wuxia's lead soul into Dream were all things that Tang clan's Gu immortals desired greatly. Of course, it would not be easy for Tang clan to obtain the latter too. Chapter 1447. Supporting 20 Western Desert. Hot sunlight shone on heaven and earth, illuminating all living beings. The blue sky was cloudless. The golden desert was emitting distorted hot air. Farewell. Fang Yuan and the rest bid farewell to the 2 Tang clan Gu immortals. Shadow Sect friends, take care. Tang Lan Ku smiled. She cultivated Time Path with rank 7 cultivation level. She was the controller of a tributary of the River of Time. This time, when Fang Yuan came out of Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time, she was the main helper. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You two have already seen me off, there is no need to send me off anymore. Tang Lan Ku's smile became even brighter, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. They cooperated with Fang Yuan not only for the Guts Gu trade, but also for many Dream Path research results. But ever since Fang Yuan returned to Western Desert, he had not mentioned this. When they parted, he seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. Even though both sides had an alliance agreement and were restricted, without any deep cooperation, Tang clan felt a little guilty. Tang Fangming had been silent along the way. Now he asked directly, Shadow sect leader, fellow immortals, how will we cooperate next? Fang Yuan looked at Tang Fangming with admiration. I am very interested in thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. We can deepen our cooperation in this aspect. But right now, we are being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court. It is not a good time to cooperate. We can only look forward to the future. Don't worry, we have an alliance agreement, haven't we? Of course, if you insist on staying. But our identities are different, as well as Celestial Court's pursuers. There is a lot of pressure. Tang Fangming and Tang Lan Ku looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. Fang Yuan's intention was, if they wanted to cooperate and obtain Dream Path research results, they had to help them resist Celestial Court's pursuers. Moreover, if the situation was exposed, Tang clan would collude with the demonic path, and the righteous path would lose all their reputation. This was something Tang clan could not bear. But Tang clan could not use force. Because Fang Yuan's fists were strong enough, he did not fear Tang clan who had an immortal Gu house. Then I can only wish everyone a safe journey. Tang Fangming bowed slightly. Yes, farewell. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression indifferent as he turned to leave. Behind him, the immortals followed. On the sand dune, Tang Fangming and Tang Lank did not leave. They watched as the figures of Fang Yuan and the others shrank into black dots on the horizon. Little Ming, you let them go just like that? Tang Lank frowned. Tang Fangming's expression was calm as he glanced at Tang Lank. It's not that I let them go, it's that our Tang family can't force them to stay. Tang Lank was silent for a long time. She let out a mouthful of turbid air and sighed. Sigh, I feel uneasy. I don't know if this is good or bad for our clan. Tang Fangming, I only know that everything has its pros and cons. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Moreover, this matter was decided by the supreme elders of Tang clan. They want to cooperate with Fang Yuan and the others. Tang Lank immediately corrected him with a solemn expression. Our Tang clan has nothing to do with this matter. It's just that you and I contacted Fang Yuan and the others privately. If anything happens, only you and I will bear the responsibility. Tang Fongming chuckled, feeling some disdain in his heart. In order to maintain their righteous path status, Tang clan threw out him and Tang Lank as shields. If they were exposed afterwards, they would have a cover. This was a trick of the righteous path. Tang Fongming could understand it. What kind of person is Fong Yuan? He has already seen through Tang clan's tricks. The tributary of the River of Time is near Tang clan's headquarters. It has stayed for 10 days, but even Tang clan's first supreme elder did not show up. Is there any sincerity in such a cooperation? Since we are cooperating, we should make a choice. If we hesitate on both sides, how can we succeed? Tang Fongming muttered in his heart. Tang Lank asked again, "What do you think of Fong Yuan?" He said that he is being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals from the Celestial Court. Is this an exaggeration? Tang Fongming knew that Tang Lang's question had a deeper meaning. His best response was to remain silent. If he said that Fong Yuan was not good, Tang Lang could report it to Tang clan. Tang Fongming's grudge would make Shadow Sect unhappy. He could use this to push the responsibility away. If he said that Fong Yuan was good, Tang Lang could collect this evidence. If this matter was exposed in the future, Tang clan would use them as sacrificial pawns to protect the clan. Tang Lang could then present evidence and say that she was bewitched by a Gu immortal of her clan to lessen her responsibility. Tang Fongming was not a stupid person. He might not have adapted to the situation when he first returned to the clan. But now, he was an expert in the righteous path. However, at this moment, Tang Fongming looked at the gradually disappearing figures of Fong Yuan and the others, complex emotions surging in his heart. He sighed, directly speaking his innermost thoughts. Although I have not seen his heroic battle, after interacting with him for a few days, I can already conclude that his reputation is not just for show. Fong Yuan is a legend of the current generation. He has a graceful demeanor and a grand spirit. He is very admirable. Is a man who goes against heaven. Just based on this point, we are far inferior to him. Joy flashed in Tang Lang's eyes, but she remained silent towards Tang Fongming's words. Fong Yuan was flying rapidly, but he was also thinking about Tang Fongming. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Tang Fongming was a legend in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. His status could almost be compared to Northern Plains Ma Hongyun back then. When Tang Fongming was young, because Tang clan's Gu master higher-up seized power, he was implicated and mercilessly abandoned by Tang clan. He and his sister Tang Miao roamed outside. They suffered a lot. But under the blessing of many fortuitous encounters, he became a Gu immortal, while his sister Tang Miao also became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. In order to rope in a Gu immortal, Tang clan's supreme elders gave up on Tang clan's Gu master higher-ups in exchange for Tang Fongming's return. What happened next proved that the decision of the Tang family's supreme elders was a wise one. After Tang Fongming returned to Tang clan, not only did he help his sister Tang Miao become a Gu immortal, he even actively explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. His exploration of dream realms had a talent and aptitude that ordinary people could not reach. He created his own dream path Gu worms and contributed greatly to the rise of Tang clan. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms appeared everywhere in the world, dream path flourished, and Tang clan took the initiative. Using the power of dream path, they rose up and became the strongest superforce in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. They had great prestige and influence. Even in the 5 regions, they were a top-tier force. Western Desert was shrouded in Tang clan's fame. More and more people called Western Desert's Gu immortal world the golden age of Tang clan. And in Tang clan, the most eye-catching and powerful legend of the current generation was Tang Fongming, who cultivated Dream Path. Now, Ma Hongyun has already been killed by me, but Tang Fongming will grow even faster because of the upcoming cooperation. Comparing the two, it is truly impressive. However, according to the true trajectory of fate, Ma Hongyun was going to die anyway. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. On the Stone Lotus Island, Fong Yuan not only obtained the true inheritance and Spectral Soul's rank 9 immortal essence, he also obtained some precious information from Spectral Souls while using Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven. Spectral Soul revived and successfully infiltrated Celestial Court. Next, the 5 regions' chaotic war began. The Great Era began. Shadow Sect spread its influence all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, manipulating everything in the dark. Ma Hongyun was saved by Shadow Sect many times. He eventually grew to become an iconic figure in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, someone who resisted Celestial Court. And Tang Clan was also secretly supported by Shadow Sect. That was right. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Tang Clan also cooperated with Shadow Sect. The reason why Tang Clan could create the Tang Clan Golden Age was because Shadow Sect supported them from behind the scenes. They wanted to oppose Central Continent's Celestial Court. This was also the main reason why Fang Yuan chose to cooperate with Tang Clan. In Western Desert, Tang Clan was not the only one with a tributary of the River of Time. But compared to the other 2 superforces, Tang Clan had the foundation and sincerity to cooperate. What happened next proved that Fang Yuan's choice was a success. Using Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time, Fang Yuan escaped from the River of Time. Feng Jioge and the rest were still waiting bitterly. But, in the 500 years of my previous life, even if Shadow Sect's plan succeeded and Spectral Soul revived, he did not seem to be able to regain his position as a venerable. Moreover, Shadow Sect's strength was preserved, but Spectral Soul still chose to resist Celestial Court in the dark and supported other forces. This proves that Celestial Court's strength was something that even Spectral Soul could not face head-on. In this life, Spectral Soul's plan failed because of me. His main body was captured. Shadow Sect was battered by wind and rain. Only we are left. Compared to the 500 years of my previous life, the situation is truly terrible. Next, I will probably have to continue Spectral Soul's plan, lurking in the dark and supporting Tang Clan and other forces to find trouble with Celestial Court. But what about Fate Gu? Thinking of this problem, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Gu was not repaired. Because Zombie Alliance was still around, and Spectral Soul, the person who should have died the most, not only did he not die, he even revived. Not only did he revive, he even lurked in Celestial Court, manipulating them in the dark, plotting countless schemes and obstructing Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. But it was different now. The situation in front of Fang Yuan was even worse. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Zombie Alliance was gone, a large number of fate-defying existences were destroyed. It made it easier to repair Fate Gu. Fate Immortal Gu was like a sharp blade hanging above Fang Yuan's head. Spectral Souls will reminded Fang Yuan to be careful of Fate Immortal Gu. If it was really repaired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fang Yuan remembered this warning, but he had no idea how to destroy Fate Immortal Gu. He could not think of a way. Surrender if you can't win? For Shadow Sect, there was no such thing as surrender. For Fang Yuan, it was even more so. In the 500 years of my previous life, I was constantly on the move. I was homeless and homeless. I was schemed against, tortured, and suppressed by Providence. I already had no way out. Providence chose me as a pawn, especially when I did not destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu and used it for myself. I was destined to go against heaven. I had no other choice. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked up at the sky. The boundless sky, the grand Providence. Compared to it, he was so tiny. Going against heaven? Interesting. Fang Yuan smiled silently. Chapter 1448. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Palaces made of white marble stood tall and majestic. The silver-white sky was bright and majestic. Among these palaces, there was a pitch-black hall that was very conspicuous. The plaque in front of the hall had 3 words: Soul Suppression Hall. The aura that seeped out from the palace itself showed how extraordinary this palace was. Undeniably, this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. At the center of Soul Suppression Hall, there were 5 huge pillars. The scarlet pillars were connected by purple gold chains, forming a huge net. And at the center of this net, there was a remnant soul. It was Spectral Soul's main body. Fairy Myrtle stood at the edge of the 5 pillars expressionlessly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were a rank 9 Gu Venerable when you were alive. You were unwilling to die, you defied heaven. Today, you ended up like this, it is all because of your own actions. Do you know your wrongs? Her voice was very clear, it reverberated in the huge palace. In contrast, that remnant soul was silent, not making a sound. Fairy Myrtle continued, back then, you slaughtered the world, harming all living beings to satisfy your selfish desires, you created your own glory. Now that you are a prisoner, are you not going to repent and repent? Do you want to strive for the welfare of the world, to atone for your sins? The remnant soul was silent. Fairy Myrtle sighed, activating the immortal goo house soul suppression hall. Immediately, the majestic aura of the goo worms surged like a tidal wave. The 5 pillars let out bright red light and heat, as if they were made of lava. Countless purple gold chains weaved together to form a giant net. It was a dazzling sight. Spectral Soul's main body started to tremble. As time passed, his trembling became more intense. When the trembling reached a certain level, waves of information were extracted and transmitted to the soul-suppressing hall through the countless purple gold chains. Thus, images appeared on the surface of the pillars. They were like drawings of human skin, showing some scenes of Spectral Soul when he was alive. There were scenes of him cultivating, of him fighting heroically, of him talking to others, and so on and so forth. The entire soul-searching process lasted for the time it took an incense to burn before it came to a stop. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not satisfied. The information that he had obtained was superficial, and there was too little valuable information. In the next moment her gaze turned solemn and she sneered, "You Hun, since ancient times, the winner takes all. Why do you have to do this? You've already lost all hope. Do you still hope that someone will be able to break into the celestial court and save you? So what if you're putting up such a stubborn resistance? Your fate has already been decided, and it can't be changed." Spectral Soul still did not speak. He was like a stubborn piece of metal, a rock. Fairy Myrtle snorted coldly and turned to leave. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the soul-subduing palace slammed shut behind her. Looking at the empty celestial court and the silent palaces, Fairy Myrtle furrowed her brows. Over the past few days, the bad feeling in her heart had become more and more intense. On Feng Jioge's side, Feng Yuan and the others had yet to appear. Not only that, in the Western Desert intelligence gathered by the Celestial Court, there was no mention of anyone forcefully entering the tributary of the River of Time. Everything was calm. But Fairy Myrtle sensed something amiss from this calmness. It is a pity that Spectral Soul has fallen to this state and is still putting up a stubborn resistance. The information I obtained is of no help in deducing the whereabouts of Feng Yuan and the others. He was once a rank 9 venerable after all, a legend at the peak of Soul Path. Even as a remnant soul, he was able to resist the search of soul-subduing palace. He is truly amazing. If I was left with only a remnant soul, not to mention an immortal goo house, I would not even be able to resist a rank 6 immortal goo. Forget it. Even if Spectral Soul does not cooperate, soul-subduing palace can still search his soul, just that the progress is small. But as time passes, there will be a day when all the information on Spectral Soul's body is dug out. As for now, Fairy Myrtle looked at the sky, her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. It is time for the fame of my celestial court to spread throughout the world. Several months after the Battle of the Dream Realm, the celestial court, which was gradually becoming silent, suddenly released a shocking piece of news. The former Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was now a remnant soul, was captured by the celestial court. His heaven-defying scheme was foiled by the celestial court's goo immortals. Once this news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the goo immortal world. Countless goo immortals were shaken. Rank 9 venerables dominated an era. They were invincible existences. To think that the celestial court actually captured a rank 9 venerable. Furthermore, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the heaviest killing intent among all venerables. Even though this was only a remnant soul, it was enough to shock people. Of course, there were voices that questioned the authenticity of the news, but they soon disappeared. The Celestial Court naturally made ample preparations. They listed all sorts of evidence and announced Zombie Alliance, Shadow Sect, as well as the Battle of Tian Mountain and the Battle of the Dream Realm. The evidence was irrefutable and convincing. At once, the whole world's attention was focused on Central Continent's celestial court. The past glory of the celestial court was dug out by countless Gu immortals. It was the #1 force in the Gu immortal world. It had always been the strongest. It was first created by primordial origin immortal venerable. After several generations of immortal venerables, it had never fallen. Even though the 3 demon venerables had attacked the celestial court, they were unable to do anything. It was mysterious, it was strong, it was high above the masses, it was unfathomable. It was the celestial court. Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven. South Desolation Immortal was lying on his bed. His old face still had the last bit of vitality left. Sigh. To think that the great spectral soul demon venerable would die in the hands of the celestial court after his death. South Desolation Immortal sighed deeply. In front of his bed, Yao Huang consoled softly, "Lord South Desolation, you should close your eyes and rest for a while." South Desolation Immortal smiled lightly, "I do not have much lifespan left, I only have a few days left, it is fine. Third Autumn, remember what I told you, after I die, you have to take over the position of South Desolation." "Yes, Lord." South Desolation Immortal had a worried expression on his face. "Eras are changing. The 5 regions have reached an unprecedented stage. I can already feel the turbulent waves of the eras. These are not ordinary waves. They surpass the venerable eras of the past. This is an unprecedented tsunami. Even my longevity heaven, if I make a mistake, I will be destroyed by the tsunami of this era. The celestial court is so powerful, it is definitely our greatest enemy. You need to be careful." "My lord, this junior will keep your words in mind." Southern Border, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain peak. In ancient times, a Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into an immortal zombie. He was attacked by the alliance of super forces here, eventually dying in battle. As time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the boundless spiritual energy along the river, along with the water plants that were washed ashore by the river, it gradually grew into a corpse mountain. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian was hundreds of meters tall. It was close to the whirlpool at the center of the red-yellow river. It had abundant primeval energy and produced huge amounts of resources. It was also a strategic location. At this moment, Wu Yong was standing at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the grand intersection of the red-yellow river. Behind him was Wu clan's Gu immortal, Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen looked at Wu Yong's back, not concealing the reverence in his heart. This Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian originally belonged to Wu clan, but not long ago, it was taken away by Yao clan. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong brought along clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and displayed super strong battle strength, intimidating Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. Moreover, in the following negotiations he successfully obtained the immortal Gu that Southern Border's Righteous Path had lost from the Celestial Court, and Wu Yong distributed most of them to the Righteous Path clans. Because of this, Wu Yong's reputation soared. Although Wu clan suffered heavy losses, they swept away their previous decline and sat firmly on the throne of Southern Border's #1 clan. With a stick in one hand and candy in the other, Wu Yong was successful in every endeavor. In the following days, he successfully took back the lost territories, forcing many Righteous Path forces to retreat. It was almost effortless. Right now, in Wu clan, there were already people who compared Wu Yong to Wu Du Xiu. Wu clan's morale was high. They believed that Wu Yong was wise and could definitely lead Wu clan to continue its glory. Wu Zhen, this Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian is a strategic location. In Wu clan, only you can make me feel at ease. I will leave this place to you. Wu Yong said without turning his head, looking at the whirlpool far away. Yes, I will not disappoint First Supreme Elder. Wu Zhen's tone was slightly trembling. But he paused for a moment before continuing. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian is the last piece of land that our Wu clan has taken back. Should we counterattack now? Wu Yong frowned. He had been secretly plotting a counterattack all this time. But after receiving the information that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul, Wu Yong decided to give up. This time, Wu clan lost many Gu immortals. Since the lost territory has been taken back, we have a huge territory, we are already lacking manpower, now we lack even more. Next, we need to recuperate and nurture Wu clan's descendants to become Gu immortals. Yes, First Supreme Elder is wise, I will remember it. Wu Zhen said respectfully. Right now, Wu Yang's reputation was extremely high, Wu clan's Gu immortals would support his decision. However, we cannot let go of the matter of them offending our Wu clan. Even though we will not expand our territory, we need to compensate them with resources. Wu Yong continued, a trace of battle intent could be heard in his voice. Wu Zhen's expression became excited. First Supreme Elder is wise. Western Desert, Tang clan's headquarters. The might of the Celestial Court is truly shocking. Tang clan's second Supreme Elder was deeply worried. Tang clan's first Supreme Elder glanced at him plainly, he knew why he was here. Earlier, when they cooperated with Fang Yuan and the rest, second Supreme Elder had objected to it. Now that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul was made public, Tang clan's Gu immortals were facing huge pressure. Will the Celestial Court pursue us for cooperating with Fang Yuan and the rest? Second Supreme Elder sighed. So what if they pursue us? So what if they don't? First Supreme Elder smiled. The second Supreme Elder frowned and paced back and forth. Of course it's a win-win situation. We can continue to work with the Shadow Sect. But if they pursue responsibility, our Tang clan is after all a super force in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. We can ally with other clans to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, it had to be kept a secret and not a single trace of evidence could be leaked. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will force us to answer on the basis of justice, and we won't be able to borrow any reinforcements. Also, if we really can't do it, we can only abandon Tang Fangming and Tang Lank. The first Supreme Elder laughed and said, look, you already know how to deal with it, why are you still panicking? The first Supreme Elder retracted his smile and said sternly, if my Tang family wants to rise, we must take such a risk. Riches come from danger. If we do not grab hold of thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm, we would be letting down this immortal fate. As for Tang Fangming and Tang Lan Ku, they were already prepared. Sacrificing for the family is also the best ending for the righteous path. The second elder let out a long sigh. Great Elder is wise. Chapter 1449. Elder Fang Yuan, you are back. Land Spirit of Langya laughed. He opened his arms and walked towards Fang Yuan with large strides. Fang Yuan also laughed. Being able to return to Langya blessed land is like returning home. I feel much more at ease. The two hugged each other, their attitude was very warm. Elder Fang Yuan is now famous in the world, congratulations. Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan with a completely different gaze. Fang Yuan now had rank 8 battle strength. This was his unique battle strength. It was enough for Land Spirit of Langya to pay attention to him. Furthermore, Fang Yuan even escaped from the pursuit of the Celestial Court, safely returning to Langya sect. If this battle result was spread, it would shock the world. From the perspective of Land Spirit of Langya, he was naturally willing to see Fang Yuan and the number 1 human force, the Celestial Court, fall into an abyss of conflict, unable to live under the same sky. The more Fang Yuan was chased by the world, the happier he was. Because he was a hairy man, his obsession was to let hairy men rule the world. Of course, Langya sect's safety was of utmost importance. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan was clean and did not leave any traces for the Celestial Court to track, Land Spirit of Langya would not welcome Fang Yuan like this. Elder Fang Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Land Spirit of Langya asked as they walked. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he said frankly, right now, the situation is very tense, I plan to lay low and rest for a while. I have already inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance and become the new leader of Shadow Sect. As long as I have enough time, I will continue to raise my cultivation level and battle strength. The Celestial Court will not be able to track me down. Speaking of which, it was really thrilling. Fortunately, I had you, the first Supreme Elder, supporting me from behind. The Land Spirit of Langya was embarrassed and could only laugh out loud. He naturally did not fully support Fang Yuan. He only followed the rules of Xianxia sect and helped Fang Yuan refine Gu. If he had given his full support, he would have already sent hairy man Gu immortals to reinforce Fang Yuan. The two of them talked as they walked. Along the way, they saw many hairy man Gu masters. They greeted him with deep respect. The development of the Xianxia sect was also very fast. Ever since the land spirit of Xianxia changed its development strategy and started a war between hairy men in the 3 continents, it encouraged and nurtured many outstanding hairy man Gu masters. These hairy man elites were all chosen and brought to Xianxia blessed land's cloud cover continent to live, and they were taught the next step in their cultivation. Murals of the Xianxia sect's grand elders could be found in every cloud city on the cloud cover continent. In the cloud city that belonged to Fang Yuan, there was a huge stone statue that was several meters tall and had the same appearance and build as him. Thus, Xianxia sect's Gu masters were very familiar with all the Gu immortal elders. After talking for a while, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia parted. The two talked happily. The land spirit of Xianxia was very interested in spectral soul's true inheritance, while Fang Yuan wanted to use Xianxia sect's strength to help him refine immortal Gu. In terms of refinement path, even though Fang Yuan had some strength, he paled in comparison to Xianxia sect. Both sides came to many agreements. The land spirit of Xianxia left in satisfaction. Fang Yuan came to the Gu refinement hall and met with Sixth Hair. "So it is second supreme elder, sorry for not going out to meet you." Sixth Hair smiled. He was haggard and had a haggard expression. His face was ashen. He was in a sorry state. But when he saw Fang Yuan, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. There was love, there was emotion, there was loneliness, and there was also a sigh. Fate was truly mysterious. Once upon a time, Sixth Hair wished that Fang Yuan could die immediately. But now, Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect. He was the only hope of saving Spectral Soul's main body. Since Fang Yuan could protect Wuxia's life, and had irreconcilable enmity with the Celestial Court, Sixth Hair chose to acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. Sixth Hair greets Lord Sect Leader, "Please forgive me for not being able to pay my respects." Sixth Hair transmitted secretly. This was Xianxia blessed land. The land spirit of Xianxia could see everything like a palm print. "It is just a formality, why would I care about this?" Fang Yuan transmitted, "I still need to thank you for your hard work. The immortal Gu you refined helped me greatly. The Celestial Court is my mortal enemy. One day, I will attack the Celestial Court and do my best to save Spectral Soul's main body." Sixth Hair nodded. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he turned around and led the way. "This way, please." Actually, he knew that Fang Yuan's words did not have any guarantees. If Fang Yuan wanted to break the promise, there would be no punishment or price. But people needed a trace of hope in life, even if this hope was very small. Moreover, Sixth Hair was clear that if he did not recruit Fang Yuan, the remaining Shadow Sect Gu immortals would not be the Celestial Court's match. They would be exterminated soon. In fact, there was no need for the Celestial Court to make a move. Because of benefits, Fang Yuan was more likely to take action against the Shadow Sect's remnants. Zishan Makoto already knew about his future situation. In order to preserve as much of the Shadow Sect as possible and preserve hope, he entrusted the entire Shadow Sect to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew about Zishan Makoto's scheme, but he had no choice but to accept it. He even felt joy in his heart. Fang Yuan followed Sixth Hair as they walked for a while, arriving in front of the Refinement Path Immortal Formation. There, a blazing fire was burning, but it gave off a shocking chill. The chill was intense. Soon, Fang Yuan's eyebrows and hair were covered in a layer of white frost. Sect Leader, the refinement of cleansed soul immortal Gu has reached the crucial step. But I have failed several times at this step. My luck is not as good as yours. Sect Leader is more suited to personally refine the last few steps. Sixth Hair transmitted. Next, he started to narrate the steps of the Gu refinement, as well as the important points, as well as his own experiences and insights. Fang Yuan listened attentively, not missing a single word. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was the key to his future cultivation. Almost at the same time, far away in Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. A female Gu master at the peak of rank 5 was also facing a crucial moment in her life. Right now, she was wearing battle armor, her skin was fair, her eyes were like the morning stars, her curved brows were slightly furrowed, she was holding her breath with a solemn expression. We can begin. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao spoke. On the other side, there was a female immortal. It was Su Hao's wife, Li Juning. Zhao Lianyun nodded. She breathed in deeply and started her immortal ascension. In her rank 5 peak stage aperture, primeval essence surged like a raging wave, crashing against the aperture walls. Soon, cracks started to appear on the aperture walls. As the cracks increased, a formless power of heaven and earth lifted Zhao Lianyun's body into the sky. Only when she was 30 meters above the ground did Zhao Lianyun stop. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's eyes were shut. She was concentrating on controlling the primeval essence in her aperture, attacking the aperture walls fiercely. She did not know that in the outside world, as more cracks appeared on the aperture walls, the aura that leaked out was getting denser. 2 huge gusts of qi had already been drawn. Qi surged, causing dark clouds to rumble in the sky and thunder to rumble. Earth qi was vast, causing dust to rise and rumble on the ground. Heaven qi and earth qi were getting denser. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Zhao Lianyun's aperture completely shattered. Immediately, an extremely dense human qi gushed out from her body. Heaven qi, earth qi, and human qi attracted each other, quickly gathering together and wrapping around Zhao Lianyun at the center of the qi giant ball. You have to persevere. Li Juning muttered. Helping Zhao Lianyun to ascend to immortal was not only Spirit Affinity House's mission, it also concerned her and her husband Su Hao's benefits in the sect. Su Hao and Li Juning belonged to the anti-Phoenix faction. They were the most opposed to Feng Jiuge's faction. And Zhao Lianyun was the most crucial person in the anti-Phoenix faction. Su Hao had a solemn and vigilant expression. Zhao Lianyun's immortal ascension was different from others. Because she had divine concealment protecting her, she was shielded from deductions and heavenly calamities and tribulations. Such a situation was unprecedented in immortal ascension. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable had created the original version of divine concealment after becoming a Gu immortal. Thus, Su Hao was very careful. He paid attention to Zhao Lianyun's situation at all times and would help if anything went wrong. However, at this moment, even if Su Hao wanted to help, he could not do so. The 3 qi attracted, the entire process of fusing and controlling it had to be controlled by Zhao Lianyun personally. Others could not interfere. Fortunately, before the immortal ascension, Zhao Lianyun had done a lot of preparation and practice. With the guidance and training of a Gu immortal, she already knew the entire process of immortal ascension like the back of her hand. She could not be more familiar with it. The qi ball where the 3 qi converged became smaller and smaller. This was a joyous change. It proved that Zhao Lianyun was successfully compressing and condensing the 3 qi. A moment later, the 3 qi condensed and compressed to the limit. Zhao Lianyun opened her eyes and shouted, throwing her vital gu into the center of the 3 qi. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears. In an instant, Zhao Lianyun fell into a dazed state. Her eyes were in a daze. At the next moment, she woke up and looked at her aperture. The aperture was no longer there. It was replaced by an immortal aperture. Rank 6 immortal aperture. I succeeded! Zhao Lianyun cried tears of joy. Chapter 1450. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land, Gu Refinement Hall. Love Go, Small Say, Netka. The refinement path Gu formation activated. The eerie blue ice fire had turned into an iceberg. Fang Yuan stood at the periphery of the refinement path immortal formation. He raised his hands and placed his palms on the surface of the iceberg. His eyes were shining brightly. He was concentrating on the Gu refinement. Almost all of his attention was on it. On his body, the auras of all sorts of Gu worms fluctuated. There were mortal Gu auras and immortal Gu auras. He was using a large number of refinement path methods and even killer moves. Under Fang Yuan's hard work, There was still a blue ice fire burning quietly in the iceberg. The goo materials were continuously refined in the fire, the impurities were all removed, only the essence was left. The embryonic form of an immortal goo was forming bit by bit. Sixth Hair, who was standing at the side, was shining with joy. This progress had already surpassed his previous record. This was not because Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was higher than Sixth Hair's, it was because of luck. The main reason was the refinement path method. To think that our sect also had the inheritance of the remote antiquity era's refinement path great expert, Bei Luo. Sixth Hair sighed inwardly. Bei Luo was a famous rank 8 refinement path goo immortal. He was most skilled in ice refinement. Until now, his ice refinement attainment was at the peak of refinement path juniors. What Fang Yuan was using now was Bei Luo's ice refinement killer move. Thus, he surpassed Sixth Hair's previous record. He was only a step away from refining Clean's soul immortal goo. Even though Sixth Hair was a split soul, he was a member of Shadow Sect. But back then, Shadow Sect used the killer move soul replacement to place him in Xianxia Blessed Land. He did not have too many cultivation memories. Because once he had too many of these memories, it would be easy for him to be exposed during the cultivation process. In Xianxia Blessed Land, the land spirit of Xianxia was omniscient and could sense every tiny change in every corner of the Blessed Land. Now that Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect and inherited the entire Shadow Sect inheritance, his goo cultivation foundation grew explosively. This level of growth could be said to be earth-shattering. Even Fang Yuan himself was a little numb. For example, if Fang Yuan's foundation was like a lake in the past, then the legacy of the Shadow Sect was like an ocean. Even the foundation of Xianxia Sect was second to the Shadow Sect. Even though Xianxia Blessed Land had been established for a very long time, its origin was only the rank 8 goo immortal long-hair ancestor. And the founder of the Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had slaughtered the world. Thus, when Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Clean's soul immortal goo's refinement steps, he chose the most suitable goo refinement method from the sea of inheritances in his mind, Bei Luo Ice Refinement Method. Alright, the immortal goo's incomplete form is already more than half complete. Success is close at hand. As time passed, Sixth Hair became increasingly excited. His gaze moved towards Fang Yuan. This man... A complex light flashed in Sixth Hair's eyes. In terms of refinement path, his foundation is very solid and he has great talent. Most importantly, the ice refinement method seems to be especially suitable for him. Sixth Hair evaluated in his mind. There were countless refinement path methods: fire refinement, ice refinement, multiple person refinement, time refinement, and so on. Some people were suitable for fire refinement methods, while some people were extremely compatible with water refinement methods. Fang Yuan also found that the ice refinement method was very suitable for him. It seems that I can practice ice refinement methods in my free time. It seems to be more suitable for my temperament than blood refinement. While thinking, Fang Yuan mobilized goo worms and prepared an immortal killer move. In his immortal aperture, there were already a large number of myriad self-strength path clones. These clones would help him construct killer moves when he refines goo. It was very practical and convenient. When this immortal killer move was activated, Fang Yuan immediately felt a warm sensation coiling around his body, resisting the bone-chilling coldness from the outside world. The intense coldness continued to spread from the iceberg. This was the weakness of the ice refinement method. The goo immortal had to resist the coldness while refining goo. If myriad self did not advance, Fang Yuan would definitely have problems dealing with all aspects at the same time. But with his new self, he was able to overcome this hurdle easily. Just as Fang Yuan was refining goo, far away in central continent, Feng Kim Hong climbed to the peak of a mountain. At dawn, the sky was still dark. There were only a few stars in the sky. Feng Jin Huang's breath turned into mist as she gazed into the distance. Her face was full of worry. In the past, she was young and did not know what it felt like to be worried. She had the protection of goo immortal parents. But now, she tasted setbacks and experienced the hardships of life. Especially recently, Zhao Lianyun had successfully advanced to immortal. This greatly raised the reputation of the anti-Feng faction in Spirit Affinity House. While Feng Jioge was far away in Western Desert, Fairy Bai Qing could not do anything alone. Su Hao and the rest won back a lot of people. From this, Feng Kim Hong experienced hardships and bitterness that she had never experienced before. The sect had a brand new image in her eyes. Sigh. She sat cross-legged on a rock, sighing. She thought of Zhao Lianyun. This person came from behind and snatched away Feng Kim Huang's goal, Spirit Affinity House's fairy position. Now that he had successfully advanced to immortal, he was no longer immortal. The scene of Zhao Lianyun kneeling to Feng Kim Hong was still fresh in her mind. Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. Feng Yuan is also an otherworldly demon. Why do I always lose to otherworldly demons? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts wandered. An unforgettable scene appeared in the deepest part of her mind. At the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, she saw Feng Yuan for the first time. Feng Kim Huang's face heated up. She quickly shook her head, suppressing these scenes and memories into the deepest part of her mind. What's the point of thinking about this? Feng Kim Hong, oh Feng Kim Hong, you need to work harder. You need to work harder and become a Gu immortal in the future. You need to help father and mother. Feng Kim Hong calmed her mind and started to summarize her recent dream realm experience. That was the dream realm of the refinement path great expert Bei Luo. Through this dream realm, my refinement path attainment level has already broken through to great grandmaster level. Senior Bei Luo is most proficient in ice refinement methods. Why don't I give it a try? Feng Kim Hong stretched out her hands. Her 10 fingers moved rapidly, creating layers of finger phantoms. A gust of cold qi immediately circled around her palm, and it became more and more exuberant. Feng Kim Hong was a refinement path great grandmaster with outstanding attainment level. Soon, a Gu worm jumped out of the frost energy lump. This was an ice path rank 3 mortal Gu. After flying out, it landed on Feng Kim Huang's shoulder obediently, not moving at all. Next, a second and third Gu worm flew out. Moreover, the rotation speed also increased from rank 3 to rank 4 and rank 5. Feng Kim Hong showed joy on her face. Her eyes gradually brightened and her hands moved faster. But at the next moment, the frost energy exploded, the Gu refinement failed and Feng Kim Hong suffered a backlash. Oh no! Feng Kim Huang's heart sank, her face turned pale, she subconsciously closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, enduring the incoming damage. But there was no movement. What's going on? Feng Kim Hong slowly opened her eyes. Next, she saw an expert stretch out his hand in front of her. That lump of frost that was about to explode actually condensed into an ice ball in his hand. The expert was really tall. Feng Kim Huang's head was slightly taller than his knees. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He had a majestic posture. His gaze was filled with wisdom. What attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention the most was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. Senior, who are you? Thank you for saving me. Feng Kim Hong quickly bowed. The expert smiled. There are countless refinement path methods, but ice refinement is not suitable for you, Feng Kim Hong. Your personality is lively and cheerful. It is suitable for metal refinement and fire refinement. As for ice refinement, those who are proficient in it have a tough and patient nature. Saying so, the expert lightly clenched his fist, directly extinguishing the frost energy in his palm. Feng Kim Hong was tongue-tied. She knew the power of this lump of frost energy. It could definitely heavily injure a rank 5 Gu master. Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened. Senior, are you a Gu immortal? You know my parents? Feng Kim Hong had interacted with many Gu immortals. Thus she did not feel uncomfortable. Normally speaking, those Gu immortals were amiable. Most of them admired Feng Jioge's reputation. As expected, the expert nodded. Of course I know your parents, but I came here for you. For me? Feng Kim Hong was surprised. That's right. The expert continued. Feng Kim Hong, you will be the future great dream immortal venerable. You are destined to enter the celestial court. You will lead this era. You will shock the world and stand proudly at the peak of Gu immortals. I am the celestial court's Gu immortal Duke Long. I came here to take you as my disciple. I will lead you to the throne of a rank 9 venerable. What? Feng Kim Huang's mouth was wide open. She looked at the expert in front of her in a daze. Duke Long smiled at Feng Kim Hong with a kind and amiable expression. Feng Kim Hong, however, looked at this legendary person who defeated Spectral Soul with an expression of, "I suspect you are a swindler." She did not know Duke Long. Duke Long's appearance was familiar to the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects, but Feng Kim Hong was a mortal after all. There was a layer between them. Immortals and mortals were two different worlds. "Uncle, do you know that since ancient times, only 10 people have become Gu venerables? I know about Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy, but why am I Great Dream Immortal Venerable?" Feng Kim Hong asked. "Don't doubt yourself." Duke Long smiled. "You are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. When you were young, a Dream Path Immortal Gu came to you. That was a sign. Your life was supposed to be smooth sailing and dazzling. Unfortunately, there were some hiccups in the process. Those otherworldly demons who are not part of fate snatched your fortuitous encounters. For example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, or the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But these are not important. Fate Immortal Gu will be completely restored after 10 years. You will definitely become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, because this is all predestined." Duke Long said this with a solemn expression. His gaze was firm, as if he was speaking the truth. No matter what kind of existence it was, it could not be shaken or changed. Chapter 1451. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The shattered ice pieces were scattered on the ground. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan held his chest, forcefully coughing out the blood clots in his heart and lungs. These blood clots had condensed into a small lump, emitting an intense chill. Fang Yuan's expression was also not normal. His face was greenish-blue. He had suffered great injuries. The Gu refinement had failed. Just a moment ago, the huge iceberg had exploded. Fang Yuan had endured the backlash. Immortal Gu man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated the Immortal Gu, and at the next moment, he returned to the state before the accident occurred. The greenish-blue color on his face disappeared, and the injuries on his body were almost all gone. But there was still a large amount of frost energy condensed in his body, making him feel quite uncomfortable. This frost energy was not caused by the Gu refinement failure, but was formed by the corrosion of the frost energy during the entire Gu refinement process, accumulating. Because it took a long time, using man as before Immortal Gu did not have much effect. Speaking of which, my healing methods mainly rely on man as before Immortal Gu. This rank 6 Immortal Gu is very useful. Among the inheritances of Shadow Sect, there are many killer moves that use this as the core. In time, when I successfully construct these killer moves and train them to maturity, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since there is man as before Immortal Gu, why is there no Gu as before Immortal Gu? A Gu worm that healed Gu worms. This could be used. If there is an Immortal Gu like Gu as before, can I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move that can help me refine Gu? If I really had such a killer move, I could have used it just now to recover my losses and return to the last and most crucial step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to investigate the Shadow Sect true inheritances stored in his mind. The contents of the Shadow Sect true inheritances could be said to be vast. After Fang Yuan read through them, he found that his idea had already been thought of by predecessors. There were many Gu immortals who thought of this. Most were refinement path Gu immortals, but there were also time path Gu immortals. In many inheritances, there were also the results of the seniors regarding Gu as before Immortal Gu. They were all incomplete Immortal Gu recipes. None of them had been successfully derived. Very difficult to achieve. For most Gu immortals, man as before Immortal Gu's usage range was not very wide. Rank 6 man as before had very little effect on rank 7 Gu immortals. The activation often failed. The rank 7 man as before Immortal Gu was not very effective for most rank 7 Gu immortals. Unless the target was a time path Gu immortal with time path Dao marks, Not only would it not restrict man as before immortal goo, it would also not amplify its power. Man as before immortal goo was already like this, goo as before was even more difficult. Using goo as before to restore mortal goo had little meaning to goo immortals. Because at goo immortals level, they did not lack mortal goo. Mortal goo were only a matter of quantity to goo immortals. Of course, lifespan goo was an exception. But using goo as before to restore an immortal goo was much more difficult than restoring a goo immortal. Because every immortal goo was a great Tao fragment of their respective path. The conflict between immortal goo of different paths was very serious. Immortal goo could cooperate with each other, but when used on immortal goo, it was a different concept. Unless there was an advantage in terms of rank. For example, using rank 7 goo as before immortal goo to restore a rank 6 goo worm was still possible. If it was between rank 7, it would definitely fail. Goo as before's concept was very good, but it was too difficult to implement. There were many goo immortals who had such inspiration. Among them were Refinement Path Great Grandmasters and Time Path Great Grandmasters. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they did not succeed. Goo as before could not be used, but Feng Yuan had other methods. For example, some Refinement Path Immortal Goo formations. These immortal goo formations had the effect of reversing time for a short period of time. If there was any mistake, the goo immortal could activate the immortal formation and start again. In Shadow Sect's inheritance, there were more than 10 immortal goo formations of this type. But every one of them had the same weakness. Some used too much immortal essence, some had a limited number of reversing time, and some were only limited to refining rank 6 immortal goo. The highest form of this immortal goo formation was Immortal Goo House Regret Pool. One of the world's 3 pools, it was famous. It is a pity that be it Regret Pool or those immortal goo formations, I have the inheritance but lack suitable immortal goo. Feng Yuan sighed. He had the awkwardness of a clever housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Actually, in his current situation, there were many paths in front of him. Ordinary people would be overjoyed when they obtained an immortal opportunity and inherited a predecessor's inheritance. Their cultivation path would also become brighter and brighter. Feng Yuan's Shadow Sect inheritances were accumulated by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and after his death, he plundered them for 100,000 years. It could be seen that Feng Yuan had obtained a vast number of inheritances. He naturally had countless choices in his cultivation. Among these choices, Soul Path, Time Path, Earth Path, Space Path, and other options were extremely tempting. Because they were all venerable inheritances, any one of them could cause chaos in the 5 regions. Goo immortals would fight over them. With these in hand, Feng Yuan's future would be extremely bright, it could be imagined. But the biggest help to Feng Yuan were not these new choices. Because even though these choices had great prospects and were very tempting, the time, energy, and resources they consumed were astronomical figures. The biggest help to Feng Yuan was Wisdom Goo. With the light of wisdom, it was an unparalleled help to his cultivation. Feng Yuan had already tasted the benefits of this, he had a deep impression of it. And to obtain Wisdom Goo's recognition again, he would need to use his original rank 6 immortal zombie body. Feng Yuan already had a way to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, he only lacked the core immortal goo cleanse soul. In the end, he still needed to refine cleanse soul immortal goo. Regretfully, he had already tried over 10 times to refine cleanse soul immortal goo, but they all ended in failure. Although the ice refinement method suits me, I have not spent much effort on refinement path. But I did not spend too much effort on refinement path, and these last few steps are too difficult. Feng Yuan sighed. That's right. Sixth Hair came to Feng Yuan's side, sighing as he looked at the shattered ice on the ground. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low, it was a bottomless pit. Only the current Feng Yuan had the foundation and determination to refine cleanse soul immortal goo with all his might. Feng Yuan had another concern now. Someone had already refined cleanse soul immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, he would not be able to refine it no matter what. However, this situation could also be detected to a certain extent. The entire process of refining the immortal goo was flawless, but at the moment of success, the immortal goo would mysteriously fail and collapse. This situation meant that Clean's soul immortal goo had already been refined by someone else. But Clean's soul immortal goo's immortal goo recipe was rather secretive. It had a limited range of circulation, and it had not been long since it died, so Feng Yuan's hope was quite high. Maybe we can modify the last few steps. We can use Snow Lotus Essence to replace those Ice Path immortal materials. Sixth Hare muttered. Modify the immortal goo recipe? Feng Yuan muttered, nodding slightly. The last few steps were too difficult. After changing the immortal materials, these few steps could be broken down in detail. Although it would prolong the entire goo refinement process in time, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. Then let's modify the immortal goo recipe first. Feng Yuan thought for a while before making up his mind. Modifying an immortal goo recipe was not something that could be done casually. It needed to be tested continuously. The process was very risky and would consume a lot of resources. But a rank 7 immortal material like Snow Lotus Essence is very rare. It is rarely seen in the market of jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan was slightly worried. Sixth Hare laughed. No worries, this immortal material is abundant in snowman tribes. Don't forget that we have already joined the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. I have already inquired about it. The snowman tribe in the Northern Icy Plain has many Snow Lotus Essence. Then let's purchase as much as we can. Feng Yuan relaxed and his brows relaxed. Although he had few immortal yuan stones now, Shadow Sect's inheritances were simply too vast. Taking out some of them could cause a bloodbath. Thus, Feng Yuan was not afraid that the snowman tribe would not be moved. I must get the Snow Lotus Essence. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Chapter 1452. Genius 1 second remember love? Go. Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Over a month later. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. In the sky, a Taoist temple was floating above the clouds. The aura of immortal goo permeated everywhere. This Taoist temple was Spirit Affinity House's Time Path Immortal Goo House, Sun and Moon Temple. The decorated archway, main hall, and side halls were connected into one. This Taoist temple was one of Spirit Affinity House's foundation. It was most proficient in making goo immortal cultivation convenient. Normally, Sun and Moon Temple was kept in the hands of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders. They would take turns to manage it and assist in their cultivation. But at this moment, Sun and Moon Temple was placed in the sky. Moreover, it was activating its power. Every corner of the Taoist temple, every brick and tile, was emitting the faint light of the sun and moon. The magnificent radiance shone on the surrounding clouds, making it seem like auspicious clouds were rising and colorful. It was a magnificent scene of an immortal. In the main hall of the Taoist temple, goo immortals were already gathered. Almost all of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were present. Feng Jioge, Fairy Bai Qing, Su Hao, Li Juning, and even the newest goo immortal, the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun. But at this moment, the main character was not any one of them, but Feng Kim Hong. Feng Jin Huang was dressed in plain clothes, neat and tidy, and her little face was full of solemnity. She knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards Duke Long, who was sitting on the main seat. That's right, this was Feng Kim Huang's disciple ceremony. Normally speaking, Feng Kim Hong, who had already joined a sect, would find it hard to take a goo immortal outside of the sect as her master. Love go, small, say, neck. But what kind of person was Duke Long? Everyone in Spirit Affinity House obeyed. They even cheered. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders even discussed that everything would be done according to the highest standards. They would spread the news with great fanfare and raise their sect's prestige. However, this suggestion was rejected by Duke Long. Duke Long's instructions were, everything should be simple, don't be ostentatious, but the standards should not be too low. Spirit Affinity House's first supreme elder personally presided over the ceremony. She spent a lot of effort to look through ancient texts. She used the ancient disciple ceremony of Duke Long's era as reference. She spent a lot of effort. Duke Long didn't reveal anything on his face, but he was quite satisfied with this apprenticeship ceremony. When his gaze landed on Feng Kim Hong, there was a gratified look in his eyes. After kowtowing, Feng Kim Hong stood up, took out a cup of tea, and handed it to Duke Long with both hands. In the silent hall, Feng Kim Hong spoke in a crisp voice, "Lord Duke Long, please accept a cup of golden jade morning dew tea." Duke Long took the cup and opened the lid. Instantly, the tea emitted a dazzling and warm golden glow, illuminating the top of the temple above the immortals' heads, making it look brilliant. Duke Long slowly closed his eyes, he raised the cup to his nose and lightly sniffed. The fragrance of the tea was indistinct, but it revealed an extremely refreshing smell. It was like the smell of dew on the grass in the early morning of spring, pure and flawless, but also gave off a bright and lively aura. "This tea is not bad." Duke Long smiled lightly, he slowly opened his eyes and took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, it was truly extraordinary. Even Duke Long, looking at his entire life, felt that this was a superb tea that was hard to come by. "Feng Kim Hong, you are a refinement path great grandmaster. Your tea is naturally extraordinary. Good, from today onwards, you are my second disciple." Once he said this, the hall immediately went into a commotion. All the Gu immortals smiled happily, even Su Hao and Li Jun-ing were no exception. "Play the immortal music." Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder lightly called out. At the next moment, bright and beautiful immortal music started playing. It did not lose its majesty and grandeur. "Disciple pays respects to master." Feng Kim Hong kowtowed on the ground again. This time, he could call Duke Long master and call himself disciple. At this point, the apprenticeship ceremony that lasted for over 2 hours finally ended. The significance of the ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were flushed with excitement. They could not conceal their expressions. This was the disciple of the leader of the Celestial Court, Lord Duke Long. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. Fairy Bai Qing, as Feng Kim Huang's mother, shed tears of excitement on the spot. Feng Jioga stood beside her, lightly holding his wife's hand, feeling extremely gratified. "From tomorrow onwards, Feng Kim Hong will follow me to the Celestial Court to cultivate. Feng Jioga and Bai Qing, stay behind, the rest can leave." Duke Long waved the immortals away, leaving behind Feng Kim Huang's parents. Feng Jioga, Bai Qing, pays respects to Lord Duke Long. The two came forward and bowed respectfully. Duke Long nodded slightly. After glancing at Fairy Bai Qing, his gaze stopped on Feng Jioga. "The mission to capture and kill Feng Yuan failed?" Duke Long spoke with a plain tone. "Feng Jioga, I am ashamed." Several months ago, Feng Jioga and the rest had been waiting at the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, but how could they have waited for Feng Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Myrtle also sensed something amiss, and because of the important matter of Feng Kim Hong becoming her disciple, she summoned Feng Jioga back to Central Continent. But the other two Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals remained in Western Desert, and started to set up an immortal Gu formation. Duke Long continued, "Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and the only complete otherworldly demon in the world. He is definitely a great enemy of the Celestial Court, and also a target that you, Feng Jioga, have to eliminate in your life. I have only taken in 2 disciples in my life. I am sure you know the meaning behind this." "That's right, Feng Kim Hong is Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, and you, Feng Jioga, are her Tao protectors." "What? I am Huang Heir's Tao protectors?" Feng Jioga was surprised. "This is a heavenly secret, it cannot be revealed. But this matter has already been discovered by Shadow Sect. It does not matter. The great era is coming, Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born this time, and there will be an unprecedented change in this world. Feng Yuan will be an obstacle to my Celestial Court, and also an unavoidable mortal enemy in your lives. You have to shoulder the heavy responsibility that fate has entrusted to you, and lead the world into a new era." Duke Long said this and paused for a while, giving the 3 people time to react and accept this. After a while, Feng Kim Huang's family of 3 calmed down. Duke Long then said to Feng Kim Hong, Huang Er is my disciple. From now on, you will follow me and receive my guidance. You will be separated from your parents for some time. Your family can reminisce here. Tomorrow at dawn, I will pick you up and bring you to the celestial court. Duke Long instructed before vanishing from his seat. Huang Er, I did not expect you to be the chosen one. When you arrive at the celestial court, you need to cultivate hard. You are shouldering the heavy responsibility of this era. The welfare of the world is in your hands. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes were red. She was reluctant to part with them. Mother, I still cannot accept this. All of this feels like a dream. Feng Kim Hong threw himself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace. Ever since I heard that Lord Duke Long wanted to take you in as a disciple, I more or less expected you to be like this. But I did not expect your father to be your Dao protector. Fairy Bai Qing sighed. Father, mother, what is a Dao protector? Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Feng Jioga explained. Throughout history, when an immortal venerable or demon venerable grows up, there will always be a Dao protector. Every path protector plays a vital role in the growth of a venerable one. Feng Kim Hong asked again. Master said he took in 2 disciples. I am the second, that means there is another one above me? Who is he? Feng Jioga and Fairy Bai Qing's expressions changed slightly. The two quickly looked at each other. Fairy Bai Qing solemnly instructed Feng Kim Hong. Huang Er, this is a taboo. When you arrive at the celestial court, do not mention it. Especially in front of your master. But Feng Kim Hong was even more curious. At this time, Feng Jioga answered, because Duke Long's first disciple is the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history, who is also your eldest senior brother in name. Chapter 1453. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. This is the Snow Lotus Essence? Fang Yuan looked at the immortal material in his hand and clicked his tongue in admiration, his gaze revealing an admiring emotion. The Snow Lotus Essence was very exquisite. It was only the size of an adult's fist. It had pink petals and bright red stamens. The entire surface of the flower was covered in a layer of ice that was as thick as a fingernail. This layer of ice was very pure. It was transparent and flawless. It emitted waves of coldness. This coldness was not the bone-chilling coldness of icy winds. It was the coldness of spring. Even though it was cold, it was filled with vitality. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this rank 7 immortal material. Because it was very rare, even in jewel yellow skies, it was a scarce commodity. It was because this kind of immortal material was only produced in large-scale snowman tribes. But in the current 5 regions, humans were the dominant race. Their position was unshakable. All variant human races were forced to the corners of the world, struggling at death's door. Fang Yuan was able to easily obtain this immortal material because of the variant human alliance's good fortune. Not only did it allow Fang Yuan to obtain Snow Lotus Essence, he even obtained a lot of it. I did not expect the Snowman tribe to have so many Snow Lotus Essence hoarded. I am very surprised by the number. Sixth Hare stood at the side and sighed. Snow Lotus Essence is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. If it is sold, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Unfortunately, this world uses fists to reason. The Snowman tribe is afraid of exposing themselves, so every once in a while, they will carefully sell some immortal materials like Snow Lotus Essence. Fang Yuan said with a penetrating gaze. That is indeed the case. Sixth Hare nodded. Actually, our Langya sect also has such resources. They are not commonly seen in the human goo immortal world. But we cannot casually take them out. We are afraid of exposing ourselves and exposing clues, attracting the attacks of human goo immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He saw some business opportunities. Maybe in the future, he could be a middleman. After all, he was also a human. He really needed these benefits. After all, he had been refining goo frequently recently. Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort. Even though most of the contents were replaced by inheritances, in the future, be it him or the other goo immortals of Shadow Sect, they still needed to cultivate and develop their immortal apertures. Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hare and shook his head slightly. Of course, he knew that Sixth Hare's words were full of deep meaning. Since he had brought up this matter, not only was he reminding Fang Yuan, but he was also using an implicit method to volunteer himself. If Fang Yuan wanted to plot in this area in the future, then he would mediate and help Fang Yuan fight for the rights and interests in this area. But at this moment, this was not the main point. Right now, I want to refine cleanse soul immortal goo as soon as possible. Since we have obtained the snow lotus essence, let's start modifying the immortal goo recipe. You and I will modify it separately first, then we will gather and learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, finally obtaining the best goo recipe. Fang Yuan instructed Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair did not forget to put on an act and deceive the land spirit of Xianxia. Then how much sect contribution points can you give me? After some haggling, Sixth Hair obtained a satisfactory price. Fang Yuan also left the goo refinement hall and returned to his cloud city. He had personally tested the snow lotus essence. It was like what Sixth Hair had recommended. It was indeed an excellent immortal material. The flower's nature was cold and stable, but there was a warm vitality in it. It was very good to use it to replace the flowing fire rock core in the original immortal goo recipe. The main reason was that Fang Yuan used the ice refinement method. The snow lotus essence was naturally much closer to the ice refinement method than the flowing fire rock core. An immortal goo could have many different immortal goo recipes. To achieve the same goal, there was not only one path. And when an immortal goo recipe was placed in the hands of a goo immortal with deep refinement path attainment, he or she would first distinguish which goo refinement method was closer to the immortal goo recipe and increase the chances of success. And in the following goo refinement process, the goo immortal might discover that some steps in the immortal goo recipe were not suitable for them, or that the immortal materials could be replaced with better ones. This would increase the success rate of the goo refinement. What Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair needed to do now was to do this. But the main task of modifying the immortal goo recipe was still left to Sixth Hair. After all, Sixth Hair's refinement path attainment was much higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan was more outstanding in his wisdom path attainment and wisdom path methods. The only pity was that whether it was Fang Yuan or Sixth Hair, their soul path attainment was very ordinary. In the following days, Fang Yuan modified the cleanse soul immortal goo recipe while cultivating Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley. He used these two secluded domains of heaven and earth to cultivate his soul path again. His cultivation progress was extremely fast. Even Fang Yuan felt it was inconceivable. As expected of the sacred land of soul path. Of course, the most important thing is these cultivation methods. These are the contents of spectral soul's true inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed. Back then, spectral soul demon venerable had also cultivated in these two secluded domains of heaven and earth. He had created a complete and comprehensive cultivation method that complemented each other and progressed step by step. Fang Yuan was merely following the instructions. When he was in Western Desert, he had used burning soul-bursting luck, causing his soul path cultivation progress to fall to its initial state. But in just a few days, he had almost recovered. His efficiency was simply shocking. This is only because I lack the crucial immortal goo. I cannot use many immortal killer moves. I can only use those mortal methods. Thankfully, my sovereign immortal body does not have Dao marks to restrict me. Mortal methods are also more effective. Fang Yuan cultivated soul path, accumulating his soul foundation once again. His main goal was to refine cleanse soul immortal goo. Once burning soul bursting luck was used, his luck would rise sharply. It had a miraculous effect on refining immortal goo. As for burning soul bursting luck, it was not that it was useless, but there were too many people whose luck was connected. It needed to be split before it could be used on Fang Yuan. It was far inferior to Fang Yuan using burning soul bursting luck to consolidate his own luck. There was another reason. Wuxia himself had lead soul into dream. If his soul path foundation was too low, this killer move's power would be limited. Of course, Fang Yuan was definitely going to obtain this killer move in the future. Now that he was in Xianxia Blessed Land, he was not in a hurry to do so. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in Xianxia Blessed Land. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair gathered their results. They obtained the improved initial version of the immortal goo recipe. There was nothing much to say. They continued to refine goo. First time, failure. Second time, failure. Third time, failure. Large amounts of immortal materials were expended, but the results were not zero. During the process of failure, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair modified the immortal goo recipe again, perfecting it to the limits of their abilities. During the fourth goo refinement, Fang Yuan used burning soul-bursting luck, causing his luck to rise sharply. This time, at the final juncture, he still ended up regretfully. Fifth time, failure. Sixth time, failure. Seventh time, eighth time, ninth time. Fang Yuan continued to try, he persevered. After each failure, he would practice his refinement path techniques. He would enter the 2 sacred lands of soul path, using the secret methods in spectral soul's true inheritance to rapidly raise his foundation. After his soul path foundation reached a certain level, Fang Yuan used burning soul-bursting luck once, before attempting to refine goo again. 13th time, failure. 14th time, failure. 15th time, success. Success came unexpectedly and suddenly. It was as if Fang Yuan had suddenly obtained cleansed soul immortal goo with both hands. He succeeded after 15 attempts, including Sixth Hair's previous failures. He had a total of 30 attempts. He spent an enormous amount of resources just to refine such a tiny rank 6 immortal goo. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have gone bankrupt already. Even the previous Fang Yuan, who had the sovereign immortal aperture, could not bear such a price. If not for him inheriting Shadow Sect's true inheritance, having a target to sell to Xianxia sect, having the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence, and the wholehearted support of a refinement path goo immortal, Fang Yuan would not have succeeded because of these factors. Chapter 1454. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It looked like a tadpole, but was the size of Fang Yuan's fist. It was gray-white in color and was floating above Fang Yuan's palm. I finally refined it. It was not easy. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Goo Immortal's refining goo was truly a huge gamble. Fang Yuan tried close to 30 times before barely succeeding. The amount of resources consumed was already a very large figure. Fang Yuan naturally could not take out such resources. He used Shadow Sect's inheritance to exchange for Xianxia sect's sect contribution points, and then used these sect contribution points to exchange for abundant resources from Xianxia sect's treasury. But among these, the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence was not included. The facts before him proved that this rank 7 immortal material was indeed of great help to Fang Yuan. The immortal goo recipe had been modified. It was indeed better than before, or rather, it was more suitable for Fang Yuan to refine goo. The only thing lacking was that this cleansed soul immortal goo was only rank 6. If it were rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo, he could directly construct an immortal killer move and begin to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Although rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo could be used, the effect was minimal. He would need at least 8 years to completely resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Of course, this was under the condition that time path methods were not taken into consideration. If time path methods were used, Fang Yuan estimated that 8 years could be reduced to 3 years. 3 years referred to the time of the 5 regions. This was the limit of what Fang Yuan could achieve at the moment. 3 years is too long. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. If he used rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo, he would need at most half a year to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. The half a year here naturally referred to the time of the outside world. However, to refine rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo was much harder than refining rank 6 cleansed soul. Moreover, this rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo had to be used as the main material in the refinement. After all, immortal goo were unique. Since rank 6 cleansed soul existed, there would not be rank 7, 8, or even 9 cleansed soul immortal goo in the world. But this way, the risk would be much higher than before. Previously, when Fang Yuan failed in the goo refinement, he only destroyed some immortal materials. But if he failed this time, rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo might be destroyed. He would have to start all over again. Of course, Fang Yuan had blood asset immortal goo. He might be able to break even. In the process of goo refinement, it was unknown if he could protect rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo. However, this method still required Fang Yuan to research. Fang Yuan had Blood Path Realm, but Refinement Path Realm was a bit awkward. Lord Sect Leader, are we going to continue refining? Maybe I can change my vital goo and replace Cleanse Soul with my own vital immortal goo. Sixth Hair transmitted. After exchanging for vital immortal goo, Cleanse Soul immortal goo would fail repeatedly in the process of advancing to rank 7, but as long as Sixth Hair did not die, it would exist. At most it would be heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, Fang Yuan refused. That's not appropriate. Not to mention that changing vital immortal goo was very dangerous and would cause great harm to oneself. Just the land spirit of Langyur alone was not easy to deceive. With our relationship on the surface, there is no need for you to make such a huge sacrifice. Then let someone else exchange for the vital immortal goo. Wuxia and He Lulan can be considered. I suggest Wuxia. Sixth Hair suggested in private. This was a good suggestion indeed. Bai Ningbing was the first to be eliminated. Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin were not as reliable as He Lulan and Wuxia. They were also eliminated. Wuxia was a split soul of spectral soul, while He Lulan was bound by the alliance agreement and could not betray him. Comparing the two, Wuxia was naturally better. After all, he had extraordinary soul path attainment. Moreover, in the future, after Fang Yuan took lead soul into Dream, Cleanse Soul immortal goo would be able to replenish some of his strength. Fang Yuan, however, still shook his head. Cleanse Soul immortal goo was refined by him using all sorts of methods. How could he give it away so easily? He would at most lend it to others. Moreover, Cleanse Soul immortal goo was very useful. It could be used in soul path cultivation. It could make up for some of the shortcomings of Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan had already decided to keep it in his hands. However, Sixth Hair's words reminded him of something. Even though I am the leader of Shadow Sect, my control over the sect is rather poor. Bai Ningbing is not under my control. We can only be considered allies who make use of each other. Lady White Rabbit has a good impression of me, and because of the true inheritance, she is following me. Fairy Miao Yin also cultivates the true inheritance. She is being chased by Southern Border's righteous path. She can only follow me. He Lulan is bound by the alliance agreement and cannot betray us, but she has huge ambitions and will not be satisfied with the current situation. She just cannot resist for now. As for Wuxia and Sixth Hair, they are spectral souls, split souls. They are constantly thinking about saving their main body. But this hope is too slim. They are too weak. They can only rely on me. If Fang Yuan listened to Sixth Hair and gave Cleanse Soul immortal goo to Wuxia, what if they had a chance to save Spectral Soul's main body in the future, but it did not go according to Fang Yuan's plan? Wuxia and Sixth Hair's choice would not be biased towards Fang Yuan. By then, wouldn't Fang Yuan's action of giving Wuxia Cleanse Soul immortal goo be a foolish act of giving aid to the enemy? Thus, Fang Yuan told Sixth Hair another plan. Even though it is only a rank 6 Cleanse Soul immortal goo, there is a unique method in Shadow Sect's inheritance that can succeed. But it requires the sacrifice of a rank 7 goo immortal soul. Sixth Hair was dazed before becoming nervous. Sect leader is thinking? You are wanted by Northern Plains Longevity Heaven and the Huang Jin tribes. Don't worry, I know what to do. Fang Yuan smiled as he patted Sixth Hair's shoulder, walking away slowly. Early morning sunlight shone through the window and into the house. Murong Qingxi was in a good mood. She was humming a song as she sat in front of the table, playing with the flowers in the pot. The flowers were in full bloom, their bright red petals bathed in the sunlight, appearing delicate and joyous. Today was a joyous day for Murong Qingxi, because her lover, Zhe Liang, according to the previous agreement, would officially come to Murong clan's headquarters on this day to propose marriage. The two had not known each other for long. Murong Qingxi was a female immortal of Murong tribe, while Yun Liang was a famous lone cultivator in Northern Plains, known as Young Master Yun. Even though they had heard of each other for a long time, the first time they met was in He tribe's Iron Eagle-blessed land. Because of the immortal material affinity wood, the two had a conflict. Affinity wood was a type of rootless wood that grew in the air. It was very fragile and could not be interfered with during the harvesting process, otherwise the valuable immortal material would be destroyed. When Murong Qingxi found the affinity wood, young Master Yun Liang had already started harvesting the affinity wood. Murong Qingxi did not attack, instead waiting for him to finish harvesting. Yun Liang was also very gentlemanly. He expressed his willingness to spar with Murong Qingxi. The winner would get all the affinity wood. Fate was truly a mystical thing. Like this, the two got to know each other, and in the following days, because of coincidences, they met more often. As time passed, they gradually developed feelings for each other and even decided to marry each other. Unfortunately, their identities were an obstacle to their union. The woman was a Gu immortal of a Huangjin tribe, while the man was a lone cultivator. Their affair was exposed. They were anxious and worried. But soon, the situation unexpectedly took a turn for the better. After Longevity Heaven learned of this situation, it actually approved Yun Liang and Murong Qingxi's marriage. As it turned out, due to the power of the Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven started to make arrangements to deal with the upcoming wave of the Great Era. To unite as many Gu Immortals as possible in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, Longevity Heaven was happy to see such a marriage. Yun Liang could be said to be a symbol among lone immortals. Him marrying into Murong tribe, one of the Huangjin tribes, had great political significance. If it succeeded, Longevity Heaven would even encourage this matter in the future. Murong Qingxi naturally did not know the considerations of the higher-ups. She only felt surprised and joyful, and was even more grateful to Longevity Heaven, rejoicing that love was not easy to come by. Yun Liang is proposing today. The immortal materials should have been prepared. I have checked the list of gifts. There are no problems. The clan's supreme elders have also received orders from Longevity Heaven. They will not obstruct it. As long as the marriage proposal succeeds, they will prepare for the wedding in a month. But why is there an indescribable sense of unease lingering in my heart? Murong Qingxi's delicate brows slightly furrowed. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling an indescribable sense of unease. Am I worrying about personal gains and losses because of happiness? There is no problem. What obstruction can there be? Or is it because my heart is filled with happiness, so it feels a little unreal? On Murong Qingxi's cheeks, two blushing red clouds rose. She laughed. At once, the room was filled with light. But at the next moment, she suddenly stiffened, her face turning pale. At this moment, the Soul Lantern Gu and Life Tablet Gu in her immortal aperture shattered. These two Gu worms were the tokens that she and Yun Liang had specially exchanged for. Yun Liang No way. This is impossible. Chapter 1455. Murong Qingxi's desperate action immediately attracted the attention of the other clan's Gu immortals. What happened? Looking at Murong Qingxi's expression, it doesn't look good. Qingxi, wait, why are you so anxious? A clan's Gu immortal asked, but Murong Qingxi did not answer. Her mind was focused on rushing forward. Her heart was filled with fear and panic. She wanted to find out the truth. Let's go and take a look. Today is the day that Yun Liang came to propose, and Murong Qingxi is so anxious. Could it be? Soon, 3 Gu immortals flew out of Murong clan's headquarters and followed Murong Qingxi. Murong Qingxi's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu were broken. She could not use them to locate Yun Liang. However, she knew the route that Yun Liang would take to Murong clan. She only needed to follow this route now. After half a cup of tea's time, a messy battlefield suddenly appeared in Murong Qingxi's vision. Her body suddenly trembled, and she quickly descended. Yun Lang? Yun Lang? Where are you? Murong Qingxi called out repeatedly, but only the sound of the wind responded to her on the battlefield full of holes. Oh no! A huge battle happened here. How could this be? The 3 Murong clan Gu immortals who rushed over saw this scene and immediately realized the severity of the situation. They quickly joined in the search. The 4 Gu immortals turned the battlefield upside down and finally found something. An information path Mortal Gu was buried deep underground. It seemed to be a message left behind by Yun Liang before his death. Qingxi, you need to be mentally prepared. Murong clan's Gu immortals looked at Murong Qingxi worriedly. Her condition was clearly not good. Looking at this information path Mortal Gu, Murong Qingxi's expression was dazed. She felt great fear in her heart. But in the end, she stretched out her trembling hands and held this information path mortal goo in her palms. Next, Murong Qingxi focused her mind and looked at the contents for a moment before shouting, "Fang Yuan, I swear I will not forgive you." Her voice was extremely mournful and filled with hatred, causing the other Murong clan Gu immortals to feel fear. At the next moment, Murong Qingxi vomited a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. However, the anger and sorrow in his heart were too heavy, and he vomited blood and fainted. Several Murong clan Gu immortals were flustered, quickly supporting Murong Qingxi. It wasn't a big deal to check his injuries, but he had been traumatized. The few of them discussed for a while and decided not to wake her up for the time being. Falling into a deep sleep was not without its benefits. Next, the Gu immortals inspected the contents of the Gu worms. This crucial information path mortal Gu recorded the scene of Yun Liang's final battle. His opponent was an ancient sword serpent. This ancient sword dragon could use immortal killer moves. It also had a strong defensive method that could counter immortal attacks. His identity was obvious. The Gu immortals immediately thought of a name, Lu Guanyi. But what relationship did this Lu Guanyi have with Fang Yuan? The three Murong clan Gu immortals continued to read before coming to a realization. It turned out that in the final battle, the ancient sword serpent had transformed into a human form. It was Lu Guanyi, and he had dealt a fatal blow to Zhiliang. Zhiliang cursed, "Lu Guanyi, I have no enmity with you, but you harmed my life. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost." Lu Guanyi sneered, "It is a pity, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Go to hell." "Oh right, Lu Guanyi is only my fake name, my real name is Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan? Zhiliang's gaze gradually lost focus. Fang Yuan sneered, "It is your honor to know my real name before I die. Because in the future, my name will resound throughout heaven and earth. I will shake all living beings." Cold, cruel, and domineering aura assaulted the three Murong clan Gu immortals. So Lu Guanyi is Fang Yuan is Lu Guanyi, they are the same person. Damn it. Lu Guanyi, no, Fang Yuan, he actually dared to kill Zhiliang, he is looking down on our Murong clan. One of the Gu immortals clenched his fists, unable to restrain his anger. The other two immortals, however, fell into a strange silence. "Why aren't you speaking?" the angry Gu immortal asked curiously. The two Gu immortals sighed. One of them said, "Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower. He is also Lu Guanyi. He subdued Reverse Flow River. He has the strength to fight rank 8. He has offended both Yi Lui clan and Lu clan, but look at them now." Even though there was a warrant for their arrest, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, both clans have quieted down. No one dares to find trouble with Fang Yuan. Our Murong clan is afraid. The angry Gu immortals stared with wide eyes, shouting, "Afraid of what? We are the Grand Huangjin clan, the descendants of Giant Sun. We have so many Gu immortals. Why would we be afraid of a mere otherworldly demon? We want revenge. We want to restore the prestige of Northern Plains' righteous path." The other two Gu immortals looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "How old is he?" "Murong Xingxing is still the same," the two of them said to each other through voice transmissions. "No need to care about him, this matter is not so simple. Murong Qingxi and Yun Liang's marriage is not just a matter of our Murong clan, Longevity Heaven is also paying attention to it. It might cause a huge commotion. The waters here are too deep. It is not something rank 6 minor characters like us can meddle in. If we are not careful, we might get sucked into the whirlpool and die horribly." That's right. The most important thing now is to present the situation here and this key clue to the first Supreme Elder. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud City. In a secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes shut. His mind was almost completely focused on his sovereign immortal aperture. Cleansed soul immortal Gu, which he had refined not long ago, was floating in the air. Around it were large numbers of mortal Gu, as well as several supplementary immortal Gu. These Gu worms were all activated, emitting a faint white light. The light was concentrated on an immortal zombie body. It was Fang Yuan's 8-armed strength path immortal zombie body. The faint white light had already shrouded it for a long time, but the immortal zombie body showed no signs of movement. But Fang Yuan was not anxious or surprised, because he had not taken the crucial step yet. Earlier, he was only familiarizing himself with this immortal killer move and stabilizing the situation. After about 5 minutes, Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. The time was ripe. He took out a rank 7 Gu immortal soul. It was Yi Lui clan's rank 7 expert, Yi Lui Kunxing. Perhaps sensing the danger of death, Yi Lui Kunxing's soul struggled and let out an ear-piercing soul howl. But that was all. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance now, even the previous him could not deal with this mere soul. Although Yi Lui Kunxing was very strong when he was alive, now that he was only a soul, what could he do? Chapter 1456. Soon, Yi Lui Kunxing's soul entered the range of the pale white light. Yi Lui Kunxing's soul strangely stopped moving. It was as if he had turned into a fool. Next, from his soul, specks of pale green light flew out. These specks of light increased in number, drifting in the air like a drizzle. Fang Yuan willed. These specks of light found a direction and surged towards the strength path immortal zombie body. Layers of specks of light covered the strength path immortal zombie body, causing the soul path Dao marks to dissipate. As time passed, the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body gradually decreased, while Yi Lui Kunxing's soul also weakened. Fang Yuan's mind was calm as water. He maintained the killer move as stable as a mountain, not moving at all. This killer move needed to last for 3 days and 3 nights to completely remove the soul path trap on the strength path immortal zombie body. The whole process consumed more than 1,200 beads of red date immortal essence. This was using the soul of a rank 7 Gu immortal, along with cleanse soul immortal Gu and the correct method to remove it recorded in spectral soul's true inheritance. If Fang Yuan had to develop his own ideas and try it, the amount of time, effort, and resources he would need would be a shocking figure. Fang Yuan was not worried about his immortal essence reserves being insufficient. He had made ample preparations. Time passed like this. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Yuan stopped using the killer move. He calculated the amount of red date immortal essence he had expended was more than 1,300. This was the result of him using some immortal Gu instead of the orthodox method. A huge amount of immortal essence was expended. His immortal essence reserves were completely depleted. But Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. Perceivable Dao immortal Gu. He activated this unique information path immortal Gu. After inspecting it, he nodded and smiled in satisfaction. It's finally resolved. The soul path trap on the immortal zombie body has been completely removed. It was not easy. It was really not easy. The problem of the soul path trap had been troubling Fang Yuan for a long time. Now, it was finally resolved. At once, the joy of success filled Fang Yuan's heart. However, after Fang Yuan calmed down, he decided not to test it himself. As cautious as he was, he chose to use other Gu immortal souls to probe. After a few more tests, there were no problems. Fang Yuan moved his soul into the immortal zombie body. At the next moment, the immortal zombie body opened its eyes and slowly stood up. He looked at his 8 big hands and stretched his muscles and bones. It felt great. Finally, I can use this body of mine again. At this moment, Fang Yuan's feelings were somewhat subtle. It was as if he had returned to his hometown after traveling for a long time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and gently stroked his abdomen. There was only one rank 5 aperture left. The Strength Path 6 Revolution's Death Aperture had been completely destroyed, and the Strength Path Dao marks had been transferred to Fang Yuan's body. From this aspect, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Zombie was a genuine rank 6 Strength Path Immortal material. The rank 6 Strength Path 6 Revolution's Death Aperture was originally created by Fang Yuan after he used second aperture Gu. The rank 5 Peak Stage Aperture was his original aperture. In this aperture, Spring Autumn Cicada was still sealed. The aperture's purple crystal walls were already filled with cracks. After all, Spring Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 Immortal Gu. It had great pressure on the aperture. But Fang Yuan was not worried that the aperture walls would shatter from the pressure. He could deal with it before, and now that he had obtained the Shadow Sect inheritance, he had many better methods. This spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan would not give up on it. However, spring-autumn cicada was filled with providence now. If Fang Yuan wanted to use it, he would need to refine it and completely remove the providence. Obtaining a pure rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was far from Fang Yuan's goal. Fang Yuan's next plan was to refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada on this basis. But before I refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada, I should advance this body to rank 6 Gu Immortal first. Rank 6 Time Path Gu Immortal, this was Fang Yuan's initial plan. Fang Yuan did not intend to give up on this plan. After his attempt succeeded, Fang Yuan's soul left his body and returned to the sovereign immortal body. And this immortal zombie body was still suppressed in the Gu formation in the mountain. After all, spring-autumn cicada contained providence. Fang Yuan wanted to be prepared for any eventualities. Let's try Wisdom Gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a trace of eagerness. He broke out of his closed-door cultivation and flew towards Wisdom Gu. Ever since Hu Immortal Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court, Wisdom Gu was moved to Langya Blessed Land by the Hairy Man Gu Immortals using a secret method. Since then, it had been fed by the land spirit of Langya and had not been moved to another place. Fang Yuan soon arrived in front of Wisdom Gu. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had a strange expression. Fang Yuan, someone framed you. What do you mean? He, Yun Liang died. Crucial clues were left behind on the battlefield, pointing to you as the culprit. Moreover, your identity as Lu Guanyi has been completely exposed. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, oh no, the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal World is shocked by this news. The land spirit of Langya laughed. Fang Yuan wanted to use a rank 7 Gu Immortal's soul to unravel the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. But he already had this type of captives. Not just Yi Lui Kun Xing, he also had Fairy Cui Bo, Lu Tribe's Gu Immortal Lu Yong, Ma Hongyun's soul, and even He Cheng. Sixth Hair was worried that Fang Yuan would go to Northern Plains to hunt Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan had told him that he had a sense of propriety. He naturally would not take the risk. He already had Gu Immortal souls, he could use them here. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to recuperate and fight for time to strengthen himself, and not go out to fight and kill. After Fang Yuan asked for the details, he quickly understood and said, I'm afraid this is Celestial Court's doing. Yun Liang is a lone immortal. Longevity Heaven actually allowed him to marry Murong Qingxi. They even seem to be happy about it. This is Longevity Heaven's arrangement for the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war. But why would Celestial Court allow it? They would naturally cause trouble and plot against it. Fang Yuan, your analysis makes sense. The land spirit of Langya heard this and nodded, laughing strangely. Right now, Longevity Heaven is extremely furious. The newly appointed South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang, has announced that he wants to capture you no matter what. Not only are you the enemy of Northern Plains' righteous path, the demonic path and lone immortals are also hostile towards you. Fang Yuan nodded. It was no wonder. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan offended Northern Plains' righteous path, and also offended the demonic path represented by old ancestor Xuehu. Right now, Yun Liang was the symbol of Northern Plains' lone immortals. Fang Yuan was wrongly accused as a murderer. He was naturally viewed with hostility by the Gu immortals of this faction. Alright, forget about this. Quickly do it. Let me see if you can activate the light of wisdom. The land spirit of Langya urged impatiently. Alright, I also want to see the result. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The chances of success were high. If he succeeded, he would soar to the sky. Chapter 1457. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his immortal aperture, taking out the 8-armed immortal zombie body. Next, under the gaze of land spirit of Langya, his soul left his body and entered this immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Fang Yuan took a glance at the sovereign immortal body before turning to face Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. he spoke. His voice was hoarse and very unpleasant to hear. Do you still remember our agreement? Wisdom Goo was playing around, but when it heard this, it stopped its movements and floated in the air, looking at Feng Yuan quietly without moving. Time passed slowly. Feng Yuan could not help but hold his breath. Even though he was an immortal zombie now and did not need to breathe. Wisdom Goo seemed to be puzzled. It started to circle around Feng Yuan. After circle, it observed Feng Yuan. After a while, it stopped and rested on a huge leaf at the side. Next, a ball of multicolored light expanded from small to large, gradually spreading from the Wisdom Goo's body. Light of wisdom. Success, I finally succeeded. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He could not help but laugh loudly. Land Spirit of Langya was dumbstruck. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Light of wisdom. This is really the light of wisdom. Land Spirit of Langya walked into the halo and immediately felt that his thoughts had become extremely sensitive. In an instant he became very smart. But soon, he cautiously retreated out of the light halo's range, and stared at Feng Yuan with envy and jealousy. Feng Yuan really succeeded in summoning the light of wisdom. Amazing, this kid is really amazing this time. After the shock, Land Spirit of Langya looked at Feng Yuan with a complex expression. His gaze was dazed. Although they were two land spirits, they shared their memories. Land Spirit of Langya still remembered, just a few years ago, Feng Yuan was still a Gu master. He was an insignificant mortal who came to Langya Blessed Land for the first time. In these few years, not only did Feng Yuan become a Gu immortal, his name even shook the world. He could resist rank 8s. Now, he could even summon the light of wisdom and use it. Soaring to the sky, this was really soaring to the sky. If Feng Yuan hadn't inherited the legacy of the Shadow Sect and regained the light of wisdom, it would only be like adding wings to a tiger. However, it just so happened that Feng Yuan had the inheritance of the Shadow Sect. In this case, the light of wisdom would be of unimaginable help to Feng Yuan. The Land Spirit of Langya had experienced countless years and seen all kinds of people. But now, he didn't have the ability to estimate and predict Feng Yuan. It was impossible to predict. He couldn't predict Feng Yuan's future cultivation and development at all. Any future achievements of Feng Yuan could be understood and accepted. Feng Yuan soon stopped laughing. He calmed down and said to Wisdom Goo, "All right, Wisdom Goo, please stop, let me take a break." The light of wisdom shrunk until it vanished. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply and said, "Oh Wisdom Goo, let us continue." At the next moment, the light of wisdom spread out again. Feng Yuan clenched his fists. He was extremely excited. The facts in front of him proved that the light of wisdom had been regained. From now on, if there were no accidents, he could continue to use the light of wisdom until eternity. Feng Yuan quickly turned around and smiled at the Land Spirit of Langya. "First Supreme Elder, let us exchange the inheritance." Land Spirit of Langya couldn't help but praise inwardly. Feng Yuan's thinking is so clear. All right, he agreed without hesitation. He didn't refuse, and there wasn't even a hint of hesitation. If it were the previous Land Spirit of Langya, he would have rejected the offer, because the previous Land Spirit only liked to refine Gu. But the current Land Spirit of Langya wanted the hairy men to rule the world. Thus, he created an iron-blooded policy and recruited talents, trying his best to make the whole of Langya sect into a powerful sect. Such a sect naturally needed to have access to many paths. Refinement path alone was not enough. After all, Refinement path's battle strength was much weaker than other paths. Thus, Land Spirit of Langya had a deep desire towards the inheritances in Feng Yuan's hands. Especially Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world. He was the Venerable with the heaviest killing nature. His Soul Path true inheritance naturally had great battle strength. Langya sect could use it to make up for the sect's weakness. Both sides quickly completed the exchange. Feng Yuan obtained almost all of Langya sect's inheritances, including the complete self-luck true inheritance and long-hair ancestors' refinement path true inheritance. Meanwhile, Land Spirit of Langya obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Limitless true inheritance, Red Lotus true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, and countless other inheritances. Inheritances that could be taken in by Shadow Sect were naturally very outstanding. Thus, in terms of value, Fang Yuan's contribution was much higher than Langya Sect's. Thus, to make up for the difference, Land Spirit of Langya handed Luopa Valley to Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's current situation was that he was the public enemy of the world. Along with his previous performance, Land Spirit of Langya's trust in him increased by a lot. Fang Yuan is one of us. Even if Luopa Valley is given to him, my sect's members can still make use of it. This was Land Spirit of Langya's secret plan. As for Fang Yuan, Self-Luck True Inheritance was one of Giant Sun Immortal's 3 true inheritances. Fang Yuan had already obtained a portion of its essence. Now Fang Yuan learned about it. And Long Hair Ancestors Refinement Path True Inheritance mostly talked about the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth-style refinement path methods. It was not of much help to Fang Yuan. In this transaction, both sides sold inheritances and bought inheritances. It did not involve any immortal goo. Of course, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain some of Langya Sect's immortal goo. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Unfortunately, in this aspect, Land Spirit of Langya was very conservative. He was not willing to sell them. Next, Fang Yuan did not leave, he stayed here. He bathed in the light of wisdom and started to think about all sorts of problems. Langya Land Spirit, on the other hand, sighed as he left. With the help of the light of wisdom again, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. All sorts of wisdom path methods were used together. Thoughts appeared in his mind endlessly. Affection Immortal Goo and Self-Love Immortal Goo combined into an immortal killer move. It made Fang Yuan feel like he had immortal level self-will goo. He did not lack any will. This way, the light of wisdom was able to display its miraculous effect. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained a satisfactory answer. Immortal Killer Move, Ghost Official Garment. This was an entire set of immortal killer moves. It came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Its effect was to defend against Providence and other goo immortals' deductions. It was a defensive killer move. It was divided into 4 layers, corresponding to rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. Fang Yuan modified this immortal killer move on the original foundation. Even if he lacked the core immortal goo, he could use other immortal goo to replace it. Chapter 1458. The modified immortal killer move Ghost Official Garment used rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. After several failures, Fang Yuan succeeded in activating it. His soul flew out of the sovereign immortal body. His soul floated in the air. It was not very solid. Because of burning soul-bursting luck, his soul foundation had been expended many times. It was only 100-man soul now. The difference was that on the surface of his soul, there was a large garment. His sleeves were long, and the hem of his robe reached his feet. This was the effect of Ghost Official Garment. It was commonly called Ghost Official Garment, but if it was broken down, rank 6 Ghost Official Garment was called Ghost Errand Garment, rank 7 was Ghost General Garment, rank 8 was Ghost King Garment, and rank 9 was Ghost Venerable Garment. At rank 9 level, it could defend against the deductions of rank 9 Goo Venerables. Of course, this was only in theory. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not push this killer move to rank 9 level back then. Because he did not need to. He was a great demon venerable when he was alive. He slaughtered the world. He did not need to defend against deductions. Thus, the highest Ghost Official Garment he could reach in his life was rank 8. Fang Yuan's soul inspected it and was puzzled. Why is it only rank 6 Ghost Errand Garment? After he modified it, the core of the killer move was rank 7 Change Soul and rank 6 Cleanse Soul. That was to say, it was a rank 7 killer move. Why was it not Ghost General Garment, but Ghost Errand Garment that was slightly inferior? Is it because of my modification? This guess had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when he denied it. He had used the light of wisdom to modify this move. How could there be a mistake? I understand. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized. The answer was on his body. Underneath the Ghost Official Garment, there was another layer of clothing. If Ghost Errand Garment was said to be made of sackcloth and was crude, then this inner layer of clothing was like silk. It was very tight and gave off an exquisite feeling. This was Dao Mark silk clothing. It was created from the rank 9 Immortal Killer move Ghostly Concealment. In terms of level, Ghost Errand Garment could not compare. Originally, Ghost Official Garment was directly attached to my soul. But now, I am separated by a layer, so I fell from rank 7 to rank 6. Feng Yuan did not expect this drawback. For a long time, he had enjoyed the advantages and convenience of the non-conflicting Dao marks of the Supreme Immortal Body. He didn't expect to stumble in this small corner today. My Supreme Immortal Body will not have conflicting Dao marks. But there are still conflicts between the killer moves of different paths. Even though Ghostly Concealment has the name Ghost, it is a theft path killer move, while Ghost Official Garment is a soul path killer move. The two are mutually exclusive. To solve this problem, the most fundamental solution is to combine these two moves into one. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. It was too difficult. Feng Yuan did not understand Ghostly Concealment at all. Moreover, Feng Yuan was lacking in theft and soul path attainment levels. Even if he could deduce with the light of wisdom, the progress would be extremely slow. According to the current conditions, even if he did not sleep or rest for hundreds or thousands of years, Feng Yuan might not be able to deduce the final result. After all, it was a rank 9 killer move, and rank 9 was still far away from Feng Yuan. Even though he could fight rank 8 now, he was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Then let's do this. Feng Yuan injected the soul back into the body. He did not intend to change his method. He inherited all of Shadow Sect's inheritances, and just now he exchanged for almost all of Xianxia Sect's inheritances. Of course, it was only almost. The two sides did not exchange some of the most crucial parts. Xianxia Sect was like this, and so was Feng Yuan. Even so, almost all of Xianxia Sect's inheritances were still huge in size, only slightly inferior to Shadow Sect's treasury. After all, Long Hair Ancestor was a person from the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. And Xianxia Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. In terms of time alone, Xianxia Sect was much longer than Shadow Sect. However, the inheritances that Xianxia Sect absorbed were all related to Refinement Path. Even other paths were mostly related to Refinement Path. Moreover, Xianxia Sect's collection ability was definitely inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan used both of them. In terms of inheritances alone, he had already surpassed any of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even if 2 or 3 ancient sects worked together, they might not be able to match him in this aspect. As for Celestial Court, Feng Yuan could not compare to it. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. It had an extremely long history. It had been established since the remote antiquity era, more than 3 million years ago. Combining with the contents of the inheritances that Feng Yuan currently had, Ghost Official Garment was the most suitable and had the most potential for development. It was the strongest immortal killer move in the future. It could defend against other people's deductions and deceive Providence. One could say, Ghost Official Garment was the essence of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was very special. Once activated, it could last for a long time. It did not expend immortal essence, but the Gu Immortal's own soul foundation to maintain itself. Theoretically speaking, as long as the Gu Immortal's soul existed, Ghost Official Garment would continue to exist until eternity if it was not directly attacked. Precisely because it was related to the Gu Immortal's soul foundation, it had a huge advantage. That was, its power would change according to the Gu Immortal's soul foundation. As the Gu Immortal's soul foundation grew, Ghost Official Garment's power would rise accordingly. If the soul foundation fell, Ghost Official Garment would also become weaker. Previously, when I used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I had to replenish the Immortal Gu's power after a certain period of time. It was very inconvenient, especially when I was escaping. Once Ghost Official Garment is used, it can last for a long time, and its power will rise along with my soul foundation. This was a very practical immortal killer move. In fact, there were other soul path killer moves that complemented it. For example, Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Binding Chain. These two moves complemented Ghost Official Garment. If they were activated after Feng Yuan's soul leaves his body, not only would he be covered in a layer of Ghost Official Garment, He would also have weapons, soul-shaking flag in his right hand and soul-binding chain in his left. This way, Feng Yuan's soul would have offensive power. This was also one of the main characteristics of spectral soul's true inheritance. It allowed a person's soul to possess powerful battle strength. However, Feng Yuan only chose Ghost Official Garment. He did not choose the two immortal killer moves, soul-shaking flag and soul-binding chain. After verifying the effect of Ghost Official Garment, Feng Yuan continued to bathe in the light of wisdom. Using the light of wisdom, he thought about his current situation. With Ghost Official Garment and Xianxia Blessed Land, I am temporarily safe. Even if the Celestial Court attacks, I can escape with my own strength. But what I need to do is to completely destroy the Celestial Court's Fate Immortal Goo. 10 years. 10 years later, the Celestial Court will definitely be able to restore fate. By then, I might not be able to win. This was the problem that gave Feng Yuan the biggest headache. The Celestial Court had terrifying strength, not to mention attacking the Celestial Court. Even if Feng Yuan entered Central Continent, it would be very dangerous. The Celestial Court only needed 1 or 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals to make it difficult for Feng Yuan to advance or retreat. Even with the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan could not think of a way to resolve this biggest problem. Thankfully, I still have Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to destroy Fate Goo back then. He also left behind a true inheritance. I have the crucial key, Spring Autumn Cicada. I have a high chance of inheriting the true inheritance. Feng Yuan used Red Lotus True Inheritance to eliminate the rank 8 Celestial Court's Time Path Goo Immortal Lord Huangshi. Then maybe with the help of other Red Lotus True Inheritances, he might have a chance of destroying Fate Immortal Goo. Relying on Fate Goo, the Celestial Court stood tall until now. Relying on Fate Goo and Star Constellation's plans, the Celestial Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Goo, the Celestial Court remained the #1 Goo immortal force in the world, unmoving and unbreakable. There was no doubt that destroying Fate Immortal Goo was the key to defeating the Celestial Court. If he did not use this chance to destroy Fate, 10 years later, the Celestial Court would take away Feng Yuan's life. Feng Yuan had inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance. He had a deep understanding of this point. But now is not the best time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. The Celestial Court failed once and obtained a large amount of precious information. Next time, they will definitely send out stronger battle strength and even more rank 8 Goo Immortals. I can only develop first and raise my battle strength before inheriting Red Lotus True Inheritance. Only then can I have a slight hope of destroying Fate Goo. There was no doubt about such a general plan. Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence now. His immortal Yuan stone reserves were almost depleted. Reverse flow protection seal was already being targeted. In the battle earlier, Feng Jioga's sound path killer move had already passed through reverse flow protection seal and affected Feng Yuan's main body. In the battle in the River of Time, he barely managed to kill Lord Huangshi with the help of the Stone Lotus Island. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had Spectral Soul's True Inheritance and countless inheritances. He had Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and the Light of Wisdom. Chapter 1459. The terrain in front of her was flat and boundless. Zhao Lianyun's divine sense continued to spread, eventually covering her entire blessed land. Not long ago, she had succeeded in her immortal ascension and became a Wisdom Path rank 6 Goo Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, creating this high-grade blessed land. Lianyun Blessed Land. It was a large tributary of the River of Time with a ratio of 1:33 compared to the outside world. The Blessed Land could produce over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence every year. Half grassland, half plain. Zhao Lianyun muttered. The terrain of the Blessed Land was related to the Goo Immortal's situation. The grassland terrain might be because Zhao Lianyun's heart was in northern plains. She had spent most of her time in northern plains. As for the plain terrain, it might have inherited the style of Central Continent. Without any planting or cultivation, the grassland was already green and lush. As for the plains, the soil was also fertile. With a little cultivation, there would be a lot of products. Besides the Blessed Land, there were also Immortal Goo. Not mentioning the rank 9 Love Immortal Goo, Zhao Lianyun even obtained a second immortal goo, remembrance, because of her immortal ascension in a high-grade blessed land. This was a wisdom path immortal goo. It was shaped like a flying ant and flew at an astonishing speed. Its body was silver in color, and when it was stationary, it would emit a faint, illusory white halo. "Oh Hong Yun, do you know, I am no longer a mortal, I have become a goo immortal." Zhao Lianyun withdrew her divine sense and slowly opened her eyes, returning her attention to the outside world. She sighed softly. After becoming an immortal, although there was joy, there was even more emptiness and loneliness. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, although Ma Hongyun was crushed to death by Fang Yuan, his soul was still around. This was not Zhao Lianyun's random guess, but the deduction of Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Su Hao. Zhao Lianyun chose to believe, and this became her motivation and hope to continue cultivating. Thinking that Ma Hongyun still had a trace of hope to revive, Zhao Lianyun restrained her emotions and got up, leaving this secret room. Today was an important day. Zhao Lianyun walked through a corridor. Female immortal Li Juning was already waiting for her. Lianyun greets elder sister Juning. Zhao Lianyun immediately bowed. Li Juning smiled and said, "Little sister Lianyun need not be so polite. Let's go, I will accompany you to the Secret Inheritance Peak." Secret Inheritance Peak was a place that Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals frequented. This was the first time Zhao Lianyun had set foot on this mountain. Sure enough, this peak was extraordinary. It floated in the air, the void around it seemed to be close but was actually far away. The aura on the mountain peak was thick, it was like a bow that was not released. It was clear that a huge immortal Gu formation had been set up. The one in charge of this peak was Spirit Affinity House's neutral supreme elder, known as Fairy Lu Fang. On this trip, Zhao Lianyun did not see Fairy Lu Fang in person. Instead, he was entertained by the will left behind by her. Zhao Lianyun himself did not sense anything wrong, but Li Juning frowned slightly. According to common sense, as the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun would be heavily nurtured by the sect. When she entered the Secret Inheritance Peak for the first time and received the sect's subsidy, she would be personally entertained by the Secret Inheritance Peak Lord. But Fairy Lu Fang did not follow this convention. Junior Lianyun greets Senior Lu Fang. Zhao Lianyun bowed towards Lu Fang's will. "No need to be so polite, you are the current generation fairy of our sect, please take a look at this Gu." Lu Fang's will smiled with squinted eyes. Her attitude was very polite as she handed an information path mortal Gu to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun took a look. There was a dazzling array of items inside. There were so many that she could not help but feel dazzled. "Lianyun's knowledge is shallow. Please help me, elder sister Juning." Zhao Lianyun was a smart person. She quickly handed this Gu to Li Juning, who was beside her. Li Juning took a look and nodded slightly. The items in this information path mortal Gu were not deducted or reduced compared to before, it was the real deal. She immediately transmitted to Zhao Lianyun, "Lianyun, you have become a Gu immortal and have immortal Gu love and remembrance, as well as a high-grade blessed land, it is already extremely high. Once you become a Gu immortal, you will need to manage your immortal aperture and accumulate your foundation. The first task is to feed your immortal Gu. Fortunately, although your love immortal Gu is rank 9, there are no problems in feeding it. Thus, what you need to consider now is remembrance immortal Gu. And to feed this Gu, the ingredient is bright eye flowers. Among Spirit Affinity House's benefits, there is a bright eye flower cultivation method, you should choose it." Zhao Lianyun nodded, replying, "Elder sister is right. What about the other two?" As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, there were naturally extraordinary benefits. According to the sect's rules, once the current generation fairy had a breakthrough in her cultivation, she could choose 3 resources from Secret Inheritance Peak for free. As for other Gu immortals, besides making great contributions, they could only use their sect contribution points to exchange for these resources. Li Juning smiled, saying, "Other than this, I suggest you choose the divination grass. Since you are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you should naturally develop it from the aspect of wisdom path. Divination grass is not only a wisdom path resource, it is also easy to nurture and has a high price in the market of jewel yellow skies. You won't lose out if you choose this. Then I will choose this. Elder sister's choice is definitely not wrong. Zhao Lianyun quickly said. Li Juning was very satisfied with Zhao Lianyun's attitude. Her tone became gentler. Then what should I choose for the last item? Zhao Lianyun asked again. Naturally the first item. Immortal Yuan Stone. That's right. Li Juning saw Zhao Lianyun's puzzled expression and chuckled. Be it bright eye flowers or divination grass, the scale provided by the sect is not enough for you to plant them on a large scale. If you don't plant them on a large scale, they will lose their meaning. Thus, you need a large amount of Immortal Yuan Stone to purchase more seeds and plant them. Immortal Yuan Stone is an important resource that Gu Immortals must store. Because it is not only the most common currency used by Gu Immortals, it can also be converted into Immortal Essence for you to use. It is the most valuable asset. So that's it. Then I will choose Immortal Yuan Stone. Zhao Lianyun did not hesitate, immediately exchanging for the 3 items from Lu Fang's will. The 2 left Secret Inheritance Peak and flew back to their residence. Before leaving, Li Juning took out a batch of Immortal Yuan Stone and gave it to Zhao Lianyun. Sister Lianyun, this is the Immortal Yuan Stone that your brother-in-law Su Hao and I are lending you, a total of 3,000 pieces. Feel free to use it, it has an unlimited period of time. Zhao Lianyun gasped, showing a moved expression. The sect only gave me 1,000 Immortal Yuan Stone. Sister, you are lending me 3,000, how can I accept this? Li Juning patted Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Silly girl, the sect has already given you a lot. You are a member of the sect, you have someone to rely on. Do you know that those itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals all live off of Immortal Essence Stones? In terms of Immortal Essence reserves, Rank 6 Gu Immortals who have just ascended are almost completely broke. Rank 6 Gu Immortals with 100 Immortal Yuan Stone reserves are already middle tier. There are almost no Rank 6 Gu Immortals with 1,000 Immortal Yuan Stone reserves, they are very rare. Your situation is different, because you are not only a Gu Immortal of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, you are also the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Receiving the sect's heavy support, you are a special case. Under normal circumstances in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, most Rank 6 Gu Immortals do not have more than 100 Immortal Yuan Stones, some have several hundred, and very few have high Immortal Yuan Stones. And among Rank 7 Gu Immortals, they have at least several hundred Immortal Yuan Stones, most have more than 1,000, and very few have more than 10,000. This is common knowledge, it is enough for you to know. Thank you for your guidance, sister. Zhao Lianyun bowed solemnly, his face full of gratitude. Li Junying's words were telling him that the sect had not mistreated him. At the same time, he and his wife were also strongly supporting him. I will definitely work hard. Zhao Lianyun said solemnly. Li Juning nodded. Go cultivate. If you have any questions, you can write to me or ask your brother-in-law, Su Hao. Joy flashed in Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Having someone to guide him and not having anyone to guide him were 2 different concepts. Looking at Zhao Lianyun's departing figure, the smile on Li Junying's face gradually faded. Ever since Feng Kim Hong became a disciple of Duke Long, her days had not been good. She and her husband, Su Hao, were famous for being in the anti-Feng faction. But now, almost all the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House were clear that Feng Kim Hong was an immortal venerable seed. His future prospects were limitless. This time, Fairy Lu Fang's attitude clearly showed the political direction of Spirit Affinity House. Li Juning had also expected this. She specially accompanied Zhao Lianyun. It was to prevent anyone from embezzling Zhao Lianyun's sect benefits. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. It could be predicted that this would be a political winter for this couple. And under this cold wind, they could only unite all the people that could be united, like Zhao Lianyun, and then huddle together to warm themselves. Northern Plains, Chu Clan. The famous Strength Path Gu Immortal expert Chu Du put down the Information Path Gu Worm in his hand. Oh Fang Yuan, it is really not easy to get along with you. Chu Du smiled bitterly. This information path Gu Worm was sent by Fang Yuan. He wanted to borrow Immortal Yuan's stone from him. Fang Yuan had once used Lu Guanyi's alias and cooperated with Chu Du for a period of time. Their relationship was not shallow. Not long ago, Celestial Court assassinated Gu Immortal Yun Liang and destroyed Longevity Heaven's political scheme. They also announced the secret that Fang Yuan and Lu Guanyi were the same person, framing Fang Yuan. Thus, Chu Du already knew that Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan. However, Domination Immortal Chu Du was not very surprised. In fact, he had once suspected this. He even sang a poem to probe Fang Yuan. Be it Lu Guanyi or Fang Yuan, Chu Du wanted to cooperate with them. But now, Chu Du's status was completely different. He was now the first supreme elder of Chu clan. He had many Gu immortals under him. He was already a member of the Righteous Path. As a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortal, if he continued to cooperate with Fang Yuan, once it was exposed, all his efforts in building up his forces would be for naught. There was a huge risk in cooperating with Fang Yuan. Originally, Chu Du wanted to ignore it and maintain a vague attitude, but Fang Yuan did not give him the chance. He directly sent a letter to borrow Immortal Yuan's stone. And in the letter, Fang Yuan only said to borrow Immortal Yuan's stone. He purposely did not say the exact amount. He wanted Chu Du to decide. This made Chu Du feel even more troubled. Chapter 1461. A few days later. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyun's divine sense spread out, inspecting her immortal aperture. Lianyun Blessed Land was already very different from before. There was a flower field with large numbers of bright eye flowers. This was the ingredient of her immortal Gu remembrance. She had to nurture them. Other than that, there was also a small grassland. Victory Divination grass was planted on the grassland. This grass was small and sharp, with a light green color. In the sky above this grassland, there were swallows flying around. These were worker swallows. They were the most hard-working and nimble. Their feathers were black, white, and red. Zhao Lianyun had specially brought in a batch of them to kill insects for the Victory Divination grass. During the growth process of the Victory Divination grass, it would produce a type of insect that would corrode the leaves and greatly reduce the profits. I have already spent most of the thousands of Immortal Yuan stones. I am almost finished. Zhao Lianyun looked at the scene in front of her and sighed in her heart. At first, she felt this was a huge sum of money, but after using it, she found it was not worth it. Because she was not just nurturing one or two resources, she was building two complete ecosystems. Not just the seeds of the bright eye flowers and Victory Divination grass, but also the soil, irrigation, and the construction of the climate. All of these needed to be invested. According to the time, after a year of immortal aperture time, the production of bright eye flowers will be enough to feed remembrance immortal Gu. 2 years later, the profits from the Victory Divination grass and bright eye flowers will be enough for me to earn hundreds of Immortal Yuan stones. 3 years later, I will be able to repay Li Junying's loan. And all of this can only be achieved under the most ideal situation. And this does not include the expenses incurred in the entire process. Zhao Lianyun could feel the difficulty of Gu immortal cultivation. This was only the cultivation of two resources. They were operated independently and did not interfere with each other. At the same time, they were plants. The difficulty of raising them was much lower than beast groups and variant humans. Moreover, Zhao Lianyun was a high-grade blessed land. It had abundant space path and time path resources. And most importantly, she had divine concealment. She was immune to calamities and tribulations. She did not need to worry about this biggest problem. The number of Lao Yen is still a little too little. It can't satisfy the entire grassland. I have to bring in another batch. Zhao Lianyun communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies again and probed it with his divine telekinesis. These days, she fully experienced the convenience of the Jewel Yellow Skies market. Guts Gu. Zhao Lianyun soon discovered that someone was selling Guts Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies. She knew that the Guts Gu was unique to Fang Yuan, but in the Jewel Yellow Skies market, because the Guts Gu was in short supply, there was a black market. That is, someone would first purchase Guts Gu in large quantities and then sell them at a high price. Thus, the seller of the Guts Gu might not be Fang Yuan. Moreover, Gu Immortal's wills and identities could be switched at will. Jewel Yellow Skies was safe and free. Even the Celestial Court could only watch as Fang Yuan sold it. Even if I can sell the Bright-Eyed Flower and the Victorious Divination Grass a few years later, there will be other competitors who will also be affected by the market. In terms of price, they cannot compare to Guts Gu. Fang Yuan was Zhao Lianyun's greatest enemy. She paid close attention to the Guts Gu trade. But the more she paid attention, the more she realized that Fang Yuan had great strength. She could not help but feel dejected. At this rate of accumulation, I simply cannot catch up to Fang Yuan. I might even be left behind by him. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. But right at this time, for some reason, there was a commotion ahead. Large numbers of Gu Immortal wills that were scattered all around Jewel Yellow Skies were now gathering towards that direction. Zhao Lianyun's heart jumped. Is there a huge transaction? I heard from Li Juning that such a huge transaction that can cause such a commotion is rare in Jewel Yellow Skies. Last time, someone was selling large numbers of year beasts. To think that my luck is so good, I can see it not long after I advance to an immortal. Zhao Lianyun naturally did not want to give up this opportunity to broaden her horizons. She also sent her divine sense over to take a look. Soon, she arrived at the scene. Here, a huge Gu Immortal will with the appearance of a fatty was sitting in the air. Around him were Year Gu. A vast number of Year Gu. So many Year Gu, there are at least 100,000 of them. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. This was the first time she had seen so many Year Gu piled up together. The huge number and scale had a huge visual impact. Sister Li Juning is right, mortal Gu only differ in quantity to Gu Immortals. Zhao Lianyun sighed internally. How much are you selling these Year Gu? Immediately, a Gu Immortal will asked for the price. The fatty will smiled and answered. He gave a very fair price. The other Gu Immortals immediately conversed. If there are no problems with these Year Gu, I will definitely buy a batch. These are Time Path Mortal Gu. They have a wide range of uses, be it Gu refinement or other aspects. They have a common demand. And the price is so fair, I might need to charge more. Even if I cannot use them, I can sell them in the future. I don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Who is the seller? Selling Year Gu at this time is a very good timing. According to convention, the biggest sellers of Year Gu in the market have not started selling yet. The Gu Immortals discussed. All sorts of divine senses and wills conversed. It was not a secret. Zhao Lianyun learned a lot of things. She listened attentively and soon found out that the seller of Year Gu was likely a newcomer. Although the timing of the sale was brought forward, it was inevitable that there would be a fierce collision with the previous seller. If this seller was just a one-time deal, it would be fine, but if they wanted to enter the market of Jewel Yellow Skies for a long time, there would be a bloodbath. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's eyes brightened. If it was the latter, then this would be a great lesson. I will sell my resources in the future and enter the market of Jewel Yellow Skies. My resources are not unique in the world. I will need to go through this stage. How many monopolistic businesses are there in the entire Gu Immortal world? Not everyone is as lucky as Fang Yuan. I need to learn and pay attention to this sale of Year Gu. Maybe I can learn a lot from it. Zhao Lianyun reminded herself. The scene was bustling. Many Gu Immortals started to purchase Year Gu. Time Path Gu worms had a wide range of uses. The market demand was high. Transactions were completed one after another. The profits accumulated to a certain extent. Some Gu Immortals were very jealous. I estimate that this Gu Immortal who sold Year Gu has earned at least 50,000 Immortal Yuan Stone in this short period of time. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. But the most shocking thing was yet to come. This seller continued to sell Year Gu and replenish them. Even though there were many transactions around the fatty's will, the number of Year Gu sold increased instead of decreasing. Oh heavens, how many Year Gu does this person have? Incredible! This is a huge sum. They are not friendly. The biggest sellers of Year Gu have always been Xie Bao Shu, Rong Xian, and Wang Mingyu. This might cause a war. Zhao Lianyun listened attentively. She was getting more and more expectant. With this mysterious seller entering the market, the three people who benefited from it would not let this go. Chapter 1462. Eastern Sea. A shallow sea area. A jade pavilion stood alone in the depths of the sea, emitting the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu house. In the jade pavilion, Gu immortal Xie Bao Shu was entertaining his friend Yu Xianxia. Looking at the jade pavilion and the huge field of vicissitude mulberry trees, Yu Xianxia sighed. It is time to harvest year Gu again. These vicissitude trees are growing more vigorously than the previous year. It can be seen that you have made a new breakthrough in cultivating this kind of resource, Bao Shu. Xie Bao Shu had a handsome face. He rubbed his nose and smiled. Friend, you don't need to suck up to me. Yu Xianxia laughed loudly. I am worried about you. Don't you know that someone in jewel yellow skies is already selling Yirgu? Xie Bao Shu did not speak. He stretched out his hand and took out a mortal Yirgu, handing it to Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia took it and looked at it. Not bad. This rank 5 Yirgu is of good quality. It is shiny and healthy. It looks good. Xie Bao Shu shook his head. This is not my Yirgu. It belongs to that person in jewel yellow skies. So that's it. Yu Xianxia was slightly surprised before accepting it. He knew the background of this friend. Xie Bao Shu was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. He had the exclusive knowledge of nurturing vicissitude trees. Vicissitude trees were immortal materials, but they had very limited uses. Even though they were immortal materials, because they had too many types of Dao marks, they were all over the place. Thus, very few Gu immortals paid attention to these plants. But Xie Bao Shu had a different target. He focused on this tree and cultivated it on a large scale, using the vicissitude forest to nurture and attract wild Yirgu. Right now, he was one of the 3 giants in the Yirgu market. Among these Yirgu that he produced, only a small portion were sold to jewel yellow skies. Most of them were sold to Eastern Sea's super forces. Even so, Xie Bao Shu would not give up on the jewel yellow skies market easily. Because this was a market for the whole world. In a way, the jewel yellow skies market was more important than those super forces in Eastern Sea. Now that someone was making a huge move, they seemed to be entering the Yirgu market. How could Xie Bao Shu ignore it? Even though it was not time for him to sell Yirgu yet, he had been paying attention to the movements of Yirgu in the market for the entire year. I have seen this Yirgu. It is indeed high quality. Our opponent this time is not simple. Xie Bao Shu sighed. Yu Xianxia nodded. With such a large number, it's very likely that it's a superpower of a certain region. If it's just one person, it's very difficult for such a large number to appear at once. Back then, didn't you accumulate power step by step and climb your way up? Xie Bao Shu immediately laughed. Oh Yu, why bother beating around the bush to encourage me? Among the 3 major sellers, only I'm a rogue cultivator. But it is precisely because of this that I have walked step by step, bumping into things and constantly suffering setbacks. My foundation is extremely stable, and I have seen all sorts of storms. This time will be no exception. Furthermore, Yu Xianxia continued, moreover, your 3 clans have already reached an agreement. Every industry has its own unspoken rules. Even though this newcomer is coming with great momentum, he broke the unspoken rules. I'm afraid he will be suppressed and ostracized by the 3 of you, right? Haha, as expected, I can't hide anything from you, you rat that only knows how to steal profits. Xie Bao Shu pointed at Yu Xianxia's nose as he scolded with a smile. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. In a secret room in the Cloud City, Fang Yuan sat unmoving. It had been several days already. These days, he had been activating this rank 8-time path immortal Gu years flow like water. He obtained this immortal Gu from Hei Fan's true inheritance. Even rank 6 Gu immortals could use it, but the effect was limited. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 Gu immortal's red date immortal essence to inject years flow like water into it, making it produce mortal year Gu continuously. And these year Gu were then moved to jewel yellow skies' market. Over there, he used his will to stabilize the situation and transact year Gu with other Gu immortals. Indeed, he was that newcomer who sold year Gu in large numbers. He came with great momentum. Not only did he cause a commotion in jewel yellow skies, Xie Bao Shu and the rest were also very wary of him. Fang Yuan borrowed 1.73 million immortal yuan stones. He turned them into red date immortal essence and used them to produce year Gu. Rank 8 years flow like water. Immortal goo was too amazing. It produced a lot of mortal year goo. They were of good quality too. These few days, the market's response was very good. Many goo immortals bought the first batch and felt that it was good. They went to buy the second batch from Fang Yuan. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements of activating years flow like water. Immortal goo paused. He was in constant communication with Jewel Yellow Skies. Through the will in Jewel Yellow Skies, he sent a message saying that a super force wanted to buy Fang Yuan's goods in large numbers, but was afraid that Fang Yuan could not provide them, so they wanted to talk to him personally. If possible, they wanted to establish a long-term cooperation. This news could be true, but it could also be fake. Or more likely, those original Yeargoo buyers are pretending. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, throwing this information to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was not interested in a long-term cooperation. This time, he wanted to make a huge move, Central Continent. Rong Xen was silent. The other party is not interested in my suggestion? Rong Xen was surprised. He was pretending to be a huge buyer. He wanted to communicate with Fang Yuan's main body and probe his background. But Fang Yuan did not even bother to ask him. How can this be? Even if he is the representative of a super force, he wants to have more buyers for his Yeargoo. Unless he does not have many Yeargoo left. Rong Xen was a member of the 10 great ancient sects. As a Righteous Path member, he understood the thoughts of Righteous Path goo immortals and super forces. He thought about it. He felt that his guess was very likely. This must be the reason why this mysterious seller is selling Yeargoo in advance. He is trying to avoid us. He is avoiding even my suggestion. I am afraid he really does not have enough stock. Actually, these Yeargoo that he sold are only 1/10 of the ones I have left. Thinking of this, Rong Xen laughed lightly. This is a good way to attract attention. He evaluated Fang Yuan's actions. Unfortunately, he does not have enough strength. What use is it? Southern border. Returning Dragon Valley. The sound of a waterfall echoed in the valley. Water vapor spread, vegetation was green. Righteous Path Super Force Yao Clan's external supreme elder, Wang Mingyu, was standing on a huge rock, looking at the waterfall in front of her. This waterfall was not ordinary, it was a tributary of the River of Time. There are 3 sellers of Yeargoo. Eastern Sea's Xiebao Shu uses vicissitude trees to nurture Yeargoo. Central Continent's Rong Xen uses refinement path methods to refine a vast number of Yeargoo at regular intervals. Only I have a tributary of the River of Time. I can search for natural wild immortal goo. Wang Mingyu compared internally. This tributary of the River of Time was special. It was a tributary of the middle river segment of the River of Time. There were many special river segments in the River of Time. For example, the Blade River segment, it was created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable back then. He used Shi Yuan and Dao Jiulang to create a special river segment to protect a stone lotus island that he created. In the Year River segment, there were countless wild Yeargoo. This river segment's tributary was discovered by the former lone immortal Wang Mingyu. She managed it secretly. But a few years later, Southern Border's Righteous Path found it. They were jealous. After some secret discussions, Yao Clan won. Yao Clan's goo immortal Yao Tianze married Wang Mingyu. Because of this returning Dragon Valley was openly incorporated into the Yao family's territory. This year's harvest is good. I caught 30% more Yeargoo than usual. Since the other 2 sides are not making a move, I will make a move first. If I let that newcomer sell his goods, it will be hard for me to sell all of my wild Yeargoo. Wang Mingyu thought of this and started to sell Yeargoo in Jewel Yellow Skies. Her actions caused a commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. One of the 3 sellers of Yeargoo, Wang Mingyu, is making a move. If that mysterious person sells Yeargoo, it will not be easy for others to sell them. This is going to be a good show. That's right. The mysterious person is selling such a huge amount of Yeargoo. The 3 sellers must be having a hard time holding back. Now that Wang Mingyu is making a move, the other 2 will not sit still. Let's wait. Maybe there will be a trade war. We will be able to get some benefits. Many goo immortals conversed. Chapter 1463. Wang Mingyu sold her goods. Originally, In the market of jewel yellow skies, only Fang Yuan was selling year gu in bulk. Now that there was a competitor, it caused a huge commotion. Women will always be women, they have no patience at all. Central Continent's Rong Exen scoffed after getting the news. This way, many gu immortals will choose to watch. He was experienced in selling year gu. He immediately guessed the change in the market. As expected, the popularity of Jewel Yellow Skies' year gu market slowed down. Wang Mingyu became Fang Yuan's competitor. The market supply of year gu exceeded the demand. The gu immortals held back, waiting for the show to start. Jewel Yellow Skies was filled with the feeling of an impending storm. In the past, when they sold year gu, their business was always booming, but this year, they were sold early. The situation was bleak, almost no one was interested. Regarding this, Wang Mingyu was helpless. There was no helping it. She had a lot of year gu. If she did not sell them now and waited for the other two sellers to sell, her market share would shrink. Wang Mingyu actually sold early. Different from Rong Exen, who was unmoved, Xie Baoshu was hesitating. Xie Baoshu understood Wang Mingyu. She was an experienced seller. How could she not see the disadvantage of selling early? The biggest possibility is that she has a lot of year gu in her inventory. Xie Baoshu did not show it on the surface, but he was getting more worried internally. A day later, he finally decided to make a move. He sold year gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Xie Baoshu is making a move too. Among the three giants, two have already sold early. That's because today is different from the past. A fourth wolf has entered the original grassland. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the gu immortals discussed. Damn it. Central Continent's Rong Exen heard the news and gritted his teeth. He could only follow. The situation was different from before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sold alone, Rong Exen could endure it. He was unmoved. With Wang Mingyu, Rong Exen was only slightly nervous. However, if Xie Baoshu also sold his goods, Rong Exen would be under a lot of pressure. Of the four major sellers, if he was the only one who didn't make a move, then the one who would suffer the most was undoubtedly him. However, Rong Exen had her own difficulties. His year gu was refined from gu. Because it wasn't the time limit of previous years, he didn't have enough stock in his hands. Therefore, among the four major sellers, he had the least inventory. Without a choice, Rong Exen could only grit his teeth and sell year gu in Jewel Yellow Skies. I have the least goods in my hands, so I can't use force. Rong Exen had a feeling that what he needed now was time to refine more year gu. After some thought, he took the initiative to contact Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu. These three had known each other for many years. In terms of year gu, they competed and interacted with each other. They naturally had information path gu worms that connected them. Even though there are newcomers, I believe that the three of us should still abide by the old agreement, right? Rong Exen reminded the two of them. Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu naturally agreed without hesitation. Originally, by selling year gu in advance, they had already broken some old agreements. But because it was a special situation, it was understandable. But if they broke other agreements, especially the price of year gu, they would be breaking the rules. When there were too many sellers, there would naturally be a price war. This was a powerful method in a business war. But if it was too powerful, it would hurt both sides. Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Exen had fought against each other many times already. They did not change the price, other than not being able to do anything to each other. It was also to protect their own benefits. There was a problem here. If Fang Yuan's side suddenly lowered the price, what should they do? The three of them might abide by the agreement, but Fang Yuan was a newcomer. Even if Rong Exen persuaded him, he might not listen. However, Rong Exen, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu were not worried about this. With four sellers selling year gu at the same time, Fang Yuan felt that his sales were stagnating. I am a newcomer after all. Even though the goods are of high quality in the hearts of other gu immortals, how can I compare to the three giants? Wang Mingyu, Xie Baoshu, and Rong Exen had been doing this business for many years. They had built up their reputation. This was something that Fang Yuan could not compare to. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. But Fang Yuan had his own methods to deal with it. Soon, Rong Exen, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu found out about a huge piece of news at the same time. That mysterious seller started to lower the price of Yeargu. So they used this move after all. I thought they would have some tricks up their sleeves. The three sellers were not anxious, they were even a little disdainful. They were already sick of this method of lowering prices, they had suffered a lot because of it. Lowering prices in a business war was a double-edged sword, it would hurt both sides. But to the buyers, Fang Yuan taking the initiative to lower the price was undoubtedly good news. Weren't they waiting for such a chance? They were like sharks that heard the news, they swarmed over. Fang Yuan's Yeargu started to be sold in large numbers. It was a stark contrast to Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Exin. The other party seems to be very experienced, they lowered the prices very well. It feels like a lot, but it did not decrease by much. Wang Mingyu observed secretly. But so what? The whole of Jewel Yellow Skies has a huge market for Yeargu. How can you supply all the buyers in the 5 regions? In the end, you are still making a loss to yourself. You can sell them for a much higher price. The 3 sellers maintained the same price, but a few days later, they could not sit still anymore. What is going on? This person has so many Yeargu, it seems like he has an endless supply. How can he have so many Yeargu? Something is not right. The mood of the 3 major buyers became a little heavy. But they were hesitant to lower their prices as well. In the end, it was because of their mental state. Fang Yuan was a newcomer, it was new to him no matter how much he earned. But for these 3 big sellers, because they were experienced, they would estimate the approximate profit every year. This way, if they lowered their prices, their profits would shrink. It was natural for them to hesitate. A few days later, Fang Yuan was still selling like hotcakes. The 3 sellers saw that the situation was not right. Wang Mingyu negotiated with the other 2 to lower their prices as well. Xie Baoshu had a cold expression. In this situation, I am afraid that person has a lot of stock. If we do not lower our prices, we will not be able to sell them. Indeed. Wang Mingyu added, this person has extraordinary methods, he lowered his prices perfectly, we are at a disadvantage now. Rong Exen snorted coldly, whether we lose or not depends on the Yeargu sales. If we lower our prices too much and sell too much, we will suffer losses, what is the point? He did not agree with this method, he wanted to endure it for a while longer. He had no choice. He didn't have many goods on hand. If he lowered the price, more people would buy them. If he didn't sell the goods and ran out of stock, it would damage his image and reputation. Chapter 1464. Genius in 1 second. Remember to go away? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. He lowered the price. As Fang Yuan lowered the price, Xie Baoshu and the other 2 sellers also lowered the price after holding on for a few days. However, they did not lower the price by a lot. They were all at the same pace as Fang Yuan. I am a newbie in the Yeargu business. I have an unknown identity and origin. Compared to me, Xie Baoshu, Rong Exin, and Wang Mingyu have good reputations. They have been in business for many years and are trusted by others. Thus, as long as they lower the price to the same as me, those who want to buy Yeargu will still choose them first. Fang Yuan knew about Xie Baoshu and the other 2 schemes. This was where Xie Baoshu and the rest were superior to Fang Yuan. Their years of experience and accumulation were deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was not a joke. But, so what? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. On the day that Xie Baoshu and the rest lowered the price, Fang Yuan continued to lower the price. The Gu immortals in Jewel Yellow Skies were already paying attention to this rare competition. Once Fang Yuan lowered the price, news spread rapidly. Not long after, almost all the Gu immortals and forces that were paying attention to this matter knew about it. I heard that Xie Baoshu lowered the price, I wanted to buy from him. After all, it has been like this in the past. That's right, but I prefer Rong Exion's goods. But that 4th person lowered the price again. It seems that he has a lot of strength, he wants to challenge the 3 sellers. The buyers were overjoyed, they were relaxed and happy. After all, they were the ones benefiting from the price war. Moreover, it was also a rare pleasure to sit still and watch a good show of a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. At the same price, Fang Yuan could not compete with the other 3, he had no competition. But when he lowered the price and was lower than the other three, he had a huge advantage. After all, Fang Yuan's goods were excellent and cheap. Would Gu immortals be stupid enough to buy the most expensive ones? Therefore, for the rest of the day, Fang Yuan's business was still booming, and no one was interested in the other three. After getting this news, Central Continent Gu immortal Rong Exton laughed. It was a cold laugh, of course. He communicated with the other two parties. Interesting, this person really wants to start a price war with us. Wang Mingyu smiled. For so many years, no one has been able to shake our positions. This time, I want to see what kind of person he is. Xie Baoshu finally agreed. Then let's follow suit and lower our prices. There was nothing to say. Since Fang Yuan lowered his price again, the other three sellers also lowered their prices, becoming the same as Fang Yuan's Yeargu. She had already hesitated for a long time. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to fight, these three Gu immortals felt that they had great strength. They followed up fearlessly. The price was lowered for the second time. There was a small heated discussion in jewel yellow skies. The other Gu immortals started to get excited. Because they knew that this was only the second price reduction, it was only the start of this war, there would definitely be a third and fourth price reduction. But that will depend on when that mysterious fourth party lowers their prices. To the seller, any price reduction is equivalent to cutting off their own flesh. Earlier, that fourth party started a war, but the three sellers were not afraid. They played with you, they were full of spirit. That's right. There might be a third price reduction soon. I wonder when that will happen. The spectating Gu immortals conversed. Normally speaking, price reductions were common in such a war, but there was a gap between each price reduction. Because the sellers needed to observe the market, they needed time to think and make a decision. Lowering prices was a double-edged sword. Even though they could attack their competitors, they would also hurt their own profits. If the sales were good, then perhaps they wouldn't lower the price anymore. After all, they needed to protect their own profits. If they lowered their prices, even if they sold more, they might not earn much. After all, their competitors would lower their prices as well. If the sellers did not give in, they would lower their prices as much as they could. If they fought to the end, they might die together. But for Gu immortals, there were almost no situations where the sellers fought to the end. The sellers were not fools, they sold things to gain profits. If they fought to the end, they would not gain anything. What was the point of selling? The sellers were smart, the buyers were smart too. After the three sellers lowered their prices to the same level as Fang Yuan's, they did not buy much. The Yeargu sales would become bleak. Because the most important factor in this war was Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan lowered his prices, they would buy some. Why was that? Firstly, in terms of price, Fang Yuan's was cheaper, it was more affordable. Next, it encouraged Fang Yuan to pressure the three sellers to lower their prices. In the end, Fang Yuan would not be able to hold on. Because the side that lowered their prices would suffer losses. But after the prices fell to the bottom, the buyers would gain the most. If the prices were the same, most of them would not choose to buy Fang Yuan's Yeargu. A business war was a psychological game like this. After the second price cut, the four sides reached the same level again. Fang Yuan's actions were unexpected again. He paid close attention to jewel yellow skies. When the three sellers lowered their prices, he responded by lowering his prices again. Oh! Many people were shocked. Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast. And because of this speed, many people could sense Fang Yuan's unyielding attitude. The other party is coming at us fiercely. Rong Xen sighed. He felt a trace of pressure. Because among all the sellers he had the least stock. Towards the end of the war, when the prices of goods fell, there would be a huge buying frenzy. At this time, if there were too few goods, it would be awkward. Others would want to buy your goods but you have no stock? Not only would you be eliminated early, the buyers would also think that you were weak. The reputation that you accumulated over the years would be greatly damaged. Rong Xian did not want that to happen. On one hand, he urged others to refine Yeargu to replenish their supply. On the other hand, he was thinking about whether he should lower his price or not. More specifically, if he lowered his prices by a large margin, to the extent that others would not dare to follow him, because it would be too much of a loss. But it would not be too large, at least, the buyers would think that they could wait and see. This way, as long as they had enough time, Xian could replenish his stock and win the war. But if I lower my prices, the other two parties might guess that I do not have much stock. Xian hesitated, because he could think of this method to help him get through this crisis. The other two parties were also very experienced, so there was a high possibility that they could reverse the situation on their side. After all, deductions were not difficult. As long as one was experienced, they would have this kind of sensitivity. This way, if Xian did this, he would be exposing his weakness, he might be eliminated early. Thus, Xian was not only hesitant, he was having a headache. He felt a huge headache. Because not only did he have to consider the mentality of the buyers and sellers, he also had to pay attention to his competitors. Just as he was hesitating, Xiebao Shu and Wang Mingyu lowered their prices again. The result was the same as before, maintaining the same price as Fang Yuan's. Both of them had sufficient stock, especially Wang Mingyu, they were not anxious. Since Fang Yuan wanted to start a war and lower their prices, they would fight him to the end. After all, as long as they were at the same price, buyers were more willing to buy their goods. This was a huge advantage. This was the third time they were at the same price. Hearing this news, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his gaze was filled with a cold light. In that case, I will slightly increase my pace. Thus, he lowered his prices again. And this time, it was a huge reduction, far larger than before. This caused a huge commotion in jewel yellow skies. The buyers were very excited. This was the result of their restraint. It was also the result of their victory. So much at once? Xiebao Shu's expression turned grim. He felt Fang Yuan's aggressiveness. If the previous few punches were just a few light punches, then this time, it was a heavy kick. But Xiebao Shu had to accept it. If he did not, he would be eliminated. Buyers had no loyalty to speak of. Business wars were very cruel. Xiebao Shu lowered his price first, Wang Mingyu lowered her price as well, both sides were at the same price again. Xian felt a huge headache. He had wanted to lower his own price, but after hesitating for a while, he did not expect the other party to act before he did. This way, not only did his plan fail, even if he wanted to continue with his original plan, he would need to ask Xian to lower his price even more. But this way, the price was dangerous. Because if it was much lower than the normal price of Yirgu, buyers would definitely buy it. Maybe that mysterious seller does not have much stock? Does he have the same plan as me? Xian still had a trace of hope. He followed up and lowered his price to the same as the other three parties. They all lowered their prices. The buyers were happy, of course, but what made them even happier was yet to come. When Xian lowered his price, Fang Yuan followed up and lowered his own Yirgu's price again. And this time, the price was even higher than before. Jewel Yellow Skies was shaken. The three sellers were shocked. This guy is incredible. Xiebao Shu had a solemn expression. He was originally calm and collected. He did not show his emotions on his face, but now he could not hide it anymore. Fang Yuan lowered his price this time. It greatly reduced the profits of the Yirgu trade. As for the three sellers, if they followed up, they would suffer huge losses. This is a huge gamble. Wang Mingyu was tongue-tied. She felt a chill that she had not felt for a long time. Chapter 1465. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Xian's last bit of hope was completely extinguished. Because he knew that the other party was not in the same situation as him, they had a lot of goods. Because at this price, there would be a buying frenzy for Yirgu. Chew, this time I lost. Xian smiled bitterly, but he had no choice. He did not have enough goods. There was no need for any reason. Failure had its reasons. But in this world, people did not look at reasons. They did not need reasons. They only looked at failure. Like Xian expected, after Fang Yuan lowered his price, a buying frenzy erupted. Many buyers started to buy Yirgu. It was rare to see such a cheap price. How could they not grab this opportunity? A large number of transactions were carried out. Fang Yuan was raking in money every day. The other three parties did not make a move. Xiebao Shu and Wang Mingyu were hesitating. Rong Xen was hesitating earlier, now it was their turn. If they followed up and lowered their prices like Fang Yuan, their year gu would be bought by a large number of gu immortals as well. But that way, their profits would be very low. Their injuries were far from what they had expected. But if they did not follow up and Fang Yuan stole their business, what would they do? The crux of this matter was how much Fang Yuan had in stock. If Fang Yuan had a lot of stock, Xie Baoshu and the rest would follow up. The market was only so big, Fang Yuan had a huge appetite because he had a lot of goods. If he ate more, others would eat less. But if Fang Yuan did not have a lot of stock, Xie Baoshu and the rest would not need to lower their prices, they only needed to maintain the same price. When Fang Yuan sold all of his stock, they would continue to sell at a higher price, their profits would be preserved. They would be the victors of this trade war. Thus, Xie Baoshu and the rest started to guess who Fang Yuan was. Was he a man or a woman? What force was he? Or was he a person? Why was there no news of him earlier? Why did he suddenly jump out of a rock? The three parties were puzzled. Fang Yuan's appearance was too sudden. Actually, in the Yirgu market, other than the three giants, there were other small sellers. However, these people were quickly ruled out by the three parties, because none of them could be. These small sellers must be watching this intense battle with pale faces. Rong Xian's mood improved at the thought of this. He was unlucky this time, and it was very likely that he would be the first to be eliminated. However, when he thought about it, there were others who were even more unlucky than him, and he felt a little better. But this was just a way for him to comfort himself. It was of no use in reality. No matter how the three magnates tried to guess, they could not figure out Fang Yuan's background. To be on the safe side, Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu decided to follow in Fang Yuan's footsteps. They lowered their prices to the same level as Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Rong Xian maintained her previous price. Looks like Rong Xian thinks that the other party doesn't have much in store, Xie Baoshu thought. What he did not know was that Rong Xian had no choice. He did not have much in stock. If he lowered his price by so much, it would cause a buying frenzy, his stock would be sold out and he would be eliminated. He might as well maintain his current price and take a gamble. If Fang Yuan did not have so much in stock, he would win the gamble, he would still have a chance to stay in the market and fight. If he lost the gamble, so be it, he was going to lose anyway. Xie Baoshu did not know Rong Xian's background. He thought that he felt that Fang Yuan did not have much left, so he wanted to take a risk. But Xie Baoshu was a calm person, he had to follow up, it was the safest. As for Wang Mingyu, after thinking about it, she made the same decision as Xie Baoshu. But as a female, she was more suspicious. She thought, why is Rong Xian not lowering his price? Is he taking a gamble, or does he really know the other party's background, or does he have any evidence or information? If Rong Xian knew about Fang Yuan's background, it was very likely that she did not tell them about it. This was called watching the tigers fight. Rong Xian had a huge advantage. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rong Xian and asked him about it. When Rong Xian received Wang Mingyu's message, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He even felt some pity towards Wang Mingyu. His emotions were complex. Thus, the situation became, Fang Yuan, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rong Xian's price was higher. At this time, a large number of gu immortals started to buy Yirgu, or were preparing to sell. Almost everyone was moved. Because this price was much lower than before, it was very attractive. If he lowered it further? The buyers shook their heads, it could not go much lower. The buyers were smart, the sellers were not fools either. Thus, when Fang Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? He lowered his price again? And by such a huge amount. Oh my God, what is going on? Is that newbie stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I don't care if he's an idiot or if he's plotting something. I know that his Yirgu is real, he is selling it at this price. If I don't buy it now, I would be a fool. Some gu immortals shouted internally. Were these not the thoughts of others as well? A large number of gu immortals' divine senses or wills surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. It was an unprecedented scene. Bye. The gu immortals were all thinking the same thing. This was an unprecedented bargain. If they did not buy it now, it would be too late when that fool realized it. There was an inexplicable sense of urgency in the hearts of the buyers. What is wrong with this person? Knowing this, Xiebao Shu could not remain calm anymore. At this price, if he continued to follow it and lowered the price at the same time, then his profit would really only be that little. If in the past he could earn 100 per year gu, if he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, he would only earn a single-digit profit. Why did Xiebao Shu nurture vicissitude tree so hard? Wasn't it to nurture year gu and earn profits? If he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, his goal of earning money would be destroyed. This price was beyond his bottom line. If he sold it like this, he might as well not buy it. But Xiebao Shu frowned. He fell into deep thought. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. She was in the same situation as Xiebao Shu. If she followed Fang Yuan, she would not earn much. But would he stop selling it? It was not so simple. If they did not follow, Fang Yuan's goods would be huge. The market share of Jewel Yellow Skies would be taken by Fang Yuan. There was another possibility, that was Fang Yuan purposely lowered the price. It was just a tactic to win the competition. He was purposely lowering his price. On one hand, he was probing the sellers. On the other hand, he was trying to raise his reputation. If I do not follow, I will be showing weakness, but I can preserve my strength. If I follow, I will be going crazy with that newbie. We will fight to the death. Wang Mingyu thought for a long time before deciding to follow. Because among the three parties, she had the most goods, she had the confidence to continue. But at this time, Xiebao Shu stopped. The price of year gu in the market showed that Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu were leading the way. Xiebao Shu was the second highest, while Rong Xen was the highest. Evidently, no one was interested in the latter two stalls. Most of the buyers were gathered at Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu's stalls. Xiebao Shu was observing. He needed to know if Fang Yuan was putting on a brave front, or if he was really that strong. Wang Mingyu was very nervous, because at this price, she was making a huge loss. But among the three sellers, she was the only one left. Rong Xen, on the other hand, was the most leisurely one among them as she watched them fight. It is about time, it is time to deal the fatal blow. Fang Yuan was very calm. At this point in the commercial war, he had roughly tested out the bottom line of the three major sellers. Although Wang Mingyu was still following up and entangling with him, according to the market situation in the past, the strength of the three major sellers should be about the same. Even if Wang Mingyu's strength was slightly higher, it wouldn't be by much. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lowered his price again. But this time, he did not lower it by a huge margin, he only lowered it by a small amount. However, such a small reduction was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into the hearts of the three major sellers. This? Rong Xian's face turned pale. Xiebao Shu squinted, his expression was dark. Wang Mingyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she said with a shocked expression, "Why is there a need to do this? Why is there a need to do this?" Fang Yuan's reduction was small, but it was a fatal blow, because it exceeded the cost of the three sellers. Since year gu were being sold, there were costs too. Rong Xian needed gu materials to refine gu, he needed immortal essence to activate gu refinement methods. Xiebao Shu needed manpower and resources to nurture vicissitude trees. Even though Wang Mingyu was capturing wild year gu from a tributary of the River of Time, the capturing method required immortal essence. At the same time, to maintain and protect the tributary of the River of Time, he needed to invest money. If the price was lower than the cost, he would be selling it at a loss. This was usually done when one had accumulated goods that could not be sold, or when they needed funds urgently, they would use this move in desperation. If this move was used in the battle, the other competitors might be fine, but the seller would be the first to cough up blood. This move was too ruthless, it was ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to oneself. Wang Mingyu was shocked, she did not dare to follow this anymore. She would be an idiot if she continued. This was year gu, such a gu worm was actually being sold at a loss. What did that mean? The buyers were stunned. This price was far beyond their imagination, they were tongue-tied and in disbelief. But soon, the gu immortals reacted. Jewel Yellow Skies exploded. Countless gu immortals surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. the scene had reached an unprecedented level of commotion. This was no longer the concept of buying. It was the concept of earning money. Buying year gu at such a price, according to the market situation, they would be making a profit. A large number of transactions were happening. Even the people who bought year gu earlier could not help but be moved. They bought from Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's business was booming. In contrast, the other three sellers were not doing well. They were in dire straits. But at this time, the three sellers were not anxious anymore. Who is this newcomer? They are attacking so fiercely, but this time, he might have gone too far. Observe. Continue observing. I do not believe that he can maintain the price of year gu at such a low level. The three sellers were waiting for Fang Yuan to lose control. But Fang Yuan did not think that he could not hold on. Because he was using rank 8 immortal gu years flow like water to produce ordinary year gu, he only needed to use rank 8 immortal gu's immortal essence. As for Fang Yuan, he had a cost. But compared to the other three sellers, if the latter's cost was counted as 10, then his cost could only be counted as 3 or 4. Everyone could sell year gu. It was the same everywhere. The essence of the price reduction in the battle was to compete with the cost. Chapter 1466. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. It is finally over. This commercial war is truly new. Zhao Lianyun sighed internally. The competition for year gu ended with Fang Yuan's victory. This result shocked most gu immortals. It was rare for such a situation to happen. The newcomer had actually defeated the three giants of the older generation. Everyone thought that the newcomer was a wolf, while the three giants were like lions and tigers. But to think that the newcomer was not a wolf but a dragon. The three sellers were not its match. They lost miserably. Their year gu had not been sold even now. One could imagine that for a period of time, this year gu competition would continue to affect the market. It would be a topic of conversation among gu immortals. They would talk about it enthusiastically. Zhao Lianyun started to reflect on this commercial war. She had originally wanted to gain knowledge from this commercial war to help her in the future. Then, in this commercial war, why did the newcomer win, while the three old sellers lost? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. Then she answered herself, because the newcomer is extremely powerful. Even if the three sellers join forces, they won't be a match for him or her. Using absolute strength to sweep the market? Zhao Lianyun was slightly dazed. She smiled bitterly. What she wanted to learn was how to enter the market as a newcomer. Fang Yuan's method had the feeling of great ingenuity but not perfection, great wisdom but stupidity. Although its power was unparalleled and it really swept through everything, making the three sellers unable to even raise their heads, it was very difficult for Zhao Lianyun to learn. Because this was pure strength. Since the newcomer has such strength, why did he not lower the price to the lowest possible at the start? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. She felt that Fang Yuan's actions were unnecessary. But soon, after she thought about it thoroughly, a flash of understanding flashed through her eyes. I understand. Start with a high price and then slowly lower it. Firstly, it's a method that earns more profits than lowering it all the way to the bottom. Secondly, it should be to test the bottom line of the three major sellers. Thirdly, it's probably a demonstration. Zhao Lianyun's mind was filled with thoughts. The trade war has ended, and the newcomers have won. With this kind of strength, victory is not unexpected, but his or her appetite will not be satisfied with this business war. The newcomer wants to dominate the jewel yellow skies market. Not only did he defeat the three major sellers, but he also pushed them out of the market. This person is so domineering. Sigh, when will I be able to possess such strength? Zhao Lianyun couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She had just started developing her immortal aperture. She was far from Fang Yuan's level. No matter what, she had already remembered Fang Yuan's fatty will. Zhao Lianyun treated him like a mountain. She, who had just become a gu immortal, could only look up to him in awe. Rong Xen, Wang Mingyu, and Xiebao Shu were discussing. Sigh, where did this person come from? He or she has immense strength. He or she can satisfy the entire jewel yellow skies market alone. We cannot sell our year gu now. Wang Mingyu sighed. The situation is not so simple. This person is trying to kill us all. Xie Baoshu's expression was pale, his voice turned sharp. Brother Xie is right. This person is selling so many Yirgu at such a low price. In the next 2 to 3 years, Jewel Yellow Sky's Yirgu market will be at an extremely low level. No matter who he or she is, this is too much. Not only is he eating the meat, he is not even leaving any soup for others. Rong Xian's expression was dark. The 3 major sellers had Yirgu, but they could not sell them. Yirgu was something everyone needed. Fang Yuan supplied so many at once, it caused a huge commotion, causing the Gu immortals to hoard a large amount of Yirgu. Yirgu were easy to feed, they only needed to consume the water of the river of time. Hoarding Yirgu was not difficult at all. This way, not just now, even in the next 2 to 3 years, the 3 major sellers would not be able to sell their Yirgu. As far as the buyers were concerned, they already had Yirgu, why would they buy from them? Unless they sold Yirgu at a lower price, they might just hoard another batch of Yirgu. But the 3 sellers could not sell their Yirgu at such a low price like Fang Yuan's. The 3 sellers were hoarding Yirgu for the time being. But what was the use of doing so? After 2 to 3 years, the market would slowly digest the Yirgu that Fang Yuan supplied, and there would be a demand for Yirgu again. The price of Yirgu would rise too. By then the 3 sellers could sell, but so could Fang Yuan. As long as he did the same thing, the 3 sellers' Yirgu would still rot in his hands. This was strength. With the disparity in strength, all kinds of plots and schemes were useless. Fang Yuan was also an intelligent person, but this time he went straight to the point, using the kingly way to crush them. It was also the most effective. After the 3 sellers discussed for a while, they fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy, because they knew in their hearts that as long as Fang Yuan's strength was here, they would not have a good time. Even though the Yirgu trade would not stop, this source of income would shrink. At least, they would have to give up on the Jewel Yellow Skies market. Right now, our only hope is that this person's strength is fake, he is just trying to scare us. It's just a bluff. Wang Mingyu smiled bitterly and broke the silence. The other 2 immortals shook their heads. The possibility was very small. We can cooperate, Rong Xian quickly said. This was a solution. Back then, the 3 of them had argued with each other and were equally matched. That was how they had come to an agreement to work together and benefit from it for many years. But how can we cooperate with this person? The difference in strength is obvious. Wang Mingyu sighed. Xie Baoshu said calmly, that will depend on our abilities. If Yirgu cannot convince him, there are other things. What if he does not agree? Wang Mingyu asked. Xie Baoshu was silent. Rong Xian sighed bitterly. If he does not agree and wants to kill us, we will have to give up on the Yirgu business. There was no other way. Competition was cruel. With Fang Yuan's strength, the 3 sellers had no way to survive. They could only give up on Yirgu. But could they give it up so easily? The profits from the Yirgu trade supported these 3 and the super forces behind them, who could accept it if it suddenly collapsed. But I cannot give up on the Yirgu business. Xie Baoshu gritted his teeth. He was a lone cultivator. He relied on the Yirgu business to support his cultivation and maintain his network. Now that it was gone, it was a fatal blow to him. Wang Mingyu's situation was better than Xie Baoshu. She was once a lone immortal. She had turned to the righteous path and joined a super force. She did not have any profits. It was not her fault. On the other hand, she could rely on her husband and the clan behind her. Rong Xian had the least pressure. Because he was a member of a super force, Central Continent Super Force, he had immense strength. And most importantly, he obtained Yirgu through Gu refinement. If he did not need Yirgu, he just needed to stop refining Gu. It was easy for a small boat to turn around. You want to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan soon received the information from the 3 sellers. He snickered coldly. Why cooperate? He could keep this for himself. Why would he share it with others? Fang Yuan rejected them without hesitation. 12 million immortal yuan stones. This was Fang Yuan's gains from this battle. Even though the price was low, the sales volume was too high. It was a small profit but quick turnover. When I get rid of these 3 sellers, I will be able to raise the price slightly. But in the next few years, they will probably last for a while. Fang Yuan estimated. On one hand, the three sellers were unwilling to give up. On the other hand, they wanted to probe Fang Yuan's foundation, to prevent him from exaggerating his strength. Thirdly, even though the Jewel Yellow Skies market was monopolized by Fang Yuan, not everyone was buying from Jewel Yellow Skies. For example, Wang Mingyu had a super force behind her. Most of her Yirgu would be consumed by herself. Other than that, there would be other forces that had strong connections. They would still purchase Yirgu in large quantities, even if the price was higher. Of course, in this situation, as long as Fang Yuan continued to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and use this low price to push out his competitors, in 5 to 6 years, the three sellers would have a tough time. After all, the price was right there. Even those with strong connections would come to Fang Yuan's side. In the entire Gu Immortal market, Jewel Yellow Skies occupied the majority. From now on, Fang Yuan only needed to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and influence other markets. Eventually, he would become the leader of the Yirgu business in the entire Gu Immortal market. As for others, even though they could do some Yirgu business, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. After repaying my debts, I still have more than 10 million Immortal Yuan stones left. But in the next 2 to 3 years, I cannot rely on Yirgu to make money. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about how to use this Immortal Yuan stone to manage his immortal aperture, Sixth Hair came to find him. He brought Fang Yuan a huge piece of good news. Chapter 1467. Genius 1 second. Remember love, go away? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. A small food path Immortal Gu was placed on Fang Yuan's palm. It was green in color. It was the size of an adult's finger, but its body had 6 segments. It looked like a caterpillar. But on its forehead, there was a thin silver horn. At this moment, it was lying on Fang Yuan's palm, moving according to Fang Yuan's will. It had already been refined by Fang Yuan. Once a refinement path Gu Immortal refines an Immortal Gu, in most situations, this Immortal Gu would have already been refined by the refinement path Gu Immortal. That was to say, Sixth Hair was the owner of this food path Immortal Gu. However, under Sixth Hair's guidance, it was much easier for Fang Yuan to refine this food path Immortal Gu compared to refining wild Immortal Gu. Rank 6 Food Path Immortal Gu, Snack. This was one of the requirements that Fang Yuan asked Xianxia sect to refine for him. After inheriting Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he asked Xianxia sect to refine 3 Immortal Gu for him. Right now, they were all completed. They were Rank 7 Immortal Gu Self-Love, Rank 6 Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul, and Rank 6 Immortal Gu Snack. These 3 Immortal Gu were things that Fang Yuan needed urgently. Self-Love Immortal Gu was very useful. It was the core of self-cleansing. It was indispensable. Fang Yuan was able to escape the Celestial Court's investigation because of it. Even though Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was Rank 6, its difficulty and time to refine was the highest among the 3 Immortal Gu. But after it was refined, it helped Fang Yuan resolve the Soul Path trap on the Strength Path 8-arm Immortal Zombie Body, allowing Fang Yuan to use the Light of Wisdom again. It had also contributed greatly to the battle. As for Snack Immortal Gu, it was a Food Path Immortal Gu. To solve the problem of feeding his Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had a huge need for it. The Immortal Gu recipe of Snack Immortal Gu came from Shadow Sect's inheritance. The origin was related to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When he was alive, he risked his life to obtain a Food Path true inheritance from a Beastman Gu Immortal. And that Beastman Gu Immortal was the legendary person who created Food Path. The ancestors planted trees, the descendants benefited from the shade. The Food Path true inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was the most authentic version in the world. Trying to inject Red Date Immortal Essence, Snack Immortal Gu's caterpillar-like body shook, then like it was drunk, the lower half of its body lay on Fang Yuan's palm while the upper half of its body stood up, shaking its head continuously. In the process of shaking, its originally tender green body continuously turned red, and finally became the red of magma. At the same time, its body, which was originally as slender as a human's index finger, gradually became thicker and harder. In the end, it spat out a large amount of viscous, orange-yellow liquid from its mouth. Then, it quickly withered and its body shrank, becoming even smaller than its original size. At the same time, the color of his body changed from magma red to pale white, giving off a feeling of weakness. With the food path true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew clearly, snack immortal goo had a limit to its usage. After using it once, it needed to recover before it could be used again. If it was used continuously, it would not be able to hold on. After spitting out large amounts of orange-yellow liquid, it would die rapidly. Love go, small say, neck only after it recovered, when its body returned to its tender green color, would it be able to use it again. Fang Yuan kept snack immortal goo into his immortal aperture, then looked at the orange-yellow liquid that it spat out. This liquid was very special. It floated in the air on its own, it did not fall down, it had already shrunk into a small ball. To use an analogy, it was like a healthy egg. The egg white and yolk were mixed together. This thick orange-yellow liquid was what Fang Yuan wanted. With it, he could use it to replace a portion of food ingredients to feed immortal goo. As for other rank 6 immortal goo, this orange-yellow liquid could replace 6% of their food ingredients. Rank 7 and above would have a lower effect. 6% of 100 wins seemed like a small amount, but in a few days, snack immortal goo could be used again. It could spit out a second round of orange-yellow liquid. This way, it would be a huge help in feeding immortal goo. Of course, the orange-yellow liquid had a limit. It could only replace 40% of the immortal goo's food ingredients. Beyond this, no amount of feeding immortal goo would have any effect. Fang Yuan took out an immortal goo. It quickly swallowed this orange-yellow liquid. The experiment was perfect. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He sighed internally. He had been coveting food path methods for a long time, because after rebirth, he had many immortal goo. The burden of feeding them was on his shoulders. Before this, for a long time, Fang Yuan had been busy feeding immortal goo. To think that I would obtain a food path true inheritance from my enemy, Shadow Sect. And it is the most outstanding food path true inheritance in the world. And the process of refining snack immortal goo is much easier than cleanse soul and self-love. The refinement of immortal goo was hard to predict. Fang Yuan had failed many times to refine cleanse soul, but he had only tried 5 times to refine snack immortal goo. It was a pleasant surprise that he succeeded on the 5th try. With this snack immortal goo, Fang Yuan's pressure in feeding immortal goo was greatly reduced. Rank 6 immortal goo could reduce the food ingredients by 40%. Fang Yuan could use immortal essence to feed them. Even though rank 7 and 8 immortal goo had lesser effects, the burden was much lighter. After all, Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal goo with him now. Snack immortal goo was very valuable to him. A few days later, Fang Yuan bought a batch of desolate plants from Jewel Yellow Skies. This batch of desolate plants was a layer of light green moss, attached to the surface of the colorful corals. They were light shine fungi. Light shine fungi came from the deep sea of Eastern Sea. It was completely dark there. There was no light. Perhaps it was because of the extreme that the light shine fungus was born in such an environment. The intense light it emitted illuminated the pitch-black bottom of the sea as if it were daytime. Fang Yuan had once bought a batch at the Eastern Sea Trading Convention, but back then, the owner was Tong Hua. He only traded and did not sell. After that, she sold the light shine fungi to Jewel Yellow Skies, but after a period of market evaluation, the price became lower and lower. Initially, Goo Immortals were very interested in this desolate plant. But later on, the buyers found that this plant was most suitable to be grown in the dark sea. Not only was there no water there was a huge amount of water and pressure. After leaving this environment, even though the light shine fungi would not die, they would become weak. The light they emitted was only comparable to candlelight. In this situation, Fang Yuan negotiated with Tong Hua. He bought almost all of her light shine fungi at a very low price. Fang Yuan first placed a batch in his Immortal Aperture's mini Eastern Sea to nurture as a backup. Next, he experimented on another batch. He needed to modify these desolate plants, to change their habits and make them his. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level was very ordinary, but he was very confident. On one hand, he had many methods. He had Shadow Sects inheritances and Langya Sects true inheritances. A large number of modification methods were in Fang Yuan's hands. They involved wood path, soul path, refinement path, and many other paths. Chapter 1468. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. In the vast eastern sea, waves surged. Winds and waves crashed on a nameless island. It was not evening yet, but the sky was already dark. The female immortal Tong Hua flew as she raised her head, seeing that the sky was covered in dark clouds, a sign that a storm was about to arrive. She felt vexed inwardly, but her expression was calm. Soon, she flew to the sky above the nameless island and saw a person standing at the highest peak of the island, looking at the sea and sky. Ren Xiu, thank you for waiting. Tong Hua landed behind that Gu immortal and bowed slightly. The mysterious Gu immortal slowly turned around, showing his appearance. He was an old man with a tall nose and thin eyes. He had a smile on his face as he said calmly, "No worries. I have to congratulate Fairy Tong Hua. I heard that the light shine fungi that you stored in jewel yellow skies have all been sold." This old Gu immortal was an Eastern Sea rank 7 enslavement path Gu immortal, Ren Xiaoping. Fairy Tong Hua nodded, handing a large amount of immortal yuan stones to Ren Xiaoping. After Ren Xiaoping counted them, he purposely hesitated. "Fairy, if I am not wrong, this amount is slightly lacking." Fairy Tong Hua's expression was grim. She nodded. "I will return most of it to you first. I will return the remaining portion to you in the future." Ren Xiaoping nodded. "Fairy, this is a wise move. According to the loan agreement between you and me, the lesser the debt, the lesser the interest. It seems that you will be able to clear your debt soon." Fairy Tong Hua snorted coldly. Of course. Earlier, she had passed a tribulation and rebuilt her immortal aperture. She spent a lot of money and had no choice but to borrow money. Ren Xiaoping was one of them. He lent her the most immortal yuan stones. However, the agreement between her and Ren Xiaoping was also the strictest. The interest was extremely high. Originally, Fairy Tong Hua was in a dangerous situation, but to think that Fang Yuan bought all of her light shine fungi, causing her to recover her funds. This time, she paid off most of the debt. The crisis was greatly alleviated. Fairy Tong Hua didn't feel much pressure to pay off the rest of the immortal essence stones that she owed. Fairy Tong Hua didn't want to stay any longer and was about to leave when Ren Xiaoping said, "Fairy, please wait." "Is there anything else, fellow immortal Ren? If you still want to borrow my celestial yuan stone, forgive me for being honest, but I won't." Fairy Tong Hua frowned and said coldly. Ren Xiaoping smiled and said, "Fairy, don't worry, it's not about that. It's just that I have an incomplete true inheritance that came from a wood path great figure in the past. Didn't Fairy want to modify the light shine fungus? I believe that the contents of this true inheritance will be of great help to you." Fairy Tong Hua was surprised. "How did you know that I'm trying to improve the light shine fungus?" Ren Xiaoping chuckled. "Fairy, you didn't deliberately hide this matter. This old man will know after a little investigation." Fairy Tong Hua's face was as dark as the current sky. Hua hua hua. Strong winds blew, creating countless waves that crashed on the shore of the nameless island, creating huge waves. Ren Xiaoping was right. Tong Hua invested too much in modifying the light shine fungus, causing her family's finances to collapse. She had to borrow money from everywhere to barely survive. If not for that, with her original foundation, she could rebuild her immortal aperture. After a while of silence, Fairy Tong Hua spoke again. "Which wood path great expert are you talking about?" Ren Xiaoping smiled. "Wood path Gu immortal Kue Wu Zi, have you heard of him?" Fairy Tong Hua was slightly shocked. "He is indeed a wood path great expert. He has rank 8 cultivation level. But in history he is famous for his battle strength, but his immortal aperture management skills are not good." Ren Xiaoping shook his head and said in a certain tone, "Fairy, you are wrong. The reason why you have such an impression is because Kue Wu Zi's battle strength is too dazzling. It overshadowed his immortal aperture management skills. In truth, he is not bad. Without the foundation of his immortal aperture, no matter how strong his battle strength is, it will only last for a moment. Furthermore, even if his management skills are not good, he is still a rank 8 Gu immortal, and a wood path Gu immortal. He will be of great help to you. There is no doubt about this." Tong Hua was moved, she thought. My previous modification of the light shine fungus was obstructed not because of my light path attainment level, but because my wood path attainment level is not high. If I can obtain this incomplete true inheritance, it might help me. Maybe I can succeed in modifying the light shine fungus. Thinking of this, Tong Hua hesitated before asking Ren Xiaoping, what is the price of this Kuei Wu Zi true inheritance? Ren Xiaoping thought, the fish has taken the bait, but he said, not high, not high. Both sides negotiated for a while. Eventually, Fairy Tong Hua bought Kuei Wu Zi's true inheritance from Ren Xiaoping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, a storm started. The sky and sea were both dark and gloomy. With a loud sound of thunder, snake-like lightning flashed in the sky. At this moment, the lightning shined on Ren Xiaoping's face. His face was filled with a smile. It was the smile of someone whose scheme succeeded. This plan succeeded. Tong Hua has already been deceived by Kuei Wu Zi's reputation. His true inheritance cannot help her as much as she imagined. Especially after I purposely cut out a lot of crucial information. Light shine fungus is a desolate plant. How can it be so easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tong Hua is not a wood path gu immortal. She cultivates light path without years of research. How can she succeed? Northern Plains, Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan's divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, fungal light illumination. Fang Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a dazzling orange-yellow light. The orange light shined on the green light shine fungus in front of him. It started to transform. At an observable speed, the green light shine fungus seemed to be dyed with paint. It started to change color from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was activated. Fang Yuan could only see the pure white light shine fungus in front of him. These light shine fungus were different from before. They were no longer weak. They were shining brightly. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to inspect them. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, now the light shine fungus modification is a success. I can plant them on a large scale. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment was lower than Fairy Tong Hua. But he had the light of wisdom. He could use it to think. And Shadow Sects and Xianxia Sects inheritances had a vast amount of information, giving him the strongest theoretical foundation. He also had a large number of immortal gu with him, or he could borrow them. All these reasons allowed him to create the immortal killer move, fungal light illumination. This move used perseverance immortal gu, self-love immortal gu, and would sprout immortal gu as the cores, with snack immortal gu as the supplementary gu. It could transform the green light shine fungus into pure white light shine fungi that were suitable for the sky. Among them, wood sprout immortal gu was borrowed by Fang Yuan from Xianxia sect. Perseverance immortal gu and self-love immortal gu, Fang Yuan already had them. As for snack immortal gu, he had just refined it. It was a small surprise to be able to use it here. Next, Fang Yuan placed these light shine fungi in mini orange heaven and mini white heaven. In mini orange heaven, there was an aurora light. It was very beautiful. Within the aurora light, there were fruits, flowing light fruits. And in mini white heaven, there was a small-scale overlord flower field. After the light shine fungi were placed, the two places became brighter and brighter. Affected by this, the aurora light in mini orange heaven started to expand. Even though it was slight as time passed, the growth could not be underestimated. And in mini white heaven, the overlord flower with its petals seemed to have become more energetic. Be it the aurora light or the overlord flower, they needed intense light. The modified pure white light shine fungi could float in the air. It was very useful for these two places. Fang Yuan observed for a while. He was very satisfied. As long as these two places are constructed at this rate, I will be able to satisfy the food problem of attitude gu and wisdom sword gu. Fang Yuan had 3 rank 8 immortal gu. Among them, years flow like water only consumed the water of the river of time. It was not a problem to feed it. Attitude gu and wisdom sword gu were hard to feed. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried about this. Now he finally saw hope. Furthermore, the light shine fungi can reproduce on their own. In the future, my light shine fungi will continue to grow. I might even be able to export them. This was very possible. Feng Yuan's modified pure white light shine fungi had a huge market. It was much better than the original light shine fungi. Once it was put on the market, it would attract good reviews and buyers. Feng Yuan had already planned to nurture both light shine fungi. He would place some light shine fungi in mini Eastern Sea, while the pure white light shine fungi would be nurtured. He would satisfy his own needs before selling them to the outside world. Let me calculate. For the light shine fungi to reach a certain scale and satisfy my needs, I will need to invest 2 million immortal yuan stone. To sell them to the outside world, I will need to invest another 1,800,000 immortal yuan stone. The main reason was that the burden of feeding rank 8 immortal goo was too heavy. In total, he would need to invest 4 million immortal yuan stone. But if he succeeded, he would have a monopoly on this trade. It would be very profitable. In the next 2 to 3 years, Feng Yuan could not rely on year goo at all. Even after 4 to 5 years, the year goo market in jewel yellow skies would be very low. Because goo immortals had large amounts of year goo, they had little demand. This time, Feng Yuan was putting in a lot of effort. Selling year goo caused the sales of day goo and month goo to be greatly affected. Feng Yuan wanted to develop rubbings. Light shine fungi was a good project. Of course, its prospects could not compare to guts goo. Because after the modified pure white light shine fungi were sold for a long time, people would unravel the profundity within and modify it themselves. And guts goo could only be obtained by those with Dang Hun Mountain. Chapter 1469. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Cold winds howled, snow fluttered on the glacier. And under this glacier, there was a negotiation that had a frozen atmosphere. The two variant human races that lived here and concealed their identities, rockmen and snowmen, not long ago, because of a territorial dispute, they started a negotiation. Right now, this negotiation had already gone on for 6 days and 6 nights. Emoli area is the territory of my Rockman tribe. For 100 years ago, it was an inseparable territory of my Rockman tribe. This is the bottom line of my Rockman tribe, Snowman tribe, please understand. Shizong's voice was very loud, it reverberated in the room. The Rockman Goo immortals who participated in the negotiation had cold expressions. And the Snowman Goo immortals had ashen expressions. They were even uglier. The Rockman tribe's attitude was very unyielding. It gave huge pressure to the Snowman tribe. Snowman Goo immortal Bing Yuan spoke. 400 years ago, that was indeed the case. But afterwards, a Goo immortal senior of my tribe won a bet with Shizong's first supreme elder. Emoli area was the stake of the bet. Shizong quickly waved his hand. That was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Bing Yuan sneered. Back then we made a bet. Shizong's expression was solemn. He asked, where is the bet? Bing Yuan was speechless from anger. This Shizong did not care about his face at all. Not only did he use such a method to cancel the alliance agreement, he even wanted to renege on the bet. As the grand first elder of the Stone Golem tribe, he was simply too shameless. But even though the Snowman Goo immortals were furious, they could understand. Because in this icy plain, there was very little land, the rockmen and snowmen had lived for a long time, they had too many people, the land was already overburdened. Stone Ancestor was willing to give up his face to take back the Moli region. This was also for the sake of the Stone Man race's overall situation, seeking benefits for the Stone Man race. But this way, the Snowman tribe's benefits would be violated. Finally, this difficult negotiation had a result. The Snowmen lost, the Rockmen won. They took control of the Moli region. Immediately, the Stone Golem tribe ordered all the snowmen in the Moli area to move out, leaving space for the Stone Golem tribe to take over. After returning to his territory, rank 7 Goo immortal Bing Zhuo was furious. This Rockman tribe is too hateful. They are distorting the truth just because they have a rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon? Bing Yuan consoled him. Calm down, Bing Zhuo. Haven't we seen through the Stoneman tribe's attitude after 1,000 years? In the northern ice field, the Stoneman tribe and the Snowman tribe depended on each other, but overall, the Stoneman tribe had the upper hand. There was only one reason: they had the immemorial rock dragon. It had rank 8 battle strength. With such powerful battle prowess, the Stone Golem tribe had the upper hand in many conflicts and protected their own interests. At the mention of the immemorial rock dragon, the anger on Bingjua's face quickly faded, turning into a helpless sigh. Rank 8 battle strength, immemorial rock dragon. If only our tribe had rank 8 battle strength, we would be able to fight them evenly. How good would that be? Bing Yuan was silent for a while before saying, "It is not impossible to have rank 8 battle strength. I have a plan. If it really succeeds, what would the immemorial rock dragon amount to?" Bingjue heard this and his eyes brightened. "What plan? Quickly tell me." "Actually, this plan has already been brewing in my heart for a long time. At this moment, it can be considered to be an opportunity. Thus, I'll tell you about it," Bing Yuan slowly said. Bingjue heard this and said in shock, "You are talking about Lu Guanyi?" "Oh no, Fang Yuan?" Lu Guanyi's identity was Fang Yuan. This news had been announced by the Celestial Court long ago. It was spread all over the world. Even though the Snowman tribe lived in a remote corner of the world, they still knew about such important news. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. It is publicly acknowledged. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not long ago, we formed a good relationship with him, so if Shui Heir marries him, our Snowman tribe will have a marriage alliance with him. We will be able to bind him to our tribe. With this backing, we will not be bullied by the Rockmen anymore. Furthermore, with a rank 8, our tribe's development will be greatly beneficial." Bing Yuan said. Bingjue thought about it as he nodded. Indeed, even though Fang Yuan is a human, he is an enemy of the world. He has already joined Xianxia sect. There is no problem with his faction. But wait a moment. Bingjue looked at Bing Yuan in confusion. "Our tribe has a good relationship with him? Why do I remember that we only had an intense battle with him and ambushed him? Even though we turned hostility into friendship in the end, we are still far from having a good relationship." Bing Yuan smiled. "Bingjue, you were in closed cultivation earlier, pondering over the modification of killer moves. That is why you do not know. Recently, Fang Yuan used almost all of Xianxia sect's resources to refine immortal goo. He encountered difficulties in the process and needed the Snow Lotus Essence immortal material. Thus, I made the decision and sold all the Snow Lotus Essences to Xianxia sect's Goo Immortal 6th Heir." "So that's it." Bingjue came to a realization, but he soon frowned. "Since we sold them, we made a profit. Why didn't we just give them the Snow Lotus Essences back then?" Bing Yuan smiled bitterly. "This is a serious matter. I could only do that back then. Firstly, the idea of a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan was not very strong. Secondly, if we had directly given them to him, Fang Yuan is not a stupid person, he might not have accepted it. Thirdly, this matter has already been known by others. If we had directly given them to him, the Rockmen would be suspicious and make guesses." Bingjue nodded, not speaking. He knew in his heart that this could not be called a good relationship. It could only be said that their relationship had improved a little. There were many difficulties in marrying Fang Yuan. Because previously, when Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the Snowman tribe had expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan, but the other party's response was very cold. Now that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, his status had risen to another level. The Snowman tribe wanted to marry Fang Yuan not because they favored Fang Yuan, but because they wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. The Snowman tribe did not know that Fang Yuan had lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But Bing Yuan was more confident than Bingjue. She said, "Don't worry. My granddaughter is beautiful and a Goo immortal. She is the best candidate for marriage alliance. In this aspect, how can the Rockmen have an advantage over us Snowmen? This is making use of our strengths and avoiding our weaknesses. Our tribe might be trying to curry favor with Fang Yuan through marriage, but Fang Yuan has our tribe's help. It is also beneficial to him. Let's not talk about other things, but we still have some Snow Lotus Essence left. Moreover, even if this plan fails, it is not a big deal. It will not ruin our relationship with Fang Yuan. Let's give it a try." This "give it a try" finally moved Bingjue. The latter nodded. "Then let's give it a try." Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Swoosh swoosh. The waves of the river of time surged, resounding in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan's divine sense scanned the surroundings. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no mistakes, he retracted his divine sense. Using the time path methods of He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan restored the flow of time in his sovereign immortal aperture to its original speed. The resources in the sovereign immortal aperture were very superior, far surpassing super-grade blessed lands. In terms of space path resources, the entire sovereign immortal aperture was extremely spacious. It was 250 million km2. In terms of time path, after restoring it, the flow rate was 1:60 compared to the outside world. A super-grade blessed land of the 10 extreme physiques was only 1:40. As for a high-grade blessed land, it was 1:30. It was half the size of the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture's immortal aperture origin core was also very abundant. 96 beads of immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture every year. In terms of outside time, that was 16 beads of immortal essence per day. Right now, Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He obtained 16 red date immortal essence beads. 16 red date immortal essence beads, if converted to immortal ascension yuan stone, would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal ascension yuan stone. That was to say, even if Fang Yuan did not do anything every day, just the red date immortal essence produced in his immortal aperture would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal yuan stone. This was a little terrifying. But the truth was, it was far from that. When Fang Yuan's time path Dao marks increased, the immortal aperture's time flow would also increase. When the immortal aperture origin core became more abundant, the immortal essence produced would also increase. At rank 8 cultivation level, it would be even more terrifying. According to the most basic standard, 16 beads of immortal essence per day, rank 8 yellow lychee immortal essence would be converted to immortal ascension yuan stone. That would be 160,000 immortal ascension yuan stone. Fang Yuan had earned over 10 million immortal ascension yuan stone by selling Yirgu in jewel yellow skies. When he reached rank 8 cultivation level, he would not need to do anything. Just 100 days in the outside world would be worth 16 million immortal ascension yuan stone. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the wealth. This kind of gap was not a simple linear one. It was a geometrical rise. Of course, this was Fang Yuan's situation. The sovereign immortal aperture was a special case. It was unique in the world. Shadow sect used 100,000 years of accumulation. Almost all of it was used to refine this Gu. It was not hard to understand why it had such a terrifying advantage. Previously, Fang Yuan had no choice but to slow down the flow of time because of providence and the calamities and tribulations. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose. He was confident he could survive the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, he had Old Man Inkstone's immortal killer move exposed heavenly secret to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations. Together with his own development needs, it was necessary to restore the flow of time. In fact, Fang Yuan even planned to use time path methods to increase the flow of time. But I need to wait for a while. The time path methods in He Fan's true inheritance need to wait for a while before I can use other killer moves to affect the tributary of the river of time. With this rate of time flow, the illumination fungus will be able to reproduce rapidly. Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu should be placed outside the immortal aperture for now. Fang Yuan calculated this way he would be able to satisfy the minimum requirement to feed Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu. It was time to feed Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu as well. But rank 8 Immortal Gu were too difficult to feed. This problem had been weighing on Fang Yuan's mind. As time passed, the pressure became greater. Chapter 1470. Celestial Court, Soul Suppression Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the curled-up spectral soul's main body as she frowned. "Oh, spectral soul, even now, you still do not recognize reality?" Spectral soul did not reply. He was silent like a rock. Fairy Myrtle snickered as she activated this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Immediately, the chains shined with purple lightning. Spectral soul's main body, who was bound by the chains, started to tremble. His memories were forcefully extracted. They turned into dazzling images that appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. That was a scene from the past. Spectral's soul had not become a demon venerable yet. He only had rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level. Luopa Valley. Spectral's soul fell into Luopa Valley, directly crashing onto the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper. His situation was bad. He was on the verge of death. A figure slowly descended from the sky. "Yu Hun, you can't escape. You will definitely die today." The person emitted rank 8 aura. He had a cold expression and was much stronger than Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul sat up with difficulty, looking at the sky. "I don't understand. This is the first time we have met. We have no grudges. Why are you willing to pay such a huge price to kill me?" The person shouted, "Because you will bring bloodshed to the world. You will slaughter all living beings and harm all living beings." Spectral Soul snickered. "You have killed many more people than me. Don't you think your words are laughable?" The rank 8 enemy shook his head. "It is not the same. Your problem is much more serious than mine." Spectral Soul was silent for a while before saying, "Is it because I want to create Soul Path?" The rank 8 Gu Immortal showed a surprised expression, but he quickly recovered, saying solemnly, "That's right, Soul Path should not have been created. In the current world, Fate Gu is destroyed. If Soul Path is created, the world will change, the dead will not be able to rest in peace, ghosts and monsters will roam the world." Spectral Soul laughed heartily. "Very good, then I will definitely create my own Soul Path. In the future, countless people will choose to cultivate Soul Path. Let this world change." He laughed and stood up abruptly. His condition had mostly recovered. "With me here, you will only be delusional." The newcomer sneered and swooped down. Spectral Soul raised his hands as a formation appeared, trapping the rank 8 Gu Immortal inside. But the enemy reacted immediately, dismantling the Gu formation like a hot knife through butter. "You think I can't detect this Gu formation's ambush? I purposely talked to you. I have already unraveled this Gu formation." The rank 8 Gu Immortal charged forward, about to reach Spectral Soul. But Spectral Soul was very confident. He stood on the ground without moving, looking at the rank 8 Gu Immortal charging towards him. He snickered. "The Gu formation you dismantled is only the surface. Don't you think this valley is very special?" The moment he said that, the Gu formation burst out with its true power. The rank 8 Gu Immortal was like a tiger trapped in a pond. His charge came to an abrupt halt. "Luopa Valley?" The rank 8 Gu Immortal was shocked. "That's right, this secluded domain of heaven and earth is a sacred land for cultivating Soul Path. Hee, it is also your burial ground." Spectral Soul proclaimed like a victor. The rank 8 Gu Immortal screamed. Spectral Soul's immortal formation used the power of Luopa Valley. It was a rank 9 immortal formation. The rank 8 Gu Immortal resisted for a while, but he could not hold on any longer and died regretfully. Spectral Soul looked at the corpse of his rank 8 enemy. His hair was disheveled and his 7 orifices were bleeding. Killing intent surged as he laughed coldly. "Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal, interesting. I, Spectral Soul, swear that I will create Soul Path in the future, and let more people cultivate it. Even if I fail and die, Soul Path Gu Immortal experts will emerge endlessly." Ha! The painting stopped at this point. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dark. She looked at Spectral Soul's main body, who was imprisoned, for a while before turning around and leaving. Even though she extracted Spectral Soul's memories this time, it was useless. In fact, it could be seen as Spectral Soul's response to Fairy Myrtle's earlier words. If it was the latter, it meant that Spectral Soul had a method to resist Celestial Quartz Soul Search. Even though he could not resist Soul Suppression Hall's power, he could choose to hand over his memories. This way, it will take a long time to find anything valuable. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply in her heart. Langya Blessed Land, Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged in the depths of the valley. With a thought, he activated the Luopa formation. This formation originated from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable himself. The basic goo worms were a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm goo. White lotus giant silkworm goo was the ingredient of cleansed soul immortal goo. It was also created by spectral soul demon venerable. After Feng Yuan obtained the goo recipe, he ordered Xianxia sect to refine a large number of white lotus giant silkworm goo for him. Now, he had cleansed soul immortal goo, but white lotus giant silkworm goo not only satisfied the requirements of cleansed soul, it was also the foundation of many soul path goo formations in spectral soul's true inheritance. At this moment, the Luopa formation activated, the irregular Luopa wind and bewildering fog started to move along with the goo formation's activation. Feng Yuan's soul left his body and went through the test of the wind and fog. Before this, he had expended a large number of guts goo, causing his soul to become swollen. After a while, the Luopa formation stopped activating, Feng Yuan's soul had become thin and lean, he returned to the sovereign immortal body with deep fatigue. With the Luopa formation, my cultivation efficiency in Luopa Valley has increased by at least 30%. Feng Yuan evaluated in his heart. This was the first time he was using this formation. The Luopa formation was a goo formation used to cultivate soul path, but other goo formations could be added in. The Luopa formation had an extremely high tolerance. This was one of its greatest advantages. For example, when Qin Bai Sheng and the rest resisted the investigation team of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the goo formation they used in battle was the Luopa formation. However, their Luopa formation did not focus on cultivation, it focused on defense. According to the records in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used rank 7 cultivation level to kill an invading rank 8 Celestial Court Goo Immortal. Back then, he had also used the Luopa formation, but he had added other goo formations with extremely high offensive power. The Luopa formation that Feng Yuan was using now focused on soul path cultivation. It used rank 6 Immortal Goo Cleanse Soul as the core, a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm goo as the foundation, and other goo worms to create it. But after this session of cultivation, my soul foundation has reached the level of 1,000,000 man soul. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, the soul foundation was divided into many levels. From low to high, they were 1 man soul, 10 man soul, 100 man soul, 1,000,000 man soul, 10,000,000 man soul, 100,000,000 man soul. 10 man soul meant that the soul foundation was equivalent to the total of 10 adults. Ordinary goo masters could reach 1,000 man soul after 20 years of soul path cultivation. But by using guts goo, Feng Yuan could achieve it instantly. Before this cultivation session, Feng Yuan's soul foundation had almost reached 3,000,000 man soul. But after the tempering of Luopa wind and bewilderment fog, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,000,000 man soul level. First, he used guts goo to strengthen his soul, then he cultivated in Luopa Valley, tempering his soul like steel, removing the impurities. Next, he went to sleep and calmed his soul, getting rid of all impatience. These 3 steps repeated over and over again, causing Feng Yuan's soul foundation to soar like a rocket. How long had it been? But he had already reached 1,000,000 man soul level. The speed of his improvement was truly terrifying. When he reached 100,000,000 man soul level, his soul would turn solid, turning from an ethereal body into a solid body. Thinking of the battle of heaven-stirring mountain, when Spectral Soul's main body was majestic, Feng Yuan was extremely moved. There was another benefit of strengthening his soul foundation, that was Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment. This move could hide from the deductions of Providence and other goo immortals. The stronger the soul foundation, the stronger it would be. At this moment, Feng Yuan could clearly feel that Ghost Official Garment on his soul had become thicker, giving him an indescribable sense of security. If my soul foundation continues to grow, I will be able to control even more year beasts. I might even be able to control a second immemorial year beast. However, while I can focus on the soul foundation, those soul path killer moves are not worth it. The reason was none other than Spectral Soul's main body had already been captured by the Celestial Court. He could not escape from soul searching. That was to say, in time, the Celestial Court would also obtain Spectral Soul's true inheritance. At that time, it would be easy to break the killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. After this cultivation session ended, Fang Yuan left Luopa Valley. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivation. They were placed in Langya Blessed Land by Fang Yuan. Firstly, it was for convenience, and secondly, these two secluded domains of heaven and earth expended a lot of heaven and earth qi in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture already had reverse flow river. Adding these two would be too much of a burden. The moment he walked out of Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan saw a snowman girl. Chapter 1471. The sovereign immortal aperture was still filled with tranquility and tranquility. Because there were no obvious changes in the weather, there was no day or night, so tranquility was the main theme here. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture was only a level 1 blessed land. Blessed lands usually did not have any weather changes. Only when one reached the edge of advancing to a grotto heaven or formed a grotto heaven would the immortal aperture have weather changes. There were no weather changes, but the sovereign immortal aperture was not dead. It was alive and full of vitality. Kokitahara was cold, especially at the northern end. It was still snowy and empty. The annexed Han-dong Blessed Land was now a resource point for raising spirit snakes, managed by the Pink Spirit Snake Land Spirit. Besides that, there was also the Bone Burial Ground, which stored a large number of bone immortal materials. And at the southern end, Fang Yuan was planning to build a blood-red grassland, using blood sickle grass and red axe flowers as the foundation to house the pink flower rabbits, fox groups, wolf groups, and others. In mini-central continent, there was the Blood Ji Forest and Mirror Willow Forest. They were unintentionally accumulated by Fang Yuan. He did not nurture them on purpose. They were not large in scale. There was also a Jade Light Pit, which contained some light path mortal goo. In mini-western desert, there were Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Sand Gull Soil Beach, Rotten Black Swamp, Rotten Mud Swamp, and Black Dog Hill, the former Lu Yong Blessed Land that had the land spirit Black Curly Hair Dog. There was also a new Mortal Goo House. It was the Mortal Goo House Fang Yuan obtained from Western Desert's Translocation Desert, Corpse City. Most of the immortal materials inside were sold to Thousand Transformations Ancestors' will. There were very few left. Mini Eastern Sea was no longer shallow. It had a trace of an ocean's aura. Especially the two sea areas, Dragon Scale Sea Area and Wu Yi Sea Area. The former was a large resource point that Fang Yuan spent a lot of money and effort to build in southern border. The latter was Wu Yihai's Blessed Land, managed by the Sea Turtle Land Spirit for Fang Yuan. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horn divine tortoises, an ancient desolate plant silent coral, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls. Other than the 2 sea areas, there was also a blood lake. It was not big. It was created by Fang Yuan to repair blood asset immortal goo. It had been preserved ever since. The lake water of the blood lake was mixed with the blood of desolate beasts and goo immortals. Beneath the blood lake were many shallow seas. They had all been meticulously arranged by Fang Yuan and separated. There were air bubble fish, literature carp, black carp, blood jade carp, and so on. There was even an ancient desolate beast, the hidden room mussel, which Fang Yuan had seized from the East Sea. The reverse flow river, one of the mystery lands of heaven and earth, was temporarily left here by Fang Yuan. The lesser southern border was the region with the highest level of development. There were 5 Brilliance Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Dragon Formation Hill, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and more than 10 nameless mountains. There were also the Coiling Thread Cavern and the Stalactite Cavern. A small number of stone men lived in the mountain forests and underground. In the vast primitive forests, there were musical trees, tea streams, chi death birds, and so on, forming a strict and self-consistent ecosystem that was full of vitality. And in the lesser 9 heavens, lesser red heaven had a large number of year beasts, as well as that immemorial year monkey. In lesser orange heaven, Fang Yuan had been taking care of it recently. With the light shine fungi, the aurora light was expanding, and the number of flowing light fruits growing in the aurora light was increasing. Lesser yellow heaven was very vast. There was only a small segment of the gold fragment river. Lesser green heaven was empty, but Fang Yuan had once placed dream realms in it. Lesser azure heaven had pill azure incense. This was the food of change soul immortal goo. Feng Yuan had stored a batch here a long time ago. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool at the center of Lesser Azure Heaven, but it was useless. Lesser Blue Heaven was the most developed of the 9 heavens. There was a large amount of cloud soil inside. Many star path resources were planted on it, like arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass field, meteorite pits, and a floating star fragment continent. This was Yi Lui Kun Xing's blessed land. It was annexed by Feng Yuan and managed by the Star Core Land Spirit. Oh, there was also an infant falling star hound. It was eating, drinking, and sleeping here. It was alone and very lonely, but if it was placed elsewhere, it would clash with other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. After Feng Yuan took it in, he did not take care of it much. In Lesser Purple Heaven, there were eagle beasts in groups. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts among these eagles. During the Dream Realm battle, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to sell immortal goo to forcefully purchase them. They had once helped Feng Yuan by enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. They helped Feng Yuan get through the life and death crisis. They could not be hidden. Feng Yuan had once wanted to sell them, but he would not receive any immortal goo if he sold them. It would be equivalent to selling them at a loss. Coincidentally, he had seized over 80 eagle nests from He Tribe's headquarters. Even though they were not as high quality as the heavenly crystal eagle nest, they were suitable for these eagle beasts to live in. In the remaining 2 days, Lesser White Heaven had an eagle hound group, 3 remnant ancient heavenly dogs, and a large-scale multicolored overlord flower plantation. In Lesser Black Heaven, because there was no light and the environment was special, there were only a few ancient desolate plant walking meat trees. Estimating the value of these assets, Feng Yuan could already compare with some rank 8 goo immortals. But compared to the entire immortal aperture, these resources were still very little. Because the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was over 500 million km2 of space, but these resources only occupied a small portion of the immortal aperture. Looking at the entire sovereign immortal aperture, if the entire immortal aperture space was used, it would be 100. Then Feng Yuan's current development was only around 3 points. 3% development. This was not a bad thing, it was a very good thing. The sovereign immortal aperture had unparalleled development prospects, but on the other hand, Feng Yuan was not sure when it would reach 100% development. This was definitely a very difficult and time-consuming super project. Since ancient times, goo immortals had already come up with a set of standards to evaluate the development of an immortal aperture. It was divided into 7 levels. The first level was to create mortal-level resources. Produce mortal goo materials, and ordinary beasts and plants. These resources were often based on scale. Mortals raised mortal goo. They usually only had 5 or 6. Goo immortals raised millions or even tens of millions of mortal goo. As for the year goo that Feng Yuan had sold earlier, the number had already exceeded 100 million. The second level was to create immortal-level resources and produce immortal materials. The standard of success at this level was to allow the goo immortal to feed their own immortal goo and not let them starve to death. The third level was to create an ecosystem and raise immortal beasts and plants. The fourth level was to use excess immortal materials, immortal beasts, and plants to trade or earn profits. From this standard, Feng Yuan was at the 4th level. Because he had many businesses that were doing well and earning huge profits. In fact, in the previous year goo business, Feng Yuan used his strength to dominate the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. Those 3 failed giants were still in a corner. But from another perspective, I am still at the 2nd layer, because the feeding of my immortal goo has not reached the level of self-sufficiency. Feng Yuan had always been aware of this. There was no helping it. Feng Yuan had too many immortal goo. There were 3 rank 8 goo worms: Attitude, Wisdom Sword, and Years Flow Like Water. Rank 7 were Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Year Goo, After, Divination Tortoise Shell, Dragon Breath, Dragon Scale, Defense, Big, Fight, Affection, Self-Love, Perseverance, Famous Rain, Change Soul, Bloodline, Dragon Strength, Formation Flag, and others. The 6 transformations were Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Strength, spring and autumn cicada, landscape as before, man as before, sun, mystery unravel, Vajra thought, fate, chi fate, woman's heart, blood capital, transformation, star eyes, perceivable Tao, yellow sand, soul cleansing, luck inspection, connect luck, time luck, star thought, etc. Among them, the last four were once in the hands of Fang Yuan. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, they were taken away by Wuxia because of the soul swap. Fang Yuan had used special will to destroy a batch of them, but Wuxia had acted in time to save a batch. Among these, there were also some wisdom path immortal goo that Zishan Makoto had left behind, and some time path immortal goo that were used to construct graceful chaotic dual stage. Counting the number, it was already more than 50. What a shocking number! After all, most goo immortals were desperately seeking immortal goo. In the goo immortal world, rank 6 goo immortals were the most numerous, but most of them did not have a single immortal goo. Rank 7 and rank 8 goo immortals usually had 2 or 3 immortal goo, and some even had 5 or 6. But there was a pattern. Rank 6 goo immortals desperately sought rank 6 immortal goo, rank 7 goo immortals desperately sought rank 7 immortal goo, rank 8 goo immortals desperately sought rank 8 immortal goo, and rank 9 venerables similarly sought rank 9 immortal goo. What about Fang Yuan? Over 100 immortal goo. There were rank 6, 7, and 8 immortal goo. And this did not include the calamity beckoning goo that was lent to Chu Du, the wisdom goo that was placed in Langya blessed land, and the dark limit immortal goo that was taken away by the celestial court. There was also the formation spirit. After all, it was formed from an immortal goo. Fang Yuan's situation was too special. An otherworldly demon, a person who had been reborn, the hope of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the former pawn of Providence, the current leader of Shadow Sect, and the inheritor of countless true inheritances. Even though there were many obstacles and dangers along the way, and he was in desperate situations from time to time, it had to be said that the huge risks brought huge rewards. Fang Yuan was currently abnormally prosperous. Because of all the fortuitous encounters, he had the financial support of the 4th layer, but he still could not reach the standard of the 2nd layer. Feeding immortal goo had always been a huge burden and problem for him. But thankfully, after working hard for so long, I finally see hope of solving this problem. The rank 9 wisdom goo has the land spirit of Langya as a spendthrift. The most difficult feeding of the 3 rank 8 immortal goo has already been solved. Next, I need to build up my foundation. I need to solve the feeding problem of rank 6 and 7 immortal goo and become self-sufficient. Looking at it this way, the immortal Yuan stone that Fang Yuan had was not enough. Marriage with the snowmen? Fang Yuan pondered. When Shui Air brought the snow lotus essence, she also brought the intention of marriage with the snowman tribe. These mutants were very straightforward and direct. If I work hard to solve the feeding problem, it will take a long time. But with the help of the snowman tribe, the speed will be much faster. What I lack the most now is time. Marriage with the snowmen is not impossible. Chapter 1472. On Danghun Mountain, guts goo were everywhere. Fang Yuan picked them up as he continued to strengthen his soul. His soul foundation began to skyrocket, and after a while, it directly rose from the original 1 million man-soul level to 5 million man-soul level. A feeling of swelling and about to explode filled Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan knew he had reached his limit. He walked out of Danghun Mountain and went to Luopa Valley. After a period of cultivation, his soul had been tempered. It was like steel being continuously tempered in a furnace, becoming more and more exquisite. This time, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man-soul. At million man-soul, every time I cultivate, it will increase by 500,000 man-soul. Adding on the time needed to rest the soul and the time needed to produce guts goo, I will need at least half a year to reach 10 million man-soul. Fang Yuan estimated and frowned slightly. He still felt that this speed was too slow. 10 years. 10 years later, Celestial Court would finish repairing Fate Immortal Goo. By then, Celestial Court would have the absolute advantage. Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect would have no hope. He would need half a year to reach 10 million man-soul. After that, there would be 100 million man soul. Above 100 million man soul, there was an even higher level. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this speed. If I can increase the production of guts goo, this speed will increase rapidly. Right now, the thing that restricted his soul foundation from increasing was the production of guts goo. Danghun Mountain was no doubt a treasure trove, but it needed a large number of high-quality souls to produce guts goo. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these guts goo belonged to Xianxia sect. Land Spirit of Xianxia would sell them and earn profits. The other portion belonged to Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan was using this portion of guts goo to cultivate his soul path. As a result, he suddenly lost a large part of his financial support. But thankfully, the Year-Gu business had made a huge profit. Fang Yuan still had a lot of capital. Fang Yuan calculated it was not wise to negotiate with the Land Spirit of Xianxia and change the share of guts goo on both sides. Because Fang Yuan still needed to rely on Xianxia sect, not only could he hide in Xianxia blessed land, he also needed to rely on Xianxia sect's goo refinement ability to help him refine goo. In the first batch of goo refinement plans, those 3 immortal goo were a huge help to Fang Yuan. Right now, it was the second batch of goo refinement plan. It was mainly a large number of mortal goo. White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo was one of them. The focus was on 2 immortal goo. One of them was called Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and obtained by Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect. He created an immortal killer move called Exposed Heavenly Secret. The effect of this move was extremely mysterious. It could predict the exact details of the next calamity. If Xianxia sect could refine Heavenly Secret immortal goo, it would mean that Fang Yuan could use Exposed Heavenly Secret. It would be of great help to his tribulation. But setting up missions for Xianxia sect to refine immortal goo has been depleting my sect contribution points. I need to investigate this. Thus, after this soul path cultivation ended, Fang Yuan used Information Path Mortal Goo to check on Xianxia sect's missions. Undeniably, the current Land Spirit of Xianxia was far more suitable to manage Xianxia sect than the previous one. Under his series of policies, the whole of Xianxia sect dug out its potential. It was bursting with vitality. Right now, Xianxia sect had many missions. Most of them were goo refinement missions set up by Fang Yuan. Below that, a large portion of the missions were about exploring Tai Chiu. Ever since Xianxia sect built the Teleportation Immortal Formation, they had been exploring Tai Chiu and excavating the vast amount of natural resources inside. This was Xianxia sect's main goal now. But Tai Chiu was a dangerous place. Ordinary goo immortals did not want to set foot in it. Even though it was rich in resources, there were ferocious beasts and strange trees. And Xianxia sect's goo immortals, even though they were skilled in goo refinement, they were lacking in terms of fighting. Even though they had been working hard to improve themselves recently, there weren't many true combat experts among them. Thus, when they encountered strong beasts or plants, these hairy man goo immortals would have a hard time. The exploration of Tai Chiu had not been smooth. Looking at these types of missions, thoughts flew in Fang Yuan's mind, colliding with each other. In a few breaths of time, he had chosen more than 10 missions with the highest value to performance ratio. At the next moment, he accepted all the missions that he had chosen. First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan used Information Path Mortal Goo to communicate with the Land Spirit of Xianxia. The Land Spirit of Xianxia immediately knew of Fang Yuan's actions. He was very happy. Fang Yuan, with you, these missions will be easy to resolve. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. I plan to send my subordinates to complete these missions for me. I think this is not against Xianxia sect's rules, right? The Land Spirit of Xianxia was slightly stunned. When he set up the sect rules, he did not think of this. But after thinking about it, this was not a loophole in the sect rules. Because the goo immortals who accepted the missions could ask for help. Why not? The Land Spirit of Xianxia could only say to Fang Yuan, then you have to guarantee that your subordinates will not do anything to harm Xianxia sect. Fang Yuan smiled. Of course. After communicating with the Land Spirit of Xianxia, Fang Yuan started to send Shadow Sect members. Hey Lulan, Ing Wuxia, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, it would be a waste if these people were left idle. This time they were put to good use. Eventually, even Bai Ningbing joined in. Because from her perspective, the biggest reason why she allied with Fang Yuan was because she wanted to regain her male body, thus she wanted to refine the immortal level yin-yang rotation gu. But when she found out that Fang Yuan had to rely on Langya sect to refine gu, she turned her attention to Langya sect. Regrettably, Langya sect did not trust Bai Ningbing, a stranger. Fang Yuan also obstructed the two sides from colluding, causing Bai Ningbing to have to rely on Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan's ally, Fang Yuan did not have the authority to order her, but why would Fang Yuan waste her precious battle strength? After special communication with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing trusted Fang Yuan. As long as she killed more fierce beasts and plants, the sect contribution points she would get from completing the mission for Fang Yuan would be accumulated by Fang Yuan and used to set up the sect mission to refine the immortal gu yin-yang rotation gu. Several days later, Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Kokita. Large patches of round snowflakes were fluttering in the air. These special snowflakes were pure white and crystalline. They were the size of an adult's palm. This was a rank 6 immortal material dancing snow. It was condensed from heaven and earth. As long as the temperature was maintained to a certain degree, it would not melt. Moreover, it would float forever. Even if it fell to the ground, it would fly up into the air. Fang Yuan inspected it one last time. He did not find anything wrong, he thought. These days, I have finally arranged the betrothal gifts for the Snowman tribe. This task can come to an end. Since the Snowman tribe wanted to form a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan, Shui Er naturally would not come empty-handed. She brought a betrothal gift. The most important thing was the Snow Lotus Essence. This was a unique immortal material of the Snowman tribe. It was extremely rare in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of it. He stored them all in Kokita. Wu Yao Shui had the second largest number of them. It was the food of a rank 6 wisdom path immortal gu. Fang Yuan obtained this batch. It was enough to feed it 4 to 5 times. The difficulty of feeding a rank 6 immortal gu was naturally very different from a rank 8 immortal gu. This was a small surprise. At least Fang Yuan did not need to go to jewel yellow skies to buy dancing snow. Other than that, there were some other resources that were not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan either sold them or kept them. They were all dealt with cleanly. This is still too little. If I had more resources, I would be able to develop my immortal aperture faster. Since the Snowman tribe wants to form a marriage alliance with me, just these betrothal gifts are not enough. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He swallowed all the betrothal gifts in one gulp, but he ignored the snowman's request for a marriage alliance. After producing some guts gu, Fang Yuan started his soul path cultivation again. Day after day, he immersed himself in cultivation. His soul foundation began to rapidly rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other than soul path cultivation, he also used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. He had a lot of killer moves that involved all paths in the world. He needed to modify the killer moves that could be used with his own immortal gu and mortal gu to activate them. This would greatly increase his methods and battle strength. Fang Yuan cultivated while Shadow Sects members explored and fought in Taichio, while Sixth Hair and Land Spirit of Langya refined immortal gu for Fang Yuan. Everyone had their own matters. Shui Er gradually became the most anxious person. This great beauty of the Snowman tribe came with an important mission for the Snowman tribe, but Fang Yuan took all of her gifts. He did not even meet her once. He left her here, not caring about her at all. Shui Er asked to meet Fang Yuan many times, but she was only a rank 6 gu immortal, while Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. There was a huge gap between them, and they were in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan rejected all of them. This way, Shui Er was not able to meet him. She felt extremely depressed. The worry and anger on her face became heavier every day. On this day, the Snowman tribe sent a letter to urge her, but Shui Er had hope. It turned out that the Snowman tribe saw that Shui Er did not make any progress and could not meet Fang Yuan. They had a private discussion. They came to a consensus. Since Fang Yuan accepted the betrothal gifts, he had the intention of a marriage alliance. But why did he not meet Shui Er? It was probably because the betrothal gifts were not enough to match his status. Thus, the Snowman tribe gathered another batch. This time, they sent it to Shui Er along with the letter. What is this? I, Shui Heir, am a genius of the tribe. I have a great reputation. But this time, I want to form a marriage alliance with a human. I even need enough betrothal gifts. Not enough, I can't even meet him once. Shui Heir was depressed. She came to meet Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan finally met her. Chapter 1473. Feng Yuan stared at Shui Heir with a condescending gaze. Shui Heir was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. Her supple skin and full breasts would cause most men to stare fixedly at them. She was indeed the #1 beauty of the snowman tribe. But Feng Yuan was unmoved by her beauty. Not only was he unmoved, he even said, "Is this the sincerity of your snowman tribe?" Shui Heir could not understand Feng Yuan's meaning. She quickly said, "Lord Feng Yuan, please explain. You want to marry me with such meager gifts? Your tribe is too optimistic. To be able to get the help of a rank 8 so easily, this is like a pie falling from the sky." Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Shui Heir was stunned. Feng Yuan was so direct and honest, she could not accept it. After that, a strand of embarrassment and resentment surged into her heart. She was the outstanding talent of the snowman tribe, the publicly recognized #1 beauty. She brought such a huge gift and took the initiative to marry him. It was no different from offering herself to him. She was acting submissive. But to think that Feng Yuan was so arrogant, he did not care about her at all. He was greedy and felt that the snowman gift was too meager. It could not show the sincerity of the snowman tribe. How was it meager? The gifts were truly precious. They were all carefully selected from the snowman tribe's treasury and given to Feng Yuan. Originally, Shui Heir had a good impression of Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan was extremely talented. He had rank 8 battle strength. It was an achievement that ordinary people could not achieve. But now, her impression of Feng Yuan had plummeted to the bottom. If it was the past, Shui Heir would have left long ago. But now, she was not alone. She was shouldering the responsibility of the tribe's development. Shui Heir breathed in deeply. She asked, "Lord Feng Yuan, since you have already accepted 2 gifts, you should have high hopes for our marriage. If you are not satisfied with the gifts, you can ask for anything. I will bring the news back and let the elders in the clan discuss it." Feng Yuan had already prepared the list. He immediately took out an information path mortal goo and sent it to Shui Heir. "What's this?" Snow's eyes widened in shock. Feng Yuan's appetite really shocked her. However, even though she was shocked, she was still very beautiful. Her eyes were wide open, causing her originally cold temperament to weaken greatly, revealing a lot of cuteness. "It's not just this list," Feng Yuan added. "Do you have any other requests?" Snow's expression was ugly, and she was barely suppressing her anger. Who would have thought that Feng Yuan would be so calm? His skin was so thick that it surpassed the city walls? He said in a matter-of-fact tone, "If you can fulfill my list, your sincerity is enough. But your sincerity is not enough." "My sincerity?" Feng Yuan raised his head slightly and smiled faintly. "Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to be my wife. Even though the snowman tribe recommended you, whether you are qualified or not, you will need to pass my test." "Test?" Shui Heir gritted her teeth. "Lord Feng Yuan, please tell me." Feng Yuan pondered. "Go to Taichio and search for souls for me. After you leave this place, someone will arrange things for you." Shui Heir felt bitter internally. She was a genius. When had she ever received such cold treatment? But due to the heavy responsibility of the tribe, she could only nod and agree. Looking at Shui Heir's departing figure, Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. With this arrangement, Shui Heir's battle strength could be used. There would be another Gu immortal who could help Feng Yuan in his cultivation. But this was not the main point. What Feng Yuan wanted to do was to probe them. After receiving the second gift, he expressed his dissatisfaction. He wanted to test Shui Heir and show his arrogance. He was testing the snowman tribe's bottom line. Since they wanted a marriage alliance, how determined were they? One could say, the greater their determination, the greater the benefits Feng Yuan could extract from them. Feng Yuan was not in a hurry. The marriage alliance could not be decided with just a few words. Both sides were not familiar with each other. If Fang Yuan probed them, the Snowman tribe would do the same. But Fang Yuan was sure that there were benefits to be gained from this. The marriage alliance was not the main point. Fang Yuan quickly put it aside. He focused on his heavy cultivation. Soul path cultivation was one aspect, immortal aperture management was another. Other than that, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. Fang Yuan's strongest method was undoubtedly the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to modify it. Even though this killer move was not safe against Celestial Court Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's current location was still safe. Not only was he far away in northern plains, he was also hiding in Xianxia Blessed Land. With the concealment of the Ghost Soldier garment, Celestial Court would not be able to find him in a short period of time. And there was another point: to modify Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it would take a long time, the effects would be slow. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to modify the Wisdom Path killer moves that Zishan Makoto had. Why did he choose these? Firstly, these killer moves were very powerful and outstanding. Secondly, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. It was easy to modify them. Finally, Fang Yuan had a batch of Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. They were gifts from Zishan Makoto before he died. Purple Blood River Formation, Purple Thought Light Protection, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, One Thought Flower Bloom, Purple Thought Insight Starlight, Direction Confusion Fog, Thought Defense, One Thought 10,000 Flow Elimination, and so on. When Zishan Makoto was not in a good condition, he used these methods to resist Duke Long. Who was Duke Long? He was the great master of Red Lotus. He had a huge origin, he had incredible battle strength, he was at the peak of rank 8. While Fang Yuan modified his killer moves, Wuxia found Shui Er. You are Shui Er? Wuxia asked. Shui Er looked at Wuxia. She had a petite figure, she was like a young girl. Her skin was white as snow, she wore a green dress, there were 2 jade beads hanging on her ears. As they swayed, they gave off a green light. Wuxia was wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body, she was naturally beautiful. If not for this, Thousand Transformations ancestor would not have taken in Fairy Chui Bo as his third concubine. He doted on her. Who is this beautiful female immortal? What is her relationship with Fang Yuan? The clan's information does not mention her. She is also a rank 7 Gu immortal. Shui Er had many questions in her mind, but she showed a smile on the surface. I am Shui Er. I wonder what this beautiful sister's name is? Wuxia frowned. He was originally wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body. He was very excited. But as time passed, as a man, he felt uncomfortable. Not long ago, he asked Fang Yuan to change this body. Even if it was a rank 6 body, he only needed to cultivate Soul Path. Don't call me sister. Just call me brother Wuxia. Wuxia waved his hand. Let's go, I will bring you to Tai Chiu to meet up with them. The test given to you by the sect master is to see who can obtain more high-quality souls in the same period of time. Yes. Shui Er quickly agreed. She had even more questions in her mind. She walked behind, looking at Wuxia's back, thinking, this female immortal is so strange, she wants me to call her brother? The two left Xianxia Blessed Land, using the Gu formation to teleport to Tai Chiu. Once they entered Tai Chiu, Shui Er became nervous. This was a famous dangerous place in northern plains. At the same time, she was somewhat uneasy about this test. After all, she only had rank 6 cultivation level. What she was most proud of was her investigative methods. Fly together with me, quick, quick. Time is precious. We need to cherish every moment and use it to cultivate. Continuous hard work and struggle, that is the true meaning of life. Wuxia urged Shui Er on. He was filled with fighting spirit. This was the effect of immortal killer move soaring fighting spirits. Shui Er felt that Wuxia was very strange. She felt that she could not judge a book by its cover. She was so beautiful but had such a desperate personality, it was unimaginable. But if we fly like this, isn't it too rash? Shui Er was worried. This was Tai Chiu. There were many fierce beasts, danger was everywhere. If he were to fly around like that, he would undoubtedly become the most obvious target. Flying in the air, Shui Er was very nervous. She was afraid that a fierce beast would attack her. But after flying for a while, her worries did not come true. Moreover, the worry in her heart had dissipated a lot, and what replaced it was a secret shock. The area around the teleportation immortal formation has been cleared by Xianxia sect. They have complete control over it. They actually explored Tai Chiu to such an extent. It seems that Xianxia sect's strength is beyond our estimation. Shui Er immediately transmitted this information to the snowman tribe. There is a group of dragon elephants over there. Suddenly, Shui Er spoke. Wuxia, who was traveling with her, looked at her in surprise, thinking that this woman was quite unique. Even with Wuxia's methods, he was a few breaths later than Shui Er to discover that group of dragon elephants. Shadow Sect's investigative methods were naturally stronger than Shui Er's, but Wuxia's current body countered his investigative methods. This group of dragon elephants is something sect leader needs. Let's go capture them first. Wuxia changed his flying direction. Shui Er was not surprised because she had seen Fang Yuan's list of gifts. There were indeed dragon elephants. This group of dragon elephants was quite ordinary. There were only 2 or 3 desolate-level dragon elephants. Wuxia descended from the sky and used a soul path immortal killer move. A soul howl enveloped the entire dragon elephant group. In an instant, the dragon elephants fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Such an amazing method. Shui Er was shocked. She had a new question. She clearly has wood path aura. Why is she using a soul path method? Wuxia was most proficient in lead soul into dream, but the goo worms used to construct these killer moves were all kept by Fang Yuan. They were in his hands. Wuxia was left with several soul path immortal goo. Therefore, Wuxia's main method was the soul Dao. Wuxia kept these dragon elephants in his immortal aperture as he set off with Shui Er. A moment later, they saw He Lulan. Another great beauty. Shui Er frowned, but her brows quickly smoothed out. She observed, compared to Wuxia, this one only has rank 6 cultivation level, the same as me. Chapter 1474. Even though Shui Er was a rising star of the Snowman tribe, a genius, it was a fact that the Snowman tribe was lacking in resources. Shui Er was able to reach rank 6 at her age. This was already very good. But after interacting with Wuxia, her cultivation level was still lower than rank 7. Even though Shui Er did not show it on the surface, she felt a lot of pressure in her heart. Now that she saw a rank 6 immortal, her emotions eased up a little. Hello, you can call me Shui Er. Shui Er greeted first. She felt that she should establish a good relationship with the people around Fang Yuan. Hello, you can call me Lulan. He Lulan smiled. Her gaze flickered as she sized up Shui Er discreetly. She was guessing, Snowman Gu immortal? Why is he approaching us? Fang Yuan, what is he trying to do? The Snowman tribe wanted to have a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only informed Wuxia. He did not tell the other members. Thus, He Lulan only knew Fang Yuan wanted the Shadow Sect immortals to accept Shui Er, and in the future, they would help each other and explore Tai Chiu. Alright, since you know each other, we will leave first. Wuxia said at this moment. She took out an information path goo worm and used a small method to find Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit's location. He Lulan, do what you need to do. I will bring Shui Er to meet the others. Seeing Wuxia and Shui Er leave, He Lulan had a thought. Her intuition told her that Shui Er had joined out of nowhere. Her motive was not simple. He Lulan had a ruthless nature. Even though she was forced to leave the alliance agreement and lose her freedom, the truth was, she wanted to escape Fang Yuan's control all the time. Freedom, who would not want it? Wait, I will go with you. I am in charge of finding the sharp tusk boar, but I cannot find it. I might as well let Miao Yin help me. He Lulan said as she chased after them. Cher was very happy. She felt that she would be able to get closer to He Lulan. He Lulan also wanted to get information out of her, so she pretended to be polite and cordial. And so, Wuxia took the lead to comprehend, while Shui Er and He Lulan walked behind him. Big Sister Lulan, it's really nice to meet you. Soon, Snow started addressing Lulan as Big Sister, her attitude very humble. This stupid woman. He Lulan snorted in her heart. She was once the victor of the imperial court. shouldering a blood feud and living under the shadow of her father He Cheng. She was good at scheming. Compared to her, Shui had grown up among the snowmen, and her personality was much purer. He Lulan soon realized that Shui desperately wanted to know more about the Shadow Sect's immortals. She made use of Shui's mentality and said some valuable information, using the chance to get information out of her. Shui was wary of her, of course, but she could not match He Lulan's scheming. Just as she was about to be exposed, Wuxia interrupted, "Isn't that the sharp-tusked boar? He Lulan, you are quite lucky, you don't need to owe Miao Yin a favor this time." Following Wuxia's finger, Shui saw an ancient desolate beast indeed. This sharp-tusked boar was huge and muscular, it was sleeping on the ground, it had an extraordinary aura. Shui's heart jumped. With her battle strength, she was not the sharp-tusked boar's match. Wuxia was interrupted, he was angry but he could not retort, he snorted coldly and charged at the sharp-tusked boar. "Big Sister Lulan, be careful." Shui said with concern. She praised in her heart, this Big Sister Lulan that she had just met was really courageous. But she only had rank 6 cultivation level, how could she deal with the sharp-tusked boar? It seemed that she needed to rely on this fairy Chui Bo. But the following scene made Shui completely dumbfounded. He Lulan's aura was even fiercer than the sharp-tusked boar's. When she fought, her aura changed completely, flames burned around her, she had a terrifying aura that could burn heaven and earth. Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Rank 7 Immortal Gu, so many Immortal Gu. Shui's eyelids twitched as she watched the battle. She realized how wealthy He Lulan was. He Lulan had inherited Blazing Heaven Demoness inheritance and Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan did not take them from her, because Feng Yuan had enough Immortal Gu. He might as well leave them with He Lulan and let her search for souls for him. Under He Lulan's fierce attacks, the sharp-tusked boar was first enraged, then it went into a frenzy, it finally lost and escaped in fear. Shui was shocked. He Lulan's battle strength was already at rank 7, this was out of Shui's expectations. Big Sister Lulan is so strong. Her immortal killer moves are extremely powerful, they are extremely powerful. However, she clearly has Strength Path aura, why is she using Fire Path methods? She was shocked but also confused. Shui could not understand. Fairy Chui Bo had Water Path aura, but she used Soul Path methods. And now, this He Lulan was clearly a Strength Path Gu Immortal, but she used Fire Path. Alright, let's continue. A moment later, He Lulan stored the sharp-tusked boar's corpse, she would not let go of the ancient desolate soul either. Big Sister Lulan, you are amazing. Shui looked at He Lulan with shock. He Lulan shook her head, this is nothing. No, you are really amazing. You have rank 6 cultivation level, but your battle strength has reached rank 7. This is not something ordinary Gu immortals can achieve. Shui quickly waved her hand. He Lulan smiled bitterly, this is really nothing in our shadow sect, I am very ordinary. Shui heard He Lulan's reply and her heart shook. He Lulan, you will understand when you see them. Let's go. He Lulan had already completed her mission, but she did not return, she decided to go with Shui to find the other shadow sect Gu immortals. After a while, they successfully met up with Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had rank 6 cultivation level, she did not have He Lulan's battle strength, it was too dangerous for her to explore Tai Chiu alone. Thus, Feng Yuan arranged for Fairy Miao Yin to team up with her. Of course, when Black Tigress appears, her cultivation level and battle strength would rise to rank 7. However, White Rabbit's Black Tigress state was not stable, it could not last for long, it had its drawbacks. Hello Shui. Fairy Miao Yin smiled warmly. You are a snowman Gu immortal? This is the first time I have seen you. Lady White Rabbit said softly. What is going on? Shui was bewildered and depressed. Fairy Miao Yin was a publicly recognized beauty in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. She had a curvaceous body, she was extremely charming, she wore a pink dress, she was extremely beautiful. As for Lady White Rabbit, she had snow-white skin, her eyes were large and pure, she had no flaws or impurities. Her aura was different from Fairy Miao Yin's. Even Xue Er felt that she was cute at first glance. She had a feeling of trusting and cherishing her. Xue Er inspected carefully. She found that Fairy Miao Yin had rank 7 cultivation level, while Lady White Rabbit was rank 6, similar to her. But after experiencing He Lulan's matter, Xue Er did not dare to treat Lady White Rabbit as an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal anymore. The Gu Immortals conversed for a while. They were all very passionate towards Xue Er, but they were also curious about her. Xue Er kept her mouth shut. It was not that she suddenly became scheming, but there were so many people, and they were all beauties. Xue Er felt immense pressure. What was she doing here? She was going to marry Fang Yuan. Now, she was going to say that she wanted to become Fang Yuan's wife in front of so many beauties. Wasn't this a little provocative? Wasn't this shamelessly boasting? At the same time, a question was pressing down on Xue Er's mind like a mountain. What is the relationship between these female immortals and Fang Yuan? Actually, Fang Yuan's relationship with them was very simple and pure. But Xue Er was an outsider. This was her first time interacting with them. She could not help but think wrongly. This was not strange. This was human nature. Alright, you have already gotten to know all of the Gu Immortals of Shadow Sect. Other than us, there is one more person who is special. Wuxia said. Special? Xue Er's heart tightened. She wanted to ask, does it mean that this Gu Immortal has a special relationship with Fang Yuan? Is it a man or a woman? But Xue Er did not ask directly, because Wuxia continued to speak. This person is by Ning Bing. She is not a member of Shadow Sect, but we are close. She is our ally. She has fought alongside us before. Even though she only has rank 6 cultivation level among us, she should be the one with the strongest battle strength. When he said the last sentence, Wuxia hesitated for a moment. But the other Gu Immortals did not object. He Lulan's battle strength was weaker than by Ning Bing. After all, the great strength true martial physique was not compatible with a fire path inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin's battle strength was about the same as He Lulan. There was no need to talk about Lady White Rabbit. After turning into Black Tigress, she was ruthless but lacked methods. Originally, Wuxia had the highest battle strength, but his killer move Lead Soul into Dream had already been taken away by Fang Yuan along with his immortal Gu. Thus, by Ning Bing, who inherited by Xiang's true inheritance and had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, was the strongest among them. Stronger than Sister Lulan? Xue Er could not believe it. He Lulan said, my battle strength is only average here. Xue Er stared with wide eyes, thinking, oh my heavens, why are there so many freaks here? She has rank 6 cultivation level but has the strongest battle strength. Who exactly was this person? Just how talented are they? We will lead you there now. I told you so much in advance so that you can pay attention. After all, her relationship with us is different. Wuxia continued to lead the way. Soon they got close to Bai Ning Bing. Boom boom boom. The deities heard a loud explosion that sounded like a clap of thunder. Roar. Next, the immortals heard an earth-shattering scream. It was like the sound of a dying beast. This is... When the immortals arrived, Xue Er was shocked to see that Bai Ning Bing was standing alone in the battlefield. Around her was a circle of ancient, desolate beasts. You came at the right time. I found a good place. Bai Ning Bing stopped by Xiang's killer move and arrived in front of the immortals. Xue Er's body shook intensely. So beautiful. Bai Ning Bing's beauty and aura could shake one's soul. Even Xue, a proud daughter of the heavens, was stunned by her beauty. She couldn't help but think to herself, there's actually such a beauty in this world? If she knew that Bai Ning Bing had turned from male to female, who knew how she would feel? Chapter 1475. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Yuan was alone in the vast area of cloud soil. Breathing in deeply, he calmed his mind and started to activate his immortal killer move. Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Fang Yuan thought to himself. His eyes immediately began to flicker with a glassy purple light. Then, thoughts began to surge in his mind, and pebbles suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. These small rocks seemed to have been burned red, but they did not have any heat. Go! Fang Yuan willed. The floating rocks on his body flew out. The rocks flew in the air, piercing through the air, but there was no sound. At the same time, the small rocks expanded rapidly, becoming bigger and bigger. At first, they were the size of a finger, but in the blink of an eye, they became the size of a basin. Next, they expanded to the size of a horse carriage. The small rocks turned into giant rocks, and at the same time, the surface of the rocks started to burn with red flames. There were thousands of giant rocks, and at once, half of the sky was dyed red. Next, the giant rocks smashed on the surface of the cloud soil, creating a huge flame, but there was no heat, there was not even a sound of explosion. These were not true giant rocks. They looked like that on the surface, but were actually formed from thoughts. This was one of Zishan Makoto's main attacks, ignited thought flying rock. It could burn the target's thoughts. It also had a combo move called One Thought Flower Bloom. After the fiery boulder exploded once, Fang Yuan stretched out his right index finger and lightly pointed. Immediately, the fire demons were extinguished, and from the craters that were created by the impact, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Countless bright flowers rose up, competing with each other in beauty. Flowers bloomed brilliantly, instantly transforming the surrounding 100 acres of land into a vast field of colorful flowers. It is a pity that the target is not a Gu immortal, it is just cloud soil without thoughts. These flowers are only beautiful, they have no effect. Fang Yuan willed, and in an instant, the flowers that filled his vision vanished. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. Immortal killer move. One thought myriad splits. Instantly, the illusions around him were reborn. At first, there were only a few dozen purple light phantoms. But after a few breaths, the number of purple light phantoms had increased to a terrifying scale of nearly 100,000. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true body was hidden inside. Without a powerful investigative killer move, it was impossible to discover him. This move was actually very similar to one of Fang Yuan's previous tactics. Fang Yuan would first use Myriad Self, then use Familiar Face to transform into one of the Strength Path Phantoms, hiding his true body so that no one would be able to identify him. The advantage of Zishan Makoto's move was that it was just a simple move, but its effect was comparable to Fang Yuan's two moves, Myriad Self and Familiar Face. Therefore, the consumption of immortal essence was slightly less. There was another advantage. The number of purple light phantoms grew faster than the strength path phantoms. However, the weakness of these purple phantoms was that they had no offensive power. They were purely camouflage to confuse the enemy. As for the strength path phantoms, they had offensive capabilities. Fang Yuan dispelled one thought myriad splits and pushed with his palms, pushing out a large amount of clouds and mist. This was the immortal killer move Directional Confusion Fog. It could make Gu immortals lose their sense of direction. Next, Fang Yuan tried to activate Hidden Force Thought Defense, One Thought Myriad Flow Elimination, and other moves. He was very familiar with them and succeeded in activating them. He placed his focus on the last move. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. This move was the most complicated to activate, but its effect was quite mystical and powerful. It could gather the profundities of the enemy's immortal killer move with each attack, and send the information back to Fang Yuan's mind. Once the information was gathered to a certain extent, Fang Yuan could use wisdom path methods to research the killer move to deal with the enemy during battle. Then, the immortal killer move split would be activated to break the enemy's method and obtain victory. Fang Yuan tried to activate it. Purple Thought Perception Starlight was indeed complicated. Fang Yuan tried it 3 times before finally succeeding. During the process, he suffered some injuries. With man as before immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was not afraid of these minor injuries. After these days of continuous practice, I have almost grasped all of Zishan Makoto's methods. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. Right now, it had already been half a month since Shui Air came to find him. These days, Fang Yuan mainly cultivated Soul Path and strengthened his soul foundation. Right now, he already had a 10 million level human soul. His immortal apertures management was going according to plan. Other than that, he practiced killer moves. Killer moves needed practice. Because every time a killer move was activated, there was a risk. If the activation failed, it would harm the user instead. Fang Yuan had countless inheritances. He had a vast number of killer moves. However, the foundation of killer moves were immortal Gu. Fang Yuan first decided to practice Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path killer move. Zishan Makoto was the purple of the first-generation split soul. His methods could match Duke Long's. He was naturally very impressive. Furthermore, before he died, he gave all of his remaining Wisdom Path Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foundation to use Zishan Makoto's Immortal Killer move. Of course, Zishan Makoto's Immortal Gu were not comprehensive. There were many flaws. This was not important to Fang Yuan. He had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. The key was the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan could rapidly modify killer moves. Right now, most of the Wisdom Path killer moves he used had been modified to some extent. After this practice, Fang Yuan went to the Wisdom Gu's location again. He sat cross-legged beside Wisdom Gu, bathed in the light of wisdom. He started to ponder and summarize his experience from this practice. After every practice, he would summarize and modify the killer move according to his own experience. Many killer moves were created based on the Gu Immortal's own experience, habits, temperament, and many other factors. These killer moves were other people's killer moves. They were not as familiar and easy to use as Fang Yuan's own myriad self and strength path giant hand. Thus, Fang Yuan had to modify them continuously. After a while, Fang Yuan finished thinking. He did not modify Zishan Makoto's immortal killer move. These last days, I have been practicing and fine-tuning the killer move. I have finally reached a stage where I can no longer modify it. Only when I make huge progress in Wisdom Path in the future can I continue to modify it. Understanding this, Fang Yuan did not force it. His deduction today was not on this. It was to complete the deduction of the immortal killer move, Strenuous Strength. Originally, Fang Yuan had an Immortal Gu, Strenuous Strength. It could expend Immortal Essence to activate Immortal Gu and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. It was a pity that such an Immortal Gu was destroyed. But it was not important. All paths led to the same goal. Fang Yuan had so many Immortal Gu, and with the light of wisdom's help, he could quickly deduce the immortal killer move Strenuous Strength. With this immortal killer move, it could completely replace the effect of Strenuous Strength Immortal Gu. Deduction success. About 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan left Wisdom Gu with a satisfied result. The deduction of the immortal killer move Strenuous Strength had started 6 days ago, but it had finally succeeded today. This rank 6 immortal killer move used Snack Immortal Gu as the core, with other Strength Path Immortal Gu as support. By expending Strength Path Immortal materials, it could increase the Gu Immortal's Strength Path Dao marks. The effect of one cultivation session was much better than the rank 6 Immortal Gu, Strenuous Strength. But it expended a lot of immortal essence because it involved too many Gu worms. It was not as convenient as activating a single Strenuous Strength Immortal Gu. All in all, there were pros and cons. In the following days, other than consolidating Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path killer moves, Fang Yuan used Strenuous Strength to increase his Strength Path Dao marks. He had the most Transformation Path Dao marks now. He had close to 50,000. Next were Ice and Snow Path, Luck Path, Chi Path, and Sound Path. He had more than 10,000. He had very little Strength Path. Fang Yuan had not undergone Strength Path tribulations. The immortal apertures that he annexed also did not cultivate Strength Path. This time, he focused on this aspect. The reason why he chose Strength Path was because Fang Yuan had considered it deeply. Right now, his strongest means were the Reverse Current Protection Seal and the Myriad Dragons. The former was for defense, while the latter was for offense. Both were related to Strength Path. Thus, increasing Strength Path Dao marks would greatly increase the upper limit of Fang Yuan's battle strength. As for those Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path killer moves that he cultivated, they were mainly used to enrich Fang Yuan's methods. The true deciding factor of Fang Yuan's battle strength was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan cultivated diligently. He squeezed his time to the limit, every minute and second was used to its fullest. Such a safe environment was hard to come by. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan finally had such a good opportunity to develop his strength and accumulate his foundation. Immortal aperture management, killer move practice, soul path cultivation, and other aspects, Fang Yuan had a brand new look almost every day. His speed of improvement was unheard of, even the land spirit of Xianxia was secretly shocked. This was what the celestial court had predicted. After obtaining Shadow Sect's inheritance, Fang Yuan's foundation had reached an unimaginable level. Now that it burst out, his strength would surge. Ever since Shui Er came into contact with the Shadow Sect members, she had been working hard and being obedient. Even though she had low battle strength, she had great investigative skills. She cooperated with the other Shadow Sect members to explore Tai Chiu for Fang Yuan. She obtained many souls. Fang Yuan's cold attitude towards the marriage caused conflict among the Snowman tribe. Shui Er's grandmother, Bing Yuan, insisted on sending another betrothal gift to express their sincerity. But some Snowman Gu immortals led by Bing Feng objected. This side felt that the price of a marriage with Fang Yuan was too high. It was better to endure the Rockman tribe's oppression. Because of the Shadow Sect members' efforts, Xianxia sect's exploration of Tai Chiu became much faster. This made the land spirit of Xianxia extremely happy. The more he looked at Fang Yuan, the more he liked him. On this day, Fang Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, developing his immortal aperture when he suddenly received a request for help. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the land spirit of Xianxia teleported and appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Chapter 1476. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Roar. A thunderous explosion resounded in the ears of the hairy man Gu immortals. At the same time, a huge dragon head that was the size of a hill came crashing down. A huge shadow fell on the immortals. Even before it arrived, air currents were surging. The ferocious aura made them shiver. They could not resist it. We are finished. The three hairy man Gu immortals were sweating profusely. One of them even fell to the ground. Seeing that the three of them were about to die, at this moment, the three hairy men heard a cold voice, "Trash." Despite such insults, the three hairy man Gu immortals were overjoyed. They shouted together, "We are here, Fairy Ning Bing, save us." At the moment of danger, a white figure flew over. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She snorted coldly, raising her hands. Crack. At the next moment, a huge ice wall rose up, blocking the three hairy man Gu immortals. In just a breath of time, the huge dragon head crashed into the ice wall. The ice wall could not take the impact, it shattered. But Bai Ningbing had already pulled the three hairy man Gu immortals back, pulling some distance between them. At the same time, a cold light shot out from her eyes, shining on the dragon head. The ferocious dragon head was soon covered in a thin layer of frost. Its speed fell by a lot. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief internally. In that split second, she had already determined that the dragon head in front of her was only a rank 7. With her battle strength, it was more than enough to deal with him. But the immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon has 10,000 dragon heads. I can deal with this dragon head, but if the other dragon heads join in, I will not be able to deal with them. I will not be able to deal with so many. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky, frowning. This was not the normal world of Tai Chiu. It was a dark formation path space. The myriad head coiling dragon was a formation path immemorial desolate beast. It could create a formation path space, like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that could enter grotto heavens. This was an innate ability of immemorial desolate beasts. I need to leave this place quickly and return to the outside world. I hope Wuxia and the rest can stall it. At this moment, outside of Taichiu, He Lulan and the rest were flying in the sky, facing the hundreds of dragons on the ground. They were using their abilities, throwing all kinds of killer moves at them. The scene was spectacular. The green giant grass on Taichiu was as tall as a tree. They grew densely like a forest. In the giant grass, there were hundreds of dragons. Some were covered in golden scales, some had horns on their foreheads, some had 3 dragon pupils, and some had sharp teeth. They were of all different shapes and sizes. Its body swayed as it stood upright, its height far exceeding that of the giant grass. These were all part of the head of the 10,000-head coiling dragon. Their tails pierced deep into the ground, and the 10,000 dragon bodies originated from one body. Meanwhile, He Lulan and the others were circling in the sky like eagles, continuously launching all kinds of killer moves, dazzling like fireworks. The long dragons roared. They weren't passively taking a beating, but were continuously counterattacking. Most of them were spitting out dragon breath, some were spitting out poisonous mist, and some were shooting out light from their eyes. Not counting the dragon head that went to deal with by Ning Bing, there are 3 rank 7 dragon heads. The rest are all rank 6. We haven't found any wild immortal goo yet, but we need to be careful. Don't get close, we might get dragged into the formation path world of the 10,000-head coiling dragon. He Lulan, Wuxia, and the rest were conversing as they fought. Land Spirit of Langia asked Fang Yuan for help. Fang Yuan naturally had to save them. Firstly, this rescue mission had a lot of rewards, he was moved. Secondly, he was a supreme elder of Langia sect, he could not ignore this, otherwise, it would go against the alliance agreement. Thus, while Fang Yuan rushed over, he ordered Wuxia and the rest to save them first and stall for time. The battle was getting more intense, it did not last for long, but Wuxia and the rest felt immense pressure. Oh no! More and more dragon heads are awakening. At this rate, the immemorial dragon heads will wake up, we will not only fail to save them, we will even lose our lives. When will sect leader arrive? This is deep in Taichou, it is far from the teleportation immortal formation, it will take some time. Be careful. While they conversed, another rank 7 dragon head woke up, it broke out of the ground and roared as it breathed out a silver dragon breath. He Lulan dodged it by a hair's breadth. Wuxia thought about it before saying to Lady White Rabbit and Shui Air, "Retreat, we will provide support from afar." Shui Air only had rank 6 cultivation level, her mind was already shaken, she could barely fight. Even though she was a genius of the Snowman tribe, she could not compare to He Lulan and the rest, she did not try to be brave, she pulled Lady White Rabbit and retreated. Is it good for us to retreat like this? Lady White Rabbit was worried. Shui Air rolled her eyes. Let's listen to Fairy Wuxia, with our battle strength, we will only be a burden to them. The immortals held on for a while longer, more and more dragon heads woke up and joined the battle. 1,000 dragons moved and roared, He Lulan and the rest were at a complete disadvantage. Thankfully, immemorial desolate beasts like myriad head coiling dragons were very special, once they were born, they could not move. Even though there were many dragon heads, they could only defend themselves, they could not attack. Even so, with 1,000 dragon heads breathing, He Lulan and the rest were forced to retreat again and again, they could not resist them. Oh no, the situation is getting worse for us. Bai Ningbing is not out yet, she might be trapped in the enemy's formation and cannot escape. He Lulan and the rest were right, Bai Ningbing was in a tough battle inside the formation path space. In order to protect the lives of the 3 hairy man-goo immortals, she had many reservations. Right at this time, an indescribable aura spread throughout the area. A huge dragon head that was far larger than its kind slowly rose up. The immemorial dragon head had appeared. Its eyes were blurry, its eyelids were drooping, it had not woken up yet, but it gave the immortals immense pressure. Damn it, what should we do? While the immortals were hesitating, Wuxia ordered, "Retreat." They were only rank 6 and 7, how could they resist rank 8 goo immortals? They could only retreat and abandon Bai Ningbing and the 3 hairy man-goo immortals. At this moment, the immemorial dragon head opened its mouth and inhaled. In an instant, the world changed, Wuxia and the rest could not resist at all, they were all dragged into the formation path space. Immemorial dragon head. Bai Ningbing's expression was shaken, she looked at Wuxia and the rest, asking with a frown, "Where is Fang Yuan?" Wuxia and the rest could only smile bitterly. Thankfully, after the immemorial dragon head trapped the Shadow Sect immortals, it did not attack again, the dragon image faded away. In a few breaths of time, it vanished from the formation path space. It had rank 8 battle strength. In its eyes, rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were insignificant, they were not worthy of it fighting. It left this battle to the other dragon heads. Thus, more than 1,000 dragon heads appeared around the Shadow Sect immortals. Wuxia and the rest fell into a tough battle. The current situation was different from before. These dragon heads could move freely in the formation path space. They could suddenly appear and disappear. The awkward situation of having to defend themselves earlier was gone. The immortals tried for a while but found that they could not break out of this formation path space. They could only unite and help each other, fighting to the death. In this dangerous battle, the immortals soon suffered injuries. The 3 hairy man Gu immortals, Shui Air, and Lady White Rabbit were surrounded by danger. Gradually, the Shadow Sect immortals could not take care of the weaker ones. A hairy man Gu immortal was the first to die. Shui Air cried out in shock. She could not retreat in time. She was surrounded by several dragon heads. To think that I am going to die here. Shui Air could not defend herself. She could only close her eyes and wait for death. Right at this time, a black figure grabbed her and charged out of the encirclement. "What are you doing? I had to come and save you again." The pressure of survival caused Lady White Rabbit to transform into Black Tigress. It was she who saved Shui Air. Shui Air was stunned. You are Lady White Rabbit? I'm not a weakling like you." Black Tigress smiled coldly, looking at Shui Air in disdain. Shui Air was speechless. She finally understood. Fang Yuan's subordinates, the members of the Shadow Sect, were all freaks. Compared to them, she was the weakest. With Black Tigress' help, the situation stabilized. But good times did not last long. More and more dragon heads appeared. The immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon started to display its terrifying battle strength. The immortals could only hold on. There was no way to escape. They could only place their hopes on Fang Yuan. But when would Fang Yuan arrive? According to the time of the battle, Fang Yuan should have arrived long ago. But soon, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals found that this formation path space contained time path components. There was a difference in the flow of time compared to the outside world. This discovery was like a huge rock that pressed down on the Gu immortals' hearts. However, gradually, Wuxia and the rest found that the number of dragon heads in the formation path space started to decrease. The pressure on them gradually lessened, and they stabilized their precarious situation. Fang Yuan must be here. Realizing this, the immortals' morale rose. But Shui Air could not help but feel worried. I wonder how the battle outside is. Even though Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, can he resist this myriad head coiling dragon? Just as she was thinking about this, the formation path space broke. Everyone returned to Tai Chiu heaven and earth. Seeing this, Shui Air could not help but gasp in shock. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. Countless dragon corpses fell to the ground. The surrounding area had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That immemorial dragon head continued to howl. It did not have any of its previous glory. As for Fang Yuan, he was everywhere. Thought myriad transformations. Wuxia's side, he recognized the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was using. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the countless phantoms. That immemorial dragon head could not find out where Fang Yuan's main body was. Ignited thought flying rock. Countless flaming rocks landed on the myriad head coiling dragon's body. A large number of dragon heads fell to the ground. They wanted to get up, but the moment they thought of it, they were burned by the fire. Thought flower bloom. Fang Yuan had a thought. Immediately, the dragon heads and bodies that fell to the ground were covered in all sorts of beautiful flowers. They felt their strength being sucked away. The powerful dragon heads fell into weakness. The flowers were like fuel that fueled the fire in their minds. These attacks completely destroyed the battle strength of the rank 6 and 7 dragon heads. They were sprawled on the ground like fat earthworms. Only the immemorial dragon head had a fierce aura, but it could not find Fang Yuan's main body. It could not display its battle strength. This is the power of a wisdom path killer move. This shows how powerful Zishan Makoto was in the past. Fang Yuan thought to himself. At this time, the immemorial dragon head saw Wuxia and the rest. It immediately pounced towards them. The two remaining hairy man-gu immortals could not help but scream in pain. Fang Yuan revealed his main body, blocking the dragon head's path. "Be careful!" Shui Er shouted, looking at the immemorial dragon head colliding with Fang Yuan's body with a fearful expression. A huge force surged. Fang Yuan was sent flying, but he quickly flew back. Instead, the immemorial dragon head was bleeding from the collision. It was in a pathetic state. Reverse flow protection seal made celestial quartz gu immortals helpless against it. Its mystical power was no joke. Using this chance, the Shadow Sect immortals retreated to a safe distance. Without any worries, Fang Yuan fought with the immemorial dragon head. So strong. Shui Er's heart was pounding. She personally witnessed how Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and killed the immemorial dragon head. Chapter 1477. Genius in 1 second, remember to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. We are saved. Elder Fang Yuan is invincible. The two hairy man-gu immortals saw that Fang Yuan defeated the myriad-head coiling dragon as they cheered, expressing the joy of surviving. The Shadow Sect immortals were silent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Wuxia had a look of reminiscence. Seeing these wisdom path killer moves again, he could not help but think about the sacrificed Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lulan was silent. The stronger Fang Yuan was, the smaller her hopes of escaping. Shui Er blinked. Her mind was shaken as she looked at the messy battlefield. At once, she understood why the tribe did everything they could to form a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan. This is rank 8 battle strength? A gu immortal with rank 8 battle strength is not someone ordinary immemorial desolate beasts can deal with. Because humans are spirits of heaven and earth, they have intelligence and can use countless immortal killer moves. Getting married to this man, even if it is just this relationship, our tribe will not be bullied by the Rockman. If we can get some help from him, our tribe will definitely rise and prosper. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stared at the dragon corpses on the ground, as well as the collapsed dragon head, evaluating his gains and losses. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but even among them, there were differences in strength. This myriad-head coiling dragon was one of the weaker immemorial desolate beasts. It was not in a good state. It had just woken up from its slumber and was countered by Fang Yuan's wisdom path killer move. If Fang Yuan used other methods and charged forward, it might take some effort. But if he used ignited thought and flying rocks, it would be very effective. How should I deal with this myriad-head coiling dragon? Without the immemorial dragon head, this beast has fallen to ancient level. But its foundation is still there. In time, another ancient dragon head will grow to immemorial level. This kind of formation path immemorial desolate beast was rare. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was in the process of construction. Fang Yuan's first thought was to put this myriad-head coiling dragon into his immortal aperture. Unfortunately, once the myriad coiling dragon landed on the ground, it could not be moved. Not only did it go deep underground, but it was also connected to the veins of the earth, absorbing nutrients from the veins of the earth to grow. Love go smalt saitnet. Chu therefore, digging up the surrounding land was equivalent to cutting off the connection between the 10,000-head coiling dragon and the earth veins. This would directly kill it. Ordinary gu immortals might be helpless, but Fang Yuan had a way. Be it the legacy of the Shadow Sect or the Xianxia sect, they had recorded several methods to move the myriad-headed coiling dragon away. However, Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave up on this tempting idea. The reason was simple. These methods required immortal gu that Fang Yuan did not have. Even if he used the light of wisdom to deduce and modify the related methods, he would expend a huge amount of resources and effort. It was not worth it just for this immemorial desolate beast. But if he killed it and took its body parts to sell as immortal materials, it would be a waste. After all, this was a living immemorial desolate beast. It was much more valuable than a dead one. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He immediately thought of the best way to deal with it, Xianxia sect. He was just about to contact the land spirit of Xianxia when the land spirit of Xianxia contacted him through information path mortal gu. The land spirit of Xianxia was very happy. Fang Yuan was able to defeat the immemorial desolate beast and save the two hairy man gu immortals. He was here to thank Fang Yuan. His tone was very warm. Fang Yuan smiled silently. The situation of rank 8 Gu immortals was different. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s ruled. Every rank 8 Gu immortal's actions had a huge influence. Even though Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 cultivation level and only had rank 8 battle strength, he could be considered a quasi-rank 8, he could already feel the power of rank 8. Fang Yuan said to the land spirit of Xianxia, "This myriad-head coiling dragon is still alive. It will definitely grow an immemorial dragon head in the future. I plan to give this immemorial desolate beast to Xianxia sect, first supreme elder. How many sect contribution points can I get?" The land spirit of Xianxia was stunned before shouting, "Good idea." Xianxia sect explored Taiqiu, using the immemorial desolate beast's corpse to create a teleportation immortal formation. This was a base. Through this base, they could expand outwards, exploring Taiqiu and plundering natural resources. But in the huge Taiqiu, a small base was not enough. Like this time, because it was too far away, it was not convenient to rescue them. This myriad-head coiling dragon is a natural immortal formation. We do not need to construct it. As long as we subdue it, we can use it as our second base. As for sect contribution points, the land spirit of Xianxia thought for a while before giving a number that satisfied Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had refined immortal Gu earlier, causing his contribution points in Xianxia sect to shrink. Now that he was replenished, he could continue refining Gu for some time. Right now, Fang Yuan's Gu refinement mission had only one goal: heavenly secret immortal Gu. After dealing with the loot, Fang Yuan led the immortals back in triumph. The Shadow Sect immortals all had injuries. Among them, He Lulan had the most severe injuries. Even though fire path methods were exquisite, they were not suitable for her great strength true martial physique. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan also needed to develop his strength path. This was a contradiction. Fang Yuan had to satisfy his own needs first, before raising the strength of the Shadow Sect immortals. After all, the Celestial Court was too powerful. Borrowing their strength was an effective method for Fang Yuan to obtain victory. However, I can modify her fire path killer moves to make them more suitable for her. Or I can modify some of those strength path immortal killer moves and give them to her. Fang Yuan thought about it. He Lulan was very loyal, because of the Shadow Sect alliance agreement. In Fang Yuan's heart, he was more assured in her compared to Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit. At the same time, Fang Yuan had another method to restrict He Lulan, that was her enemy and father, He Cheng. This huge trump card had always been in Fang Yuan's hands. He Lulan was kept in the dark. I can nurture He Lulan a little. Modifying these killer moves is very easy. I don't need to spend much time and effort. It is something I can do. Thus, in the next few days, the Shadow Sect immortals recovered. He Lulan's injuries also healed. She only had light injuries left. Fang Yuan handed Star Eyes Immortal Gu to her, letting her use Star Eyes Immortal Gu to refine the star. The star that Fang Yuan chose was huge. When Fang Yuan was in southern border, he disguised as Wu Yihai. There were too many people, he could not refine the star easily. There was little progress in this aspect. It had been delayed until now. Fang Yuan did not have time and energy to waste on this. Thus, he handed Star Eyes Immortal Gu to He Lulan, lending her time and effort to help Fang Yuan refine the star. Star Eyes Immortal Gu would be put to use. When He Lulan succeeded, Fang Yuan would give her the modified Immortal Killer move as a reward. Fang Yuan had created an organization in his previous life. He had some experience. If he wanted to promote someone, he could not directly promote them or give them random rewards. Breaking the rules was a huge damage to the organization itself. Therefore, any promotion or demotion must be based on a suitable reason. If there was no suitable reason, he had to create one. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this. The matter of myriad-head coiling dragon made Fang Yuan realize the Shadow Sect immortals needed to get stronger. The stronger they were, the more help they could provide to Fang Yuan. However, the most important thing now was still Fang Yuan's own improvement. The most reliable person was himself. A truly mature person would never rely on others to help him in times of need. The Shadow Sect immortals were just icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. After returning to his cloud city, Fang Yuan took out a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal material. Next, he activated the Immortal Killer move Eat Strength. In an instant, this pure Strength Path Immortal material melted. A small portion of the Strength Path Dao marks in the Immortal material was transferred to Fang Yuan. Using perceivable Dao Immortal Gu to measure it, the increase in Strength Path Dao marks was not much. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. This was within his expectations. The main way for Gu Immortals to increase Dao marks was to undergo tribulations. For Fang Yuan, he had an additional way to annex apertures. As for Eat Strength Killer move, it could only be accumulated over a long period of time to see its effects. Thus, when he dealt with Myriad Head Coiling Dragon, even though his Strength Path Dao marks increased, there was no obvious effect on his battle strength. However, if I refine Snack Immortal Gu into rank 7 Great Eat and modify Eat Strength Killer move, the increase in Strength Path Dao marks will increase qualitatively. This thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind before vanishing. It was tempting to refine Snack Immortal Gu into Great Eat Immortal Gu, but currently it was not suitable. Refining Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu was his main goal. Secondly, Fang Yuan had been developing his Immortal Aperture and constructing his foundation to satisfy the needs of a large number of Immortal Gu. Especially the latter, it used up almost all of Fang Yuan's financial resources. How long had it been? His 10 million Immortal Yuan stone storage had shrunk drastically. But despite the huge investment, Fang Yuan's gains were also huge. The basic construction was already mostly completed. My soul foundation is already at 10 million man soul. I will continue cultivating like this. In terms of killer moves, Zishan Makoto has already grasped his Wisdom Path Killer move. Next, I will modify Bo Qing's Sword Path Killer move. In terms of Wisdom Path, Fang Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level. He also had Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. He had priority over them. In terms of Sword Path, even though he had several Sword Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not high enough. They were secondary. In terms of Soul Path, not only was his attainment level lacking, he also lacked Immortal Gu. He only had rank 7 Change Soul and rank 6 Cleanse Soul. Thus, his position was high again. Fang Yuan had already planned everything out. While modifying Bo Qing's Sword Path Killer moves, I will also modify some killer moves for He Lulan. The only problem is that I need to complete the basic construction. My finances are in danger. Fang Yuan had some misgivings, but to think that 3 days later, the snowman would send the third gift. The third betrothal gift was also the heaviest among all the betrothal gifts. Chapter 1478. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Southern Border. Light rain fell, cold winds blew. The lush mountain range was calm and peaceful under the dusky evening. On a nameless mountain peak, there was a huge pine tree with a canopy that resembled a pavilion. It had been 6 years since it germinated and grew. Soon, in another hour, I will be able to refine the rank 7 Pine Needle Immortal Gu. 6 years of hard work. Rank 7 secluded Immortal Xianxia was looking forward to it. He was a Wood Path Gu Immortal. He was using the wood refinement method in this Gu refinement. Even though it took a long time, he used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method, thus the success rate was very high. Xianxia was originally immortal. He was chopping firewood on a mountain when he fell down a cliff and was supported by a towering lotus in the valley. By chance, Xianxia inherited a wood path inheritance left behind by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After hard work, he became a Gu Immortal. He slowly cultivated and rarely went out. In a few hundred years, he reached rank 7 realm. He had a calm nature. Undeniably, Genesis Lotus True Inheritance was very suitable for him. In this Gu refinement, he turned into a pine tree and stayed there for 6 years. He cultivated in seclusion without stopping, regardless of the changes in the outside world. Rumble. Right at this time, from deep underground, there was a deep rumbling sound. It was like the roar of countless monsters. What's going on? Xianxia heard the sound and became vigilant. This doesn't make sense. My Gu refinement method originates from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Be it the process or the end of the Gu refinement, they are all derived naturally. It is profound and mysterious, it cannot be leaked. Thus, it is unlikely that someone will come to snatch it. Wait. Jing Qing was puzzled at first, but soon he had a thought. He thought of an answer. A few months ago, he had also experienced such a strange phenomenon. That time, the earth shook. It was like an unprecedented giant python had flipped its body in the depths of the earth. Even though it did not have much effect, it gave Jing Qing a fright. Afterwards, Jing Qing communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and learned that a huge earthquake had occurred. It was of an unprecedented scale. It covered the whole of southern border. Is it going to be the same this time? Jing Qing's guess was soon verified. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. It was still an earthquake this time. However, the scale was beyond Jing Qing's expectations. Rumble. The terrifying earthquake seemed to want to devour everything. Heaven and earth shook violently as if doomsday had arrived. A huge ravine was formed, stretching for thousands of miles. Jing Qing was very unfortunate. The nameless hill he was on was being swallowed by the ravine. The small mountain collapsed. Jing Qing still wanted to persist, but he had reached his limit and could only return to his human form. Even if he was in a good state of mind, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 6 years of hard work was about to bear fruit, but it was all for naught at this moment. What's going on with this earthquake? Why am I so unlucky? Suddenly his bloodshot eyes widened. In the middle of the vast ravine, there was a huge rock the size of a mountain. The stone was orange-yellow in color and seemed to be made of crystal. There were countless holes on its surface, some as big as a house and some as small as a fist. Large amounts of yellow smoke came out of these holes in an endless stream. The smoke became thicker and thicker. Soon, it turned into soil in the surroundings. The orange-yellow crystal rock was covered in a thick layer of soil in a dozen or so breaths of time. Jing Qing's breathing became rough. He had Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and was very knowledgeable. He recognized such a treasure. This is actually the Earth Path Essence Crystal of Land. This is a rank 8 immortal material. Wait a moment. Jing Qing's investigative killer move spread further and further. His eyes opened wider and wider as he cried out in shock. Am I seeing things? Not just the Earth Path Essence Crystal, there are also Jade Body Scales, Earth Cave Traveling Flames, Spring Lightning Condensed Dew Beads. These immortal materials were very valuable, and the quantity was also very impressive. Jing Qing had already forgotten about the failure of the Gu refinement. He quickly pounced down and started to collect these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was cultivating a sword path killer move. Immortal killer move, Triple Sword Wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Brilliant silver waves surged and surged endlessly. 3 layers of waves had a grand aura, splashing out in all directions. They were all extremely sharp. Immortal killer move, Formless Flying Sword. Flying Sword Immortal Gu flew out and vanished. Its speed was extremely fast. Fang Yuan could sense Flying Sword Immortal Gu's location accurately, but others could not. This was one of Bo Qing's signature killer moves. Immortal killer move, Cloud Flying Sword. Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Clouds and mist surged out and spread rapidly. The sword aura was boundless. It was formless and formless. It could not be defended against. Immortal killer move, Myriadly Flying Sword. Fang Yuan pointed his finger. The sword light was like a white rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth. It flew thousands of li in the blink of an eye. It was extremely accurate. The final highlight, Immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Fang Yuan clapped his hands together in front of his chest. His right hand's fingers curled up. It was like he was holding an endless amount of sword light in his hand. Next, he raised his right fist, hovering above his head. First, he loosened his thumb. Whoosh! With a soft sound, an extremely sharp sword light shot out, piercing through cloud cover continent. Next, his index finger and middle finger stretched out. 2 more sword lights shot out. They were extremely powerful. But his ring finger and pinky finger could not be extended. After shooting out 3 sword lights, Fang Yuan stopped this killer move. After a round of practice, Fang Yuan stood on the spot, comprehending and summarizing. Over these last days, I have already organized my sword path killer moves. I have come up with 5 main moves, other than sword wave triple layered that comes from Xianxia sect. The other 4 are Bo Qing's methods, but I have modified them. Sword path situation is a level lower than wisdom path. I do not have as many sword path immortal goo as wisdom path immortal goo. Their attainment levels are also far lower, thus, my modifications are limited. The killer move's power is also much lower than Bo Qing's original version. Especially the final move, 5-finger fist heart sword. It was a famous killer move that shook the world, but now I can only use 3 sword lights. That is my limit. At the same time, its offensive power is only at the peak of rank 7. If I can use rank 8 wisdom sword immortal goo, the sword path killer move's power will rise to rank 8. Unfortunately, wisdom sword immortal goo was hard to activate. It required rank 8 immortal essence. Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence. He could not produce rank 8 immortal essence. He could only give up. Fang Yuan had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. They were attitude goo, years flow like water, and wisdom sword immortal goo. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo, worthy of being recorded in the Legends of Rinzu. It had very low requirements to use. Years flow like water was slightly inferior. The effect depended on the quality and quantity of the goo immortal's immortal essence. Wisdom sword immortal goo was a normal rank 8 immortal goo. Even though it was Fang Yuan's, it required rank 8 immortal essence to activate. Thus, Fang Yuan still had a lot of room for growth in sword path. It was just that currently, after this round of development, he had reached his limit. After finishing the killer move practice, Fang Yuan did not want to waste any time. He returned to the Cloud City and started to develop his immortal aperture. Sovereign immortal aperture, at the northern end of Kokitaha. Snow was falling, cold air was everywhere, the snow was thick, the atmosphere was very different from before. Roar. Occasionally, a few snow monsters would stagger in the flying snow and let out a few strange roars. At the northernmost part, there was a crystal rock that resembled a mountain. This rock was blue in color. It looked like it was made of crystal. It was filled with holes of all sizes. There were many holes. Frost fog was spewing out from them. It was precisely this fog that greatly improved the surrounding environment from its roots. Ice Path Crystal Essence. This was a rank 8 immortal material. It was very rare. It came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was rarely seen in the market. The first time he saw this Ice Path Crystal Essence, Fang Yuan sighed. To think that the snowman race had such a good item in their inventory. But soon, Fang Yuan understood. Even though the snowman race had a difficult life now, they were in an awkward situation. Thinking about it, how could the snowman race that survived through the cruel eras be simple? At the very least, among all the snowman races, this was one of the best. They were stuck in a corner. Their situation was not good now, but they had glory in the past. Ice Path Crystal Essence was one of the important parts of the third gift of the snowman race. As for why the snowman race expressed such great sincerity, Fang Yuan did not need to guess. It was definitely because he had fought against the immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon. Shui Air had recorded the battle and sent it to the snowman race. However, this was also because Fang Yuan was purposely letting them do this. He was happy to see this happen. With this Ice Path Crystal Essence, I can create a snow monster production line. In time, this place will become my new source of income. Just as he was thinking about the future, Sixth Hair secretly sent a message. Sect leader, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's refinement has reached a crucial stage. Please come and refine the goo personally. Fang Yuan was energized. If he could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, the following calamities and tribulations would become predictable. Chapter 1479. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The goo refinement hall was filled with white light. The light was boundless. People could not look at it directly. There was a dense aura between mortal goo and immortal goo. The goo refinement had clearly reached the most crucial stage. Fang Yuan was bathed in the white light. His mind was completely focused. Beside him was the refinement path goo immortal Sixth Hair. He had a solemn and nervous expression. Now is the time. Suddenly, Sixth Hair spoke. He actually removed the entire refinement path goo formation. It turned out that the most suitable method to refine Heavenly Secret Immortal goo was light path refinement. Other than that, other paths' refinement methods could only yield half the result with twice the effort. Some even had the opposite effect. And at the final step, the refinement path goo formation had to be removed, using the goo immortal's ingenuity to complete the final step. This was the most special aspect of Heavenly Secret Immortal goo. Other immortal goo did not have this requirement. Only Heavenly Secret Immortal goo could not be restricted or restricted. It could only be refined in a situation where it could move freely. Undeniably, this was a huge test for the goo refinement goo immortal. Because the goo immortal needed to take over the role of the immortal formation at this moment, guiding the entire goo refinement process to the final step. But the goo immortal's guidance could not exceed the limits. Once it exceeded the limits, there would be restrictions and Heavenly Secret Immortal goo would not be able to condense. This required a profound balance. The intricacies could not be expressed in words. Only the goo refinement goo immortal could personally experience it. The final step of the goo refinement. Countless thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. He used wisdom path methods to perfectly take over the role of the immortal formation. The surrounding white light was dazzling, but under Fang Yuan's guidance, it started to condense and shrink. Gradually, this light condensed into a ring around Fang Yuan's body. The huge ring had Fang Yuan at the center. Initially, it was just light condensing, but after a few breaths of time, it felt like it was solid. More than 10 breaths of time later, the goo refinement hall's light returned to normal. The ring was solid. It was the size of a house and looked like it was made of platinum. The ring quietly floated in the air. Fang Yuan stood at the center of the ring. Sixth Hair held his breath, feeling slightly excited. Refinement path killer move, heavenly light rotation, it has finally formed. But it needs at least 7 rounds to truly refine rank 7 Heavenly Secret Immortal goo. The first turn. Fang Yuan's mind moved slightly, and the ring slowly activated. Only after the time it took to brew a cup of tea did it complete a full circle. The first rotation is a success. Sixth Hair let out a breath of turbid air. The second turn. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes that had been shut all along. A strange light shot out from his eyes and shone on the ring. The originally motionless ring seemed to be motivated by this gaze and began to spin again. This time, the rotation speed was clearly faster than before. After the time it took to brew half a cup of tea, the circle was completed. I've also succeeded in my second transformation. Sixth Hair clenched his fists. The third turn. Fang Yuan's breathing became heavy, and he kept breathing. This breathing was not ordinary breathing, he was using a refinement path killer move. His aura interacted with the ring, and the ring started to spin again. This time, the rotation speed was even faster, and after a while, the circle was completed. The third turn is also completed. Sixth Hair's heart was pounding. The fourth turn. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and started to chant. Under the influence of his voice, the ring started to spin even faster. Soon, the fourth turn was also completed. A total of 7 turns, I have already completed more than half. But it will get harder from now on, because the ring is spinning faster and faster. It is not easy to control. Sixth Hair's forehead was already covered in sweat. The fourth turn was over, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to continue. He rested for a while before activating his refinement path killer move, making the ring spin on its own. The fifth turn. Fang Yuan's arms were originally hanging down, but now he started to raise them. Like 2 mountains were hanging on his arms, Fang Yuan raised his arms in an extremely slow and heavy manner. The ring started to spin on its own, but different from the previous times, while it was spinning, it was also slowly rising. It was getting higher and higher. When it rose from Fang Yuan's waist to Fang Yuan's shoulder, it suddenly stopped. Oh no! Sixth Hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring self-detonated. Boom! With a loud sound, the intense explosion was suppressed by the entire goo refinement hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Fang Yuan, who was at the center, suffered the full power of the explosion. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries. Immortal goo man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated this immortal goo. The method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fang Yuan was injured while refining rank 7 heavenly secret. He used rank 6 man as before. Even though it was effective, man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fang Yuan's injuries could be seen at a glance. Heavenly secret immortal goo's refinement failed. This was not the first failure. The previous few times, 6th hair had failed along the way. This time, even after Fang Yuan personally made a move, he still failed. At once, Fang Yuan and 6th hair's expressions turned ugly. This time, Fang Yuan had practiced extensively. He even used many luck path methods before the goo refinement, but he did not succeed. Goo refinement was like this. It was not easy to succeed. If one invested a lot, they might not have any gains. They might end up with nothing in the end. The crucial point was that Fang Yuan's calamity and tribulation were about to descend. This refinement of heavenly secret did not succeed. It meant that Fang Yuan did not have time to refine it again. What a pity! 6th hair sighed. No worries, even without heavenly secret, I have confidence in passing it. Fang Yuan waved his hand. In just a short while, his emotions returned to normal. Several days later, Fang Yuan left through the teleportation immortal formation, arriving at an uninhabited desolate land to undergo tribulation. He placed his immortal aperture and opened its entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in like a heavenly river, filling up the sovereign immortal aperture. Wuxia and the others were dumbfounded by the majestic scene before them. This time, when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, to ensure that nothing went wrong, he brought the Shadow Sect immortals along. Bai Ningbing was also among them, but Shui Air was left in Langya Blessed Land. Shui Air was not trusted by Fang Yuan yet. As for the others, they had entered the sovereign immortal aperture before. When Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, they could help. Or when Gu immortals were attracted and came to cause trouble, they could go out and block the enemies for Fang Yuan. This was a human tribulation. When Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, Providence paid attention to him. This could not be helped. Providence wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan by all means. It would naturally make arrangements, and as time passed, it would create a human tribulation. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that someone's immortal aperture could have such a grand scene just by absorbing heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal aperture is too powerful. I believe that even rank 9 venerables cannot have such a scene when absorbing heaven and earth chi. The Shadow Sect immortals praised. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She was shocked inwardly, but she said, "You are underestimating rank 9 venerables. Even though I have not seen the rank 9 immortal aperture absorb heaven and earth chi, after inheriting Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I know that back then, Bai Xiang's absorption of heaven and earth chi was much grander than Fang Yuan's." Wuxia glanced at Bai Ningbing plainly. Bai Xiang is rank 8, he has a rank 8 grotto heaven. Fang Yuan is only rank 7 now, he only has a rank 7 blessed land. The two cannot be compared. Moreover, the sovereign immortal aperture is huge. Many places have not been constructed. Its potential is unimaginable. In contrast, back then, Bai Xiang had already constructed the grotto heaven completely. Resources filled it. These resources naturally consumed a lot of heaven and earth chi. Bai Ningbing was silent. "You are right, fellow celestial Wuxia." Goddess Miao Yin smiled. The other Gu immortals nodded in agreement. After a long while, the sovereign immortal aperture finished absorbing heaven and earth chi. The tribulation started to form in mini red heaven. Fang Yuan's body was in mini red heaven now. This tribulation was targeted at Fang Yuan. It would not appear anywhere else. As for why mini red heaven was chosen, it was because this place was huge. It had once been used as a battlefield against the immemorial year monkey. There were no resources built here. Undergoing tribulation here would greatly reduce the losses. If he underwent tribulation in mini southern border or Kokitahara, The tribulation would wreak havoc and destroy countless resources. This was not a situation Fang Yuan wanted to see. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big. If we undergo tribulation, how can we avoid the calamities and tribulations damaging our resources? But inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations cannot include mini red heaven. He Lulan sighed with an extremely envious tone. My shadow sect painstakingly accumulated resources for 100,000 years to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. It is naturally extraordinary. Wuxia snorted coldly, speaking in a proud tone. It is a pity that everything went to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing said casually, causing Wuxia to glare at her angrily. What? Am I wrong? Bai Ningbing was fearless. She looked at Wuxia provocatively, regaining her dignity. Wuxia breathed in deeply, turning his head around. Sovereign immortal fetus goo was given to Lord Fang Yuan. What difference does it make? He is the sect leader of my shadow sect now. We are on the same side. Ha! Bai Ningbing laughed mockingly. Wuxia ignored her. He only stared at the tribulation that was about to form. He saw that Fang Yuan's surroundings were filled with extremely thick poisonous fog. The poisonous fog was rumbling. It had 5 distinct colors. This is a poison path tribulation. Lady White Rabbit said weakly. More accurately, it is a 5 poison tribulation. Wuxia said his knowledge was naturally broader. Just like he said, the 5-colored poisonous fog formed into 5 huge monsters. They were snake, scorpion, spider, toad, and centipede. The 5 monsters surrounded Fang Yuan, looking at him covetously, but they were not in a hurry to attack. They were accumulating strength as time passed. Their bodies became larger. Why is Fang Yuan not attacking yet? Bai Ningbing frowned. This was the best time to attack. Otherwise, the longer time passed, the stronger the poisonous beasts would become. However, Fang Yuan's battle strategy was different from the norm. He waited until the power of the 5 great poisonous creatures had accumulated to the limit. The 5 great poisonous beasts were like mountains. They pounced at Fang Yuan while stomping on the ground. Bai Ningbing and the rest held their breaths. The tribulation was so powerful that even the spectators were shaken. This was not an ordinary rank 7 tribulation. With the support of Providence, it had reached the limit of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Is that all? Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. He vanished on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. At the next moment, thunderous explosions resounded. The pupils of Bai Ningbing and the rest shrunk. They watched in shock as Fang Yuan rampaged through the battlefield. The 5 poisonous beasts were completely defeated by his attacks. A moment later, the poisonous fog dissipated. Only Fang Yuan's demonic godlike figure was left in the battlefield. Chapter 1480. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Even though Providence wants to get rid of me, this otherworldly demon, and raise the power of its rank 7 heavenly tribulation to the limit, it is still unable to do anything to me. Love Go, Small Talk, Netku. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to pass this tribulation. For this tribulation he had made ample preparations, but he did not use most of his trump cards. Wuxia and the rest could be said to have watched Fang Yuan's individual battle prowess. They were filled with shock and envy towards the sovereign immortal aperture. Rank 7 Gu immortals had to go through 24 earthly calamities, 3 heavenly tribulations, and 3 grand tribulations. Fang Yuan patiently waited until the 5 poisonous beasts were at their strongest before undergoing tribulation, to probe the greatest power of the heavenly tribulation. Rank 7 heavenly tribulations no longer posed any threat to him. Earthly calamities were even more impossible. Only the grand tribulations were unknown. Fang Yuan was not clear about the power of the grand tribulations, because he did not pass them. His rank 7 cultivation level was mostly obtained by devouring apertures. He had forcefully seized them. This heavenly tribulation was the first time he underwent a tribulation with rank 7 cultivation level. Afterwards, Fang Yuan used perceivable Dao Immortal Gu to calculate that he gained over 1,000 poison path Dao marks from this heavenly tribulation. From now on, if Fang Yuan used poison path Immortal Gu, he would gain twice as much. Heavenly tribulations gave an average of 750 Dao marks. Fang Yuan had over 1,000 because Providence raised the power of the heavenly tribulation to the limit. But these gains were not what Fang Yuan needed at the moment. Firstly, he did not have any poison path resources to nurture. Secondly, his poison path attainment level was very low. And lastly, he only had one poison path immortal goo, woman's heart. Evidently, Providence purposely chose poison path to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. The next time I undergo a heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid Providence will choose to reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation to the lowest. Fang Yuan didn't need to guess to be able to guess this. This heavenly tribulation made Providence realize that it couldn't do anything to Fang Yuan, so it probably wouldn't increase the power of the heavenly tribulation to its limit anymore. After all, doing so would only increase Fang Yuan's Dao marks. Apart from helping his enemies, it wouldn't create any trouble at all. This also means that in the future, my gains from transcending tribulations will be very low. Love go, small, sit, net could devouring the aperture is the right way. Fang Yuan understood. Devour aperture was one of the advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. It would definitely be used in the future. It was just that he did not have the upper extreme heavenly eagle currently, and Fang Yuan was also cultivating in seclusion. There were no opportunities. The river of time was never-ending. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. During this period, Fang Yuan went through the earthly calamity again and realized that it was just as he had guessed. He gained very few Dao marks. However, in other aspects, Fang Yuan had improved at lightning speed and gained a lot. In terms of soul path, his soul foundation had risen to 50 million man soul level. His soul was extremely condensed. There were already signs of it turning from phantom to solid. Most importantly, the immortal killer move ghost official garment was becoming thicker and thicker. It gave Fang Yuan a strong concealment ability. He Lulan had already finished refining the stars. Fang Yuan tried to use Star Eye's immortal goo. The investigative effect was very good. With this immortal goo, his investigative ability was greatly enhanced. In terms of immortal aperture management, the basic construction was already completed. After expending almost all of his immortal Yuan stone reserves, as well as the 3 gifts from the Snowman tribe, Fang Yuan even borrowed a batch of resources from Xianxia sect, finally completing the basic construction. This way, although Fang Yuan had not truly fed it once, the foundation was already there. It was like having a meal, but plates of delicacies were already placed on the table, and the food was already cooking in the pot. As long as this continued, he would succeed without any accidents. There were 7 levels of immortal aperture management. The first level was to create mortal resources. The second level was to create immortal materials that could be used to feed immortal goo. The third level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem. The fourth level was to use the immortal aperture's various products to trade with each other and earn profits. Fang Yuan used to be abnormally prosperous. He had 1 foot in the 4th level, but still had 1 foot in the 2nd level. Now that he had reached perfection stage of the 2nd level, Fang Yuan's final step was to step into the 3rd level. The 3rd level was to raise and produce immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem. Love, go, small, say, net could the standard for this level was. These immortal beasts and immortal plants were perfectly integrated into the immortal aperture's natural cycle, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem with other life forms. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had already reached it, but he was lacking now. Because the 2 largest beast groups were eagle groups and year beasts, they had not truly integrated into the sovereign immortal aperture. Eagle beasts needed to hunt large amounts of food. Currently, Fang Yuan was buying them from Xianxia sect and Jewel Yellow Skies. Year beasts fed on year goo. Fang Yuan relied on his own production. Rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo played a huge role in this. Without it, Fang Yuan would not be able to raise such a large-scale year beast group. I need to slow down the construction of the 3rd level. Fang Yuan wanted to continue, but he had no choice but to stop. He did not have enough capital. If he wanted to continue developing his immortal aperture, he needed to start from the 4th level and develop the trade first. Right now, Fang Yuan had 9 economic pillars in his hands. The first source of income was naturally the guts gu. It was a monopolistic trade with huge potential, but the investment was huge, and he had to share the profits with Xianxia sect. Fang Yuan's current profits from guts gu were all used to cultivate soul path. There was no profit in this. The second was year gu. Fang Yuan had not truly taken over the market of year gu yet, but after his previous investment, even if he developed in this area, his profits would be terrible in the next 2 to 5 years. But undeniably, the year gu trade had huge potential. The reason was that Fang Yuan had rank 8 immortal gu years flow like water. This immortal gu was created by the Northern Plains Time Path great expert He Fan. It was a top-tier rank 8 immortal gu. Not only was it easy to activate, it also meant that he had a cheap production line for mass-producing year gu. But there was a flaw: it would attract immemorial year beasts to cause trouble in his immortal aperture. After He Fan created years flow like water immortal gu, he had been trying to resolve this flaw. Unfortunately, he had his own limitations. Even though he was a time path great expert, he could not use it in other aspects. Secondly, he had limited fortuitous encounters. If he was like Fang Yuan and had 180 slaves, he could resolve this flaw as well. Thirdly, he had limited lifespan. In fact, He Fan was already dealing with this flaw. Immemorial year beast fishing formation and flood discharge formation were results, but unfortunately, his lifespan was up. Thus, years flow like water immortal gu did not fully shine in the hands of its creator. It was only in the hands of an outsider like Fang Yuan that it showed its power. How should he put it? Fang Yuan often sighed. This was truly fate. After year gu, there were dragonfish and regretful spiders, these 2 large resource points. They corresponded to Dragon Scale Sea area and Coiling Thread Caves in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Back then, when Fang Yuan was in southern border, he had thought of ways to borrow Wu clan's strength to slowly develop it. It took a lot of effort. But now, the dragonfish business suffered a huge blow. Because Fang Yuan's disguise as Wu Yihai's secret was exposed, the dragonfish business relied on Wu clan's connections to sell to southern border's righteous path forces. Now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, this channel was cut off. Thus, regretful spiders became Fang Yuan's current main source of income. The biggest buyer of this trade was Western Desert's Shao clan. This relationship was getting more and more stable. After dragonfish and regretful spiders, there were eerie fire dragon pythons, a series of star path resources, star dart gu, star fragment grass, etc., spirit snakes, snow monsters, and light shine fungi. The eerie fire dragon python business was originally obtained by Fang Yuan from Imperial Court Blessed Land. After He clan obtained the unique method to raise them, it grew to this scale. The scale was not big or small. It could not compare to dragonfish and regretful spiders. Star path resources were left behind by Fang Yuan after inheriting Star Lord Wuxia. He did not focus on nurturing this resource. It was originally very important, but now it was getting less and less important because many resources surpassed it. And it was left behind by a rank 6 gu immortal. It was not big at first. Spirit snakes and star path resources were similar. They were produced by Han Dong Blessed Land. They were annexed by Fang Yuan. He did not focus on nurturing them. They were still the same. Finally, snow monsters and light shine fungi were future projects. The former was because Fang Yuan was using the ice path crystal essence to modify his immortal aperture's environment in Kokidahara. The latter had an important mission. They could not be sold as goods. To sum it up, Fang Yuan's trade situation was not optimistic. Guts gu had no profits. The dragonfish business was heavily damaged. Even though regretful spiders were still doing well, they could not do much alone. The remaining eerie fire dragon pythons, star path resources, and spirit snakes were all important sources of income for rank 6 gu immortals, but to Fang Yuan, they were too small. These 3 and the regretful spiders were barely able to support Fang Yuan's situation. Finally, the snow monsters and light shine fungi business. Fang Yuan needed to invest in the former, while the latter could not be touched. It needed to be expanded. The huge profits from the sale of year gu had been used up. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed to revive his trade. He had a huge business. Even though the foundation was completed and his immortal aperture's development had increased from 3% to 4%, be it the construction of the immortal aperture, modifying killer moves, or soul path cultivation, he needed to invest in them continuously. To improve, he needed to invest in them first. The greater the capital invested, the faster and higher the rate of improvement. As for Fang Yuan, he had a vast amount of inheritance contents. He naturally had countless resource management methods. Many of them were even exclusive inheritances. He had too many choices to choose from. But among them, which one was the most suitable for him, the best choice? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Notice 3 things. 1. The postcards have already been sent out. Because they were ordinary mail, many people received them, but a few did not. There is no helping it. I know now that the postal service's ordinary mail is much worse than express delivery. If I cannot receive them, I have no other choice. But thankfully, such an event will be held again. Next, I will send them registered mail. I can check them now. 2. Minor character event. A lot of students want a cameo role, so I want to organize another cameo recruitment event. To participate, please read the minor character event post pinned at Chi Diane's book review section, and then follow the post to write down the minor character that you like. Another note, this might very well be the last time we're looking for extras. 3. Update status. Recently, he had to apologize to everyone at the beginning of the chapter every day. But this update status will continue until mid-November. According to the current progress, this book will not be finished this year. It should be finished in the first half of next year. Chapter 1481. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud City Secret Room. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of his body. His soul was no longer the same as before. His foundation was at 70 million man soul level. Fang Yuan sacrificed the profits from Guts Gu and exploited Wuxia and the rest, adding on the 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth that were the most beneficial for soul path cultivation in the world. His soul path cultivation had been advancing at an astonishing speed. I only need 30 million man soul to reach 100 million man soul level. Fang Yuan assessed his soul. The soul was vivid and lifelike. It had an exquisite face and a normal body shape. There was a halo emitting from the depths of the soul, enveloping the entire soul, giving off a feeling of sturdiness and exquisiteness. Rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment was like a silk undergarment, sticking to the surface of the soul. Above it, there was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. Fang Yuan's modified Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment used Rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. Earlier, it was just a loose garment. It had long sleeves and dragged down the back of his feet. It was very thin. But as Fang Yuan's soul foundation continued to rise, this layer of Ghost Official Garment became thicker. Looking at it now, this layer of Ghost Official Garment had changed. Not only did it turn from a long garment into a set of armor, there was even a layer of battle armor on the garment. It looked very majestic. This was the true appearance of the Rank 7 Killer Move Ghost Official Garment, Ghost General Garment. Earlier, because of Ghostly Concealment, the connection between Ghost Official Garment and the soul weakened. It was weakened to the Rank 6 Ghost Soldier Garment. But now, as his soul foundation rose, it gradually recovered its Rank 7 level power. But I am still some distance away from the complete Ghost General Garment. Fang Yuan looked at his back. The complete form of Ghost General Garment was not only a set of armor, there were also 3 battle flags on the back. Right now, these battle flags were nowhere to be seen. The focus of Fang Yuan's cultivation today was not just to check his soul path cultivation results. Even though his soul had left his body, there was a will in his mind. He started to activate an immortal killer move. Soul Separation. This move came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. After being modified by Fang Yuan, it could be used as well. An intense pain quickly assaulted Fang Yuan's soul. His soul immediately suffered a heavy blow. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and hurriedly withdrew his soul back into his body. This was the first time he was trying to use Split Soul. Split Soul Killer Move was different. It required the Gu Immortal's soul to leave their body and use their remaining thoughts, wills, and emotions to control goo worms, thus it was much harder to activate than ordinary immortal moves. Activating the killer move failed, Fang Yuan was speechless. He began to consume guts goo to heal his injuries. If the killer move Split Soul succeeds, splitting the soul would not cause any pain, it would be as easy as drinking water. But if he failed, the consequences would be severe. Often, his soul would directly collapse. Thus, goo immortals without a strong soul foundation could not blindly use this move, otherwise, they would be courting death. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had reached 10 million man soul, which was why he started to practice. Right now, Fang Yuan had already modified his sword path killer move. He was very familiar with it. He started to modify and practice his soul path killer moves. Other than split soul killer move, there were also soul suppression, soul howl, soul explosion, soul devour, soul transfer, soul beast summoning, and others. Fang Yuan did not have many soul path immortal goo. He could only replicate them, but their power would be greatly reduced. What determined Fang Yuan's battle strength was still reverse flow protection seal. Be it soul path methods, sword path, or wisdom path, they were all methods to enrich Fang Yuan's arsenal. Modifying and practicing soul path killer moves took up a lot of Fang Yuan's time and energy. And in terms of immortal aperture management, Fang Yuan had already decided on his next focus. He thought about it and chose dragonfish. Firstly, the dragonfish business's foundation was still there. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of dragonfish in his immortal aperture. He had sufficient stock. Secondly, Fang Yuan had done the dragonfish business before. He had experience. It was not like the Yeargoo business, where he was a newcomer. Finally, dragonfish had transformation path, food path, and other Dao marks. Just like the rumors said, dragonfish were a new life form created by a food path goo immortal. They had a certain effect on feeding immortal goo. Fang Yuan currently had the most orthodox food path inheritance. There was a method to raise dragonfish on a large scale. Dragon scale sea area. Fang Yuan first expanded the sea area. He also modified the immortal goo formation in the sea area. This was a brand new immortal goo formation. It used rank 6 snack immortal goo, rank 7 dragon scale, rank 7 dragon breath, and rank 6 dragon strength as the cores, with about 130,000 mortal goo as support. Just modifying this giant immortal formation took Fang Yuan 3 days. In these 3 days, Fang Yuan did not rest. He bathed in the light of wisdom. Setting up the immortal formation took Fang Yuan 12 days. Half a month later, Fang Yuan successfully raised this dragonfish resource point from a large resource point to a giant resource point. This way, the dragonfish reproduction speed increased. With the sovereign immortal aperture's own time flow, the production increased greatly. Fang Yuan started to discuss the dragonfish trade. Langya sect easily obtained it. The Snowman tribe also decided to purchase dragonfish from Fang Yuan regularly. Western Desert's Shao clan, Fang Yuan used the regretful spider business to establish a relationship. He successfully made Shao clan one of the biggest customers of the dragonfish business. At Northern Plains Chu clan, Chu Du also secretly made an agreement with Fang Yuan. They would be doing business for more than 10 years. The start was good, but the next part was the main event. Fang Yuan sold these dragonfish to Jewel Yellow Skies. He sent in different wills. He changed his identity so that others could not find out his background. This time, Fang Yuan used a different strategy from Yeargoo. In the Yeargoo business, Fang Yuan had a decisive advantage. He charged in forcefully, sweeping away all objections. But in terms of dragonfish, even though Fang Yuan had a method to raise them, the cost was not cheap. Thus, this time, he slowly increased the scale of dragonfish sales. He did this on purpose. There was not a huge commotion. Jewel Yellow Skies was operating normally. As Fang Yuan cultivated, he observed the market's movements. Eastern Sea. Gu Immortal Yuchan was holding a dragonfish, observing it carefully. Under the light, her beautiful face was solemn. Her brows were tightly furrowed. She inspected the dragonfish several times before sending it into her immortal aperture, sighing softly. I wonder where this person came from. He is very strong. Not only is he good at raising dragonfish, he also has an endless supply of them. In terms of the dragonfish business, Yuchan was the undisputed #1 in jewel yellow skies. In the year Gu business, there were 3 sellers. But in the dragonfish business, Yuchan was the leader. She was far ahead of the other Gu immortals, firmly occupying the #1 position for decades. On one hand, she was a water path Gu immortal. She had a huge advantage in raising dragonfish. On the other hand, she occupied the famous Dragonfish Sea area in Dragon Sea. This was a natural breeding ground with a huge scale. Not only did Yuchan produce dragonfish in her own immortal Gu, she also had a base in Eastern Sea. With these 2 factors, no one could match her in terms of dragonfish production. Other than this, Yuchan was a vigilant person. She had a wide network of friends. She could read people's expressions. She was very perceptive. To be able to become the sole leader of the dragonfish business, Yuchan naturally had her own extraordinary points. This time, just as Fang Yuan increased his dragonfish production, Yuchan noticed it immediately. Yuchan bought a batch of dragonfish from Fang Yuan anonymously. After careful investigation, she found out that Fang Yuan was her greatest enemy. Yuchan placed great importance on this. She immediately went to investigate Fang Yuan's background. Know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. But she disguised herself as a buyer. She tried all sorts of methods to probe for information, but Fang Yuan's will did not reveal any flaws. Yuchan expressed her desire to communicate with Fang Yuan himself, but Fang Yuan did not show up. Several days passed. Yuchan's heart was getting heavier, because she found that Fang Yuan's production was getting larger and larger. And in Jewel Yellow Skies' market, many Gu immortals were starting to notice this abnormality. Even though Fang Yuan did not do it openly, Yuchan felt even greater pressure. This cannot go on. Yuchan could not sit still. She left the Dragonfish Sea area. She did not fly. She swam underwater. After moving for hundreds of li, she found an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Yuchan entered the undercurrent, using the power of nature to speed up. Chapter 1482. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Yuchan was a water path Gu immortal. Using the undercurrents, her speed was much faster than flying Gu immortals. After going through several undercurrents, after several days, Yuchan arrived at Nangong tribe's territorial sea. Nangong tribe was one of Eastern Sea's righteous path superforces. Yuchan came to the edge of the territorial sea and stopped, landing on a nameless island to wait. She was here to seek help from Nangong tribe. Before she left, she had already used information path methods to inform them. As expected, Yuchan did not have to wait for long. A Nangong tribe Gu immortal came to receive her. Fair Yuchan, Master Hua sent me to welcome you. He is already waiting at Flower Bridge Pavilion. Nangong tribe's Gu immortal was polite. He did not have the arrogance of a super force. On one hand, he only had rank 6 cultivation level, while Yuchan was rank 7. On the other hand, even though Yuchan was a lone cultivator, she had many connections. She was one of the 6 great fairies of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Her reputation was spread far and wide. Nangong tribe's Gu immortal had to pay attention to her. Thank you. Yuchan smiled lightly. The Nangong tribe Gu immortal's heart jumped. Fairy, please follow me. Nangong tribe's Gu immortal calmed his mind and led the way. Yuchan followed him into the sea, entering the undercurrents. After a few undercurrents, Yuchan saw an immortal Gu house in the sea. This immortal Gu house had a unique structure. There was a pavilion in the middle of a bridge. There was a stone table and stone chairs in the pavilion. A Gu immortal was brewing tea. Yuchan followed the Nangong tribe Gu immortal onto the bridge. The man in the pavilion smiled. Fair Yuchan came from afar. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you personally. Yuchan smiled. Huan, you are one of the 3 wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea. What can I do if you put on such airs? Yuchan and Huan had a good relationship. She was just joking. In fact, Huan was originally a Hua tribe Gu immortal, but due to various reasons he betrayed Hua tribe. Hua tribe was a righteous path superforce. When Huan escaped, he received Yuchan's help. The 2 became friends. After that, Nangong clan accepted Huan. Huan cultivated diligently and became famous in Eastern Sea in Wisdom Path. A doggerel was used to praise the bipolar Panjia pill. the southern palace hid Huan and the dragon head turtle, returning from the sea of adversity. The second paragraph was about Huan. Even though Huan was a vassal of Nangong tribe, he was constantly threatened by Hua tribe. He had been assassinated many times by Hua tribe's Gu immortals. Therefore, he usually stayed in the Nangong family's headquarters and rarely went out. He had shown his sincerity by risking his life to meet Yuchan. Yuchan naturally knew about Huan's situation. She was quite satisfied that she could see Huan here. She was even a little surprised. Huan laughed and gestured with his hand. "Fairy, please take a seat." Yuchan didn't stand on ceremony. She sat down and raised her cup to drink tea. Then she sighed, "This tea is good tea. It's a pity that I have worries in my heart and can't enjoy the tea in peace." Huan nodded. "Fairy, please tell me in detail. I will do my best to help you solve your problems." While Yuchan was drinking tea, Feng Yuan was drinking wine. He was not drinking ordinary wine, it was a wedding wine. This wedding wine was not someone else's wedding wine, it was his. Congratulations to Lord Feng Yuan, congratulations to Fairy Shui Er, it is truly enviable for two lovers to be able to get married. Ha! Bing Zhuo laughed as he toasted. Feng Yuan smiled as he raised his cup, replying while looking around. In the hall, there were 2 or 3 tables of banquets, all of them were Gu immortals. Most of them were variant human Gu immortals. There were snowmen, hairy men, ink men, and rockmen. Other than them, there were the shadow sect members led by Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing was not among them. Love Go, small say, Neka Feng Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. His wedding banquet was extremely important in Northern Plains variant human alliance. Almost all of the Gu immortals came to attend. The snowman Gu immortals were cheering while the rockman Gu immortals had stiff expressions. This engagement banquet was a good thing for the snowman tribe, but for the rockmen, the neighboring tribe that they had been bullied for so long suddenly had a rank 8 battle strength expert. This was simply the worst news of all. Elder Bing Yuan, you have done a great deed. I am in admiration, in admiration. At the table, Rockman First Supreme Elder Shizong said to Bing Yuan in a deep tone. Bing Yuan was Shui Er's grandmother. The marriage with Feng Yuan was something that she had advocated, and now, she finally saw results. This is my granddaughter's fortune. Sai, to speak the truth, our tribe is in a superior position. Bing Yuan pretended not to hear the mockery in Shizong's words. She replied to him while looking at the main table. There, Feng Yuan was sitting at the main seat. Shui Er was beside him with an uneasy expression. Bing Yuan sighed. She looked glorious on the surface, but she was worried in her heart. This was not the wedding banquet that she wanted, it was only an engagement banquet. Bing Yuan fully experienced how troublesome Feng Yuan was. Just this engagement banquet alone made the snowman tribe pay a huge price. And this was after she had bargained with Feng Yuan many times. They finally obtained this result. Both sides took a step back. Feng Yuan obtained another sum of resources, and the snowman tribe could finally borrow Feng Yuan's influence. But luring Feng Yuan to my clan, such a person, was my decision right or wrong? Bing Yuan recalled the process of her negotiation with Feng Yuan. She started to hesitate. But on the surface, Bing Yuan did not show any emotions, she was full of smiles. The banquet was very lively. Eastern Sea. Huan said to Yuchan with an ashamed expression, "Fairy, I have disappointed you. I could not deduce this person's background for you." "Even you, Master Hua, could not?" Yuchan was quite surprised. Huan's expression turned solemn. "Firstly, it is hard to deduce with just the clues of the dragonfish. Secondly, this person has a killer move that counters wisdom path deductions. He can conceal his identity." Yuchan heard this and felt even more uneasy. The other party actually had wisdom path methods to defend against deductions. She did not have this. The enemy had her but she did not. The other party came prepared, or had someone backing him up. Either way, it showed how strong the enemy was. "Is his wisdom path attainment higher than you, Huan? You are one of the 3 great wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea, even you could not deduce him?" Yuchan was very dissatisfied. "Fairy, you misunderstood. Wisdom path is different from water path. This scene is like a river. The other party has set up a checkpoint in the most dangerous valley. No matter how wide the river is at this checkpoint, the deep torrent will turn into a shallow pool. We Wisdom Path Gu immortals can create huge waves on the wide river, but at the checkpoint we cannot use our strength, it is much more effective. Huan explained patiently, thinking that Yu-chan cultivated water path, he carefully used water as an analogy. It is not that I cannot do it, even other Wisdom Path Gu immortals cannot deduce him if they cannot break this defense. Even if this defense is only at rank 6 level. Yu-chan was depressed. She did not have a deep understanding of Wisdom Path. In fact, most Gu immortals did not have a deep understanding of Wisdom Path. On one hand, Wisdom Path Gu immortals were rare, on the other hand, Wisdom Path Gu immortals who knew the profundities of Wisdom Path would not seek trouble and publicize their paths to the outside world. Yu-chan had thought that by asking for Huan's help, she would be able to find out about Fang Yuan's background, but to think that she suffered a setback. But the more it was like this, the more Yu-chan did not want to give up. Huan understood her personality. Yu-chan not only had outstanding looks, she also had the tenacity of water. Her current status and achievements were all due to her own hard work. Thus, Huan suggested, we can probe them again, as long as we have more information and clues, I can break through their defenses. Even if one clue is like an ant's nest, a dam of 1,000 li often collapses because of an ant's nest, the more clues we have, the more success we will have. Yu-chan nodded, wait a moment. She immediately entered her mind and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, trying to find Fang Yuan's will again. Her earlier probe did not yield any results, but she still wanted to try again. Yu-chan, no need to probe me. I am very interested in the dragonfish business, I can even say that I am determined to get it. Fang Yuan's will told Yu-chan. Yu-chan was shocked. Her expression changed, she regained her senses and told Huan's expression also changed. In this situation, the other party's background is not small. I am the #1 person in the dragonfish business, he can challenge me, how can he not have a strong background? Yu-chan rolled her eyes at Huan shook his head with a solemn expression. I am talking about his Wisdom Path attainment. My previous divination was most likely detected by the other party, and they used it against us. Thus, they managed to deduce your identity. I was already very careful, but he was able to deduce your identity under such limited circumstances. His Wisdom Path attainment is not weaker than mine. In fact, he might even surpass me. So that's it. Yu-chan was shocked again. Chapter 1483. Genius in 1 second, remember love? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The banquet was bustling with noise and excitement. This engagement banquet had a strong political significance. Not just to the Variant Human Alliance, it was even more so to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not reject any of the Variant Human Gu Immortals' toasts. Using his interpersonal skills, he was able to close the distance between him and the Variant Human Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's original identity was quite awkward. He was a pure human, in the Variant Human Alliance, he was a political loner. The Variant Human Gu Immortals had natural suspicions towards Fang Yuan. But this time, Fang Yuan and Shui Er were engaged. This gave people a completely different feeling. It could be said that he had successfully entered the circle of Variant Human Gu Immortals. Before this, Fang Yuan had only integrated into Xianxia sect. Of course, the most important thing is that I have rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. The Gu Master World was a special world where individual people ruled over the collective. As long as one's cultivation level was high and their battle strength was extraordinary, they would be successful in every endeavor. If she knows that I have rank 8 battle strength, will Yu-chan back off? This thought suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The dragonfish business was the next focus of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development. If Yu-chan backed off, it would be perfect for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, Yu-chan would not do that. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Yu-chan was a person with vested interests, it would be extremely difficult to make her give up a piece of the pie. With Jewel Yellow Skies, even rank 6 Gu Immortals would dare to openly challenge or even provoke rank 8 Gu Immortals in business. Jewel Yellow Skies was a place that even the Celestial Court could not touch. Eastern Sea's 6 Beauties. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence Physique. Fang Yuan entertained as he thought. Others did not know Yu Chan's secret, but after Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance, he obtained a lot of crucial information. It pointed out that Yu Chan possessed one of the 10 ultimate physiques, the Myriad Gold Wonder Physique. This was Yu Chan's biggest secret. She had hidden it very well, but the Shadow Sect had a special method to search for the 10 ultimate physiques. To refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect had to gather all 10 extreme physiques. During this process, the Shadow Sect discovered Yu Chan's secret. However, at that time, the Shadow Sect already had the Myriad Gold Wonder Body, so they didn't do anything to Yu Chan. As for why Yu Chan, who clearly had the Myriad Gold Wonder Body, chose to cultivate the Water Dao, this was the difficulty of a rogue cultivator. Back then, Yu Chan had obtained the Water Dao legacy. She had no other choice, so she could only cultivate. Later on, changing schools of thought was very troublesome and risky, so Yu Chan continued to cultivate until now. Fang Yuan was able to deduce that Yu Chan was here to probe him. On one hand, it was because Fang Yuan had a lot of information about Yu Chan. He knew that she was his biggest competitor in the dragonfish business. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had Ghost Official Garment. He inherited many of Zishan Makoto's killer moves, as well as the countless methods of Shadow Sect and Langya Sect. As for the Myriad Gold Wonder Body, it was clearly recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 4, Section 27. Legend has it that the Mini-Man surpassed boundless forest samsara. He relied on perseverance to build a ladder to leave ordinary abyss. The Mini-Man met Rinzhu. He sighed. If he had perseverance Gu back then, he would have been able to overcome Reverse Flow River. He would not have caused so much trouble. Rinzhu wanted to save his children, but until now, he had not succeeded. Rinzhu saw that the Mini-Man had perseverance Gu. He had new hope. He said to the Mini-Man, "Mini-Man, oh Mini-Man, I want to ask you for a favor." The Mini-Man asked, "Oh Rinzhu, what do you want me to help you with?" Rinzhu told the Mini-Man that he wanted to borrow the Mini-Man's perseverance Gu. The Mini-Man said, "Oh Rinzhu, the reason why I was able to leave ordinary abyss was because of the trees you planted. I chopped down those trees and built a ladder for me to climb. Thus, I owe you a favor." The Mini-Man agreed to lend perseverance Gu to Rinzhu. But after Rinzhu obtained perseverance Gu, he found that he could not use it. This is the Mini-Man's perseverance, it is not your perseverance. Cognition Gu appeared at this time, telling Rinzhu the truth. Rinzhu was sad, he sighed deeply. He asked Cognition Gu, "Then what should I do? I know perseverance Gu can help me, but I cannot use it. I know the Feathermen can help me, but love cannot control them." Cognition Gu told Rinzhu, "Nobody can force others to love them, but you can create a Gu and use it to lure the Feathermen to do things for you. Think about it, how did this Mini-Man obtain perseverance Gu?" Cognition Gu's words gave Rinzhu a lot of inspiration. Rinzhu was overjoyed. "Oh Cognition Gu, thank you for giving me such a good suggestion. I know what to do now, I want to create a Gu myself." Cognition Gu asked curiously, "What kind of Gu will it be?" Rinzhu shook his head. "I am not sure, but I have an idea. I want this Gu to become something that everyone in the world wants." Thus, Rinzhu left ordinary abyss and went to the blue sea. This was the blue sea that produced life Gu, the source of all life in the world. Rinzhu had walked ashore from the blue sea, and now he was back here. Rinzhu was thirsty. He scooped up the blue sea's seawater and drank a few mouthfuls, but the more he drank, the more thirsty he became. Rinzhu was satisfied. "I want to use this blue sea's seawater to refine Gu. After I refine it, no matter who obtains it, they will not be satisfied, they will want more." Thus, Rinzhu took away a lot of the blue sea's seawater. The amount of seawater decreased, revealing the beach. Rinzhu found that there were many sea urchin-like Gu on the beach. These were not life Gu, they were hardship Gu. In any life, there would be hardship Gu. Rinzhu's eyes brightened. He said, "The Gu that I want to refine, even though people need it, they will have to work very hard to obtain it." Thus, he collected many hardship Gu. After doing this, Rinzhu left the blue sea and went to the door of life and death. After entering the door, Renzu did not enter the door of life and death, he only walked around the path of life. He collected many worry goo, he said, the goo that I refine, after people obtain it, they cannot discard it, they will be worried that they will lose it. After leaving the door of life and death, on the way, Renzu encountered sorrow goo again. Renzu laughed happily, great, the goo that I want to refine, if people lose it, they will be very sad. This way, they will not discard it. Thus, he collected the sorrow goo again. Renzu collected all of these things, he started to refine the goo. The goo refinement fire burned fiercely, giving off a lot of black smoke, attracting many goo and living beings to observe. Oh Renzu, what goo are you going to refine? Stupidity goo was attracted, it asked curiously. Renzu laughed, oh stupidity goo, if you want to know, why don't you drill into the fire and take a look? Stupidity goo drilled into the fire and did not come out. Not long after, wisdom goo was attracted, it asked, oh Renzu, what goo are you going to refine? Renzu laughed, oh stupidity goo, if you want to know, why don't you drill into the fire and take a look? Wisdom goo also flew in. However, it only flew into the black smoke and was blinded. After flying around randomly for a while, it flew out again. Renzu, oh Renzu, I was almost deceived by you. I have already seen what you are going to refine, I am leaving. Saying so, wisdom goo flew far away. Renzu felt it was a pity, he sighed. This way, after my goo is refined, it can make stupid people my servants, and deceive wise people for a while. However, one day passed, another day passed. The goo refinement fire continued to burn, but it did not succeed. The burning black smoke did not dissipate for a long time, it floated in the air and turned into a vast dark cloud that covered the sky. Oh Renzu, you should have felt it, there is still one step left. This final step is the most crucial step. Cognition goo said. Renzu nodded, he stood up resolutely and walked to the front of the fire. It seems, this goo needs to be created with human hands. Thereupon, Renzu chopped off his hands and threw them into the fire. The fire exploded, and in an instant, the endless black smoke and dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Under the bright golden sunlight, a girl appeared in front of Renzu. Oh Father, thank you, you gave me life. My name is Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence. The girl was radiating with the aura of treasures. She smiled at Renzu. Renzu looked at her and laughed heartily. Ha, I have another daughter. But wait, is my goo refinement complete? Chapter 1484. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Western Desert. This was a desert, the terrain was flat and boundless. There were cracks everywhere on the ground, not even a blade of grass grew. But deep underground, there was a whole new world. There were large numbers of veins as well as constructed mines. Over 100,000 rockmen lived here as miners, excavating all kinds of minerals for the goo immortals. This was Western Desert's famous Myriad or desert, controlled by one of the super forces, Shur clan. There were many types of minerals here, and the reserves were plentiful. Other than the mortal ores mined by the rockmen, there were also many immortal ores that goo immortals could only mine by themselves. For example, dark flow golden steel. This was the toughest rank 6 immortal material. Another example was the rank 7 immortal material, dark ink stone. Even if the ancient sword dragon clawed at it, it would not leave a mark. In the depths of the million or desert, there was a majestic river of gold fragments. The Gold Fragment River was a metal river of immemorial yellow heaven, and this myriad or desert was where a huge fragment of immemorial yellow heaven had once fallen. The immemorial yellow heaven fragment had once become a treasure land for goo masters and goo immortals to explore, but with the passage of time, the immemorial yellow heaven fragment became smaller and smaller, eventually vanishing. During this process of dissipation, the Tao marks that it dispersed gradually transformed the surrounding gobi into the 1,000 or gobi. And this gold fragment river was a product of the immemorial yellow heaven fragment. It had been passed down until now, and had not dried up. Feng Yuan's mini yellow heaven also had a gold fragment river, but it was very small, it paled in comparison to this gold fragment river in Myriad or desert. In the middle of this grand gold fragment river, there was an immortal goo formation. The goo formation was still operating. It monitored the whole of Myriad or desert and commanded countless rockman miners. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. This immortal goo formation flashed with a dazzling light. A crack appeared on the goo formation. A door opened. A thick cloud of smoke flew out from the door. Cough, cough. From the colorful smoke, a rockman goo immortal walked out. But as he walked out, the rock skin on his body fell off piece by piece, revealing his true body. This was a pure human goo immortal. He was middle-aged, and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. His appearance was ordinary, and he gave people the impression that he was an honest man. At this moment, he was covered in dirt and was coughing non-stop. The 89th goo refinement still failed. The middle-aged goo immortal sighed as he coughed out blood. The blood he spat out was very strange. When it landed on the ground, it actually condensed into all kinds of gems, pearls, agate, jade, and even gold, silver, bronze, and so on. Even if Fang Yuan were here, he would probably be surprised to see such a scene. What was the reason for this middle-aged goo immortal to suffer such strange injuries? As the person in question, the middle-aged goo immortal looked at the treasures around him with a plain expression. He was not surprised at all. Because he knew what he was doing, refining wealth goo. Wealth goo, this was a legendary goo recorded in the Legends of Renzu. According to Renzu's instructions, it was refined using blue sea water, Renzu's hands, worry goo, hardship goo, sorrow goo, wisdom goo, and stupidity goo. However, if the goo immortal really wanted to refine the goo according to the instructions in the book, it was basically impossible. This was not only because The Legends of Renzu was a story, many of its contents had hidden meanings, they were not literal explanations. And these goo materials could not be collected in the current situation. Fang Yuan had rank 9 wisdom goo, but he had not refined it yet. But the blue sea had already disappeared. Where could he find blue sea water? Even if he had blue sea water, what about Renzu's hands? But why was this middle-aged goo immortal trying to refine wealth goo? It was still the same saying, goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man could create countless goo recipes for the same immortal goo. The method to refine wealth goo recorded in The Legends of Renzu could not be used, but the goo immortal could modify it himself. This middle-aged goo immortal cultivated Earth Path, but he had a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He obtained an incomplete immortal goo recipe. It was unknown which predecessor in history had left behind this incomplete recipe while researching wealth goo's refinement method. The middle-aged goo immortal felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure, because he could see that this goo recipe was extremely valuable. The predecessor who left behind this goo recipe had made a huge contribution. As long as he continued to develop like this, he could really refine wealth goo. In this incomplete goo recipe, this predecessor had even deduced the effect of wealth goo based on the goo recipe. If wealth goo was refined, it could expend one's own body to transform into anything in the world. This object could be gold, silver, copper, iron, rank 6 immortal materials, or even rank 9 immortal materials. But wealth goo could not transform into any life form. Life forms included animals, plants, humans, variant humans, and goo. If I refine wealth goo, I can transform into any immortal material in the world. It would be a huge profit. As long as I transform some extinct or rare goo materials, I can quickly become rich enough to rival an entire country. I can even accumulate a huge amount of cultivation capital and surpass the entire Shi clan. The middle-aged goo immortal was moved. He had been trying to refine wealth goo. He kept it a secret to prevent people from coveting it. This middle-aged goo immortal was called Shi Zhong. Shi clan was one of the righteous path superforces in Western Desert. Shi Zhong's status in Shi clan was very awkward. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he was ostracized by Shi clan's goo immortals. This had a historical origin. Shi Zhong's father betrayed the clan, causing Shi clan to suffer huge losses. Not only in resources, even goo immortals were sacrificed. Thus, Shi Zhong was not liked by Shi clan's goo immortals since he was young. To gain their trust, Shi Zhong changed his name to Shi Zhong, to show that he was loyal to the clan. But it was to no avail. He was sent by Shi clan's first supreme elder to guard this myriad or desert. This place was rich in resources, but it was backed by other super forces and had a bad relationship with Shi clan. It was very risky for Shi Zhong to guard this place. Moreover, there was little profit to be made, because this immortal formation was under strict supervision. Shi Zhong had no chance to slack off. In fact, even if the supervision was not strict, Shi Zhong would not dare to make a move. If he was found out, his situation would be even worse. Precisely because of this, Shi Zhong had high expectations for Wealth Gu. The foundation of Gu immortal cultivation is to manage their own immortal aperture. Without a solid foundation, no matter how high their battle strength is, it is only temporary. It is like a skyscraper that is built on sand. Shi Zhong had such an understanding. He had been trying hard, the process was tough, but he did not give up. Looking back at his previous Gu immortal cultivation, other than the necessary tribulations, all his other resources were invested in the grand plan of refining Wealth Gu. 89th failure. Let me see, I do not have enough people. After Shi Zhong healed his injuries, he checked his inventory and found that he did not have enough people to use as Gu materials. He needed to collect more. Shi Zhong was a righteous path Gu immortal. He actually used humans as Gu materials to refine Gu. This was definitely the behavior of a demon. But as long as he kept it a secret, nobody would know. Shi Zhong did not have any evidence against him. Nobody would be able to do anything to him. Shi Zhong was very vigilant in this aspect. He would never capture the humans himself and leave any traces behind. The human slaves he had were all bought from Jewel Yellow Skies. They were very clean. I used humans to replace the blue sea water in the ancient recipe of Wealth Gu. It is already Renzu's hands. There should be no mistake about this. But is it not enough? Do I need to use Lifespan Gu? Shi Zhong was thinking. He had Lifespan Gu too, but he did not dare to use it carelessly. The legends of Renzu recorded that even though Wisdom Gu was not sacrificed like Stupidity Gu, it still participated in the Gu refinement process. I do not have Wisdom Gu, so I used other Wisdom Path Gu worms to replace it. There is a lot of room for improvement in this aspect. Worry Gu, Hardship Gu, Sadness Gu, these mortal Gu, Shi Zhong had them all. They were not hard to collect. In fact, he could even refine Stupidity Gu himself. Gu Fangzheng is close to success. It is quite complete now. Shi Zhong finished healing his injuries. He checked the blood on the ground. Chapter 1485. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Shi Zhong had been in this field for a long time. He could tell if he had made any progress from his blood clots. Even though I made progress this time, I am still far from success. I feel like I am still lacking in many crucial steps. I need to work hard. Shi Zhong had a lot of experience in this field. He had an intuition. He calculated the time. It was time to feed the immortal Gu again. Shi Zhong inherited his bloodline's inheritance. He had several immortal Gu. This made the other Shi clan Gu immortals jealous. But this was Shi clan's tradition. It was a rule that could not be broken. Shi Zhong had these immortal Gu. This was why he was targeted by Shi clan's Gu immortals. He checked his inventory and felt a headache. It is a little troublesome. I lack some ingredients. I forgot that when I refined Wealth Gu earlier, I was short on ingredients, so I sold a portion of the immortal Gu ingredients that I had. At this time, it will be difficult to gather another batch of ingredients. I should buy some dragonfish to replace them and feed the immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Shi Zhong did not hesitate. He entered Jewel Yellow Skies with his consciousness. Dragonfish? His goal was clear. He soon found that many Gu immortals were selling dragonfish. As a buyer, he naturally had to compare the prices. The dragonfish business was not like year Gu. It could be sold all year round. Because dragonfish did not choose the right time to reproduce, they were sold all year round. Shi Zhong went to Yu Chan's stall first. Everyone knew that Yu Chan was the #1 seller of dragonfish in Jewel Yellow Skies. But she did not just sell dragonfish, she also sold other products, but mainly fish. In the past, Shi Zhong would buy dragonfish from Yu Chan, because Yu Chan's reputation was very high. If nothing unexpected happened, he would also choose to purchase a batch of arowanas here. After looking at the dragonfish in Yu Chan's hands, Shi Zhong was not in a hurry to buy them. He chose to look around elsewhere. He soon found Fang Yuan's stall. There are people selling dragonfish here? There are quite a lot of them. Shi Zhong looked around and was surprised. He looked carefully. He found that the dragonfish in this stall were not only huge in quantity, they were also of good quality. They were comparable to Yu Chan's dragonfish. Besides, this stall is more popular. Shi Zhong used his divine sense to look around and found that there were several Gu immortal wills surrounding this place, and there were even some Gu immortal divine senses communicating with them. To think that while I was in closed cultivation to refine Gu, a strong competitor has already appeared in the dragonfish market of jewel yellow skies. Shi Zhong was thinking when a Gu immortal's divine sense came over and communicated with him. Fellow immortal, are you here to purchase dragonfish as well? Why don't we pool our money and buy them together? It will be much cheaper that way, the divine will said. What's going on? Shi Zhong asked. That divine sense told him, fellow immortal, don't you know? There were different rules for selling arowanas here. As long as the number of arowanas exceeded a certain standard, the price would be much cheaper. There are all kinds of standards, but in general, the more you buy, the cheaper it is. Hearing this, Shi Zhong immediately praised in his heart, this method is really not bad. Then he thought of himself, maybe I can use this method to sell things in the future. The more Shi Zhong thought about it, the more he felt that this method was amazing. Even though it was reducing the price in essence, with the increase in scale, the profits could be guaranteed. Compared to the competition for Year Gu earlier, this method of reducing the price was much more ingenious and gentle. Using this method, not only can I sell more dragonfish, I can also make a name for myself. If someone really wants to buy dragonfish, the Gu immortal would invite their friends or work with strangers to make it cheaper. This way, the seller can advertise his dragonfish business. The more Shi Zhong thought about it, the more he felt that this dragonfish seller had a brilliant mind. No wonder there are so many Gu immortals here compared to the other side of the dragonfish market. Who knows, there might be a seller here. They are not here to buy the dragonfish, they are just stirring up the atmosphere. Love go, smalt say, netku. Shi Zhong was immediately interested in this seller. Alright, I will buy them here. I can't miss out on such a good deal. Why wouldn't I take advantage of the situation? Thinking of this, Shi Zhong communicated with the unfamiliar voice and agreed to team up. The other party was happy. After discussing, they bought 100,000 dragonfish together. After buying them, they split them in jewel yellow skies. Both sides left satisfied. Let's not talk about how Shi Zhong would feed the immortal Gu. Just the divine sense of the Gu immortal who bought with Shi Zhong immediately took the dragonfish out of treasure yellow heaven and sent them into the sovereign immortal aperture. Shi Zhong guessed correctly, the person who bought with him was the seller's agent, but the mastermind was not Fang Yuan, it was another Gu immortal from Shadow Sect. But even if someone guessed this, how could they verify it in jewel yellow skies? They could not. Actually, this method was not created by Fang Yuan. Shi Zhong mainly refined Gu, he did not pay much attention to the market of jewel yellow skies. In fact, this method had been used long ago. It did not matter if the method was new or old, the most important thing was whether it was effective or not. Regardless of others, Fang Yuan's method was very effective. These last days, as he continued to increase the quantity, more and more dragonfish were sold in jewel yellow skies market, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. The huge quantity of dragonfish showed Fang Yuan's strength. Buyers were more willing to choose a stronger seller. On the other hand, Fang Yuan used the correct method to sell his dragonfish. This caused his dragonfish business to spread far and wide. Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of good quality. With the help of the food path immortal formation, the quality would only get better. Initially, the Gu immortals who bought dragonfish from him were few in number, and they did not buy a lot of dragonfish each time. But gradually, more and more Gu immortals bought dragonfish from him. At the same time, the number of dragonfish sold increased rapidly. In fact, there were already repeat customers. And as Fang Yuan's biggest competitor in this dragonfish business, Eastern Seas Yuchan, was still selling her dragonfish unhurriedly. She was unmoved. Yu-chan is right to be unmoved. Because in the short term, my method cannot pose a threat to her. On the contrary, if she uses the same method, it will greatly harm her original profits. After all, there are many more Gu immortals buying dragonfish from her than me. Fang Yuan thought. Yu-chan was very calm in this aspect. She had the demeanor of a general. But after a while, she will get anxious. Fang Yuan was very confident. The food path immortal formation he set up used many immortal Gu and expended immortal essence. It was not a small matter. But this method needed several generations of dragonfish, or even more than a dozen generations, to see results. Yu-chan was not anxious. Fang Yuan was even less anxious. As time went on, his advantage in the dragonfish business would increase. After retrieving his divine sense from jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan came to the Gu refinement hall and met with Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair had a haggard appearance. He had done his best to refine Gu for Fang Yuan. Right now, he was at the final stage of heavenly secret Gu refinement. It was time for Fang Yuan to make a move. White light filled the Gu refinement hall. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and slowly walked into the white light, only stopping when he reached the center of it. A dense aura assaulted his nose. It was like an extraordinary mortal, like an immortal yet not. It was somewhere in between. It was the final step of the transformation. We can begin. Fang Yuan adjusted his mental state as he transmitted to Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair counted down as he deactivated the refinement path immortal formation in the hall. Fang Yuan took over. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind. Wisdom path methods were activated one after another. He successfully took over the role of the immortal formation. Under his hard work, the surrounding white light condensed and shrank, forming a huge ring. The ring was parallel to the floor. It surrounded Fang Yuan and placed him at the center of the ring. Refinement path killer move. Heavenly light rotation. First rotation. Fang Yuan willed and the ring started to rotate at an extremely slow speed. The first rotation was successful. Second rotation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and used his gaze to push the ring. The ring's speed became faster and it started to spin. After a few minutes, the second rotation was completed. He entered the third rotation. Fang Yuan used his breath to move the ring. After a while, he succeeded. Fourth rotation, fifth rotation, sixth rotation. As time passed, Fang Yuan progressed steadily. He was actually at the final seventh rotation. It seems that sect leader has been training hard after that failure. He has put in a lot of effort. Sixth Hair watched from the side. He understood this now. Seventh rotation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to rotate the ring. Right now, the ring had shrunk to the size of a basin. It floated above his head. Boom! With a soft hum, the ring suddenly shrank, and the entire ring directly shrank to a point. This dot was a Gu. Rank 7 heavenly secret Gu landed on top of Fang Yuan's head. I actually succeeded. Even the person involved, Fang Yuan, was surprised. He had failed the first time. To think that he would succeed the second time. After the surprise, Fang Yuan felt joy in his heart. Maybe it is because I used luck path methods. My luck is really good. Fang Yuan took the heavenly secret Gu worm off his head and looked at it. At first glance, this immortal Gu looked like a dragonfly, but looking closely, it looked like a willow branch. Heavenly secret immortal Gu was very long. It was the length of half an adult's arm. Its body was thin and long. Like a willow branch, it was very soft. The willow branch had 7 wings on both sides. They were thin like veils. They were green in color. They looked like leaves. When it flew in the air, or rather, it was more appropriate to describe it as floating. Chapter 1486. Genius in 1 second remembers love go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Eastern Sea Seabed. I am ashamed, Yu-chan. You came all the way here but I was unable to help you in the end. Huan smiled bitterly and said to Yu-chan. The two were about to part ways. Yu-chan came to Huan for help, but because of Fang Yuan's perfect wisdom path defensive methods, not only did Huan fail to deduce anything, he even exposed Yu-chan's situation. Hearing Huan's ashamed words, Yuchan shook her head. She looked at Hua An's white hair and said sincerely, Huan, don't say that. For my sake, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your lifespan to perform divination. Yuchan will remember this kindness. I did not succeed because the opponent was too strong. Hua nodded. Your opponent this time is not simple. No matter what, I did not help you much this time. If you need any help in the future, you can come and find me. As long as you don't mind my low wisdom path attainment. Yuchan smiled. Hua An's promise made her eyes brighten, the haze in her heart dissipated. The two bid farewell. Yuchan flew quickly in the sky. The incoming wind caused her sleeves to flutter. Using this layer of cold wind, she was as calm as ice. Although the opponent is strong, I will not give up like this. Although Huan did not deduce anything, it does not mean I am powerless. It is time for me to retaliate with my own methods. Yuchan made up her mind. She looked at the sky and sea with determination. Yuchan made a new move. Feng Yuan soon received the information. He had been paying attention to Yuchan. Yuchan added a new rule to her dragonfish business. As long as regular customers bought dragonfish from her, they would get a discount. For 10 years, as long as they bought dragonfish from her for a few years, the discount would increase. Once she used this method, she immediately stabilized the situation. Many customers who were lured away by Feng Yuan also returned to her. Yuchan's method made full use of her advantage. She was bullying Feng Yuan, who was a newbie in the dragonfish business. If Feng Yuan were to use the same method, the effect would definitely not be as good as Yuchan's. Not only did Yuchan do that, but she also increased the stock of arowanas. She injected more arowanas into the jewel yellow skies, and they almost piled up into a mountain. All sorts of desolate beast arowanas could be said to have formed schools. She was blatantly displaying her family's strong capital. This two-pronged approach immediately produced excellent results. The public opinion in jewel yellow skies was almost completely on Yuchan's side. Yuchan is indeed the #1 powerhouse. I didn't expect her to be so strong in the field of arowana. That challenger is probably a little stupid now. No matter who he is, there's still a gap between him and Yuchan. Yuchan has been in power for a long time. Her #1 throne is not so easy to challenge. Let's wait and see for a while more. I have a feeling that this mysterious challenger is not that simple. Some Gu immortals were waiting for Feng Yuan's reaction. But in the following period of time, Feng Yuan did not make any movements, as if he did not receive any news of Yuchan's counterattack. Feng Yuan continued to sell the arowanas according to his previous rules. Even though his business had just started to improve, it suffered a huge blow now. Yuchan's current strength far surpasses me. I am weak now. If I fight her to the death, it would not be wise. Even Feng Yuan himself, after seeing Yuchan's methods, had to admit that his foundation in the arowana business was far inferior to Yuchan. Feng Yuan had only raised arowanas for a short period of time, but Yuchan had been raising them for much longer. This was a difference in accumulation. Feng Yuan could not catch up to her in a short period of time. Feng Yuan endured Yuchan's counterattack and provocation. This made those Gu immortals who were observing give up on Feng Yuan completely. Only Yuchan herself did not have any wishful thinking. Feng Yuan's inaction made her feel surprised, and even worried. An unsheathed sword was the most terrifying, because if Feng Yuan moved or reacted, Yuchan could use Feng Yuan's actions to plan a counterattack. But Feng Yuan was not moving. Yuchan did not know what she was planning. It was natural for her to be worried. Then should I chase after him while I'm ahead? Force him to react? Yuchan thought about it, choosing the safer method. Forget it. The current situation is extremely advantageous to me. If this goes on, in a few months, the situation that this mysterious opponent has been working on will collapse and be completely lost. Why should I be anxious in such a situation? He should be the one anxious. Yuchan cultivated water path. She knew the principle of being virtuous like water. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Feng Yuan continued to observe for a few days. He soon realized that Yuchan was also biding her time. He praised in his heart. He understood. In this dragonfish business, he had encountered a troublesome opponent. However, Feng Yuan was not anxious. For the dragonfish business, he already had a complete plan. As time goes on, my advantage will increase. I should endure it for now. Immortal Aperture Management was stuck at the dragonfish business, but this did not hinder Feng Yuan's other cultivation methods. His soul foundation had already risen to the level of 80 million man-soul. He should have reached 100 million man-soul already, but during this period of time, Feng Yuan had been practicing the immortal killer move Split Soul. His soul was often injured and his foundation was expended. But this way, Feng Yuan's gains were increasing the number of Split Soul killer moves. During this period, he even used the Light of Wisdom to modify the activation steps of Split Soul. Other than Split Soul, Feng Yuan was also practicing other soul path killer moves. But these killer moves were much weaker than the original versions, because he did not have enough immortal goo. Feng Yuan's current focus was on Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Different from most goo immortals, every time Feng Yuan obtained an immortal goo, his strength would increase rapidly. This was because he had inherited a vast number of inheritances. He did not lack the methods to use immortal goo. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was created by Old Man Inkstone. Inkstone was also a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan took out Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo flapped its 7 pairs of wings, floating in front of Feng Yuan. Until now, every time Feng Yuan saw this immortal goo, he would sigh at his luck. He did not expect that he had only refined Heavenly Secret twice, but he succeeded on his second try. This was a rank 7 immortal goo. This success was very lucky. Feng Yuan felt like it was a dream when he thought about it. If he had to do it again, he had no confidence. This success could not be replicated. Refining immortal goo was like this. It could make the goo immortal's emotions fluctuate. Sometimes, when refining goo, even if one failed 100 times, success was still far away. Sometimes, when refining goo, 1 or 2 tries were enough to succeed. Feng Yuan had experienced many unsuccessful refinements. He had also experienced Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo's success this time. He could not say for sure when it came to goo refinement. This was a trap. Different from other immortal goo, immortal killer moves that revolved around Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo were very rare. This was because Old Man Inkstone had not created Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo for many years, and because of the Shadow Sect's grand plan, Old Man Inkstone needed to plan it thoroughly. He had only designed a few killer moves. Among them, the most important one, and also the one with the highest value, was Exposing Heavenly Secret. This killer move could actually predict the contents of heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations in advance. The significance of this was huge. As long as the prediction succeeded, there would be countermeasures against it. The success rate of the goo immortal's tribulation would rise rapidly. This was an immortal goo that had a huge impact on the entire goo immortal world. Maybe in the future, I can do such a business? Feng Yuan had a thought. Once this kind of business formed a good reputation, even if it didn't make a lot of money every day, it would definitely be able to eat for 3 years if it didn't open for business. There would definitely be a huge market for it. However, in the current situation, Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to forget about it. Because he did not intend to expose his immortal goo now. His greatest enemy was the Celestial Court. In these 10 years, he needed to do his best to stop the Celestial Court from repairing fake goo. Right now, even though he was developing rapidly, he was still far from this goal. He could not see any hope of success. In this situation, Feng Yuan needed to use Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as his trump card. If he did business, the Wisdom Path Goo Immortals of the Celestial Court were not to be trifled with. They would definitely be able to find out about this situation. Thus, Feng Yuan decided to hide Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo and keep it a secret. Not wanting to waste a single second, Feng Yuan started to practice his killer move. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core, but it was not exposing Heavenly Secret, it was Heaven's Will Dissipation. In the short term, Feng Yuan did not need to practice exposing Heavenly Secret. Because earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were not scary, they were easy for him to pass. At rank 7, the only risk was the Grand Tribulation. And he was still a long time away from the Grand Tribulation. Heaven's Will Dissipation was a wisdom path killer move. It used Heavenly's secret immortal goo as the core. It targeted Providence and could cleanly get rid of Providence. This move was created by Old Man Inkstone, but he did not succeed, so it ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Heaven's Will Dissipation was only an incomplete move. Fang Yuan practiced it for a while. The incomplete move naturally would not succeed, but this experience made him more familiar with the profundity of Heaven's Will Dissipation. He could not help but praise Old Man Inkstone's talent. With Heavenly's secret immortal goo's guidance, Providence could be directly attacked by goo immortals, or even erased. However, there were still many hurdles to overcome, and he was still a long way from success. But these were not important to Fang Yuan. His wisdom path attainment level was not as high as Old Man Inkstone, but he had the foundation. His greatest advantage was that he could use the light of wisdom. Wisdom goo once again displayed the incredible power of a rank 9 immortal goo. Several days later, Fang Yuan completed Heaven's Will Dissipation. Chapter 1487. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. This immortal goo looked like a cicada. Its head and abdomen were brownish yellow in color. There were tree ring-like markings on the surface. Love Go, small tack. The wings on its back were wide and translucent, like two overlapping leaves. It was constantly emitting the aura of a rank 6 immortal goo. It was rank 6 time path immortal goo, Spring Autumn Cicada. At this moment, Spring Autumn Cicada was in the aperture of the immortal zombie body, being sealed by Fang Yuan. Its body exuded a warm, oily glow. Its wings were light green, like two fresh leaves that had just sprouted. All of this indicated that the Spring-Autumn Cicada's condition had been completely restored, and it could be used again. If it had just been reborn, the Spring-Autumn Cicada's torso would not have any luster. It would look rough and dull, like a dead tree. Its wings would also be filled with a withered yellow color, like withered leaves in autumn. Moreover, the tips of the wings were slightly curled up and incomplete, like the edge of a fallen leaf. The Spring-Autumn Cicada had a great origin. It was an immortal goo personally created by one of the 10 venerables in human history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Furthermore, it was the vital goo of the Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and its status was extremely important. Its effect was to let the goo immortal sacrifice everything and use it to move through the river of time. It would carry the goo immortal's will and go against the flow, to be reborn in the past. There were pros and cons. The Spring-Autumn Cicada's power could be said to be marvelous, but at the same time, it also had a huge drawback. Once one became the master of the Spring and Autumn Cicada, one's luck would be constantly weakened. Simply put, the Spring and Autumn Cicada would bring bad luck. At this moment, as Fang Yuan looked at the Spring and Autumn Cicada, he was filled with emotion. This was the connection between his previous life and this life. Without the Spring-Autumn Cicada, there would be no Fang Yuan now. If one had to ask a question, which immortal goo had the greatest significance to goo immortals? This question differed from person to person. Every goo immortal had their own answer. But to Fang Yuan, he only had one answer, and that was the Spring and Autumn Cicada. Let's not talk about the previous life and just talk about this life. On Mount Qingmao, Mount Sanwan, and the blessed land of the imperial court, the Spring and Autumn Cicada had repeatedly displayed its prowess. It was indeed worthy of the reputation of the Red Lotus Demon Venerable's natal goo. It had repeatedly allowed Fang Yuan to turn the tables in desperate situations and escape with his life. Love Go, small Sithneka. However, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, the Spring-Autumn Cicada was lost. Although Fang Yuan obtained the Spring and Autumn Cicada again, he already knew that the Spring and Autumn Cicada contained Providence and could not be used. Fang Yuan broke away from Providence's control and became an enemy of the heavens. Along with Providence's Spring and Autumn Cicada, he was directly put on the list of forbidden items. To bring out the value of the Spring and Autumn Cicada once again, Fang Yuan had to expel the Providence from the Spring and Autumn Cicada. If he didn't expel it, there would be no hope for him to be reborn in the future. Providence would directly kill Fang Yuan. Now, let me see how good this killer move is. Fang Yuan murmured, his eyes shining brightly. Immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. Fang Yuan prepared for a while. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Next, he used his hand that was covered in the gray-white light and lightly placed it on the immortal zombie body. The gray-white light was like flowing water. It flowed around his body and completely covered the strength path immortal zombie body. The gray-white light lasted for a while before it started to change. Eyes started to appear in the gray-white light. These eyes were multicolored. It could be said that they were extremely dazzling. They first appeared around Fang Yuan's palm, before increasing in number and spreading in all directions. Soon, these multicolored eyeballs covered the immortal zombie body. They continued to blink. Each time they blinked, they changed into a different color. Next, the multicolored eyeballs spread into the aperture. Finally, spring and autumn cicada's surface was also covered in a layer of tiny multicolored eyeballs. The multicolored eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack that targeted Providence. Spring and autumn cicada started to vibrate. The multicolored eyeballs kept on appearing and disappearing. Fang Yuan continued to expend red date immortal essence, causing the multicolored eyeballs to appear endlessly. Spring and autumn cicada shook even more intensely. After the shaking continued for a while, Fang Yuan saw that a fine crack had appeared on spring and autumn cicada's surface. Love go, small Sneku's heart sank. He quickly stopped the killer move. Puff! His body shook like he was struck by lightning. The killer move stopped too quickly. Fang Yuan was injured. But this light injury could not compare to spring and autumn cicada's safety. Fang Yuan ignored his injuries. He quickly inspected spring and autumn cicada. The crack on spring and autumn cicada was not obvious, but Fang Yuan had a vigilant and meticulous nature. The moment the crack appeared, he discovered it. The appearance of the crack meant that spring and autumn cicada was injured. Almost all goo worms were very fragile, be they rank 6, 7, or even 9. Spring and autumn cicada was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo, but it was no exception. After inspecting it carefully, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Providence! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Spring and autumn cicada's injury was not heavy. Thanks to his timely discovery, this small injury could not even be considered a light injury, so it was easily dealt with. But he could not continue using Heaven's Will dissipation. If this continued, the cracks on spring and autumn cicada would become larger and larger, until it was destroyed. Providence's influence on spring and autumn cicada was far more severe than Fang Yuan had expected. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and thought of a way to resolve this. There were two paths in front of him now. The first path was to continue modifying the immortal killer move Heaven's Will dissipation, so that it could eliminate Providence without harming spring and autumn cicada. The second path was to use Shadow Sects method, using refinement path methods to first refine spring and autumn cicada before reverse refining it. During the goo refinement process, Providence would be eliminated. Both of these methods had flaws. Modifying Heaven's Will dissipation was rather difficult. In fact, it was not easy for Fang Yuan to deduce Heaven's Will dissipation. It was close to the limits of his abilities. It was not impossible to continue making breakthroughs in this aspect, but the time, energy, and resources needed would be huge. And Shadow Sects' goo refinement method was only an idea. It was very difficult to realize. Providence's influence on spring and autumn cicada was so deep, and goo refinement itself was very risky. During this process, as long as Providence messed with it, accidents would occur frequently. It seems that combining these two methods is the safest way to resolve this. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. He decided to use both methods at the same time. Fang Yuan moved quickly. He soon arrived in front of Wisdom Goo. I will have to rely on you again. Wisdom Goo circled around Fang Yuan for a while, before silently emitting the light of wisdom. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan activated many wisdom path methods with ease. In a split second, raging waves were set off in his mind. Countless thoughts rose and fell, vast and endless, colliding with each other and giving rise to countless sparks. Red date immortal essence was rapidly expended. Fang Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. The difficulty of the deduction was very high. It could be seen from Fang Yuan's frown. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time, After a full 8 incense sticks of time, Fang Yuan stopped. He let out a breath of turbid air, his face was pale. He had used all his strength in this wisdom path deduction, his head was aching, his soul was dim, and his vision was turning black. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan recovered a little. He continued to use the light of wisdom to make deductions. The deduction was very difficult. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level could not help Fang Yuan much, because this was beyond his limits. Fang Yuan was forcefully using the light of wisdom to make breakthroughs. But Fang Yuan had a persevering nature. He did not waver, he did not have any thoughts of retreating. He even placed his soul path cultivation and killer move practice aside. Most of his time and energy was spent on wisdom path deductions. He did not rest or sleep, but even with so much effort, his progress was slow. But Fang Yuan persevered. As long as there is progress, even though there is little progress each day, what if it accumulates over a few days, a dozen days, or even a few months? With such perseverance and willpower, Fang Yuan attacked this difficult problem with all his strength. During this period, his dragonfish business gradually had a breakthrough. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Dragon Scale Sea Area. Countless dragonfish formed schools and swam in the sea. The dragonfish looked like a red carp, but it was much larger. The desolate beast dragonfish was even larger. It was a giant in the water. But the dragonfish's battle strength was publicly known to be at the bottom. It was not worth looking forward to. After this period of time, a special dragonfish appeared in Fang Yuan's dragon scale sea area. This dragonfish was slightly smaller than normal dragonfish. Its scales were also dimmer. They had a metallic texture, like dark red copper. The copper dragonfish has finally reproduced. Fang Yuan inspected it. He was satisfied. Dragonfish were not natural species. They were created by a food path gu immortal. The one who created the dragonfish was none other than the beastman ancestor who created food path. Fang Yuan had inherited this beastman gu immortal's inheritance from Shadow Sect. He had a deep understanding of dragonfish. The dragonfish in the market had food path Dao marks, but they were mixed with Dao marks of other paths. It was a mess. But if the inheritances method was used to nurture them, they could be improved generation after generation. They would produce better dragonfish species. Like this copper dragonfish, it was a completely new species that surpassed ordinary dragonfish. The reason for this was the food path immortal gu formation that Fang Yuan had painstakingly set up. Fang Yuan saw that he had a lot of copper dragonfish. He placed a portion of them in Jewel Yellow Sky's market. If I had just started my dragonfish business, no one would care about this small portion of copper dragonfish in the market. But some time ago, I started selling dragonfish. Yuchan even retaliated. The other gu immortals now know that I am doing dragonfish business as well. Hee hee. Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed. He did not need to guess to know what kind of reaction these copper dragonfish would have after entering Jewel Yellow Sky's market. Chapter 1488. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Several days after the copper dragonfish was released, Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. What dragonfish is this? Copper dragonfish? A brand new species? According to the seller, this copper dragonfish has better effects than ordinary dragonfish. This is going to be a good show. That's right, I thought that Yuchan had already defeated the seller. To think that after lying low for so long, he actually made such a sharp counterattack. The appearance of the copper dragonfish is beneficial to all of us. We can deduce that this seller has a food path true inheritance. Many gu immortals were envious and jealous, especially those gu immortal experts. The problem of feeding immortal gu was not just limited to Fang Yuan. Food path true inheritances were something many gu immortal experts wanted, but they did not have the opportunity. However, Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. These gu immortal experts directly went to the will left behind by Fang Yuan. They directly talked about the food path true inheritance, expressing their strong desire to buy it. No matter who it was, Fang Yuan ignored them. He had too many inheritances. If he released them, the market would explode. He would earn a lot of money. But that would be like giving resources to his enemies. In the upcoming Great Era, the 5 regions' chaotic war would start, anyone could become Fang Yuan's enemy. And the Celestial Court was already his sworn enemy. Investigate, find out the identity of this seller. Even though Fang Yuan refused to look, some people did not give up. Some rank 8 Gu immortals decided to collect information and clues about Fang Yuan. They would deduce it themselves, or ask other Wisdom Path Gu immortals for help. He was innocent, but he was guilty because of his wealth. Those who could worry about feeding immortal Gu were mostly because they had many immortal Gu. With so many immortal Gu, these Gu immortals were elites among the same cultivation level. And the food path true inheritance was not as simple as solving the problem of feeding immortal Gu. There was also the dragonfish business. The appearance of the copper dragonfish made the Gu immortals realize that with the help of the food path true inheritance, this business had huge potential. However, they were destined to fail. Fang Yuan's wisdom path defensive methods made even Hua, one of the 3 great wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, fail. The Celestial Court and the Court of Providence were helpless. In the past, Fang Yuan had gone into hiding in order to conceal his divination. The current him had already begun to ignore such trouble. Yu Chan was holding a very ordinary copper arowana in her hands. From time to time, the copper arowana would twist its body. Yu Chan's hands were trembling slightly, and her expression was extremely ugly. This small and inconspicuous copper arowana was a huge threat in Yu Chan's eyes. This was far more terrifying and serious than Fang Yuan's ruthless price reduction. I didn't expect this opponent to be able to use such a counterattack. Amazing, truly amazing. My previous worries were completely correct. After a while, Yu Chan calmed down and sighed repeatedly. The appearance of the copper arowana was a direct threat to her arowana business. It was a huge threat to Yu Chan. The situation had become very dire for her. In fact, not just her arowana business, all the arowana businesses in the world were facing a strong challenge from the copper arowana. I have already experimented many times. The copper arowana is indeed of higher quality than ordinary arowana. The reason is that it has more food path Dao marks. What should I do? Yu Chan pursed her lips. She had a solemn expression. She had a strong nature. After accepting the reality, she felt a strong sense of unwillingness. I have cultivated for so many years, how can I admit defeat so easily? The arowana business is my main source of income. If it collapses, it will be a huge threat to my cultivation. I cannot admit defeat like this. Right, I, Yu Chan, am not a weak woman. How can I admit defeat like this? Since he can raise the copper arowana, why can't I? Yu Chan clenched her fists, her eyes shined with bright light, intense fighting spirits surged in her chest. She wanted to give it a try and see if she could improve the copper arowana herself. Only then would she be able to fight against this mysterious enemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight against an ordinary dragonfish. Yu Chan was not blindly confident. She had her food path foundation. She had inherited a food path inheritance. It was just that it was not as orthodox as Fang Yuan's. Even though food path was rare, the creator was definitely not the only food path Gu immortal. Because Yu Chan obtained nourishment from the food path inheritance, she chose the arowana business as her main source of income. In fact, she had been trying to improve the quality of the arowana as well. It was just that she had not made any breakthroughs. But now, the results of the dragonfish modification are right in front of me. I did not make any progress earlier because my food path attainment was insufficient. Now that I have a finished product like the copper arowana, I can reverse engineer it. If I still can't do it, I might as well kill myself. Hee, you might not have expected this, but your copper arowana has become a fortuitous encounter for me to improve. Yu Chan was filled with fighting spirit. She actively researched the copper arowana. In the following days, she went crazy, forgetting to eat and sleep. On the other side, Fang Yuan was also working hard. He continued to deduce and solve the problem of spring-autumn cicada. He moved forward step by step, like a person who had just recovered from a serious illness, dragging his weak steps as he climbed up a steep mountain. There were many difficulties. But no matter how difficult it was, Fang Yuan's ambition could not be stopped. He moved forward steadily, even though each step was difficult and had little results. As he accumulated, the results became more and more satisfying. During this process, Fang Yuan once again experienced the power of the light of wisdom. The more he used it, the deeper his emotions became. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had endless inspiration, all of them pointed in the right direction. Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level was barely supporting him. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, Fang Yuan waved his arms and roared loudly. Success! He finally succeeded. He found a way to solve spring-autumn cicada. Almost at the same time. Eastern Sea. In the windless Dragonfish Sea region, waves suddenly appeared. At the bottom of the sea, Yuchan excitedly waved her arms, looking at the surging waves in front of her, expressing her joy. I did it! I managed to create a brand new species of copper arowana. Even though I need to rely on the other party's copper arowana, as long as I have one or two, I can breed even more. I will not lose this dragonfish battle. Chapter 1489. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border, Heaven's Ceiling Mountain. This was a small and unassuming mountain. The belly of the mountain was hollow. There was a goo formation set up to seal the strength path immortal zombie body. Thus, it was named Heaven's Ceiling Mountain, meaning to seal providence. At this time, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was floating in the air, looking down at this Heaven's Ceiling Mountain. Beside him, there was a goo immortal. It was the variant human goo immortal Sixth Hair. Bringing Sixth Hair into his sovereign immortal aperture was something that Fang Yuan had considered deeply. Normally speaking, an immortal aperture was an extremely important and secretive place. It was the foundation of a goo immortal's cultivation. It would not be shown to others easily. But Fang Yuan had already brought all of the Shadow Sect goo immortals into his immortal aperture. Sixth Hair was also a member of Shadow Sect. He was trustworthy. During this period of time, Sixth Hair had racked his brains to refine immortal goo for him. This action was engraved deeply in Fang Yuan's mind. Moreover, Sixth Hair and Wuxia had always been in contact. They were both members of Shadow Sect. They knew about the sovereign immortal aperture's existence. Wuxia had even entered the immortal aperture before. There was no need to hide it from Sixth Hair. I am going to start the goo refinement. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and said. Sixth Hair nodded. Sect leader, go ahead, I will do my best to assist you. This goo refinement involved spring-autumn cicada. It was extremely important. Fang Yuan needed the help of a refinement path goo immortal like Sixth Hair. In fact, a few days ago, Fang Yuan had borrowed many refinement path immortal goo and mortal goo from Xianxia sect. He placed these goo worms down and formed a refinement path immortal formation. This refinement path immortal formation was already set up. It was just waiting for Fang Yuan to activate it. Fang Yuan willed. Red date immortal essence was continuously expended as the immortal goo formation started to activate. Waves of white light rippled on the Heaven's Ceiling Mountain like flowing water. A moment later, Fang Yuan started to multitask, activating a refinement path killer move. Boom! With a loud bang, the air was pushed apart, and a pillar of golden light suddenly blasted down from the sky. The golden light pillar was majestic and powerful. Wherever it passed, the flowing water and white light were all pushed aside. It landed on the Heaven's Ceiling Mountain and directly penetrated the mountain rocks, stabbing deep into the hollow of the mountain. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was placed inside the mountain. The golden light pillar accurately struck the immortal zombie body, directly suppressing him. His immortal zombie body started to creak. As time passed, he would be unable to bear the burden. Therefore, Fang Yuan made good use of his time. After stabilizing the golden astral beam, he took out a live desolate beast. A beam of sword light shot out, and the wild beast's head rolled off. It died on the spot. A large amount of blood gushed out from the desolate beast's neck like a huge red fountain. The smell of blood spread, and under Fang Yuan's control, the golden light pillar burst out with a strong suction force. The blood of the desolate beast was drawn by a formless force, and was sucked into the golden light pillar. As for the desolate beast's corpse, it quickly became shriveled as its blood was completely sucked dry. After the golden light pillar absorbed the blood, it was mixed with a trace of red. This color caused the originally majestic pillar of light to look a little strange and bloody. Kill, kill, kill. Next, Feng Yuan slaughtered desolate beasts for 7 days. His expression was cold as steel. He showed no mercy. The golden light beams sucked all of their blood dry, turning them completely into crimson-red light beams. Their appearances changed drastically. Sixth Hair nodded as he watched. He recognized that the step that Feng Yuan used was the 7-kill blood path Gu refinement method. This method was Xianxia sect's inheritance. Sixth Hair knew its name, but did not know the details. Feng Yuan used Shadow sect's inheritance to exchange for Xianxia sect's inheritance, and obtained this Gu refinement method. He disassembled this method and extracted its essence. He modified it and used it here. It was very suitable. Even Sixth Hair nodded inwardly, praising in his heart. Feng Yuan started to control the blood light pillar with all his strength, while Sixth Hair also started. This time, Sixth Hair was assisting Feng Yuan in the Gu refinement. He had a huge responsibility. Both sides had communicated beforehand. Sixth Hair did not need Feng Yuan to remind him. He knew what to do. He took out the Gu materials that he needed. These Gu materials were all flowers. There were ghost face sunflower, steel wire cotton, smallpox flower, 7 treasure flower, milk tea flower, iron shell flower, boat flower, blood poison apple, multicolored overlord flower, green beetle water lotus, red axe flower, smelly fly flower, and so on. There was a dazzling array of flowers of all sizes. There were mortal and immortal Gu materials. Sixth Hair started to use refinement path methods to process these flowers. The processing of Gu materials required a lot of knowledge. Every type of flower basically had its own treatment method. Thankfully, Sixth Hair cultivated refinement path. He had rich experience in Gu refinement. He was also a split soul of spectral soul. He had deep foundations. It was Feng Yuan's wise decision to let him process these flowers. Time passed, and after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Sixth Hair finished processing the flowers in his hands. He did a good job. The flower materials were carefully selected. They were not wasted. Their essence was extracted and fused, forming a lump of 100 flowers liquid. At this moment, Feng Yuan condensed the blood light pillar. The huge light pillar that seemed to connect heaven and earth had shrunk to the size of a tree trunk. The water is here, catch it. Sixth Hair pushed with both hands. The floating flower liquid floated in the air like a huge translucent bubble, floating towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand and lightly hooked, successfully controlling the 100 flowers condensate in his hand. Next, he breathed in deeply, causing the wind and clouds to change. Strong winds blew, dark clouds started to form in the sky. Feng Yuan gave a shout. He waved his hand and sent all of the 100 flowers liquid into the sky. The 100 flowers condensate was thrown into the dark clouds, and soon after, the dark clouds in the sky were dyed pink. Swish, swish, swish. A torrential rain started to fall. Feng Yuan's expression was solemn as he moved his fingers. His 10 fingers were like shadows as they flew around. The pink flower rain was drawn by a formless force. A portion fused into the blood pillar, a portion fused with the immortal zombie body, and the majority was absorbed by the refinement path immortal formation. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The blood-colored beam of light that resembled a tree trunk shrunk and shrunk until it completely disappeared. Feng Yuan willed. The refinement path immortal formation started to activate rapidly. It was no longer slow like before. When refining immortal Gu, it was very convenient to have a refinement path immortal formation. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he did not have one, but in this life, he had a vast amount of refinement path immortal formation knowledge. He even went one step further. Using his Grandmaster formation path attainment level and the light of wisdom, he could modify these refinement path immortal formations and deduce the most suitable refinement path Gu formation for the current situation. The refinement path immortal formation continued to activate. Using the flower liquid, it created a temporary connection, connecting the immortal zombie body, spring autumn cicada, and many Gu materials together. Using this chance, Fang Yuan opened an inner door of the immortal formation. From the door, a piece of wood floated out. This piece of wood was shining like gold, but looking closely, it was still made of wood. There were dew droplets on the wood. It was like amber. Several small auspicious clouds were appearing and disappearing on the surface of the wood. This was the immortal material golden cloud divine wood. Like the other goo materials, it had already been stored in the refinement path immortal formation by Fang Yuan. It had been bathed in the 100 flowers liquid. The refinement path immortal formation rumbled. The golden cloud divine would soon disintegrated and turned into nothingness. At the same time, wooden markings appeared on the surface of the immortal zombie body, similar to the golden cloud divine wood. There were dew droplets on it. They were like amber. There were also several fist-sized auspicious clouds that appeared on the forehead of the immortal zombie body at times, while disappearing at the waist of the immortal zombie body at other times. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, saying to Sixth Hair, "Replace me." Sixth Hair had been resting after processing the 100 flowers liquid. He quickly took over Fang Yuan's position and took control of the immortal goo formation. Fang Yuan was freed. He immediately sat down and used every second of his time to rest. Even though the goo refinement process seemed to be progressing smoothly, it was not easy. Every step was like walking on thin ice. The immortal essence expenditure was huge. His mind was also under huge pressure. Even with Fang Yuan's strength, at this stage, he could not hold on any longer. If he continued, it would be very dangerous. It would be very harmful to the goo refinement. Thus, Fang Yuan directly rested and let Sixth Hair replace him to continue the goo refinement. Normally speaking, the goo immortal in charge of the goo refinement could not be changed easily. Because if it was someone else, the immortal essence and aura would be different. There would be many disadvantages to the goo refinement. Chapter 1490. Genius in 1 second. Remember LoveGo? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fang Yuan rested for half a cup of tea's time before opening his eyes. His stamina had recovered and his eyes were no longer as dizzy as before. His mind was clear and his condition was much better. Sixth Hair saw that Fang Yuan was here to replace him and heaved a sigh of relief. The exchange was perfect. They had practiced this step many times before. At this moment, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie body seemed to have completely turned into a human-shaped golden firmament divine wood. Fang Yuan started the next step. The refinement path immortal array opened another door and a giant sea urchin flew out. This sea urchin was as big as a house and its surface was filled with spikes as if it was made of purple gold. On its body surface, there were billions of bright spots that were flickering. This was the purple myrtle star urchin, a rather rare immortal material. Under the operation of the immortal array, the purple myrtle star urchin was shrinking at a visible rate. Everything was progressing smoothly. But suddenly, from the purple myrtle star urchin, a dazzling starlight burst out. The starlight bounced around like a bullet, constantly shooting out. The refinement path immortal array shook intensely. Fang Yuan had a grim expression as he tried his best to stabilize the situation. However, his efforts were minimal. The number of starlight pellets had already increased from 1 to 3. As the number increased, the refinement path immortal array shook even more intensely. It was even giving off creaking sounds. Oh no! Sixth Hair knew that things were not going well. He hurriedly shouted, "Dark thought, scarlet snake flower blooms." A thought appeared in Sixth Hair's mind. On his skin, scarlet snake tattoos started to rise. Originally, the scarlet snake tattoo was only on his chest, but now, it rose and coiled around his neck. At the same time, Sixth Hair's strength surged and his eyes continued to shoot out bright light. Even Fang Yuan looked at him in shock. Sixth Hair directly charged over and helped Fang Yuan to control the refinement path immortal array. Under his help, the starlight bullets were destroyed one after another. The danger is over. After a long time, Sixth Hair let out a breath of turbid air. His entire being became dispirited. "Love go little," says Netku. "Sect Master, we can only rely on you now." After saying that, he fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan was silent. His gaze paused on the scarlet snake tattoo on Sixth Hair's neck for a moment before focusing on the goo formation in front of him. Because of Sixth Hair's desperate rescue, the crisis of the goo refinement was resolved, and Fang Yuan could proceed to the next step. The immortal formation opened the third door and an immortal material flew out. This was a stone mountain, but the stone mountain was naturally carved with all kinds of faces. There were men and women, old and young, and they all had different expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were roaring, some were serious, and some were smiling. Thousand-faced human stone. This was the most crucial step. Fang Yuan was fully immersed in the goo refinement. The thousand-faced man rock was affected by the goo refinement immortal formation and quickly turned into nothingness. But the illusory figures formed by human faces flew out and entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body aperture. Fang Yuan's aperture was originally full of cracks, but right now, its appearance had changed greatly. The cracks on the aperture walls were filled up, and a thick layer of purple gold rock skin was formed. There were countless shining stars on the rock skin, and there were also sharp spikes protruding out, looking very similar to the purple star urchin from before. The human faces flew around in the aperture, and under Fang Yuan's control, they pounced towards the spring-autumn cicada at the center. Spring-autumn cicada had already been sealed by Fang Yuan, and was motionless. A human face shadow flew past, passing through spring-autumn cicada and flying out again. Spring-autumn cicada shook lightly, and was as stable as before. The human face shadow flew for some distance, and during this process, it gradually melted like snow under the sun. Eventually, it turned into nothingness, and only a small thread-like object was left. This thread-like object contained the will of the heavens. Every time the human face shadow flew past, it was a short process of refining spring-autumn cicada. When the human face shadow flew away, it would also take away a small portion of providence from spring-autumn cicada. The human face shadows passed through spring-autumn cicada and brought out the sealed providence. These providence threads were quickly extracted by Fang Yuan and were dispelled in the refinement path immortal array. This process lasted for a while, and the human face shadows could no longer be brought out of providence. Providence is much more stubborn than I expected. Fang Yuan sighed. This time, he directly controlled several human face shadows to pounce at spring-autumn cicada. The human face shadows heavily covered spring-autumn cicada, and then gritted their teeth, pulling out threads from spring-autumn cicada's body. The heavens was sealed into the state of a thread and was being pulled out intermittently. Spring-autumn cicada continued to tremble, but it was very safe, and no cracks appeared. The refinement path immortal array that Fang Yuan painstakingly deduced was very effective against spring-autumn cicada. After repeating this tens of times, no matter how many human face shadows Fang Yuan controlled, he could not pull out any threads from spring-autumn cicada. But Fang Yuan could sense that in the deepest part of spring-autumn cicada, there was still a tiny bit of providence left. This bit of providence was very small, but Fang Yuan did not dare to leave it here. Providence is indeed troublesome, I still have to take this step. Fang Yuan sighed, and suddenly activated the refinement path immortal array to its maximum power. On the aperture shaped like a crepe myrtle star urchin, countless spikes grew rapidly, and stabbed towards spring-autumn cicada from all directions. There were hundreds of slender spikes, and they directly stabbed into spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was not destroyed, and instead melted into jade-green liquid droplets. The spikes seemed to have a habit, and these liquid droplets were absorbed by the slender spikes. In the end, only that bit of providence was left in spring-autumn cicada's original position. Fang Yuan quickly eliminated it. Next, the jade-green liquid droplets were squeezed out by the slender spikes again, and condensed into a ball at the center. Fang Yuan stared angrily, and felt that it was very strenuous, and he could barely maintain the situation. The refinement path immortal array was operating to its limit, and a large amount of red date immortal essence was completely expended at this moment. The jade-green liquid droplets gradually formed, and finally returned to spring-autumn cicada. It was safe and sound. The only difference was that after the decomposition and condensation, there was no longer any providence in its body. Originally, Shadow Sect's method was to first advance the spring-autumn cicada, then reverse refine it, and eliminate providence. But after Fang Yuan's modification, it was directly changed to the parallel refinement method. The success rate of parallel refinement was much higher than the advanced refinement. But even so, the process was filled with difficulties, and there were even twists and turns. Fortunately, Sixth Hair acted in time and helped Fang Yuan tide over the difficulties. Looking at the spring-autumn cicada quietly floating in his aperture, Fang Yuan was filled with gratification. At this point, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was successfully refined, and Fang Yuan had truly grasped this legendary immortal goo. The aperture was filled with such noises. Cracks did not appear on spring-autumn cicada's body, but the purple-gold rock skin and spikes were rapidly spreading. Fang Yuan watched quietly. He could not stop this, and he did not want to stop it. The rock skin and spikes shattered, and at the same time, the aperture itself also shattered. Fang Yuan's aperture could be said to have gone through many trials and tribulations. It had to bear the pressure of spring-autumn cicada, and was even turned into a stone aperture and dead aperture by Fang Yuan. At this moment, it finally reached its limit and completely collapsed. This was the consequence of spring-autumn cicada's parallel refinement. It could not be exempted, and Fang Yuan did not want to be exempted either. Let's undergo the tribulation like this. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and from the side of the immortal formation, a lump of soul suddenly flew out. The soul was extremely fast. It quickly entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body opened its eyes and nodded at Fang Yuan. What occupied the body was also Fang Yuan's soul. He used a split soul method and successfully split the soul, forming the first split soul. Fang Yuan smiled and immediately used the immortal killer move strength, reversing life and death on the immortal zombie body. This was a method he had created a long time ago. It was an imitation of Blazing Heaven Demoness killer move Nirvana Fire, and could allow immortal zombies to return to human form. At this moment, the strength reversing life and death that Fang Yuan used had been modified. It was even more outstanding, and not weaker than Nirvana Fire. The immortal zombie body quickly returned to normal, and 2 lifespan goo were thrown out by Fang Yuan. The immortal zombie body stretched out its hand, and accurately grabbed the lifespan goo, directly using it. Fang Yuan's body was at the final juncture of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Because it was bathed in the light of wisdom, its lifespan was almost depleted. Now that it replenished the lifespan goo, its lifespan was immediately replenished. It was not afraid of dying of old age after returning to human form. The aperture shattered. The sovereign immortal aperture immediately surged. Heaven and earth chi were connected. But Fang Yuan did not want his clone to undergo tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture. Thus he opened the immortal aperture's entrance. The clone immediately flew out and welcomed the calamity and tribulation. Next, Fang Yuan's main body stored the sovereign immortal aperture and came to the outside world. This was a nameless, desolate land in northern plains. After Fang Yuan's secret inspection, there were few people here, and it was quite safe. Immortal ascension calamities and tribulations were very terrifying to most goo masters. Saying that they had a slim chance of survival was already an exaggeration. But to Fang Yuan, it was a piece of cake. Be it the coordination of heaven, earth, and human chi, or resisting calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan was very familiar with them. Heaven, however, was extremely furious. Fang Yuan actually controlled spring-autumn cicada. This was simply touching Providence's reverse scale. It sent down the highest limit of calamities and tribulations. However, it was useless. Fang Yuan easily dispersed the calamities and tribulations and protected his clone's tribulation, advancing to immortal once again. Last time, it was strength path. This time, it was time path. His first aperture became a high-grade time path blessed land. Fang Yuan named it Spring-Autumn Blessed Land. It did not have many space path resources, but it was very rich in time path resources. Originally, there were dark clouds above, but now, the sky was clear and sunlight shone down. Fang Yuan and his clone floated in the sky, looking at the boundless grassland. They were silent. The 500 years of bitterness and hardship in his previous life, the involuntary arrangements of Providence after rebirth, the desperate resistance in the face of despair, the exhaustion of saving Dang Hun Mountain, feeding immortal goo, managing the immortal aperture, and deducing killer moves, all of these turned into smiles, appearing on Fang Yuan's and his clone's lips. The past was like smoke, all of the hardships were just this smile. Chapter 1491. The clone passed the tribulation and became a time path rank 6 goo immortal. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body was still a rank 7 goo immortal. He had 27 immortal bodies and cultivated all paths. Having a clone was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. Many things, especially the management of the immortal aperture, could be left to the clone to handle. This was something that Fang Yuan had absolute trust in. It was far more effective than any shadow sect member. Especially when both sides were one, their thoughts and wills were completely the same, there were no conflicts in communication, there were even very few errors. Looking at the strength of Shadow Sect, one could see the power of a split soul. Shadow Sect had many members, but they were all united. They did not care about individual sacrifices, because they were one body, they were all one person. In order for the clone to become a rank 6 goo immortal, Fang Yuan had paid a huge price. First, he had to deduce the method. He spent a lot of time and energy, then he refined Spring-Autumn Cicada and used up a batch of immortal materials. After creating the clone also needed to cultivate. Even though it was not the main point, he still needed to invest in it. Because of the split soul, Fang Yuan's main body's soul fell from 10 million man soul to 9 million man soul. It was a huge decrease. Fang Yuan had to continue accumulating his soul foundation. Fortunately, he had 2 sacred lands. He made rapid progress in this aspect. It did not hinder Fang Yuan's development. And this clone of Fang Yuan, because it had Fang Yuan's split soul, could be considered as half an otherworldly demon. The physical body came from this world. It was bound by fate. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this. Unless he could imitate Shadow Sect and refine another sovereign immortal fetus goo for his clone to use. Shadow Sect had accumulated for 100,000 years to refine one sovereign immortal fetus goo. It was basically impossible to refine a second one. In the following days, Fang Yuan's main body rested as usual. His clone was inside the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, getting rid of the strength path Dao marks on his body. Fang Yuan had originally ascended to a strength path goo immortal from his second aperture. After turning into an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture crumbled and the strength path Dao marks were left on his body. Fang Yuan decided to use self-cleansing to help the clone get rid of unnecessary strength path Dao marks. The clone's immortal body was not special. The Dao marks on it interfered with each other. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan decided to let the clone cultivate time path. Previously, Fang Yuan considered cultivating both strength path and time path because he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Now that he had the sovereign immortal body and immortal aperture, his future cultivation focus would be on them. The clone was just a supplement. Therefore, the plan to refine a second aperture for the clone was cancelled. An extra aperture would be an immortal aperture when he ascended to become an immortal. Since Fang Yuan chose to cultivate time path, this immortal aperture naturally had to cultivate time path as well, but what was the use of that? To Fang Yuan, an additional superior or special grade blessed land was useless. Because instead of developing this blessed land, he might as well put all his effort into the sovereign immortal aperture. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was only 4% developed. It was vast and had little resources. It needed to be managed. Or maybe the biggest use of having an extra immortal aperture is to have a quota for a vital goo. Fang Yuan thought. The greatest benefit of a vital goo was that even if the refinement failed, the vital goo would not be destroyed. Vital, the life of a goo worm was connected to the goo immortal. Of course, if the refinement failed and the goo immortal died, the vital goo would also be destroyed. Currently, Fang Yuan's need for vital goo was very small. He had many immortal goo. The most important was Spring-Autumn Cicada, which was already his vital goo. Other than helping Fang Yuan handle some miscellaneous matters, the clone was also to ensure that Spring-Autumn Cicada would not be destroyed in the future goo refinement process. You're awake? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hare who was lying on the bed. Sixth Hair slowly opened his eyes, still feeling weak. After seeing Fang Yuan, the first thing he asked was, "Sect leader, did the Gu refinement succeed?" Fang Yuan nodded. "That's great." Sixth Hair smiled, saying in relief, "This way, the second phase of the Gu refinement plan has succeeded." In the first phase of the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan refined cleanse soul, self-love, and snack. In the second phase, Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada and heavenly secret Gu. In order to refine Gu, Fang Yuan paid a huge price. All in all, his luck was quite good. Some Gu immortals did not even succeed once after 810 attempts. Among them, Fang Yuan had the Luck Path True Inheritance and Luck Path Immortal Gu. They helped him a lot. On the other hand, Xianxia sect played an important role. If not for the help of Land Spirit of Xianxia and Sixth Hair, how could Fang Yuan's Gu refinement plan achieve such great results? What's with the scarlet snake tattoo on your body? Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. This is nothing. Sixth Hair's gaze flickered. While you were unconscious, I had already probed. This refinement path killer move seems to directly reduce your lifespan to raise your refinement path strength. If I am not wrong, when these scarlet snake tattoos cover your head, you will die. Fang Yuan said directly. Sixth Hair was silent for a while. Sect leader is right. My life is not to be regretted. I only hope that sect leader can attack the celestial court and save my main body. Celestial court. Fang Yuan raised his head, sighing as he looked at the sky. Sixth Hair quickly said, "Sect leader, don't be discouraged. It is true that the enemy is strong, but now that you have spring-autumn cicada, it is only a matter of time before you inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's True Inheritance is likely to contain a method to win against the Celestial Court. After all, back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was an immortal venerable seed chosen by the Celestial Court." Fang Yuan nodded. He knew everything that Sixth Hair knew. Right now, it was very difficult for him to stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu within 10 years. But if he relied on Red Lotus True Inheritance, there might be a trace of hope. Since Spring-Autumn Cicada was already completely under Fang Yuan's control, finding Red Lotus True Inheritance seemed to be the next step of his plan. But Fang Yuan shook his head. "I am not in a hurry to find Red Lotus True Inheritance. My strength can still continue to rise rapidly. The Celestial Court will not let me receive Red Lotus True Inheritance. They must have already made arrangements in the River of Time." Even though the Celestial Court could not find Fang Yuan, they knew that he would definitely enter the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan did not need to think to know that the Celestial Court would definitely set up an ambush in the River of Time. Finding Red Lotus True Inheritance was a must, but the prerequisite was not only to gain full control of Spring-Autumn Cicada, but also to have enough battle strength to allow Fang Yuan to break through the Celestial Court's ambush. In this aspect, Fang Yuan still needed to work hard. "Tell me the contents of this refinement path killer move that you created. I will deduce for you and get rid of the repercussions of this killer move." "Don't sacrifice yourself so easily, Sixth Hair. Whether I can control Xianxia sect in the future will depend on you." Sixth Hair's heart palpitated. He felt that it was true. He was helpless against his injuries, but that did not mean Fang Yuan could not. Especially when the light of wisdom could be used. The parallel refinement of Spring-Autumn Cicada and the clone's tribulation were naturally done in the wilderness. After keeping the clone in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair returned to Xianxia Blessed Land through the teleportation Gu formation. After entering Xianxia Blessed Land, they were under the constant surveillance of the Land Spirit of Xianxia. Sixth Hair and Fang Yuan could not talk. They bade farewell to each other as Xianxia sect's supreme elders. Fang Yuan did not return to his Cloud City to rest. He went to Wisdom Gu directly. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and his clone flew out. The clone was still alive. Wisdom Gu had no reaction. But soon, as the clone activated Strength-Turning Life and Death Killer move and turned back into an immortal zombie, Wisdom Gu circled around him in confusion. "What is it?" Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Wisdom Gu only circled around him. It did not emit the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan's clone spoke. "Oh Wisdom Gu, I am the person who made the agreement with you. have you forgotten our agreement? Wisdom Gu floated in front of Fang Yuan's clone. It seemed to be assessing him, it also seemed to be hesitating. After a long while, it lay on the leaf again, emitting the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It was truly dangerous. Wisdom Gu almost refused to acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. I became a time path Gu immortal, my cultivation level rose, my strength path Dao marks were also removed, I also have a split soul. These might have caused Wisdom Gu to hesitate. Regardless of the reason, I need to be careful in the future. Even if my clone's cultivation level stagnates, I need to maintain it. I cannot give up on the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was a little depressed. The Wisdom Gu in The Legends of Rinzhu was very intelligent. It had even successfully harmed Rinzhu. Why was it so simple and stupid in his hands? It did not have the elegance of Wisdom Gu at all. Chapter 1492. Sixth Hair's problem was much more difficult than Fang Yuan had imagined. The 20-path refinement killer move he created was called Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower. Not only did it contain refinement path profundity, it also involved the karma of rule path. Sixth Hair was able to create this move because he had obtained inspiration from an incomplete Gu refinement move in Xianxia sect's treasury. Fang Yuan deduced for a while and found Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower was not so easy to break. If he was not careful, Sixth Hair might die on the spot. Thus, Fang Yuan had to change his strategy and plan slowly. If my refinement path attainment level is higher, the time needed to deduce Refinement Snake Lifespan Flower will be much shorter. Fang Yuan would not focus all his energy and time on it like when he deduced Heaven's Will Dissipation Refinement Path Immortal Formation. Hence, Sixth Hair's prediction would undoubtedly take a long time to see results. However, Sixth Hair was not in a hurry. As long as he did not use this killer move, he would be able to maintain it and would not die. While deducing, Fang Yuan continued his soul path cultivation. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were worthy of being soul cultivation's sacred lands. Fang Yuan's main body's soul foundation rose rapidly again. But his clone did not cultivate in this aspect. The reason was because of conflicting Dao marks. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, be it Guts Gu or Luopa Wind, they were adding soul path Dao marks to Fang Yuan's soul in essence. Fang Yuan had already set a limit on the amount of souls in the clone. If he increased the soul foundation any further, it would interfere with his time path cultivation. Thus, Fang Yuan did not even let his clone use Ghost Official Garment. As for how to defend against Providence, Fang Yuan had a corresponding time path method, but the effect was inferior to Ghost Official Garment. But time path methods were the same as his clone's main cultivation direction, thus the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. And because Fang Yuan's main body's Dao marks did not conflict, he could cultivate all kinds of paths. But even so, he had to pay attention to killer moves of different paths. For example, the effects of the Ghost Official Garment had been greatly affected by ghostly concealment. Other than deducing the problem of Sixth Hair and the time path killer move to defend against Providence, Fang Yuan also had to modify luck path killer moves. Wisdom path, sword path, and soul path killer moves had already been modified to the limits of his abilities. Now it was luck path's turn. Fang Yuan had many outstanding luck path inheritances. Other than those miscellaneous ones, the most important was Giant Sun Immortal's self-luck true inheritance and all living beings' luck true inheritance. Among them, Fang Yuan had obtained the complete content of the former, while the latter was incomplete. And Fang Yuan's luck path immortal Gu were luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, and time luck. They were all rank 6. This was not suitable for Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was already at rank 7. Fang Yuan would not advance the rank of the luck path immortal Gu for now. He only had one focus in Gu refinement, that was Spring Autumn Cicada. Rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada could only revive rank 6 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. He needed a rank 7 Spring Autumn Cicada. Or he could use rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada as the core to create a rank 7 immortal killer move. The advancement of Spring Autumn Cicada was still in its initial stage. Sixth Hair was in charge of organizing all the immortal Gu recipes and gathering the necessary Gu materials. Fang Yuan did not forget to practice killer moves. He had already modified soul path killer moves, he was even more proficient in them now. Fang Yuan would also take out the previous wisdom path killer moves and sword path killer moves from time to time to practice them. Fang Yuan was clear that only by working hard and not complaining about the hardships would he be able to use them freely in battle. If he failed to activate the killer move at the crucial moment, it would be embarrassing. Among all the killer moves he practiced, Wisdom Path killer move exposed Heavenly Secret was the most important. This killer move used Heavenly Secret goo as the core. It could deduce the contents of the goo immortal's next calamity and tribulation. Of course, it had its limits. For example, right now, Fang Yuan could not deduce what his next grand tribulation would be. He needed to wait for some time before he could deduce it. Other than exposed Heavenly Secret, Fang Yuan's creation of Heaven's Will Dissipation killer move also needed to be practiced. This killer move could be said to be Fang Yuan's greatest achievement in deducing killer moves during this period of time. Fang Yuan would not give up. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Fang Yuan to understand himself and the enemy. He could deduce Providence's thoughts. As for Heaven's Will Dissipation, it was a more direct countermeasure. But it needed to be modified because it took a long time to prepare. It could only be used behind the scenes, it could not be used in battles where every second mattered. Red Date Immortal Essence was barely enough. His Immortal Yuan Stone reserves were already depleted, and Shadow Sects members were developing well. Using Tai Chiu, they gradually accumulated, their losses from the southern border battle had already been replenished, they even improved. They hunted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts and others, but Fang Yuan only took their souls, leaving their corpses behind. These were all immortal materials, they could be sold for a good price. Fang Yuan did not touch their profits. On one hand, he did not care about these small profits, on the other hand, he wanted to maintain the order of Shadow Sect. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could borrow resources from them to deal with emergencies. Fang Yuan would not be careless about this. But if he made a move now, it would disrupt their development. It would be more detrimental than beneficial to the big picture. Even though he inherited the Shadow Sect inheritance and had a deeper understanding of the Celestial Court, there were still many things that Fang Yuan did not know. Against such a huge entity, the Shadow Sect's strategy in Fang Yuan's previous life was the best example to follow. Thus, other than cultivating, Fang Yuan also started to make arrangements. He had more or less connections with the 5 regions now. In Northern Plains, even though he was wanted by the righteous path like Longevity Heaven, the Variant Human Alliance was completely integrated into them because of the engagement. Right now, Fang Yuan was very close to them. The problem now was that Fang Yuan lacked funds. A series of goo refinement, cultivation, killer moves, and so on were expending his capital rapidly. Even though he was living frugally and had Red Date Immortal Essence to replenish himself, Fang Yuan's progress was still very fast. Right now, his capital could not keep up with Fang Yuan's development needs. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's breakthrough was the dragonfish business. But not long ago, Yuchan also sold copper dragonfish. This surprised Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan soon accepted this fact. Dragonfish was different from guts goo. New products could be sold and their profundities could be unraveled before they could be nurtured. This was like how Fang Yuan modified the light shine fungi. He could modify other people's products, others could also modify his. For a business like Guts Goo, there was no one else but him. This was what every goo immortal desired. Thus, it was not strange for copper dragonfish to appear in other people's hands. Fang Yuan was only slightly surprised at Yuchan's speed of deciphering it. Several days passed in a flash. Immortal killer move, years like sun. The tributary of the river of time in the sovereign immortal aperture expanded rapidly, the river water flow rose rapidly. The sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of time path resources to begin with. Now that years like sun was added on, the time flow became even faster. This way, calamities and tribulations appeared even more frequently. But Fang Yuan was not afraid. He ignored all earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. As for grand tribulations, with heavenly secret goo and exposed heavenly secret, what did he have to fear? The increase in time path resources led to the production of all sorts of other resources. Especially dragonfish. In Dragon Scale Sea area, a large number of dragonfish swam around. Most of them were ordinary red dragonfish, about 30% were copper dragonfish. Other than that, there was also a trace of darkness. These are iron dragonfish. Fang Yuan smiled. With this formation, his dragonfish could be modified without needing to do any research. Chapter 1493. Iron Dragonfish. Yu Chan breathed in deeply, trying to calm herself down, but soon she gave up. Her gaze wavered, her expression was a little dazed. Fang Yuan released the iron dragonfish into the market. It caused a commotion in jewel yellow skies. Dragonfish had a market to begin with. There was a huge demand. It was not that no Gu immortals had tried to modify dragonfish, but they all failed. This was because the food path had never been spread well from start to finish. But this time, Fang Yuan actually modified the dragonfish twice in a row. Gu immortals were astute people. They immediately realized the meaning behind the dragonfish modification. It meant that Fang Yuan had deep food path attainment, or he had inherited a food path true inheritance. Others could understand this. Yu Chan was no exception. This was the reason why she suffered such a huge blow. Her heart was in turmoil. A small iron dragonfish wasn't much, but the meaning behind it was like a mountain weighing down on her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. No matter what, I cannot give up like this. However, I've already exhausted all of my resources to improve the copper arowana fish. I cannot modify the iron dragonfish in a short period of time. What should I do? Yu Chan knew her limits. She knew that she could not deal with Fang Yuan with her own strength. Soon, the figure of another person appeared in her mind. Don't tell me. I have to ask her for help? Yu Chan hesitated. Her eyes were shrouded in a dark haze. Several days later, in White Crane Sea area. There was a gentle breeze here. The sea was calm like a mirror. The blue sky and white clouds were clearly reflected on the surface of the sea. Between the sky and the sea, there were countless white cranes. They were either flying or stretching their bodies gracefully, resting on small islands. It was a peaceful scene. But at the center of this sea area, the owner of this sea area opened his mouth and laughed loudly. He was very happy. Ah, Yu Chan, oh Yu Chan, you finally made up your mind. Qin Baihe was in high spirits. She laughed loudly while looking at Fairy Yu Chan. Her gaze was overbearing and filled with a strong sense of invasion. Yu Chan snorted coldly and shifted her gaze away from Qin Baihe, feeling rather displeased. Qin Baihe was the lord of the White Crane Sea region. She was beautiful, tall and slender with an elegant neck and long legs. She was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea along with Yu Chan. However, unlike other beautiful fairies, Qin Baihe did not like men. She preferred female fairies. She built a rank 6 immortal Gu house in White Crane Sea area. She named it Baihe Palace. She raised a large number of women inside and formed her harem. They stayed with her day and night. They were intimate with each other. Qin Baihe walked forward and held Yu Chan's hands. An expression of extreme pleasure appeared on her face. So smooth, Yu Chan. Do you know how long I have been lusting after you? How long have I desired you? From now on, you are the empress of my lily palace. Yu Chan wanted to pull her hand out, but Qin Baihe held it tightly. Yu Chan's face was as cold as frost. She snorted coldly, "Let go of me." Qin Baihe obediently let go. Now that the alliance was set, she knew that Yu Chan was trapped. She could not escape from her grasp. At this moment, she was not in a hurry to force her. Qin Baihe had a lot of time and energy to slowly enjoy Yu Chan. After Yu Chan pulled back her hands, she quickly took 2 steps back. Qin Baihe, don't forget what you promised me. Qin Baihe chuckled, of course. The iron dragonfish is a problem that neither of us can solve in a short period of time. However, as long as the 2 of us work together, harmoniously harmonizing with each other, we will definitely be able to overcome this obstacle. That person who is making things difficult for you will not be happy for long. Yu Chan nodded. Qin Baihe's words were not nonsense. Yu Chan had known her for many years. She knew a lot about her. Immediately, Yu Chan stayed in Baihe Palace. The 2 worked together. They did not rest. They put all of their mental energy into the iron dragonfish. Yu Chan had to do her best. Most of her income came from the dragonfish. She could not give up on the dragonfish business. If she did, it would affect her cultivation greatly. Gu immortals needed to maintain their strength and continue to grow. If they did not grow well, they would be in danger when facing calamities and tribulations. Even if they did not die in the calamities and tribulations, as long as they were heavily injured, it would be a vicious cycle. The Gu immortal would get weaker and weaker, eventually dying from the calamities and tribulations. More than 10 days later, an iron dragonfish appeared in Baihe Palace. Looking at this iron dragonfish, Yu Chan almost cried tears of joy. Because this iron dragonfish was not bought from Jewel Yellow Skies, it was purely raised by her and Qin Baihe working together. This iron dragonfish meant that Yu Chan had the methods to raise large numbers of iron dragonfish. I haven't lost this business war with the dragonfish. Yu Chan tried to cheer herself up. I was not wrong about you after all. Chan do you know how mesmerizing I am when you are serious? At the side, Qin Baihe looked at Yu Chan with deep emotions. Yu Chan's joyful expression vanished immediately, her expression turned cold. We cannot be careless. The other party is very mysterious. He threw out copper and iron dragonfish. His food path foundation is very deep. We have only deciphered it now. At most, we are on the same level as him. I understand what you mean, Chan. You are worried that the other party will take out even more outstanding dragonfish species? Qin Baihe's expression turned solemn. Their worries became reality a few days later. Silver dragonfish. Fang Yuan threw out his third attack. The silver dragonfish had denser food path Dao marks than the iron dragonfish. This time, the commotion in the market of Jewel Yellow Skies was even greater. It affected a lot of people. Many Gu immortals noticed this. A large number of Gu immortals started to investigate Fang Yuan. Of course, they could not find out anything. The appearance of the silver dragonfish was a huge blow to Yu Chan and Qin Baisheng. The two famous beauties of the East Ocean were dumbfounded. After researching, the silver dragonfish's excellence made them feel pressured. The previous iron arowana fish had already exhausted them. If they wanted to solve the problem of the silver arowana fish this time, it would take them a few years to fully concentrate. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Furthermore, Yu Chan and Qin Baihe could not put all their effort into the silver dragonfish. They needed to socialize, they needed to rest, they needed to cultivate, they needed to manage their immortal apertures, they needed to practice killer moves, and so on. Success in raising the silver dragonfish was just a matter of time for Fang Yuan. But for Yu Chan and Qin Baihe, they needed to do a lot of research. Compared to the iron dragonfish, the silver dragonfish was much harder to decipher. It's over. I am no longer that person's match. I can only give up on the dragonfish business. I will do it completely. I will not hold back. Even if Yu Chan had a strong personality, she was completely disheartened by Fang Yuan. The difference in strength between them made Yu Chan unable to see any hope of victory. Qin Baihe was also helpless. She almost bit her lips until they bled. She was unable to help her sweetheart. This made the prideful Qin Baihe feel very sad. But just as the two female immortals were in despair, an unexpected huge existence suddenly intervened. This huge organization was none other than the Celestial Court. It turned out that the Celestial Court had not given up on investigating and pursuing Fang Yuan all along. Even though they could not find Fang Yuan's location, the Celestial Court's fairy myrtle was not to be trifled with. When Fang Yuan sold the copper dragonfish, he had already attracted her attention. When Fang Yuan sold the iron dragonfish and silver dragonfish in the Jewel Yellow Skies market, fairy myrtle paid even more attention. Even though she was not completely sure that this mysterious person who sold the modified dragonfish was Fang Yuan, she would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he inherited the source of food path true inheritance. Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect. He inherited the Shadow Sect's inheritance. He naturally also inherited that food path true inheritance. Dragonfish are food path's signature product. Over the years, the species of dragonfish have not changed. This Gu immortal who continuously modified the dragonfish species is likely to be Fang Yuan himself. Fairy Myrtle knew, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a huge empire. He did not care about the profits from the dragonfish. He did not like to manage his businesses. He used killing to solve his problems. But Feng Yuan was different. The more she understood Feng Yuan, the more Fairy Myrtle paid attention to Feng Yuan. This otherworldly demon was adaptable. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If he had a chance to develop and cultivate, he would definitely become a huge threat. Thus, after thinking about it, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate. She directly intervened and helped Yu Chan and Qin Bai He. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle did not want to show herself and go to the front. On the other hand, by helping Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, she could interfere in Eastern Sea. During the Five Regions chaotic war, she would be able to gain some advantage. It was killing two birds with one stone. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals knew how to gain the most benefits. Celestial Court was a huge force. They had an unimaginably deep foundation. Even Food Path had a lot of income. Even though they lacked the Food Path inheritance, they had many other inheritances. With Celestial Court's help, Yu Chan and Qin Bai He's morale soared. They did not rest for dozens of days. They actually succeeded in modifying the silver dragonfish. This way, Yu Chan also had the silver dragonfish. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Chapter 1494. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Dragon Scale Sea Area. A Gu Immortal's sleeves were fluttering as he floated in the air, looking down at the sea below him. He had an ordinary appearance, but his aura was outstanding. His eyes were deep and dark, emitting an aura of vicissitudes. It was Feng Yuan's rank 6-time Path Gu Immortal clone. At this moment, the sea water was turbulent, waves were rising and falling, but there was no sea breeze. My Sovereign Immortal Aperture has not experienced any changes in the weather yet, so there are no winds and clouds. And the reason why there are waves in this dragon scale sea area is because of the immortal formation that my main body set up back then. The Time Path clone muttered in his mind. Right now, dragon scale sea area was the #1 sea area in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Feng Yuan invested a huge amount of resources into it. The Time Path clone looked carefully and saw that in the surging waves, there were countless dragonfish moving about. They were densely packed. Their numbers were terrifying. Feng Yuan had invested a huge amount of resources, and with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's abundant Time Path resources, as well as his Food Path methods, the dragonfish were reproducing rapidly. Their numbers were increasing rapidly. Not only were there ordinary dragonfish, there were also a large number of copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and even some silver dragonfish. Feng Yuan's clone's gaze pierced through these dragonfish. He only looked towards the depths of the dragonfish group. Soon, his expression turned to joy. He found his target. This was a dazzling golden dragonfish. Its body was covered in dense and thick golden scales. Its eyes were no longer lifeless like other dragonfish. They were filled with lively spirituality. Compared to other dragonfish, it was the smallest. It was not even the size of a normal person's palm. It was quite small. But in the observation of Feng Yuan's clone, this golden scale dragonfish was filled with Food Path Dao marks. There were almost no other Dao marks. Even though it was small, the aura it emitted was that of a true ancient desolate beast. Other dragonfish could only reach desolate beast level at most, but golden dragonfish could reach ancient desolate beast level at most. This could not be underestimated. This meant that after the dragonfish reached golden scales, they had truly broken through the limits of their original species. They had broken through the shackles and reached a whole new level. At this point, the golden arowana has been nurtured from the arowana. This can be considered the limit. Feng Yuan's clone sighed deeply. The ancient golden arowana swam in the sea. The other arowanas around it, whether they were ordinary arowanas, desolate beast arowanas, copper arowanas, iron arowanas, or silver arowanas, were all circling around it. The ancient golden arowana was the natural king of the arowana population. Once it appeared, countless low-tier arowanas would follow and protect it. Even though I'm the one who raised the arowanas, my control over the school of arowanas isn't as high as the ancient golden arowanas. Feng Yuan's clone's eyes flashed. He was very concerned about this point. It could be said that if the ancient golden arowana and Feng Yuan were to compete for this school of arowanas, Fang Yuan would definitely not be as influential as the ancient golden arowana. As long as this ancient desolate beast appeared in the school of dragonfish, it would attract all the dragonfish to follow it wholeheartedly. However, it doesn't matter. The ancient golden arowana rules over all the other arowanas, while I lead the ancient golden arowana. Unfortunately, the arowanas do not have much combat power. Even the ancient golden arowana is one of the weakest ancient desolate beasts in terms of combat power. Hence, these arowanas can only be sold. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. These days, Yuchan had a torturous time. Although she had researched the silver arowana, she had relied on Qin Baihe, Celestial Court's help, and of course, Fang Yuan's silver arowana. Hence, although Yuchan was able to raise silver arowanas, in terms of production, she was far inferior to someone like Fang Yuan. In the Jewel Yellow Skies market, Fang Yuan was still suppressing Yuchan in terms of the arowana business. The silver arawana's effects were too good. Fang Yuan did not raise the price, so the other arowanas did not have much of a competitive edge. And the scale of Fang Yuan's silver arowana sales was much larger than Yuchan's. Both sides' strength was clear at a glance. Fang Yuan had the clear advantage. However, Yuchan did not give up, she was still persevering. She defended herself tenaciously. White Crane Sea Area. Qin Baihe cheered, "Ha, we finally solved this problem, our methods have improved again. This way, the production of silver arowana will increase by a lot." Yuchan had a haggard expression, but there was joy in her eyes. This was the result of her and Qin Baihe's hard work for half a month without rest, and with the help of Celestial Court. But, even with this result, the production of silver arowana is still not as fast as that opponent. Yuchan sighed. "Little Chan Air, don't worry. As long as we continue to work hard, silver arowana is not guts goo, it will be solved eventually. By then, our production will be on par with that person." Qin Baihe was optimistic. "But even so, we are only on par with that person. It is too difficult to improve on this, we do not have the ability to do so. That means, we can at most maintain a draw with that person. And this is under the condition that the other party does not introduce new dragonfish species." Yuchan shook her head. Qin Baihe wanted to say something, she wanted to console Yuchan, but she could not say anything. Actually, the outcome of this battle was already clear at this point. Yuchan was not Fang Yuan's match, she could only take a beating, and after that, she would try to catch up and maintain a draw. They did not have the power to fight back and win, unless some other powerful helper suddenly intervened and helped them. Celestial Court was such a force. Celestial Court had a large number of food path inheritances. But how could Fairy Myrtle help Qin Baihe and Yuchan without any compensation? Both sides were foreign goo immortals. Qin Baihe and Yuchan were very vigilant when working with Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle was thinking about how to lure these two into becoming Celestial Court's pawns in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. The great era of the 5 regions chaotic war was coming, Celestial Court was going to make arrangements everywhere. This mysterious goo immortal selling dragonfish is probably Fang Yuan. Using his strength to suppress Yuchan and Qin Baihe, Celestial Court will gain a lot of help. But, inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was also paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. But what made her puzzled was that Fang Yuan did not make a move ever since he started selling the silver dragonfish. He did not do anything, he only continued to sell dragonfish. This made Fairy Myrtle feel that something was amiss. She knew that Fang Yuan was not someone who would give up easily. If this person is really Fang Yuan, he definitely has a backup plan. He is a ruthless person, he does not like to let others live. The current situation of the dragonfish business is not something he can accept. Just as Fairy Myrtle was thinking about this, Yuchan's expression suddenly changed in Eastern Sea. "What's wrong, Chan Air?" Qin Baihe quickly asked in concern. "No, this is bad. My dragonfish sea is being attacked by a goo immortal. The entire goo formation has been destroyed, I need to return immediately." Yuchan shouted she was extremely anxious. Even though she had many dragonfish in her immortal aperture, the majority of them were still in the dragonfish sea area. Dragonfish Sea area was her main business. Most of her assets were in it. Now that it was suddenly attacked, how could she do anything about it? Qin Baihe also realized the severity of this matter. She grabbed Yu Chan's hand. There is no time to lose, I will go with you. Don't worry, I want to see who has the guts to be so arrogant in front of us. The immortal goo house shot out like a rainbow, breaking through the sea surface. It carried the anger of the two fairies as it charged towards Dragonfish Sea area from White Crane Sea area. The two sea areas were not far apart. This was why Yu Chan was not worried and stayed with Qin Baihe. Thus, when they arrived at Dragonfish Sea area, the invading goo immortal had not left yet. Yu Chan's immortal goo formation was mostly destroyed. That goo immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and took in the dragonfish. Such guts! Even with Yu Chan's good mental state, seeing that the dragonfish that she had raised so painstakingly were taken away, she was furious, her brows furrowed deeply. Who are you? You dare to offend my woman? Today is the day you die. Qin Baihe shouted as she transmitted to Yu Chan, Chan Air, be careful. This person is strange. Look at his method of taking in the dragonfish, he seems to be very skilled. Even though Qin Baihe was furious, she did not lose her rationality. She could clearly judge the situation and observe the details. Yu Chan looked at where Qin Baihe was pointing and her heart jumped. She saw that the mysterious goo immortal did not use any immortal methods. He only controlled a small ancient desolate beast to make Yu Chan's dragonfish obediently follow him into the enemy's immortal aperture. Yu Chan observed carefully and was even more shocked. What is going on? This small golden-scaled ancient desolate beast seems to be a dragonfish? Golden dragonfish? Is this person my opponent in jewel yellow skies? Wait, according to the Celestial Court's instructions, this person is likely to be that Feng Yuan. Yu Chan had just thought of this when the goo immortal who was collecting the dragonfish closed his immortal aperture, turning around to face the two furious fairies. You are finally here. I did not waste my time and wait for you to arrive. Hehe, I am Feng Yuan, remember this name. Being able to know the name of your murderer before you die is my benevolence. After Feng Yuan said this, there was a loud sound as the surrounding world changed. An immortal battlefield rose up and trapped Yu Chan and Qin Baihe. Qin Baihe and Yu Chan were shocked. They looked at each other and saw their pale faces. Feng Yuan was a criminal who could fight rank 8. Why was he here? Wasn't he being chased by the Celestial Court? Who knows where he was hiding? How dare he come out? Chapter 1495. Looking at the frightened Qin Baihe and Yu Chan, Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. It seems that the goo immortal world has been peaceful for a long time. Eastern Sea is famous for its rich resources. It has been peaceful for too long. My surprise attack this time really caught them off guard. If it was the 5 regions' chaotic war, the world would be in chaos. Every goo immortal would be very vigilant. But before that, peace had been peaceful for a long time. Goo immortals cultivated mainly to manage their immortal apertures. They rarely took the initiative to fight to the death. Firstly, calamities and tribulations would occur in the immortal aperture every once in a while. Secondly, goo immortals had complicated relationships with one another. They often had a huge impact on the situation. Thirdly, information was not complete. Goo immortals hid themselves deeply. A mystical immortal killer move could cause them to fail miserably. The risk was huge, the gains were small. Thus, goo immortals were not willing to fight to the death. But this situation was different for Feng Yuan. I have rank 8 battle strength now. Who cares what connections you have? I will kill you. What is there to fear? Battle strength was Feng Yuan's confidence, but so was his wisdom path attainment. If he committed a crime, he could just run away. The world was huge. Even Celestial Court and Providence could not do anything to Feng Yuan, not to mention others. And the third aspect was information. Shadow Sect had a lot of information on the 5 regions. Qin Baihe and Yu Chan did not know about Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan knew about them. As long as I get rid of Yu Chan, I will be the only one in the dragonfish business. My profits will be huge. Even if Celestial Court wanted to stop Feng Yuan, they could not do so in a short period of time. Because this resource needed a specific environment to be created, and it would take some time for it to bear fruit. Fang Yuan was like a cowardly tortoise earlier, developing and digesting his gains, raising his strength. Like a venomous dragon digesting the food it swallowed, now that it felt a trace of hunger, it would be fine if it did not move, but once it moved, it would be shocking. It directly crossed from northern plains to eastern sea, moving stealthily and suddenly attacking. Yu Chan and Qin Baihe were caught off guard. The two female immortals in front of him were like two pieces of fatty meat. Especially Yu Chan, she cultivated water path and had a water path immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was Grandmaster. Annexing a rank 7 water path immortal aperture was a good thing. Yu Chan and Qin Baihe looked at Fang Yuan. They felt an intense killing intent that was mixed with greed and malice, assaulting them. The situation was critical. The two women were flustered and their hearts were beating wildly. They both knew that their situation was extremely worrying. Qin Baihe forcefully calmed herself down, transmitting to her companion, Chan Air, even though we are rank 7 Gu immortals, even if we work together, we will not have much strength. We did not communicate with each other earlier. The effect of our cooperation will be very low. The enemy this time is exceptionally terrifying. We must not fight them head-on. We must think of a way to escape. Qin Baihe was afraid before the battle even started. She wanted to escape. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan's illustrious reputation had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Qin Baihe and Yu Chan were famous people in Eastern Sea, but how could they compare to Fang Yuan? Yu Chan agreed with Qin Baihe's words. The latter frowned and transmitted, I think so too. But now that we are trapped in an immortal battlefield killer move, how can we escape? This immortal battlefield was one entity. It was like a dark red egg that surrounded the 3 immortals. There were countless purple stars on the egg walls. They were dazzling and flickering. This scene was extremely beautiful, but in Yu Chan's eyes, there was no sense of appreciation. She wanted the egg walls to break and reveal a huge hole so that she could fly out. Qin Baihe continued, I have a method that can penetrate the immortal battlefield and forcefully connect to the outside world. We can get reinforcements. That's great. Yu Chan was overjoyed. Normally speaking, once one was trapped in an immortal battlefield, they would be isolated from the outside world. They could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But this relationship was like a spear and a shield. Between attack and defense, there was only a difference in strength. It depended on which side was sharper. If the spear was sharper, it could pierce the shield. If the shield was thicker, the spear would break the shield. Qin Baihe was one of the 6 great fairies of Eastern Sea. Yu Chan was also one of them. If they asked for help from the outside world, there would definitely be many people supporting them. In fact, they even had connections with Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Even though asking for help would owe them favors or a huge debt, at this moment, their lives were at stake. They could not care less. Alright, go ahead, I will protect you. Yu Chan's gaze was resolute as she stood in front of Qin Baihe. Qin Baihe took a deep breath. Her jet black and beautiful long hair suddenly spread out. In an instant, countless flower petals drifted down from her hair and formed a rain of petals that covered the sky. Qin Baihe's skin was white as snow. She was surrounded by the rain of flowers. She was like a fairy among flowers, beautiful and alluring. On Yu Chan's side, her aura surged to the sky. An immortal killer move was activated. Rain started to fall in the sky, forming into a thick fog that protected her and Qin Baihe within the rain. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, facing her with a calm attitude. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he smiled. Qin Baihe, if you want to communicate with the outside world, this killer move fragrant flower obscure language is not useful. Don't waste your effort. Saying so, he willed, crackle crackle, countless purple stars fell, filling the sky. As the purple stars fell, Yu Chan's rain weakened, Qin Baihe's voice faded away. It was a pitiful sight. Fang Yuan used an immortal battlefield killer move. He had a huge terrain advantage. He created a wisdom path environment. Once activated, he suppressed water path and wood path. This immortal killer move of mine was created by using 3 rank 8 battlefield killer moves as a reference, as well as 18 other killer moves. It is named Purple Star Broken Life. It has no other advantages but one, It can conceal one's traces and cut off the communication between the outside and the outside. The inside is huge, but the outside is empty. Even if someone passes by, they will not discover this battlefield. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. His words made the two female immortals feel a chill in their hearts. Qin Bai He was shocked and uncertain. What shocked her was that her plan was seen through by Fang Yuan. The question was Fang Yuan's words true or false? Amazing! This Fang Yuan is skilled in scheming. He is not a reckless person. Qin Bai He thought for a while. She broke out in cold sweat as she felt how troublesome Fang Yuan was. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Fang Yuan's words had shaken her heart. It was more effective than most wisdom path killer moves. But Yu Chan had a firm heart, she shouted as she pushed her palms forward. Immediately, the rain moved, countless crystal-like raindrops intertwined, forming a huge fish monster. Immortal killer move, Kuan Fei's rain. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his gaze flickered as countless purple stars fell from his gaze. The fish monster and the two female immortals could not even raise their heads. This immortal battlefield killer move contained many of Fang Yuan's wisdom path immortal goo. It was very powerful. However, Yu Chan and Qin Bai He endured it with all their might. They were like rocks standing in front of the waves. That huge fish monster was destroyed by the countless purple stars, but as Yu Chan continued to use her killer move, it was replenished by the raindrops. Immortal killer move, Soul Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan willed as he summoned 5 ancient soul beasts. They pounced at the two female immortals. He did not use Year Beast Summoning, because Soul Beast Summoning was more outstanding. The ancient soul beasts were controlled by Fang Yuan. They were very obedient, but they were suppressed by the immortal battlefield. They felt uncomfortable. This Wisdom Path Battlefield Killer move would be more powerful if Fang Yuan used Wisdom Path Immortal Goo or killer moves. However, the other sects would be restricted and suppressed, unlike the Sovereign Immortal Physique. After this, I might be able to modify a Soul Path Battlefield Killer move. It will complement Soul Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan thought. Wisdom Path Battlefield Killer moves were more useful in concealing one's tracks and defending against deductions. This was the advantage of a path. Thus, Fang Yuan deduced the Wisdom Path Battlefield Killer move first. The ancient soul beasts were extremely fierce. They pounced forward and fought with the two female immortals. Under Fang Yuan's control, they attacked Yu Chan and Qin Bai He regardless of the fish monster. They made the two girls suffer greatly. In the intense battle, Yu Chan's heart sank. Fang Yuan has not even made a move yet. We are already running for our lives. We are surrounded by danger. If he suddenly attacks, we will be doomed. Fang Yuan was still far away, watching the two girls fight intensely. Chapter 1496. Under Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, after more than 10 breaths of time, Yu Chan got more and more tired. She could not hold on for much longer. Sigh. Qin Bai He let out a long sigh. She stopped using the immortal killer move Fragrant Flower Cryptic Language. Fang Yuan did not deceive her. Fragrant Flower Cryptic Language was indeed useless. After Qin Bai He tested it, she entered the battle with a heavy heart. She was a Wood Path Goo immortal. She used killer moves one after another. Flower petals rained down, flower petals rained down. Some of the moves could erode one's strength, while others could be as sharp as blades. Qin Bai He's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her black hair and long skirt made her look like she was dancing even in battle. Her figure was alluring and beautiful. On the other side, Yu Chan was shouting. She had a heroic aura. These two girls were indeed famous fairies in Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world. They were beautiful and eye-catching. They were like pearls and diamonds. They shined together. If ordinary Goo immortals saw them, they would feel their hearts go soft before they even attacked. Why would they bother with them? There was no need to talk about destroying a flower. Unfortunately, the two girls were facing Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The sword dragon roared. It suddenly appeared and charged at the two girls without stopping. Oh no! Yu Chan cried out in shock. Qin Bai He's heart jumped to her throat. She gritted her teeth. Evil scoundrel, take this. As she spoke, the petals around her flew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, They formed a petal tornado that attacked and defended against the ancient sword serpent. Yu Chan also reacted and shouted, "I'll lend you a hand." Saying so, she used a water path killer move, creating a huge wave of water. The waves entered the petal tornado, and in the blink of an eye, they were all absorbed into it. With a whoosh, the petal tornado expanded several times, and its power increased sharply. "What a great move, water from wood." Qin Baihe praised, her confidence rose by a level. The flower petal tornado collided with the ancient sword dragon. The stalemate lasted for only an instant before the ancient sword dragon was destroyed by the flower petal tornado. Such a good effect didn't make the two fairies happy. Instead, they revealed a horrified expression. "Oh no, this ancient sword dragon is fake." Just as Qin Baihe thought of this, a huge silver dragon silently appeared behind her. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Qin Baihe turned her head inch by inch with great difficulty. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that Fang Yuan had transformed into the ancient sword serpent. It had opened its bloody mouth and covered her tiny body. Those jagged sharp dragon teeth flickered with cold light. They were like battle spears. Just looking at them caused Qin Baihe to tremble with fear. "Fang Yuan, you have rank 8 battle strength, a famous expert. You actually launched a sneak attack." On the other side, Yu Chan screamed in shock and anger. Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage, but he still carried out a sneak attack. He was simply shameless and didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. He was shameless to the extreme. Seeing that Qin Baihe was about to fall into the dragon's mouth, Yu Chan unleashed an unprecedented ferocious attack. An intense rain fell, each droplet elongated as they shot towards Fang Yuan like countless arrows. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He ignored everything and bit down. Because he used too much strength, his upper and lower teeth collided with each other, producing a dull sound. Yu Chan screamed in shock. Almost at the same time, her powerful rain was rebounded by the countercurrent protection seal and returned to her. Yu Chan hurriedly blocked. She was flustered. At this moment, she deeply felt how weak she was. "How can I fight this? He's using the reverse flow river to defend himself. Any of my attacks will be reflected back at him. How shameless!" Yu Chan felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. However, when Fang Yuan opened his mouth, there was no flesh or bone, only some flower petals fell between his teeth. On the other side, a body suddenly grew out of the huge flower petals in the air. The body quickly came out of the flower petals. It was the naked Qin Baihe. At the crucial moment, she used a life-saving killer move, causing Fang Yuan's attack to fail. Qin Baihe's true body temporarily escaped from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Baihe. Yu Chan was overjoyed. Qin Baihe's face was pale, her lips were trembling. She had escaped from the gates of hell. The situation earlier was extremely dangerous. If she had been slightly slower, she would have died on the spot. The surrounding flower petals flew over and stuck to Qin Baihe's body, turning into a beautiful dress in the blink of an eye. Yu Chan quickly flew over and met up with her. The two women's vigilant gazes were firmly fixed on Fang Yuan. From the depths of their gazes, their panic and fear could be seen. Although the ancient sword serpent missed its first attack, it didn't continue its pursuit. Instead, it scanned the surroundings with its sharp eyes. "I understand, so that's how it is." Suddenly, the ancient sword dragon spoke. Fang Yuan's voice resounded in the two girls' ears. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless purple stars shot down once again, instantly destroying all the petals on the battlefield. Qin Baihe's body shook intensely. Fang Yuan's actions left her with no way out. She could not use that life-saving method again. The ancient sword dragon roared as it pounced again. The two fairies had pale expressions. They bit their lips as they fought. This was a moment of life and death. The two fairies did not dare to hold back. They used their trump cards. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks were intense. They were dazzling and bright, like colorful fireworks. The ancient sword dragon moved within the fireworks, moving freely. Reverse flow protection seal reflected all attacks. It was untouchable by all methods. Injuries appeared on the two women's bodies, and the speed at which their injuries worsened was extremely fast. However, Fang Yuan could not take their lives in a short period of time. These two fairies were rank 7 Gu immortals. They had many life-saving methods, they had deep foundations and were famous for a long time. They were not simple. Fang Yuan, stop attacking, we surrender. We admit your strength, we swear that we will not get involved in the dragonfish business from now on. Please let us go. After a while of intense fighting, the two girls were covered in blood. They breathed roughly as they begged for mercy. For the two of them, there was no hope of winning this battle. From start to finish, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Even though the two girls resisted, they could not hold on for long. We can give you all sorts of resources, a lot of wealth, as long as you let us go. That's right, if we fight to the death, we will detonate our immortal goo before we die. You will not get anything. We should not have been enemies with you. You can have these dragonfish. We have learned our lesson. If we see you in the future, we will avoid you. Furthermore, we swear that after this battle, we will never be enemies with you. We will not take revenge. The two girls spoke. They were already in agreement. As expected of an elite, you understand the situation. The ancient sword dragon stopped attacking. It floated gracefully in the air. Fang Yuan's cold dragon pupils reflected the beautiful figures of the two girls. He continued, then hand over one of your immortal goo to show your sincerity. The two girls' hearts tightened. They looked at each other, feeling that Fang Yuan was a troublesome person to deal with. Once they lost their immortal goo, their battle strength would fall sharply. But if they did not hand over their immortal goo, their lives would still be in danger. After hesitating for a moment, Yuchan said, we agree to this condition, but to prevent any accidents, we need to set an agreement of mutual non-harm. We will use information path methods to restrict each other. Then let's do it. Fang Yuan nodded. However, they encountered obstacles in the subsequent negotiations on the specific content. Qin Baihe and Yuchan emphasized that if Fang Yuan went against the agreement, he would be punished with death. This was a condition that Fang Yuan could not accept. Fang Yuan had a scheme brewing in his mind. He had the self-cleansing immortal formation. He wanted to use it to get rid of the unfavorable agreement on him. But this method was not controlled by Fang Yuan. It was not flexible. He needed some time to get rid of the unfavorable Dao marks. If he died immediately, the self-cleansing immortal formation would be useless. Fang Yuan did not want to let these two Gu immortals go. Once he let them go, it would be hard to use the same method to ambush them in the future. Furthermore, the Celestial Court might remove the agreement for them. That would be even more troublesome. In terms of the dragonfish business, Fang Yuan would have a strong enemy. The two sides did not come to an agreement. The two girls also realized Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan, it seems that you are determined to kill us. Even if we die, we will not let you gain anything from this. Sorrow filled their hearts. The two girls fought to the death. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. His killing intent intensified. After a few rounds of fighting, he finally found a chance to attack, tearing half of Qin Baihe's body apart. The left side of Qin Baihe's body was torn apart. Her organs and broken ribs were exposed. Baihe, I will help you. Yuchan was worried. She came to help, but did not know that Fang Yuan's true target was her. Yuchan was caught unprepared. She was bitten by the ancient sword dragon. Thick blood seeped out from the gaps between the teeth. Fang Yuan chewed a few times. The beautiful Yuchan had completely turned into a pile of meat and bones. She had died. Chaner. Qin Baihe saw that her lover was killed. She screamed in pain. Her eyes were red as tears flowed down. Fang Yuan, you murderer, I will fight you to the death. Qin Baihe stopped dodging. She charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, using an immortal killer move Purple Thought Perception Starlight to break Qin Baihe's defense. Next, he opened his mouth and breathed out a dazzling sword-like dragon breath. After the dragon breath passed by, Qin Baihe's entire body was blasted into nothingness. Only her head was left. Her eyes were wide open in anger. Her beautiful face was still there, just that it was more or less distorted, stained with bright red blood. Fang Yuan flew over slowly. He stretched out his dragon claw and flicked. Like a watermelon falling to the ground, the dragon claw pierced Qin Baihe's head. blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Chapter 1497. With a flash of light, the ancient sword dragon turned back into human form. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He were dead. From now on, Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world only had 4 fairies left. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he targeted 2 areas and used immortal methods. Soon, 2 immortal apertures were taken out and sealed by him. Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance, which included Blazing Heaven Demonis aperture taking method, as well as many other killer moves. They were all effective on immortal apertures. Before coming to Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had successfully deduced that he had a method to seal immortal apertures and bring them along with him. Thus, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to do anything to these 2 immortal apertures. He stored the immortal battlefield killer move Purple Imperial Break Life before summoning Wuxia, Bai Ningbing and the rest. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Fang Yuan kept the Shadow Sect members in his sovereign immortal aperture and brought them to Eastern Sea. Ancient Battle Formation Omnidirectional Travel. This killer move had flaws. Its effect was not outstanding, but now Fang Yuan had modified and repaired it. Thus, once it was activated, it immediately brought Fang Yuan and the other 3 immortals out of Dragonfish Sea area, directly arriving at White Crane Sea area. White Crane Sea area was calm and peaceful. Cool winds blew, the blue sky and white clouds covered the sky. Between the sea and the sky, countless white cranes were either flying or stretching their bodies gracefully, resting on small islands. Fang Yuan did not stop. He flew towards the depths of the sea. As for the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals, they followed Fang Yuan's instructions and started to collect the surrounding white cranes. Fang Yuan went to the bottom of the sea. His gaze was sharp as he quickly found an immortal Gu house. It turned out that he gave up on Dragonfish Sea area and went to White Crane Sea area immediately. It was because of Qin Bai He's rank 6 immortal Gu house, Bai He Palace. When Qin Bai He left, she did not bring this immortal Gu house with her. On one hand, it was because there had been peace for too long. She was too careless. On the other hand, she wanted to leave the immortal Gu house behind to suppress White Crane Sea area and guard against any unexpected situations. Fang Yuan got close to Bai He Palace. The Lily Palace opened its doors and actually took the initiative to welcome Fang Yuan inside. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had already turned into Qin Bai He's appearance. Familiar face was extremely effective. The one guarding the immortal Gu house in place of Qin Bai He was only a lump of her will. Fang Yuan smoothly entered the Lily Palace and received Qin Bai He's will. Qin Bai He's will did not suspect anything. After entering Fang Yuan's mind, she immediately realized that something was wrong. However, Fang Yuan was prepared for this. Using his mind as a battlefield, he quickly imprisoned this will. Then, he began to borrow this will to fight for this Lily Palace. Even with Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and Wisdom Path methods, he spent a day and a night before successfully taking Bai He Palace. At this point, Fang Yuan finally had an immortal Gu house. But this Bai He Palace is not complete. It is incomplete and has low power. It only has 2 rank 6 immortal Gu as the cores. It was created by Qin Bai He to house her concubines. Bai He Palace was not reliable. It was very fragile. Compared to He Tribe's immortal Gu house Dark Prison, it was far inferior. After Fang Yuan took control of it, he saw its internal structure and memorized its usage profundities. He dismantled it and obtained a large number of Gu worms. 2 rank 6 immortal Gu, one was Wood Path while the other was Food Path. It was called Eat Fragrant. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He's Gu worms, not mentioning immortal Gu. Even if they were mortal Gu, they would not be given to Fang Yuan. Thus, these Gu worms that made up Bai He Palace were all of Fang Yuan's gains in terms of Gu worms. Eat Fragrant immortal Gu was shaped like a wooden box. It was small and small, about the size of an adult's index finger. It had little use. It could only help Gu immortals eat fragrant food and fill their stomachs. But in this world there are no useless Gu worms, only useless Gu masters. Fang Yuan had a food path inheritance. He thought of many ways to use Eat Fragrant immortal Gu. Even though this immortal Gu had little use when used alone, if it cooperated with other Gu worms, its effect was definitely worth looking forward to. Currently, Fang Yuan only had one food path immortal goo, it was called snack. This time, he had eat fragrant, it made up for the lack of food path immortal goo to a large extent. This was a pleasant surprise to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dismantled Bai He Palace and killed all the concubines and beauties inside, only leaving their souls behind. After returning to White Crane Sea area, the Shadow Sect immortals were still making use of their time to search for resources in the sea area. White cranes moved in groups, there were a lot of them. There were thousands of ordinary white cranes, 21 desolate beast cranes, and 4 ancient white cranes. After spending a lot of effort, Fang Yuan and the rest not only gathered these white cranes, they also searched for other resources in the sea area. There were 2 main types of resources in the sea. One was Great History Iron, a rank 7 immortal material formed from Metal Path and Wisdom Path Dao marks. The other was Egg Crystal Stones. These were the life essence left behind by Eggman. There were a lot of egg crystal stones. It could be seen that White Crane Sea area was the habitat of a large group of Eggmen a long time ago. After keeping these, Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel to return to Dragonfish Sea area. There were still a large number of dragonfish in the Dragonfish Sea area. The scale was much larger than what Fang Yuan had previously. Fang Yuan kept all of them in his immortal aperture. This windfall caused his dragonfish population to increase by dozens of times. Yu Chan was indeed the #1 dragonfish business giant. Her foundation in this aspect was extremely deep, even Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. After emptying the Dragonfish Sea area, Fang Yuan looked at the sky, there was still no one attacking. Celestial Court has not made a move yet? To think that I was purposely stalling for time in the battle to lure out Celestial Court's reinforcements. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, his gaze was cold. He had made ample preparations, even if he faced a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was not afraid. Celestial Court could guess Fang Yuan's identity, they were helping Yu Chan to obstruct Fang Yuan. Similarly, Fang Yuan could deduce that Celestial Court was adding fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan suddenly came here, it was a sneak attack on Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, it was also a probe towards Heavenly Court. But after this probe, Celestial Court did not make a move. This result made Fang Yuan feel slightly surprised. The Heavenly Court actually didn't send anyone over? Is it because Fairy Myrtle did not expect it, or did they not react in time? Or maybe Celestial Court does not have enough manpower. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he was a crafty person, he immediately guessed the predicament Celestial Court was in. Celestial Court did not have enough manpower. Fang Yuan had already vaguely sensed this when he was escaping in Western Desert. This time, he was even more certain. Since Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not come, Fang Yuan would not wait foolishly. After using omnidirectional travel to leave Dragonfish Sea area, he went to a nameless sea area in Eastern Sea and planted Yu Chan and Qin by his immortal apertures. A rank 7 Water Path Immortal Aperture, and a rank 7 Wood Path Immortal Aperture. While the immortal apertures turned into blessed lands, Fang Yuan entered them separately. In Yu Chan Blessed Land, the land spirit's condition was to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very crafty, he changed his appearance and entered with a fake identity. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Yu Chan's land spirit was suppressed by Fang Yuan, the Water Path Immortal Aperture was quickly annexed by Fang Yuan. But in Bai He Blessed Land, the land spirit's condition was related to Bai He Palace. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He used Blood Light Spirit Suppression again to suppress the land spirit. But he did not have the qualifications to annex the Wood Path Blessed Land, he could only leave it here. After all, after closing the entrance, the outside world would not be able to detect this blessed land, it was safe. As Fang Yuan expected, not only were there no Gu worms in the 2 immortal aperture blessed lands, even the cultivation resources that they used were completely destroyed. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He hated this murderer, Fang Yuan, they did not want to leave anything for him. Thankfully, the winds of assimilation were not something that anyone could casually create. After doing all this, Fang Yuan did not want to stay in Eastern Sea for long, he left immediately. He had committed a murder, killing Yu Chan and Qin Bai He also plundered the 2 sea areas, he would soon be exposed and cause a huge commotion in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. This was not an exaggeration. No matter if it was Yu Chan or Qin Bai He, they both had widespread influence. Adding on the fact that the Gu immortal world had been peaceful for a long time, with this huge incident and the deaths of 2 rank 7 experts, it would definitely cause a certain degree of panic. Everyone in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world would feel threatened. There would also be a large number of Gu immortals, regardless of their motives, be it to take revenge for Yu Chan and Qin Bai He, to uphold justice, to covet their inheritance, or to establish their own reputation. A large number of Gu immortals would come to investigate Fang Yuan. Even if the situation was dire, they wouldn't be able to escape. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. Even though he was not afraid, he did not want to get himself into trouble. Chapter 1498. Several days later, a Gu immortal flew over White Crane Sea area. This Gu immortal wore a green robe. He looked like a young man. He had a tall nose and a wide face. His eyes were bright like stars. Rank 7 aura emanated from his body. He had a great background. His name was Qin Yu Zhicheng. He was a Gu immortal of Eastern Sea's super force Qin Yu clan. He was also the direct descendant of the current Qin Yu First Supreme Elder, Qin Yuan. Seeing the desolate state of White Crane Sea area, Qin Yu Zhicheng's expression sank. He had a crush on Qin Bai He. Even though he knew she liked women, he could accept it. But while he could accept Qin Bai He, she did not accept him. Qin Yu Zhicheng was rejected all the time, but he did not give up. He had been persevering for the last 10 years. Even though Qin Bai He disliked him, she did not want to become enemies with Qin Yu clan. Towards Qin Yu Zhicheng's letters, she would reply them half-heartedly. Qin Yu Zhicheng would write a love letter every once in a while, but Qin Bai He's letters would only have 2 words, read or acceptable. Qin Yu Zhicheng was very satisfied with the 2 words read. If he got acceptable, he would be smiling for the next few days. Humans were not plants, they were emotionless. Even Gu immortals had situations where they fell in love with someone. But recently, when Qin Yu Zhicheng sent a love letter, he did not get a response. Qin Yu Zhicheng tried to contact her but failed. He had a bad premonition. He could not hold it in anymore. He moved out and went to White Crane Sea area personally. When he arrived, he saw the desolate scene of White Crane Sea area. Qin Yu Zhicheng frowned deeply. In the past, White Crane Sea area was peaceful. Countless white cranes were flying or resting. It was full of vitality. But now, this place was plundered by Fang Yuan and the other shadow sect Gu immortals. It was completely desolate. Fairy Bai He, where are you? Qin Yu Zhicheng felt an intense uneasiness. With a plop, he dove into the sea. He had been to White Crane Sea area many times. Even though Qin Bai He did not like him, Qin Yu Zhicheng found many reasons. This time, Qin Yu Zhicheng's impression of the seabed had undergone a huge change. Looking at the huge ravine as well as the countless holes and scattered rocks, Qin Yu Zhicheng's heart sank. Not good. From the looks of it, this place has been robbed. After checking for a while, Qin Yu Zhicheng's face was filled with anger. How dare they? Who dares to rob Fairy Lily's sea territory? The Taisher iron and egg crystal stones here have all been plundered. This person must be arrogant. Fairy Lily, you must be all right. Qin Yu Zhicheng thought of the person he missed and immediately became afraid. He searched around but could not find that rank 6 immortal Gu house by He Palace. Qin Yu Zhicheng was unwilling to give up. He used his investigative methods to search the surrounding waters again. There were no results. Qin Bai He seemed to have completely disappeared. The Lily Palace was also nowhere to be seen. What made Qin Yu Zhicheng even more puzzled was that there were no traces of a battle taking place here. Fang Yuan did not end Qin Bai He and Yu Chan's lives here. He did it in Dragonfish Sea area. But even if Qin Yu Zhicheng found Dragonfish Sea area, he would not be able to find any traces. Fang Yuan's methods to erase traces were extremely profound. They were not just for show. Furthermore, the entire battle took place in the battlefield Killer Move Purple Star Life Destruction. Qin Yu Zhicheng could not find anything. He started to feel suspicious. Fairy Lily is an expert among rank 7 Gu immortals. It is not possible for someone to kill her stealthily. Unless it is a rank 8 Gu immortal. Rank 8 Gu immortals usually suppress one side. They restrict each other. A slight move can cause a chain reaction. How could they kill Fairy by he for no reason? Thinking of this, Qin Yujiqing let go of some of his worries. But soon, his expression tightened. Don't tell me, Fairy Lily is tired of me and decided to move her territory, taking away all the resources? Qin Yujiqing thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. White Crane Sea area was a huge resource producer. How could Qin Baihe give it up so easily? Even if she found a better sea area, she would not give it up for no reason. Don't tell me, she met a strong enemy that she could not match? With such a strong enemy here, she had no choice but to abandon her territory and retreat? Qin Yujiqing had another thought. But soon, he shook his head. If she met a strong enemy, how could Fairy Lily not ask for help? With her network, as long as she says a word, a large number of Gu immortals would come to help. What is going on? Why did Fairy Lily suddenly disappear so mysteriously? Qin Yujiqing's brows were tightly knitted. He did not think of the possibility that Qin Baihe was dead. Firstly, he did not want to think about it, and secondly, this possibility was quite unimaginable. After all, Qin Baihe was an influential person among Eastern Sea Gu immortals. She was famous in Eastern Sea. She was also not weak. She had rank 7 cultivation level. Who could easily kill such a person? Like Qin Yujiqing had deduced, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacked. But this possibility was even smaller. The 5 regions had been peaceful for a long time. Qin Yujiqing subconsciously did not think that such a cruel murder would happen, especially when it happened to his beloved fairy. But after some investigation, Qin Yujiqing confirmed something. No matter what happened, Fairy Lily is definitely in trouble. I need to find her and do my best to help her. At once, the thought of saving the damsel in distress filled Qin Yujiqing's mind, burning his heart. If there are no clues here, I will find the nearby Gu immortals and ask them. In Qin Yujiqing's mind, the name Yuchan appeared. Yuchan's Dragonfish Sea area was famous. In terms of distance, Yuchan was the closest Gu immortal to Qin Baihe. They could be said to be neighbors. Qin Yujiqing acted quickly. He immediately left White Crane Sea area. After some effort, he arrived at Dragonfish Sea area. Dragonfish Sea area was even more pitiful than White Crane Sea area. There had once been millions of dragonfish here. It was one of Eastern Sea's grand sceneries. But now, Qin Yujiqing saw nothing. Sea winds blew past his ears. The seawater formed white waves that undulated continuously. How can this be? Even Dragonfish Sea area was plundered. Qin Yujiqing was tongue-tied. He showed shock in his eyes. Qin Baihe's White Crane Sea area was like this. Yuchan's Dragonfish Sea area was also like this. What caused this? After all, be it Yuchan or Qin Baihe, they were both experts among rank 7s. Their battle strength was not weak at all. This time, Qin Yujiqing not only felt bewilderment, he also felt a trace of fear. He raised his guard, diving into the sea to investigate, but to his dismay, he found nothing. How can this be? What in the world happened? Not only Fairy Lily, but even Fairy Yuchan had the same experience. Wait, dragonfish business, jewel yellow skies. Qin Yujiqing's body shook. He quickly communicated with jewel yellow skies. Yuchan's dragonfish business was famous in the 5 regions. She had definitely left behind a will in jewel yellow skies to manage the dragonfish business. Qin Yujiqing's consciousness entered jewel yellow skies. He soon successfully contacted Yuchan's will. Once they communicated, Qin Yujiqing found that Yuchan's will did not know what had happened. Yuchan and her will have communicated quite frequently. The interval between each communication was less than 3 days. That is to say, within these 3 days, she and Fairy Lily both met with a mysterious incident. Cold sweat dripped down Qin Yujiqing's forehead. The more he investigated, the more he discovered the truth. It was quite mysterious and terrifying. Be it Yuchan or Qin Baihe, they would not be so senseless as to plunder all the resources and run away. This was all on the surface. They had met with an irresistible threat. An intense sense of worry shrouded Qin Yujiqing's heart. No, I need to return home and ask the Gu immortals in my clan for help. Qin Yujiqing felt his scalp turning numb as he stayed in the empty Dragonfish Sea area. He did not dare to stay for long. He immediately turned back. The murder of Qin by He and Yuchan had already happened. Even though they had not found out the truth of the two fairies' deaths, with Qin Yu clan's immense strength, they would soon find out a portion of the truth. As for the perpetrator of this crime, he remained at large, riding a cloud through the skies of the western desert. After Fang Yuan left Eastern Sea, he did not go to northern plains, he went through southern border and arrived at western desert again. On the auspicious cloud, Fang Yuan's consciousness entered the sovereign immortal aperture, inspecting his gains in Eastern Sea. After killing Yuchan and Qin by He, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. A vast number of dragonfish had already surpassed dragon-scale sea area, they could be seen everywhere in mini Eastern Sea. Great history iron and egg crystal stones were also in great quantities. There were also 2 rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan had already made arrangements on how to feed them. Qin Bai He's wood path immortal aperture was placed in Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. He could not annex it or carry it with him for a long time. As for Yu Chan's water path immortal aperture, it was completely devoured by Fang Yuan. He gained a huge sea area and a large number of water path Dao marks. However, these gains were nothing compared to City Wells. Indeed, City Well, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, was already in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan arrived in Eastern Sea. He first went to the turbulent flow sea area. He moved the city well that he had left there into his sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he went to Dragonfish Sea area and brutally killed Yuchan and Qin Bai He. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, City Well. Fang Yuan had been worried about this city well for a long time. But earlier, when Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo, the effect was minimal. He could not put city well into his immortal aperture. But this time, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to create an immortal killer move, using pulling mountain immortal goo as the core to target city well. After much effort, he finally got what he wanted. Chapter 1499. This well was squarish on the outside, it was squarish on all sides. The inside of the well was round, perfectly round. Squarish on the outside, round on the inside. City well. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He placed City Well in mini central continent. After Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River, this was the 4th secluded domain of heaven and earth that Fang Yuan obtained. Since ancient times, the number of Gu immortals who could obtain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth could be counted on one hand. City Well was recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu. It was once the territory of Minimen. Right now, the small town in City Well was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Minuscule mountain that was inside City Well was also separated from City Well. It was destroyed in northern plains. However, the City Well that Fang Yuan obtained was not empty. There were a large number of blessed lands in it. The owners of these immortal apertures were killed by Fang Yuan using City Well. They died with regrets. During the process of immortal apertures forming blessed lands, they needed to absorb large amounts of heaven and earth qi from the outside world. They needed to open their immortal aperture entrances to communicate with the outside world. Fang Yuan had already used this chance to explore these blessed lands. Without a land spirit, he had already plundered all the blessed lands that could be plundered. The remaining blessed lands still had a large amount of cultivation resources. Fang Yuan did not use force back then. Now that I have Blood Light Spirit Suppression Killer move, I can suppress these land spirits, but without the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, I cannot enter. Right now, these immortal apertures had their entrances shut. Fang Yuan could not enter them. If I annex all these immortal apertures and take all the resources, my Dao marks will increase by a lot. The development of my immortal aperture will also increase. This was a huge piece of meat. Fang Yuan could not eat it yet. But it was already in his bowl. There was little chance of it being taken away. Fang Yuan was not worried. Other than these blessed lands, City Well's huge value cannot be ignored. With City Well, Fang Yuan could directly raise variant humans, or even pure humans. This was a very good thing. In the Gu Immortal world, the management of the immortal aperture was divided into 7 levels. First layer, construct mortal resources, produce mortal goo and mortal goo materials. The second layer was to construct immortal resources to produce immortal materials that could feed immortal goo. The third level was to raise immortal beasts and immortal plants, forming a cycle of life. The fourth level was to use the produced immortal materials to trade with each other and earn profits. At the fifth layer, the immortal aperture could produce immortal goo naturally. The sixth layer raised variant humans and humans to produce goo immortals. The seventh layer produced lifespan goo. These 7 levels, progressing one by one, were the summary of the experiences of the goo immortal world since ancient times. Up until now, it had already become one of the golden rules of goo immortal cultivation. It was not that goo immortals could not raise variant humans or humans when they started developing their immortal aperture, but if they forcefully did so, the results would be minuscule. They might even waste their own foundation. These 7 levels were progressing step by step. It was the result of countless generations of elites in the goo immortal world. If he followed these steps, his immortal aperture would be very stable and healthy. Fang Yuan was currently at the 3rd and 4th layer. He was still far from the 5th layer. But now that he had City Well, he could directly skip the 5th layer and proceed to the 6th layer. City Well could help goo immortals skip levels. It was very convenient to raise variant humans or even humans. What were the benefits of raising variant humans or humans? There were too many benefits. Every variant human race had their own unique resources. For example, the Snowman tribe's Ice Tear and Snow Lotus Essence, Rockman tribe's Rock Dragon, Featherman tribe's Freedom Goo, and so on. If these resources were to be used as industries, they would have huge profits in the current market. Other than these unique resources, there was another common resource. That was human chi. Heaven chi, earth chi, human chi. The balance of the 3 chi was crucial for goo immortal ascension. During the process of immortal ascension, the more human chi there was, the deeper the foundation of the goo master, the better the quality of the immortal aperture. After becoming a goo immortal, human chi was much less useful. Goo immortals needed heaven and earth chi to replenish their immortal aperture every once in a while, to stabilize their immortal aperture. But human chi was not useless. In fact, it was the opposite. Human chi was very important to goo immortals. But the method to use human chi was lost long ago. Chi path appeared much earlier than strength path. It had flourished for a period of time, but now, it had withered. Right now, human chi was a goo material that had many uses. Especially some chi path goo immortals, they had rare methods to use human chi. But now, these chi path goo immortals were even rarer. Regardless of whether it was raising mutants or humans, they could accumulate human chi. The more variant humans and humans there were, the more elites there were, and the more human chi there would be. Of course, under the same situation, a variant human's human chi would be lower than a pure human's. Other than human chi, there were also many high-grade, immortal materials that would be produced by variant humans and humans. For example, Door Wind. This was a rank 7 immortal material that did not grow in deep mountains or forests, or in the sky of great swamps, but on the doors of mortals. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortals' doors could not close, they could only open and close continuously. Such a special immortal material could not be found in nature without any human presence. And in shadow sects inheritances, there is another saying. The more human chi one accumulates, the more they can comprehend the profundities of human path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Human path. This was a path created by Rinzhu. Throughout history, some rank 8 great experts and even rank 9 venerables would comprehend the legends of Rinzhu in their lives. They would more or less comprehend the profundities of human path. For example, Giant Sun Immortal had some insights from the legends of Rinzhu. He created all living beings luck and heaven and earth luck. Another example was Southern Borders Chai clan's ancestor, Chai Fu. He comprehended a human path killer move from the legends of Rinzhu in his later years, establishing Chai clan's foundation as a super force. There were many such examples. I will not mention them one by one. In my situation, if I directly raise humans and variant humans, it would only destroy the environment of my immortal aperture. I would have to work hard and expend my foundation. But with City Well, I can raise them here and isolate them. they will not interfere with my immortal aperture development. And raising variant humans and humans in City Well has a special environment. I can get twice the result with half the effort. Forget about humans, they have high intelligence and expend a lot of resources. Right now, I should choose one of the variant humans and raise them. In the Goo world, there were 10 great variant human races. They were Hairy Man, Rockman, Snowman, Featherman, Merman, Inkman, Eggman, Beastman, Miniman, and Mushroomman. Each of them had their own special advantages. Which one should I choose? Feng Yuan had not decided yet. There was only one City Well, it was best to only choose one variant human to raise. Because there was a huge difference in the living habits of each variant human race. Taking care of them at the same time would only cause him to lose sight of them. Let's exclude Beastmen first, they are already extinct. Hairy Men? I do need hairy men to help me refine Goo. Rockmen? I raised a batch of Rockmen before, and I have Guts Goo, it is very helpful for raising Rockmen. Snowman is also good, I am the son-in-law of the Snowman tribe now, I have their support. As for Miniman, they are very suitable for City Well, I need Miniman to help me grow immortal plants when I manage my immortal aperture. There are also Featherman, Merman, Inkman, Eggman, Mushroomman. If I choose any of them, there will be huge benefits. Feng Yuan thought deeply along the way. Even when he reached his destination, he had not come to a conclusion. This problem was not urgent. Because even if Feng Yuan thought it through, he did not have the funds to carry out this plan. The amount of immortal essence stones he had on hand was rather low. But fortunately, he had a lot of red date immortal essence, even though he had fought with Yu Chan and Qin Bai He not long ago. This was because after the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow returned to normal, Feng Yuan had even used time path methods to raise it. Originally, it was 1 to 60 in the outside world, but now, it was even higher. Thus, Feng Yuan's efficiency in accumulating red date immortal essence rose by a large margin. In this trip to Eastern Sea, I obtained City Well and even killed Yu Chan. In terms of dragonfish business, I am unrivaled. It is almost certain that I will be making huge profits every day. As long as I continue to sell dragonfish, the problem of funds will be solved soon. The important thing now is thieving Heaven's dream realm. Feng Yuan thought as he descended the cloud, landing on the desert. A Goo immortal was already standing on the scorching sand. He smiled as he cupped his fists at Feng Yuan, saying, Tang Feng Ming greets Lord Feng Yuan. Chapter 1500. Feng Yuan met Tang Feng Ming again. This person was not simple. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he shone brightly during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He was known as Western Desert's Ma Hong Yun. Of course, after Feng Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect inheritance, he knew even more. In the 500 years of his previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable successfully revived and obtained sovereign immortal fetus Goo. He hid in Celestial Court and secretly supported the forces of the 5 regions, plotting against the world. Ma Hongyun's rise was manipulated by Shadow Sect from behind the scenes. Tang Feng Ming and Tang Clan's rise was also pushed by Shadow Sect in the dark. Don't think that Celestial Court is lacking manpower now, it seems to be lacking in resources. Once the Dream Realms appear and the 5 regions' chaotic war begins, all sorts of people will awaken in Celestial Court, shocking the world. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Even Shadow Sect could not go against it. Feng Yuan understood why Shadow Sect had to do this. He had to continue the path of Shadow Sect now. Ma Hongyun was killed by him, but Tang Clan was still around, he had to support them. Feng Yuan had made this decision long ago. Back then, when he contacted and cooperated with Tang Clan, it was not because he wanted to use a tributary of the River of Time to leave the River of Time, he truly wanted to cooperate with them. Celestial Court was actively plotting against the changes of the era. Yu Chan and Qin Bai He were pawns that Fairy Myrtle wanted to manipulate. Feng Yuan had to get rid of these 2 people. Not only for the dragonfish business's profits, but also for the future. To fight against a huge force like Celestial Court, Feng Yuan had to expand his horizons, he had to control the 5 regions and the world. Tang Feng Ming was overjoyed at Feng Yuan's arrival. Fang Yuan had left Western Desert to escape. Tang Fangming did not expect Fang Yuan to return so quickly. Bring me to Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan went straight to the point. Lord Fang Yuan is swift and decisive. This one admires you greatly. Please follow me. Tang Fangming immediately led the way. After flying for a while, the two of them arrived in the sky above an unremarkable desert. Tang Fangming slowly came to a stop and pointed out with his finger. Instantly, a crack appeared in the sky, and immortal qi flowed out in all directions. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. He had deep foundations. Seeing this immortal formation, his eyes shined as he praised, "What a great immortal goo formation." This immortal array's concealment skills were quite good. Even though Fang Yuan was constantly using his investigative methods, he still couldn't find any clues. "Sir Fang Yuan, this way please." Tang Fangming was the first to enter the crack. Fang Yuan followed closely behind without hesitation. After entering, Fang Yuan found that the space created by the immortal array was like a field. His vision was very wide, the field was covered in green grass, and what attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was the Thieving Heaven Dream Realm at the center of the field. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm was huge. It was like a mountain. It let out a blue eerie light that illuminated the entire formation path space. The 5 regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but this Thieving Heaven Dream Realm appeared in advance. After Tang Clan found it, they hid it and researched it secretly. Even though Tang Clan had obtained this peerless treasure, they were poor in the dream path, and it was difficult to establish it. Their progress had been very slow. And this progress was mostly due to Tang Fangming's talent and ability. Even so, Tang Fangming had almost died in this dream. If his sister Tang Miao had not given up a clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance and asked White Sea Shatuo for help, Tang Fangming would have died long ago. And White Sea Shatuo's true identity was one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, he led Western Desert's Shadow Sect members to fight, but they all died in battle. Fang Yuan did not mention White Sea Shatuo to Tang Clan. The clue to Paradise Earth's true inheritance that Tang Fangming and Tang Miao had was also in Fang Yuan's hands. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was not Fang Yuan's focus now. Fang Yuan's attention was on the huge Thieving Heaven Dream Realm. This dreamland that shone with a magnificent blue light was extremely dangerous, because it contained the will of the heavens. Providence could corrode dream realms. Fang Yuan had suffered greatly in Southern Border's dream realm. Back then, in the dream realm of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world, he encountered Providence directly. Providence used star constellation Immortal Venerable's image to guide him, allowing him to barely defeat Spectral Soul in the Battle of Tian Mountain. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. An old demon like Fang Yuan remembered this bloody lesson deeply. Once a dream realm is exposed for too long, it will be corroded by Providence. Southern Border's dream realm is like this. Western Desert's Thieving Heaven Dream Realm has been exposed for an even longer time. It will definitely be completely corroded by Providence. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with eerie light. If it were in the past, I would definitely avoid it, but now, hee. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he stretched out his hand, aiming at Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. Immortal energy surged. Fang Yuan's body rippled with a layer of gray-white light. His palms were no exception. They were completely covered by the gray-white light. Fang Yuan took a step forward, letting his hands approach the dream realm. Eventually, the gray-white light touched Thieving Heaven's dream realm, but Fang Yuan's hands were still a small distance away from the dream realm. There was no physical contact. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, not the pure dream reality seeker physique. Once there was physical contact, his soul would fall into the dream realm. Thus, he was very careful. And that gray-white light was like flowing water, silently permeating into the eerie blue Thieving Heaven Dream Realm. The gray-white light continued to permeate. With Fang Yuan's hands as the center, a gray-white light started to spread in all directions. This phenomenon lasted for a while. It was like the base of the eerie blue dream realm was dyed with a gray-white light. The area of the light continued to expand. Tang Fangming watched quietly from the side. He could not see anything, but he could tell that this was an immortal killer move. Lord Feng Yuan is truly amazing. He has already developed an immortal killer move that targets dream realms. Compared to him, I have only created a few dream path mortal goo. There is truly always someone stronger. Tang Fengming felt admiration. He also felt that Feng Yuan was unfathomable. Feng Yuan was expressionless, but he was feeling uneasy inwardly. The immortal killer move he was using was Heaven's Will Dissipation. Even though it was not the first time he used it, it was the first time he used it on a dream realm. Heaven's Will Dissipation used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core. It could eliminate Providence. Feng Yuan had used it on Spring Autumn Cicada before. Now that he used it on the dream realm, he wondered what the effect would be. Time passed slowly, and the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed just like that. The gray-white light had already expanded to a huge extent, not only on the surface, but also inside Thieving Heaven's dream realm. This Thieving Heaven dream realm was as large as a mountain, but 1/10 of it was already covered in the gray-white light. Just when Tang Fengming thought that the grayish-white spot of light would gradually expand, the edge of the spot of light stopped expanding. At the same time, colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white spot of light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs increased rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds, and soon, there were thousands of them. After dozens of breaths of time, there were millions of colorful eyeballs. They were filled with gray-white light, not only on the surface of the light, but also inside the light. There were eyeballs flickering. It's effective. Feng Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression did not change. Tang Fengming could not sense the fluctuations in his heart. The colorful eyeballs continued to flicker. Feng Yuan's red date immortal essence was expended at a terrifying rate. Providence in Thieving Heaven's dream realm was also destroyed. The colorful eyeballs blinked a few times before vanishing, but at the same time, new eyeballs appeared. Providence was rapidly destroyed. After a while, there was no longer a trace of Providence left in the gray-white light. At this time, the gray-white light continued to expand. The colorful eyeballs moved rapidly, attacking from behind. This time, Feng Yuan used Heaven's Will Dissipation for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, there was no longer any Providence left in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Feng Yuan continued to use the killer move, causing the surface of Thieving Heaven's dream realm to be covered in a layer of gray-white light. This way, as long as Providence continued to erode, colorful eyeballs would appear in the gray-white light and destroy Providence. At this point, Thieving Heaven's dream realm was safe. Chapter 1501. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. In Wuxia, Hey Lulon, White Rabbit, and Fairy Meow in all came out of Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Love Go, Smalt say Thetu. Next, I will explore the dream realm personally. Feng Yuan turned around and said to Tang Fengming. Tang Fengming's heart shook. He understood the meaning behind Feng Yuan's words. He smiled bitterly. Fairies, please follow me. This immortal goo formation protected Thieving Heaven's dream realm. It was originally controlled by Tang Fengming. But next, Tang Fengming gave up a portion of his authority to the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals, letting them control this immortal formation together with him. This was one of the contents of the alliance agreement between Feng Yuan and Tang Clan. When Feng Yuan explored the dream realm, his soul would leave and enter the dream realm. His body would lack protection. At this time, it would naturally be dangerous. Thus, Feng Yuan brought out the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals. They would protect Feng Yuan when the time came. This immortal goo formation could not be left to outsiders. Thus, the Shadow Sect Goo Immortals interfered and divided the control of this immortal formation. This way, be it the Shadow Sect members or Tang Clan, they could keep each other in check. It would be hard for either side to do anything to Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan's way of doing things was flawless. After the immortal formation fell into Shadow Sect's control, he left his main body's soul and entered Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Tang Fengming's eyes did not blink as he watched with rapt attention. This is the truly crucial method. His breathing had even quickened, and his mind was filled with the desire to find out the truth. But just by looking at it, how could she see the crucial technique of Fang Yuan's dream path exploration? Fang Yuan entered the dream, his vision changed. Love go, small, say, neck he discovered that he had transformed into a young boy and was living in a shabby tent. The furnishings in the tent were very simple, with only a tattered blanket. As the wind blew, the tent made a whistling sound, and a chill poured into the tent. Fang Yuan's gaze involuntarily shifted, and he saw a hole in the corner of the tent. Even the tent was broken. What a despicable fellow! Not only did he beat me up, he even tore open my tent. The youth that Fang Yuan had transformed into gritted his teeth as he angrily muttered to himself. Then, the young man lowered his head and checked the injuries on his body. As a result, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and saw the ragged clothes on himself. He was very poor and his chest and arms were bruised. The youth stretched out his hand and touched a few of the wounds. Waves of pain were transmitted to Fang Yuan's heart. To think that I, the great Ben Jizhen, somehow came to this world, grew up again, and actually fell to the point of being bullied and humiliated by a bunch of youths. That's enough. This world is too much. People control goo worms to obtain all kinds of strange powers. It's like a nightmare. So, if it was really a dream, why have I not woken up after more than 10 years? Fang Yuan heard the young man muttering to himself, and his heart shook. He knew many secrets. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He had transmigrated from another world like him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's original name is Ben Jizhen. This means that I have temporarily transformed into Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable after entering the dream. But he is still a mortal youngster now. He has not started his goo cultivation journey. Fang Yuan immediately understood. At this time, young Thieving Heaven muttered to himself, "But fortunately, tonight is the day the tribe opens the sacred land. As long as I enter the sacred land, I will be able to open my aperture and cultivate, grasping the power of a goo master. Sigh. I hope this power can allow me to leave this place and return to my homeland again." Young Thieving Heaven said this as he endured the pain, gritting his teeth as he stood up and walked out of the tent's curtains. Fang Yuan was like a will that was attached to young Thieving Heaven. He could only watch from the side and could not manipulate young Thieving Heaven. This situation was rare even for Fang Yuan. After trying all his methods but to no avail, Fang Yuan could only continue to watch from the side and let the dream realm develop. Young Thieving Heaven left his tent and went outside. Immediately, a map of an oasis under the moon entered Fang Yuan's vision. Under the night sky, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its pure white moonlight shrouded the entire oasis. This oasis was very small. There was a pond at the center and many tents were stationed around the pond. These tents were of different sizes and colors. Most were gray and white, while a few were yellow, gold, and purple. These colored tents were generally very big, showing the superior social status of the tent owner. Young Thieving Heaven looked around in envy before turning around to look at his own tent. His tent was small and ugly, black stains covered the surface of the tent. There were even holes that let in the cold wind of the night. Young Thieving Heaven frowned, a proud look flashing in his eyes as he snorted, "After tonight, I will no longer need to stay in such a shabby place." With that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the center of the tent. Along the way, youngsters came out of their tents from time to time. They had solemn expressions, not daring to speak a word. Tonight was the most important, most solemn, and most sacred moment of their lives. According to Western Desert's customs, the youngsters had to be respectful and speak sparingly. If anyone spoke too much or cried, they would lose their composure and would be severely punished by the clan. In serious cases, they might even be exiled. Once they were exiled, mortal youths would basically die. The severity of the punishment could be seen clearly. More and more youngsters walked towards the center of the oasis, gradually forming a stream of people. Along the way, young Thieving Heaven naturally met the people of the same age who were beating him up. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that they were all tall and strong. Their physiques were much larger than the surrounding youngsters. Their clothes were also very expensive, showing that their backgrounds were not ordinary. These people also saw young Thieving Heaven. Although they did not dare to speak, Their fierce and provocative gazes were unmistakable. Young Thieving Heaven snorted without fear. Both sides walked while glaring at each other, arriving at the pond at the center of the oasis. Beside the pond were dense reeds. The white reeds were blooming with flowers, swaying leisurely in the night wind. The moonlight was like clear water sprinkling down. Wild hope goo were among the reeds, flickering constantly. There were a lot of them. This not only made Fang Yuan recall the scene of awakening his aperture on Qing Mao Mountain. Although Western Desert's customs were different from southern borders, they were essentially using hope goo to awaken their apertures. They could be said to be mostly similar. One by one, the youngsters walked into the reed thicket, startling wild hope goo into the air. They opened their apertures one after another, each with their own worries and sorrows. For most mortals, the aptitude of their aperture was related to their lifetime achievements. But different from southern borders' lively atmosphere, Western Desert's atmosphere was quite solemn from start to finish. Even if someone was feeling great sorrow or joy, they had to forcefully restrain themselves, making their faces twist and tears flow silently, forcing themselves not to make a sound. Soon, it was young Thieving Heaven's turn. He was already impatient. The moment he was allowed, he immediately rushed into the reeds. However, the aptitude that he tested was the worst, the 4th grade. D-grade aptitude goo masters could only store 20 to 30% of their primeval essence in their aperture. Most goo masters could only have rank 1 cultivation, very few could reach rank 2. Goo masters with this kind of aptitude simply had no potential or future. D-grade aptitude goo masters could basically be determined to be at the bottom of the goo master world for the rest of their lives. How can this be? How can I have D-grade aptitude? Young Thieving Heaven shouted on the spot. Shut up! The clan's goo master who was monitoring the situation immediately moved, capturing young Thieving Heaven and sealing his mouth. Young Thieving Heaven struggled with all his might. The clan's goo master snorted coldly and chopped with his palm. Young Thieving Heaven immediately fainted. Fang Yuan's vision also fell into darkness. He found that he could not do anything. Even Unravel Dream had no effect. The larger the dream realm, the stronger the binding force. However, Unravel Dream has no effect. It should be because this dream realm I am in is rather special. Fang Yuan guessed inwardly. He tried for a while, but there was no effect. He could only wait patiently. Chapter 1502. Genius 1 second. Remember love? Go. Speak, net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. It was a vast expanse of darkness. Fang Yuan's soul was suffering in the darkness. This darkness actually had an extraordinary melting power against his soul. This was something Fang Yuan had never encountered when exploring dream realms before. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was already extraordinary. It was at the level of 10 million man soul. He could completely endure the melting of the dream realm soul. Time in the dream realm was hard to calculate. Fang Yuan felt like he had waited for a long time before he saw a white speck of light appear in the vast darkness. The speck of light extended into a white ray of light. The ray of light was pulled apart. The light burst out and filled Fang Yuan's vision. Young Thieving Heaven gradually woke up. It turned out that the white ray of light was the scorching sunlight. Young Thieving Heaven quickly covered his eyes with his palms. Why am I here? He soon found that he was lying on the desert. Night had passed, it was noon now. Young Thieving Heaven's doubts did not continue, because soon he obtained a piece of information from his mind. This information was left behind by a goo master in the tribe. The content was, Young Thieving Heaven violated the tribe rules in the sacred scripture. He was exiled as punishment. But because he was young and ignorant, as long as he could stay in this desert for 3 days and 3 nights, then rush back to the tribe's habitat, he would be accepted by the tribe again and continue living. Damn it! After understanding, Young Thieving Heaven cursed, spittle flying everywhere. I only complained a little and you chased me out. This is child abuse, disregarding human life. You scoundrels! I curse all of you. Young Thieving Heaven raised his middle finger, but found that he did not know where to point it. He did not know the direction of the tribe's habitat. He did not know anything. This discovery immediately made Young Thieving Heaven feel discouraged. He slumped onto the sand. What should I do? Although I just became a goo master, I don't have a single goo worm. I don't even have a water bag or food. Once night falls, I will freeze to death without warm clothes or a tent to shelter me from the wind. No, I must survive. Survive in this damned world, then find a way to go home. Young thieving Heaven gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with flames. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt his body relax, as if an invisible shackle had suddenly disappeared. He moved his limbs. Young thieving Heaven also moved his limbs. You can control it now? It seems that they want me to replace young thieving Heaven and survive in this desert. Fang Yuan immediately understood. Fang Yuan had many experiences of struggling to survive in desperate situations, but at this moment he was also in a dilemma. There was only one reason. The cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Young thieving Heaven had nothing on him, only 20 to 30% of his green copper primeval essence and not a single mortal goo. It was harder than ascending to the heavens for him to survive in the desert. For the race to exile him like this, it's like they want him to die. No, more accurately, he is looking down on this goo master. Normally speaking, every goo master should be treasured. But when Fang Yuan thought about the scene he had seen earlier, he found the reason. The tribe that thieving Heaven lived in during his childhood was not strong and did not occupy many resources. Thus, even if they have goo master seeds, they need to nurture the best. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He found that this was of no help to the difficulty he was about to face. He looked around. It was a boundless desert. There was not even a trace of greenery. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan used his method, but after waiting for a long time, there was no effect. This trump card that had helped Fang Yuan many times and could be said to have been successful was actually being restricted in thieving Heaven's dream realm. Fang Yuan heaved a heavy sigh. It seems I can only gamble on my luck. He casually chose a direction and started to move. A day and a half later in the dream, Fang Yuan did not encounter anything and died of thirst along the way. This time, Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He was forced to leave the dream realm. He failed to explore the dream realm. His soul was heavily injured and returned to the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan's vision turned dark. He quickly used Guts Goo to heal his soul. Guts Goo! Tang Fang Ming, who was at the side, immediately showed an envious expression. He looked on anxiously as Fang Yuan used Guts Goo after Guts Goo, quickly recovering his soul. Guts Goo were the best supplementary goo worm for exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan regrouped and left his soul, entering thieving Heaven's dream realm. He arrived at the desert in the dream again. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh, choosing the opposite direction from before and trying to move forward. After walking for a day, there was still nothing. Fang Yuan was tired and thirsty. His body was reaching its limit. If thieving Heaven encountered the same situation as me in history, he would not be able to survive on his own. He would have to rely on external help, that is, fortuitous encounters. This means that there is a direction here where I can encounter fortuitous encounters. But my luck was not good. I did not encounter any. This round also seems to test the explorer's luck. Unfortunately, my luck path methods are useless in the dream realm. Unless I combine Dream Path and Luck Path and research a Dream Luck type killer move or Immortal Goo, it will not have any effect. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. His second exploration also ended in failure. After resting, he continued for the third time. This time, he chose a different direction. Not long after, he came across a pit. This was a pit of quicksand. Fang Yuan was trapped inside and could not get out. I'm going to die again? Fang Yuan was depressed. He could only watch as the quicksand swallowed him. But out of his expectations, when the quicksand was about to reach his head, the quicksand suddenly spurted out like a fountain, sending Fang Yuan flying into the sky. After Fang Yuan landed, the quicksand pit had turned into a round hole. Cold air was constantly spurting out. The cold air was very comfortable. It was like a cool breeze. There's hope. Fang Yuan quickly got close to the edge of the round hole. Soon, he saw flying fishes that looked like they were made of silver flew out from the cold air. These were not small fishes. They were Mortal Goo, Cool Wind. Fang Yuan quickly made a move, wanting to subdue these Mortal Goo. But cool wind goo was extremely fast, it ignored Fang Yuan. At the edge of the round hole, cold air spurted out, pushing Fang Yuan away. Fang Yuan had little strength, he was hungry, he could not get close to the edge of the round hole and touch these cool wind goo. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged, he waited patiently. Not long after, he found a chance. A cool wind goo seemed to have been injured when it collided with its companions. It fell to the ground and escaped from the cold air, leaving the edge of the round hole. Fang Yuan quickly pounced and grabbed this cool wind goo. But in his excitement, he pinched it to death. Fang Yuan was speechless, he could only wait again. Soon he found another chance. This time, 2 cool wind goo fell. But before Fang Yuan could catch them, they flew up again, fusing into the cold wind. Fang Yuan sighed, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What if I use Unravel Dream again at this time? He used Unravel Dream again, and almost at the next moment he saw an effect, a cool wind goo fell. Fang Yuan picked it up, but before he could refine it, a second cool wind goo fell. It was heavily injured, it flapped its fins but could not fly up. Fang Yuan leisurely caught them and spent some effort to refine these 2 cool wind goo. When the cool wind disappeared, this group of wild cool wind goo flew into the sky, leaving Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan already had 5 cool wind goo in his aperture. I finally have some methods. Although it did not solve the problem of survival, this was undoubtedly a good sign. Most importantly, this quicksand pit showed that Fang Yuan's choice was correct. There was also a discovery that raised Fang Yuan's morale. Unravel Dream was not ineffective, it only had to be used in the right place in this thieving heaven dream realm to have any effect. Fang Yuan followed this quicksand pit and continued to move forward. Not long ago, he encountered an oasis. There was a well in the oasis, there was a group of wild beasts guarding the well, and the leader of the wild beasts had a mortal goo on it. Fang Yuan was energized, he relied on the 5 cool wind goo to fight with these wild beasts. Eventually, he used the terrain and tricks to exterminate these wild beasts. He even subdued the wild goo worm on the leader of the wild beasts. This was a poison path goo worm, it was in the shape of a scorpion. The battle was over, Fang Yuan quickly went to the well, the result was disappointing, this was a dry well. But it did not matter, the corpses of these wild beasts were precious food. Fang Yuan drank the blood of the wild beasts and ate a few pieces of meat to fill his stomach. Next, he collected the stomach pouches of the wild beasts and tried to collect as much blood as possible. He also tore out many pieces of the wild beast's flesh and used the intestines of the wild beasts to tie them to his body. At this time, night had already descended in the dream realm, the temperature of the desert was falling rapidly. Fang Yuan had a countermeasure, he was not flustered. He first held the beast's skin and bones in his hands, then he went to the mouth of the dry well and built up the beast bones, before using the beast skin to cover them. These beast skins also had greasy fat on them, they were quite warm. After arranging the beast bones and beast skin, Fang Yuan carefully entered the dry well through the hole that he intentionally left behind. He used his feet to support himself on both sides of the well walls to prevent his body from falling. Then he pulled the animal's skin at the mouth of the well and completely covered the hole. Next, he slowly descended to the bottom of the well. After reaching the bottom of the well, Fang Yuan had planned to stay here for the night, but he had an unexpected discovery. It turned out that there was a small hole at the bottom of the well, there seemed to be a whole new world inside. Looking at the edges of this small hole, it was clearly man-made. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he quickly moved young thieving heaven's body into this small hole. Following this small hole, after walking for 50 to 60 steps, Fang Yuan arrived at an underground space the size of a house. This space was very simple, but there were pots and pans made of mud, as well as a dark spring. The spring was very small, but it contained clear underground water. There was also a withered corpse lying on the ground. Could this be the true fortuitous encounter of thieving heaven demon Venerable when he was young? Chapter 1503. Genius 1 second. Remember love yo 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 go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. After carefully inspecting it, Fang Yuan did not find any traps. He slowly approached the dried corpse. When he was about 5 or 6 steps away from the dried corpse, something strange happened. Fang Yuan could not help but curse internally because he lost control of Young Thieving Heaven again, becoming a bystander again. Young Thieving Heaven muttered, "This person was trapped at the bottom of the well. Was he surrounded by those wild beasts and could not escape?" Next, he went to the corpse and observed a moment of silence before starting to search the corpse. Nothing unexpected happened. The corpse was very ordinary and did not have any traps. While searching the corpse, Young Thieving Heaven found that this corpse should have been a Gu master when he was alive, and his rank was not low, having a noble status. He did not leave any Gu worms behind, but there was a sheepskin map sewn into the lining of his clothes. Young Thieving Heaven did not have any gains, except for this sheepskin map. In this underground cave, the light was very dim. Young Thieving Heaven could only see blurry lines on the map. He kept the map and carefully searched the surroundings, but did not find anything else. But Young Thieving Heaven was already very satisfied, because this place had the most precious water source in the desert. He was very careful, first inspecting the water quality, and after finding there was no problem, he carefully drank a mouthful. This water came from deep underground. It seemed that the corpse had spent a lot of effort to dig it up. Young Thieving Heaven drank a mouthful of water and immediately felt a cool and refreshing feeling. The bloody taste in his mouth from drinking blood also faded a lot. Young Thieving Heaven's throat moved. This mouthful of water evoked a strong impulse in his heart. He immediately bent down and buried his face in the dark spring. Gulp, gulp. After drinking several mouthfuls, he suddenly raised his head, water droplets splashing everywhere. Sitting on the ground, Young Thieving Heaven did not speak. He placed his hands on the ground and closed his eyes. After a long while, he sighed in satisfaction. After resting for a while, he wiped the water off his face and stood up, returning to the bottom of the dry well. Young Thieving Heaven shuddered. The bottom of the dry well was much colder than that underground cave. But Young Thieving Heaven had a reason to come here. He looked up at the mouth of the well. Although he had covered it with a few layers of animal skins, the night wind was very strong and had blown away most of the animal skins, revealing a huge hole. From the cave entrance, Young Thieving Heaven could see the stars hanging in the sky in the pitch-black night sky. He sighed and took out some animal skins and wood from his body. Very quickly, he built the embryonic form of a bonfire. After that, he drilled wood to make a fire, and after 10 minutes of hard work, he successfully lit the bonfire. There was not much smoke. It floated along the well. The warmth brought by the fire gradually expelled Young Thieving Heaven's coldness. Young Thieving Heaven first roasted a few pieces of beast meat and swallowed them after they were cooked. After eating the cooked food, the feeling of fullness made him feel sleepy. But Young Thieving Heaven suppressed his sleepiness and looked at the sheepskin map he had just obtained under the weak light of the fire. It seems like this sheepskin map has a long history. Isn't the main point of the place it's describing the small oasis where my clan lives? Young Thieving Heaven was shocked. On this sheepskin map, the small oasis was marked with several lines of Western desert words beside it. The words were small, and because of the passage of time, most of them were blurred. Only the first few words were fragmented and the clearest. Young Thieving Heaven barely recognized them and read them out. Immortal graveyard, ominous, curse, strange. After pondering for a long time, he could not find any more clues. His brows furrowed. I have already been in this world for more than 10 years. I have heard the stories of immortals from the elders of my clan. But these are all legends. Are there really immortals in this world? This does not seem impossible. Looking at Gu masters, this world is very strange and mysterious. Anything can exist. Immortal graveyard. Don't tell me an immortal is buried in my home. But why is there a curse? Why is it ominous? Also, this sheepskin map is very strange. In this world, there are information path Gu worms that can record maps and store information. That corpse should have been a powerful Gu master when he was alive. Why did he not use a Gu worm to record this map, but instead use this sheepskin map? This sheepskin map was sewn into the lining of his clothes. If not for his clothes being tattered and rotten, I would not have found it. He kept it so carefully. This sheepskin map should be very important. But this is too unsafe. It is far safer to record the map in an information path Gu worm. Young Thieving Heaven muttered, his eyes flickering with a contemplative light. Fang Yuan had been observing from the side. He had already thought of Young Thieving Heaven's doubts. These were all suspicious points, especially the existence of the sheepskin map. Let's not care about this for now. This sheepskin map also shows the location of this dry well. I will be able to return to the tribe by following this map. Even though Young Thieving Heaven did not have any sense of belonging to this tribe, he understood that it was impossible for him to live alone in this vast desert. Not to mention the dangers lurking everywhere in the desert, no one knew when the threat of life and death would suddenly strike. Just in terms of food, Young Thieving Heaven had limited food. This small oasis foundation was too weak. His eyelids were as heavy as a mountain. Young Thieving Heaven's vision quickly turned blurry as he fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too tired. Not only was his body exhausted, but his mind was also full of ups and downs. Once he fell asleep, Fang Yuan's vision was filled with darkness. In this darkness, Fang Yuan felt that the power of the dream realm's melting had increased by several times. His soul was rapidly melting again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan already had the previous experience. He endured it silently and patiently waited for the darkness to disappear. The duration of the dream realm could not be estimated. After the darkness faded, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was reduced by half. His vision became clear again. Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Young Thieving Heaven was tied up and lying at the bottom of the dry well. And in front of him stood an elderly Gu master with a gloomy expression. This old Gu master's face was full of wrinkles. His hair was completely white. He was already very old, but right now he was holding that strange sheepskin map in his skinny hands. He was constantly caressing this sheepskin map, his gaze revealing a complex emotion of fanaticism, deep affection, greed, and so on. This gaze made Young Thieving Heaven's scalp tingle. He felt that he had met a pervert. "Who are you? Why did you tie me up?" Young Thieving Heaven asked. He felt very wronged. He was tied up the moment he woke up, becoming a prisoner. "You should be glad that I, Xiao, did not kill you. You are still alive." The old man spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. He carefully put away the sheepskin map and looked at Young Thieving Heaven. "Lad, you are a member of Ida tribe?" Young Thieving Heaven did not speak. Because he instantly understood one thing, the elderly Gu master definitely knew the value and secret of this sheepskin map. The reason why he did not kill him and instead tied him up was probably to make use of him. The elderly Gu master saw that Young Thieving Heaven did not respond. His expression darkened even more. He took a few light steps forward, silently standing in front of Young Thieving Heaven like a phantom. "Lad, don't think I don't know what you are thinking just because you don't speak. Heh, you probably have not heard of me, Xiao, but now, I will let you have a taste of my power." The elderly Gu master smiled sinisterly. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked fiercely. The tip of his foot hit Young Thieving Heaven's heart. The intense pain almost made him faint. Young Thieving Heaven was easily kicked away like a broken sack. He crashed into the wall of the well and fell to the ground with a plop. But the suffering had just begun. Young Thieving Heaven started to scream. Because the elderly Gu master's kick was not simple, Young Thieving Heaven felt his skin go numb. At the same time, his muscles and organs felt like they were being pierced by countless ice needles. The intense pain was unbearable for Young Thieving Heaven. Soon, tears flowed down his face from the pain. His body curled up like a lobster. "Lad, do you know my power now?" The elderly Gu master laughed sinisterly. He felt joy in his heart. Young Thieving Heaven's miserable screams gave him a wonderful sense of satisfaction. Chapter 1504. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak, Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The more Young Thieving Heaven screamed, the more the elderly Gu master laughed. But soon, Young Thieving Heaven realized this and began to grit his teeth, not making a sound. "Oh, brat, you still want to resist?" The elderly Gu master saw this and was furious, ruthlessly stomping on Young Thieving Heaven's chest. Crack! Several of Young Thieving Heaven's ribs were broken. The broken bones pierced his heart and lungs, causing him to fall into a state of near death. But from start to finish, he did not make a sound. His teeth were almost crushed, his eyes were wide open in anger, but he did not make any sound. Hee hee. The elderly Gu master laughed from extreme anger, directly using a Gu master method on young thieving heaven. This time, it was not as simple as intense pain. Young thieving heaven soon felt sore, numb, and itchy. All kinds of sensations assaulted him. Ah! He finally could not endure it anymore, letting out a miserable howl. His four limbs struggled fiercely, his fingers scratching his skin crazily as he rolled on the ground. The elderly Gu master laughed heartily. Have you suffered enough? You dare to resist me, Xiao. Even if your pride is made of iron, you have to kneel down. Beg for mercy. As long as you call me Grandpa Sha, Grandpa will spare you, grandson. Ah! But young thieving heaven's heart was filled with anger. Sha Zhao's words stimulated his courage. He inwardly swore that even if he died of itchiness, pain, or numbness, he would not beg for mercy. Sha Zhao waited for a moment, only to see young thieving heaven rolling on the ground, his fingers scratching his clothes and skin. His voice changed in pain, but he did not beg for mercy. Eventually, young thieving heaven could not endure it anymore. An ominous light flashed in his eyes as he slammed his head against the wall of the well. He actually wants to die? Sha Zhao was shocked, quickly stopping him. Young thieving heaven was not strong enough. He could only be manipulated by Sha Zhao. Sha Zhao not only saved him, but also healed him. Soon, his heavy injuries turned into light injuries. Kid, you've got guts. This old man can't help but admire you. Sha Zhao changed his tone and his eyes shone with a green light. He looked at young thieving heaven who was lying on the ground, speaking in a low voice. But if you die, what about your family? This old man will definitely not grieve, but what about your parents? Where are your brothers and sisters? Hee hee, do you have a girl you love? Does she know how you feel about her? If you die, what will happen to her? Young thieving heaven's expression changed when he heard this. Love go, small Xianxia had lived in this world for more than 10 years, but in the end, he was still a wanderer with no worries. But in the original world, he had a family, parents, and a beloved fiancé. I can't die. I want to live. I want to find a way to leave this world and go home. There is someone waiting for me there. Sha Zhao was astute, seeing young thieving heaven's expression change, his lips curled up. Young thieving heaven fearlessly looked at Sha Zhao. The reason you did not kill me is because you want to make use of me. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Sha Zhao laughed heartily and gave young thieving heaven a thumbs up. Kid, you have guts. You actually dare to speak to me like this. The moment he said that, Sha Zhao's expression changed, the maniacal smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by distorted anger. He fiercely kicked young thieving heaven's face, sending him flying. Then he pointed with a finger, a strange light shot out and hit young thieving heaven's body. Chi chi chi, a series of soft sounds reverberated at the bottom of this dry well. Young thieving heaven's expression changed, feeling intense pain all over his body. He tried to stand up but had no strength, he could only sit on the ground. His face was covered in blood, his nose bridge had been broken by Sha Zhao's kick. Young thieving heaven's vision turned dark, he almost fainted from the pain. He looked at his palm with the corner of his eyes and was shocked. He found that his palm was festering as if it was corroded by a strong acid. In fact, not only his hands, but his face, his arms, his neck, and his body were all rotting. Soon, young thieving heaven's eyes were also corroded, he lost his vision. Sha Zhao's sinister voice resounded. You think I can't live without you? It is your fortune that I am using you. You actually dared to have such an attitude towards me, so what if you die? At most I will just find another person to teach you. Ha! Now, finally, I will give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, kowtow to me and recognize me as my grandson, obediently listen to my orders. You can slowly think about it, there is no rush. Anyway, you were hit by my killer move, your entire body is rotting. In less than a dozen breaths of time, your entire body will rot away, but your bones will remain. At that time, I will step on you a few more times, I want to see how tough your bones are now. Young thieving heaven was silent. Sha Zhao said this and no longer spoke, he stared at young thieving heaven with a sinister gaze. The latter was sitting on the ground, motionless like a statue. His muscles were also rotting, a foul stench filled the bottom of the well. The terrifying injuries, the intense pain, and most importantly, the conflict in his heart, made his expression distort. I am the great Ben Jie's son, a noble, a general of 3 armies. How can I kneel and beg for mercy? But, if I die here, will my family and lover in the other world wait in vain? Sigh. Young thieving Heaven sighed inwardly, as heavy as a mountain. He slowly adjusted his posture, going from sitting to kneeling, then his head slowly lowered until his forehead touched the ground of the well. He spoke, his voice was weak and filled with difficulty. I admit defeat. Ha! Xianxia laughed wildly, his eyes wide open as he stared at young thieving Heaven. Then what should you call me? Grandfather. Young thieving Heaven gritted his teeth, his body trembled as hot tears fell from his rotting eyes. Gagaga, good grandson. Xianxia was proud of himself, his voice was sharp like a crow's cry in a graveyard during autumn. Amidst this laughter, young thieving Heaven reached his limit and fainted. Fang Yuan fell into absolute darkness once again. The dream realm's intense erosion of the soul again. Fang Yuan endured it with difficulty, his 10 million man soul had already fallen to a million man soul. Exploring this thieving Heaven's dream realm had too high a requirement for one's soul foundation. If not for Fang Yuan's diligent cultivation and rapid progress in soul path, he would not have the qualifications to explore this place. As time passed, the darkness disappeared and Fang Yuan could see again. The sun was high in the sky. Young thieving Heaven dragged his extremely weak body as he walked in the desert. The terrifying injuries on his body had already disappeared without a trace. But there were a few new injuries that seemed to be caused by the sharp claws and fangs of wild beasts. Kid, be obedient and go back to the tribe. Help me, your grandfather, find out the truth. Later, Grandpa will lure a few desert wolves for you. Hee. If you want to put on a show, you have to go all the way. Grandpa will not help you. If you cannot escape from the wolves, you can only blame yourself. Oh, remember, don't speak carelessly. You were hit by Grandpa's killer move. You have already tasted the feeling of your body rotting. As long as Grandpa wills it, your innards and brain will instantly rot. Be obedient. Grandpa will not mistreat you, good grandson. Xianxia was nowhere to be seen, but young thieving Heaven's ears were echoing with his voice. He had just finished speaking when several desert wolves appeared from the sand dune. These desert wolves had short, thin, yellowish-brown fur. They were not large in size but were very fierce. They targeted young thieving Heaven as they charged forward with all 4 limbs, howling. But young thieving Heaven did not move. He watched as the distance between him and the desert wolves shrunk. Fang Yuan was feeling strange when he suddenly reacted, cursing internally as he tried to control young thieving Heaven. Sure enough, as he expected, he could control this body again. Fang Yuan quickly escaped. At the same time, he scanned with his mind to see what goo worms he had left that he could resist. 1 sandpit goo, 1 chimney smoke goo, and 1 clear water goo. He only had 10% of his green copper primeval essence left. The cool wind goo and other goo that he had painstakingly collected were all gone. It seems that Xianxia did not want to expose that small oasis and dry well, so he destroyed all the relevant clues on thieving Heaven. Damn it, clear water goo cannot be used. I can only rely on sandpit goo and chimney smoke goo. Fang Yuan was just thinking when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind his head. He did not even think and directly pounced to the left. At the next moment, a sand wolf pounced on the spot where Fang Yuan's head was, falling on the hot sand. Fang Yuan also almost fell on the sand. Once he fell, the desert wolves that rushed over would definitely pounce on him, not giving him a chance to get up. At the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan pushed his arms on the sand and used all his strength to rush forward, then forcefully dragged his extremely weak body. While rushing forward, he struggled to adjust his balance and continued to run. In just a few steps, the second desert wolf caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly activated Sandpit Goo. This rank 1 goo consumed 5% of his green copper primeval essence, instantly forming a pit in the desert. The second desert wolf had just used its front limbs to pounce on Fang Yuan's back, but it did not expect a sandpit to appear, causing it to step on empty air. Because it used too much strength, this desert wolf instantly lost its balance and fell flat on its face. However, the third desert wolf followed closely behind and leaped into the air. This desert wolf was very crafty. Moreover, it had a wild goo on its body. Its movements were completely silent. Feng Yuan did not have time to look back, but he saw a shadow in the desert. The third desert wolf's shadow was pouncing towards his shadow's head. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Activating goo worms would not be effective at this time, and he had no time to dodge. His deep battle experience helped Feng Yuan at this moment, allowing him to make the wisest choice. Although he could not dodge, he had to dodge. While dodging, Feng Yuan purposely sent his right shoulder forward. The third desert wolf pounced on Feng Yuan, its sharp claws scratching Feng Yuan's right shoulder, tearing off a few pieces of flesh. But Feng Yuan continued to run, not stopping because of his injuries. At this time, the first and second desert wolves recovered and chased after him again. At the moment of crisis, Feng Yuan poured all his primeval essence into the chimney smoke goo. This goo worm was originally used to smoke food, but now that Feng Yuan used it in an emergency, it produced a miraculous effect. The thick smoke obscured the eyes and noses of the three desert wolves, and Feng Yuan took the chance to escape some distance. But he was only struggling at death's door. The three desert wolves quickly broke through the smoke and chased after Feng Yuan again. Am I going to fail? This difficulty is too high. Feng Yuan was already at his wit's end, but right at this time, a lightning chain brushed past Feng Yuan's face and hit the three desert wolves, instantly roasting them. Someone from the tribe. Feng Yuan recognized it and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, young thieving heaven reached his limits and fainted again. The expected darkness did not appear. Feng Yuan unexpectedly found his soul floating in the air. He had already left the dream realm. More accurately speaking, this thieving heaven dream realm that had shrouded his soul had already dissipated. So that's it, I successfully explored the first stage of the dream realm. Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization. Amazing, my theft path attainment level has directly risen to Grandmaster level. At the next moment, Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Although his soul foundation had fallen greatly, his gains were equally huge. As expected of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, just the first stage had given Feng Yuan theft path Grandmaster attainment level. Chapter 1505. Inside the immortal goo formation, Feng Yuan was sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, cultivating. He Lulan and the rest, along with Tang Fangming, were controlling this immortal formation. Feng Yuan evaluated the gains and losses in his mind. The first time I explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm, I had huge gains. Not only did I test Heaven's will dissipation killer move and obtain great results, I even raised my theft path attainment level to Grandmaster. However, I paid a huge price for this. My soul was originally 10 million man soul, but now it has fallen to million man soul. This is a huge loss. I thought I would use Unravel Dream frequently, but to think that it did not help me much in this dream realm. From this dream realm exploration, Feng Yuan understood something. That was, even though he had Unravel Dream, this method was not invincible. Even though Unravel Dream is rarely used and the immortal essence expenditure is low, the Guts Goo's expenditure has increased greatly. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took out Guts Goo, using them on the spot. So many Guts Goo. Tang Fangming's eyes widened as he showed an expression of envy and desire. He had explored dream realms many times. He knew how outstanding Guts Goo was. He had been searching for Guts Goo bitterly, but they were always in short supply. But now, he saw that Feng Yuan was using Guts Goo casually like he was eating beans. He is the seller of Guts Goo after all. Tang Fangming sighed internally. At the same time, he focused his gaze on Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Thieving Heaven's dream realm was huge like a mountain. It was still emitting an eerie blue light, but a huge area at the foot of the mountain had vanished. This was the result of Feng Yuan successfully passing the first stage of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. Tang Fangming sighed. He had explored and researched this Thieving Heaven's dream realm hundreds or even thousands of times, but his accumulated achievements could not compare to Fang Yuan's one exploration. Tang Fangming was publicly recognized as a pioneer in exploring dream realms. He created many dream path mortal goo. But now, compared to Fang Yuan's achievements, it paled in comparison. This made Tang Fangming feel ashamed of himself, but it also increased his admiration for Fang Yuan. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Guts Goo was used without regard for expenditure. Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul level again. Originally, he had a 9 million man soul. This time, after being worn down by the dream, his soul rose again, and he faintly felt that it had become more solid. It seems that when the dreamland melts away the soul, it also has a supportive effect on soul cultivation. But if you really look into it, the effect isn't that great. It's far inferior to Luopa Valley. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable recommended. They could not be replaced by ordinary existences. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan had brought Luopa Valley with him to the Western Desert. On this trip, he had first gone to the East Sea and then to the Western Desert. With his astute nature, how could he not make thorough preparations? As for Dang Hun Mountain, Jewel Yellow Skies can transport Guts Goo. It makes no difference whether I bring it or not. Actually, it was not that Fang Yuan did not want to bring it. It was because the expenditure of heaven and earth chi in his immortal aperture was too intense. Right now, his sovereign immortal aperture had reverse flow river, Luopa Valley, and city well. Every 3 days, he would need to devour a large amount of heaven and earth chi to replenish his expenditure. If he did not replenish it in time, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would weaken, causing a decrease in resources, including universe and two paths. In severe cases, the sovereign immortal aperture might even shatter. Thieving Heaven's dream realm is extremely difficult to explore. The first stage is already so difficult, the second stage will definitely be even more difficult. With this realization, Fang Yuan decided to raise his soul foundation to a higher level before exploring the dream realm. It was safer this way. Thus, in the following period of time, he focused on cultivating the soul path. Because of the continuous supply of Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose sharply again. Just as Fang Yuan was cultivating soul path and preparing for the second exploration. Eastern Sea. Qing Yu Zhicheng had already found Qing Yu clan's first supreme elder, asking for help. Zhicheng, it looks like you are determined to stand up for that Qin Bai He. First supreme elder looked at this bloodline junior in front of him. He was quite fond of him, as he sighed. Yes, I have made up my mind. I hope first supreme elder can help me. Qing Yu Zhicheng had a resolute expression. But first supreme elder shook his head. This matter is far from the time for me to make a move. Furthermore, the truth is not clear. Even if I help, I will not be of much help. Qing Yu Zhicheng found it strange. First Supreme Elder was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal. How could he not be of help? However, the words that the First Supreme Elder told him immediately made him realize something. I thank First Supreme Elder for your guidance. I will go seek help now. Qing Yu Zhicheng was overjoyed. Go, go. First Supreme Elder chuckled as he waved his hand. Qing Yu Zhicheng acted quickly. He immediately left the clan's headquarters and flew towards Nangong tribe's territorial sea. It turned out that Qing Yu clan's first Supreme Elder had told him that they did not know if Qin Bai He and Yu Chan were alive or dead. They did not know what happened to them. The best thing to do was to find a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal to investigate the truth. Only by knowing what had happened to them would he be able to accurately find the culprit and exact his revenge. And the most suitable Wisdom Path Gu Immortal was none other than one of the 3 Wisdom Path geniuses, the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Hua, and who was hiding in Nangong tribe. This person had a close relationship with Yu Chan. If something happened to her, he would definitely help. Qing Yu Zhicheng heard First Supreme Elder's analysis and agreed. He immediately went to seek help from Huan. But along the way, he met with a rank 6 Gu Immortal from Nangong tribe. This Gu Immortal brought Hua An's words. Young Master Zhicheng, my clan's Lord Hua An already deduced that you would come to find him, so he asked me to come and receive you. He is not far away. Qing Yu Zhicheng heard this and was overjoyed. He praised Hua An's ability. A moment later, the two met. Huan said, "To speak the truth, not long ago, Fairy Yu-chan sought my help, but I was unable to help her." Huan and Qin Yujiqing exchanged information. Naturally, their main suspect was Fang Yuan. Because with Yu Chan's death, Fang Yuan would benefit the most from selling dragonfish. Of course, they did not have the Celestial Court's guidance. They only knew that the mysterious Gu immortal who sold dragonfish in jewel yellow skies was the most suspicious and had the motive, but they did not know that this person was Fang Yuan. "I have been deducing for the past few days. I am afraid that Yu Chan and Qin Baihe are dead." Huan had a heavy expression. "This time, I am going to seek help from the other two experts. We will combine our strength and try to deduce the culprit." Huan's words made Qin Yujiqing shake his head. "No, I believe that the two fairies are still alive. They are not dead. Lord Huan, think about it. The two fairies are rank 7 experts. Who could easily kill them?" Huan understood Qin Yujiqing's feelings and emotions. He nodded in consolation. "You are right." Then he changed the topic and said, "How about this? I have a plan. We might as well spread the news of the two fairies' deaths. If they are not dead, they will know that we are looking for them and want to help them. If they are being chased by the culprit, this rumor can confuse the culprit and divert his attention to us." "This is a great plan." Qin Yujiqing's eyes shined. He clapped and praised. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen to 90 million man soul level. He was only half a step away from 100 million man soul. During this period of time, he did not practice any immortal killer moves. He spent most of his time and energy on soul path cultivation. This way, his results were much greater than before. Even though guts gu were being expended, not only did it not bring huge profits to Fang Yuan, it was even depleting Fang Yuan's capital. But Fang Yuan's financial situation was turning for the better. The reason for this was the dragonfish business. Fang Yuan killed Yu Chan and Qin Baihe. Even if the Celestial Court wanted to stop him, they could not. In the jewel yellow skies market, Fang Yuan was the #1 overlord in terms of the dragonfish business. No one could match him. The dragonfish business was getting more and more popular, especially the silver dragonfish. The prices were rising at an astonishing rate. What is worth noting is that in Eastern Sea, news of Yu Chan and Qin Baihe's deaths has already spread. It seems that someone is adding fuel to the fire. Ignore it for now. The main point is thieving Heaven's dream realm. With 90 million man soul, Fang Yuan had a lot of confidence. After resting for a day, he entered the dream realm again to explore thieving Heaven's bewildering dream. Chapter 1506. After resting and making ample preparations, Fang Yuan entered thieving Heaven's dream realm again. The surroundings were noisy. A market was being held around the pond. Western Desert actually had a lot of resources, at least more than Northern Plains. There were large amounts of resources hidden under the desert. There were goo worms and wild beasts, but vegetation was scarce. It was their greatest weakness. Thus, in the market, food such as milk and wine, or goo materials such as beast skins and bones were mainly sold. Only 3 shops sold goo worms. Young Thieving Heaven walked among the crowd, observing the surrounding businesses as he approached the pond at the center of the tribe. "Stop. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." "Lad, get lost." Young Thieving Heaven had just gotten close to the pond when the 2 guards guarding here immediately reacted, stopping him with words. Young Thieving Heaven had no choice but to pretend to be frightened and quickly leave. He sighed inwardly. The pond is the only source of water in the oasis. It is heavily guarded. Even if there is a market, the guards are lax on the outside but tight on the inside. There is no way to sneak in. At the same time, Sha Zhao's sinister voice resounded in his mind. You have to think of a way to sneak in. Don't forget, there is only over a month left from our agreed time limit. Once the time is up and you do not make any progress, it will be your death." Young Thieving Heaven's pupils shrunk, replying inwardly, "Aren't you very strong? Why don't you attack directly or sneak in? Why do you want a weak person like me to spy for you?" You are trying to provoke me. How could I fall for your trap? Moreover, you don't know anything. I don't have the patience to explain to you. Grandson, quickly do as Grandpa says, ask less and do more. You can live longer." Sha Xiao said. Young thieving heaven was restrained by others. The enemy was strong while he was weak. He did not speak, but his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Earlier, in the dry well, in order to survive and leave behind the hope of returning home, he was forced to submit to Xiao. But he had never truly accepted his fate. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. One day, I will find a chance to not only escape the shackles of that old demon Xiao, I will also return all the suffering I suffered to him. For now, I'll endure it for the time being, feigning civility and waiting for an opportunity. In the next few days, young thieving heaven tried his best to sneak into the oasis's pond to gather information. But all his attempts had ended in failure. The pond in the oasis was the most important place in the tribe, so it was naturally heavily guarded. Young thieving heaven had just advanced to rank 1. He lacked methods. Just when he couldn't find a way out, a piece of news spread among his peers. What? The clan is holding a small competition in half a month. The winner can choose a goo worm from the pond as a reward. Young thieving heaven also heard this news. He immediately understood that his chance had come. Moreover, this was his best chance to complete Xiao's mission. I want to participate in the small competition and win. Young thieving heaven said to Xiao in his mind. Xiao chuckled coldly. Stinking brat, don't think this old man doesn't know what you're planning. You're trying to use this opportunity to increase your strength and accumulate strength so that you can overthrow me in the future, right? Young thieving heaven sneered, saying frankly, so what if I am? Who doesn't crave freedom? Good. Xiao didn't take it seriously, and he praised instead. You're quite straightforward. Ha. If you call me grandfather, then I'll help you seize victory this time. You. Young thieving heaven's expression froze, anger showing in his eyes. What? You're not willing? Think carefully. Other than me helping you, with your strength and aptitude, how can you obtain victory in this small competition? Xiao sneered. Young thieving heaven's brows were gloomy. I am of noble birth, I have a glorious life, but I actually have to beg for mercy. This is forgetting my ancestors and ruining my Sun tribe's reputation. But if I don't do this, there really won't be any hope. My strength is too weak, the hope of returning home is extremely slim. If I can't even pass this hurdle, there is no need to talk about the future. Damn it. Young thieving heaven clenched his fists, falling into extreme hesitation. Previously, although he had called Xiao grandpa, that was during a matter of life and death. At this moment he was separated from Xiao. The pressure from the outside world was not as great. This made young thieving heaven's heart waver. It was a heavy and painful choice. Grandpa. Finally, he chose to give in, squeezing out these two words with difficulty. Haha. Xiao's wild laughter immediately filled young thieving heaven's mind. My good grandson, since you called me grandpa, grandpa will not let you lose. This is the winning method grandpa taught you. Learn it well and turn it into your own strength. You will definitely obtain victory in this small competition. Xiao had just finished speaking when an enormous amount of information assaulted young thieving heaven's mind. Young thieving heaven gasped, his expression twisted as he subconsciously hugged his head with both hands. The enormous amount of information assaulted his mind, making him feel extreme pain. His head felt like it was about to explode. The information assault only lasted for a short 9 breaths of time, but to young thieving heaven, it felt as long as a year. He endured it with difficulty. His whole body was covered in cold sweat, his face was pale like paper, and his whole body was slightly trembling. He was in an extremely sorry state. Xiao's methods were explosive, but the information he transmitted was genuine and of great value. Most of the contents were fist and leg techniques. They were exquisite and concise. There was also a portion of goo recipes, goo worm usage methods, and even a killer move. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. This move was formed from sandpit goo, chimney smoke goo, and clear water goo. It had 8 steps, and once activated successfully, it could spit out a cloud of white ash. When this ash fell into a person's eyes, it could blind them and cover their eyes with white ash. The person hit by it could not use water to clean it, because once it was cleaned, the white ash would burst out with heat and burn the goo master's eyes, eventually turning them blind. This move is so sinister, it is not my style. Young Thieving Heaven inspected it carefully, his heart sank and his expression turned unpleasant. Before he transmigrated, he was born in a noble family. He received a good education from a young age. He was upright and hated evil. Because of this, he transmigrated and became a poor orphan, but he scrupulously abided by the rules and maintained his virtuous conduct for more than 10 years. Even though he had the wisdom of an adult, he was not doing well. The killer move Blurred Gray Eyes needs 3 goo worms, but they are all the goo worms I have. From this, it seems this Xiao had been planning for a long time. He wanted to increase my strength. Young Thieving Heaven did not want to practice the killer move Blurred Gray Eyes for the time being. He put all his energy into fist and leg techniques. He was also a warrior in his previous life. Although he was not good at close combat, he had some foundation. His true battle attainment was deep enough. Thus, there was no obstruction in practicing these fist and leg techniques. It was very smooth sailing. After practicing like this for a few days, Young Thieving Heaven felt his battle strength rising sharply. The fist and leg techniques in this world are not simple, they are complete moves formed with goo worms. What kind of goo worm there is, what kind of move there is. I had no one to guide me before, that was why I was weak and incompetent. Now that I have this secret manual, I have a 60% chance of winning the clan competition if I cultivate hard. Even if I don't use Blurred Gray Eyes, I can deal with most of my opponents. Young Thieving Heaven was quite disgusted with this despicable move. He did not want to use it. He was filled with confidence, and soon arrived at the clan competition. The first time he stepped onto the stage, the people around him did not think highly of him. There were even voices mocking him. His opponent also had an arrogant expression, pointing at his nose. So it is you, trash. If you admit defeat, I won't break your legs. Young Thieving Heaven was stunned, standing on the spot motionlessly. The surrounding people laughed loudly. He is terrified, he can't even move. How did he pass the vagrant test in this state? Probably luck. I heard that he was saved from the wolf's mouth by a clan goo master at the critical moment. Under such an atmosphere, Young Thieving Heaven's opponents looked at him with a hint of disdain. But at the next moment, Young Thieving Heaven clenched his fists, feeling the strength in his fingers. It is finally my turn to control. Feng Yuan was inwardly joyful. It turned out that Young Thieving Heaven was dazed because Feng Yuan had gained control and could not react in time. Now that he reacted, he immediately attacked. Mortal killer move, Blurred Gray Eyes. With a whoosh, a large amount of white ash sprayed on his opponent's face. The opponent was caught off guard. He quickly retreated 3 steps and screamed, "I can't see anything, what is this? Get down." Feng Yuan took a few large steps, jumping in front of his opponent and kicking. His opponent was directly kicked off the stage. Chapter 1507. Despicable, too despicable. He actually launched a sneak attack. This guy has a despicable nature, he is truly hateful. According to their strength, he is clearly weaker. The surrounding people criticized Young Thieving Heaven. That opponent crawled up from the ground, stuttering in anger as he pointed at the sky, shouting angrily, "You are shameless. If you have the guts, let's compete again." But because his eyes were blinded by the killer move, he did not know where Feng Yuan was, so his finger was pointing in the wrong direction. The scene was quite amusing. Feng Yuan sneered, "Winner takes all, what is there to compete about?" Before he finished speaking, Feng Yuan could not speak anymore. Because he was once again reduced to a spectator, he lost control of this body. Thieving Heaven's dream realm continued. Young Thieving Heaven looked at the surrounding crowd, at the furious opponent below the stage. His face was pale, his body was trembling. Slowly he lifted his hands. He was shocked. Why did I directly use that killer move, Blinding Gray Eyes? I clearly have the strength to fight him head-on and then blast him off the stage. But why did I choose to launch a sneak attack? Young Thieving Heaven disliked sneak attacks. He felt it was a shameful thing. Why did he launch a sneak attack? What he liked was a fair and square fight, not playing with those crafty plots and schemes. He did not like it, or more accurately, he disdained doing it. But he did it. Sha Zhao's wild laughter resounded in his mind. Ha! This is too funny, too amusing, my good grandson. You really have the style of your grandpa. You clearly haven't practiced this blinding gray eyes before, but you actually learned it without a teacher. You used it too smoothly. The timing of your sneak attack was also very accurate. You immediately won. Very good, very good. Sha Xiao praised repeatedly. Young Thieving Heaven was stunned. That's right, he had never practiced this killer move before. Why did he use it? Why was it so smooth? This is too ridiculous. Young Thieving Heaven roared in his mind. Ah, my good grandson, let Grandpa tell you the reason. You've always been this kind of person. That's your nature. Don't suppress yourself anymore. Release your true nature. Sha Xiao laughed and added insult to injury. Young Thieving Heaven was deeply shaken, but his eyes shined brightly. No, I did not do this. It's you, isn't it? You're the one who controlled my body. Hee hee, although this old man has the ability to do so, I have never done it before. All of this is your own choice. You should be very clear about it, Sha Xiao said. No, it must be you. How could I do such a thing? Young Thieving Heaven insisted. Bullshit. Sha Xiao cursed. But this time, Young Thieving Heaven was very persistent. He walked down the stage while arguing. In the eyes of the people around him, however, he was rather self-centered, and paid no heed to the reproaches of the crowd, so that the cursing went up a notch. Fang Yuan, who was once again reduced to a bystander, was shocked. He was the one who took over the battle, but the result had a direct impact on the following dream. Young Thieving Heaven's shock and the change in the surrounding people's attitudes would undoubtedly affect the development and derivation of the dream realm. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered such a situation when exploring dream realms. In his previous explorations, although he participated much more than Thieving Heaven's dream realm, the dream realm on the whole did not change. The result of the dream realm was fixed, and the criteria for passing the dream realm was also fixed. But this time, Thieving Heaven's dream realm gave me a feeling of coming back to life. It is not simple at all. According to the type, this dream realm was a realistic dream realm that restored Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life experiences. But as Fang Yuan continued to participate, this dream realm would probably deviate from its original form. As these deviations accumulated, would the final outcome of the dream realm be completely different from the original? Fang Yuan sensed this and became even more vigilant. Soon, it was time for the second stage battle. From your appearance, you do not seem to be a despicable person. But in the previous round, did you use a despicable method to plot against my cousin? This time, Young Thieving Heaven's opponent was a young girl who had a heroic air about her. Young Thieving Heaven frowned. He did not want to explain but said in the end, "There is a misunderstanding." Hey, misunderstanding? My ass, it was clearly a sneak attack. You still don't admit it? In public, with so many eyes watching, he still wants to deny it. The crowd below the stage clamored angrily. The young girl frowned. I don't care if it is a misunderstanding or not. I want to take revenge for my cousin this time. So not only do I want to defeat you, I want you to taste enough suffering. Come. Saying so, the young girl was about to pounce forward. Wait a moment. Young Thieving Heaven suddenly stretched out a palm. I still have something to say. It is not too late to attack after hearing me out. What do you want to say? Just say it. I will make you lose convincingly. The young girl snorted coldly, stopping her steps. But at this moment, Young Thieving Heaven's eyes shone with a dark light as he raised his hand. Mortal killer move, blurred gray eyes. The young girl had her guard up, but the white ash managed to penetrate her defenses and directly covered her eyes. Damn it, oh no. This lad is playing dirty again. Be careful, he is coming, quickly defend. The crowd shouted at the top of their lungs. But Young Thieving Heaven had already gotten close to the young girl and was about to kick her off the stage. The young girl's battle experience was not bad, even though she could not see, her ears moved and she could hear the wind to determine the location. I can't see anyone now. It will be extremely disadvantageous if this drags on. I need to end this quickly and secure victory. At this instant, the young girl made a wise decision. She gave a light shout, clenching her fists and attacking young thieving heaven instead of retreating. Whoosh! Fist winds blew, ruffling young thieving heaven's hair. This fist force was very powerful. It was clearly secretly using a goo worm. It was not something a mortal body could unleash. If young thieving heaven had really wanted to kick earlier, he would not have been able to stop in time and dodge. He would have been hit by these fists and would have been heavily injured. But at this moment, young thieving heaven was not himself. He was being manipulated by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's thoughts were deep. He came to kick the young girl on the surface, but it was actually just a trick. On one hand, he was probing the young girl. After all, even though her eyes were blurred, there were still other methods to investigate. The goo world never lacked unimaginable methods. On the other hand, Feng Yuan wanted to make use of the surrounding spectators. These people's shouts and reminders were to mislead the young girl. The young girl's eyes were blurred and she fell into an intense battle. It was very likely that she would not have time to think about this. She would subconsciously feel that the surrounding people's reminders were correct. After all, there were many people around, but the young girl was alone. Humans had a herd mentality. If so many people felt that it was correct, the young girl was likely to feel that it was correct as well. Sure enough, as Feng Yuan expected, the young girl punched with both fists, switching from defense to offense. Feng Yuan chuckled. He calmly retracted his right leg and easily dodged. Then he grabbed the young girl's fist and pulled it to the side. The young girl wanted to win in one go. She used too much force and was used by Feng Yuan instead. Feng Yuan took the chance to raise his knee and stab towards the young girl's abdomen like a spear. With a soft sound, the young girl suffered a heavy injury. Her tightly shut eyes opened due to the pain. Her beautiful and fair face instantly turned red, and blue veins popped up on her forehead. She felt that her stomach, intestines, and organs were twisting together. The pain almost made her stop breathing. But before she could taste this intense pain again, Feng Yuan chopped at the back of the young girl's neck. In an instant, the young girl fainted from Feng Yuan's attack. Plop, she fell to the ground, motionless. Feng Yuan won. The surrounding people were silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. Despicable, too despicable. He actually won like this. He is too shameless. Too shameless. His pitiful opponent is innocent. She was clearly stronger but fell for his trick. The spectators were furious and disdainful towards young thieving heaven. While feeling pity and regret towards the young girl, the clamor did not stop. What did I do? I did it again. Feng Yuan watched from the side again, and as the person involved, young thieving heaven was stunned. Ha! You did it, everything was done by you. Xiao laughed heartily. I did not do anything, you should have experienced it yourself this time. The entire battle was clearly your choice. No, this is not true. How could I be such a vile person? Young thieving heaven closed his eyes in pain, his eyelids trembling slightly. You are indeed a vile person, but your grandpa admires you very much, my good grandson. You finished the battle quickly and efficiently, and you swiftly established the victory. Your shamelessness and despicableness are very much like my style in the past. When he spoke up to this point, Xiao once again roared with laughter. What the hell is going on? What happened to me? Young thieving heaven almost shed tears. The sense of glory and values he accumulated in his previous life suffered a severe blow. I have heard of a saying, there is a type of person who has innate fighting talent. When he's in a state of battle, he'll often come up with fantastic ideas and keen intuition. All these factors will allow him to dig out the deepest part of himself and make the choice that best suits his nature, thereby doing his best to win the battle, Xiao said. Young thieving heaven. Like this, young thieving heaven's path in the small competition continued like this. In each battle, Feng Yuan replaced young thieving heaven and took control of the entire battle. Although the later opponents were on guard and vigilant, what kind of person was Feng Yuan? His battle experience could be said to be as vast as the sea. These puny opponents, even a change in expression could let Feng Yuan see through their schemes and thoughts. These victories were easily obtained by Feng Yuan. But for the person involved, young thieving heaven, it was an extremely painful process. Am I really such a person in my bones? In my previous life, because I was in a mecha, I did not receive enough stimulation. So when I came to this world and personally participated in the battle, my instincts burst forth. With such a character, I have let down my clan, let down my teacher's teachings, let down my surname.